Renske arrived to take over a home for troubled kids, only to find a stranger already there. The house was falling apart, and the founder's will forced them to stay. They clashed over everything, from money to the children's future. What happens when two enemies must work together to save a place they both hate? The House on Tillicum Spit, a web novel, Enemies to Lovers. The complete audiobook, only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. The fog swallowed the ferry the moment it left the mainland. Renske stood at the rail with her duffel at her feet and watched the world turn to milk. The horn sounded every 90 seconds, a low animal moan through the white. Salt clung to her coat, her skin, the cracked plastic watch on her wrist that had stopped keeping accurate time years ago and which she still refused to replace. 3 ferries, 2 hours. Then Tillicum Spit rose through the haze like something the tide had forgotten to take back. She had read the file twice on the crossing. Harrowgate Home, 40 residents, licensed capacity 42, staff count 7, including the director who had died of a stroke in the kitchen 3 weeks ago. The state had sent a temporary administrator to hold the place until she could take over. Standard transition. She had done this before. 3 group homes in 6 years, each one closer to collapse than the last, each one still standing when she left. This one would stand too. She stepped off the ramp onto wet planks. The dockmaster nodded from his booth, a man with a gray beard and oil-stained hands who did not ask if she needed directions. Everyone on this island already knew who she was and why she had come. That was how these places worked. Small enough that every stranger was news. Small enough that the ferry schedule dictated the shape of your emergencies. The road from the dock curved uphill through trees that leaned away from the wind. The lodge appeared at the top of the rise as the fog thinned, a Victorian hulk with peeling blue paint and a wraparound porch that sagged at the southeast corner like a tired shoulder. Lights burned in the ground floor windows. Voices carried through the wet air. Children's voices, a television, someone running in the hall. Renske climbed the steps and pushed through the front door. The smell hit her first. Old wood, floor wax, the particular damp of a building that had been fighting salt air for 100 years and losing. Then the noise. A television in the common room, someone arguing in the kitchen, feet pounding overhead, and in the office to her left, a man in a charcoal suit sitting at the desk that should have been hers. He looked up when she entered. Gray eyes, dark brown hair cut clean, a slight notch through his right eyebrow that caught the light. He was lean, rangy, the kind of build that looked comfortable inside expensive tailoring. A laptop sat open in front of him. Papers covered every inch of the desk surface, spread in neat rows like a battlefield map. She knew who he was before he spoke. The state's consultant, the one they sent to evaluate failing programs and recommend closers. She had read his name in the file on the ferry, and told herself she would handle him the way she handled every bureaucrat who thought spreadsheets understood children. With patience, with evidence, with the truth that numbers never captured. You must be Desmond Achterberg. He stood, not slowly, not with any hesitation that suggested she had caught him off guard. He stood like a man who had already planned the entire conversation and was simply waiting for her to arrive so he could begin. Renske Okorafor. He extended his hand. You're early. The next ferry doesn't dock for another hour. I took the one before it. The schedule said you were arriving on the 6 o'clock. The schedule was wrong. His hand was still extended. She took it. His grip was firm, brief, professional. The kind of handshake that told her nothing and expected the same. Welcome to Harrowgate, he said. It sounded like a warning. She dropped her duffel inside the office door and looked at the papers on the desk. She recognized the forms. Closure protocols, transfer authorizations, staff termination notices. He had been working on them long enough that the edges of the pages had curled from the damp air. Those are mine, she said. They're the state's. I'm the new director. You're the proposed new director. He sat back down, not dismissing her but not deferring either. "The board hasn't confirmed your appointment yet. They're waiting for the transition report." "The transition report I'm supposed to write?" "The transition report someone needs to write." He tapped the stack. "These aren't threats, Ms. Okorafor. They're contingencies. Every failing home has a contingency plan. Harrowgate doesn't have one because your predecessor believed that planning for failure invited it." He was wrong. She felt her jaw tighten. The burn scar on her forearm throbbed. The old muscle memory of a hot stove and a group home kitchen, and a woman who had told her to stop crying because tears didn't fix anything. "You don't know what this place is," she said. "I know exactly what it is. A Victorian lodge with a leaking roof, a failing boiler, 40 children in a county that can't afford 40 children, and a staff of 7 people who haven't been paid on time in 6 months. He did not raise his voice. He did not need to. The facts were enough. "I know what it costs to run a home like this. I know what it costs to fail at running one. And I know that the kindest thing you can do for 40 kids is close them cleanly before the building collapses on top of them." "Nobody's closing anything." "Then tell me how you plan to feed them next month." She opened her mouth. The rain hit the roof like gravel. Not a slow build, not the patter she had heard on the ferry deck. This was a sudden, slamming assault, the kind of Pacific Northwest squall that turned windows into waterfalls in seconds. The lodge groaned. Somewhere above, a child shrieked with laughter. Then the dining room ceiling opened. The sound was wrong, wet and tearing. Renske turned. Through the open office door, she could see the dining room. Long table, mismatched chairs, a hutch full of chipped plates. The ceiling above the table sagged. A dark stain spread across the plaster like a bruise. Then the plaster gave. Water poured through in a solid sheet. A section of ceiling the size of a door panel fell with it, hitting the table, shattering into wet chunks on the floor. The hutch tipped, plates smashed. The water kept coming, a flood, a river, pouring into the room where 40 children had eaten dinner every night for 100 years. The children appeared on the stairs. They came from everywhere. From the common room, from the upper hall, from bedrooms Renz had not seen yet. Small and tall, dark-haired and light, in pajamas and jeans and mismatched socks. They gathered on the staircase landing and stared down at the ruined room. No one screamed, no one cried. They just watched, 40 pairs of eyes reflecting the water that was still pouring through the broken ceiling. One of them, a girl of about 14 with sharp features and ink-stained fingers, leaned against the banister and said, "Well, that's the dining room." A smaller child beside her, a boy of 8 or 9 with anxious eyes that tracked every adult in the room, whispered something to a girl who looked exactly like him. The girl, Nell, Renske would later learn, shook her head and grabbed her brother's sleeve. Desmond had stopped typing. He stood at the office door, laptop forgotten, staring at the damage with an expression Renske could not read. Not shock, not anger, something closer to recognition, as if he had known this was coming and had been waiting for it to arrive. "Buckets," she said. He looked at her. "There are buckets in the utility closet. I saw them on the way in. Get them." "I'm not your assistant." "Then be useful. Pick one." He held her gaze for a long beat. The rain hammered the roof. Water pooled on the dining room floor and began seeping toward the hall. The children watched from the stairs, silent, waiting to see what the adults would do. Desmond turned and walked toward the utility closet. Renske grabbed the first bucket she found in the kitchen, a plastic bin meant for mopping, and threw it under the worst of the leak. The water hit the bottom with a sound like a drum. She grabbed another. By the time she had placed 4, Desmond was back with 3 metal buckets and a trash can, his charcoal suit jacket spotted with rain, his sleeves already rolled to his elbows. They worked without speaking. Buckets filled, buckets emptied. Water spread across the floor in a slow, determined tide. The children stayed on the stairs, watching, and Renske realized with a hollow feeling that they were waiting for an adult to tell them what to do. The front door opened. A woman in a ferry cook's uniform stepped inside, a canvas tote in one hand and a rain hat dripping onto the floor. She had the kind of face that had seen everything twice and forgave nothing. She looked at Renske, looked at Desmond, looked at the buckets and the water and the 40 children on the stairs. "I brought bread," Mrs. Yagoma Abara said. "What did you bring?" Chapter 2. Mrs. Abara set the bread on the dry end of the hall table and looked at the water spreading across the dining room floor like she had seen worse and would see worse again. "The lawyer is on the ferry," she said. "He tried to call. No service on the road tonight." Renske wrung out a towel she had grabbed from the kitchen and threw it against the base of the doorframe. "What lawyer?" "The one who has been holding the will for 12 years because Mr. Harrowgate did not trust the mail, the phone, or anyone under 60. Mrs. Abra pulled off her rain hat and hung it on the newel post. "He told me to tell you both to stay put. He will be here within the hour." "Both of us?" Desmond said. "You are the co-directors now, aren't you?" "We are not co-directors of anything." "Then why are your sleeves wet and your suit ruined?" Mrs. Abra turned toward the kitchen. "I will make tea. The children need to see adults sitting down before they will stop standing guard." Renske looked at the staircase. The children were still there. 40 of them, packed onto the landing and the upper steps, watching the water recede under the towels and buckets, watching the 2 strangers who had arrived in the same night and were already failing together. The boy with the anxious eyes, Tobin, had not moved. His sister Nell had her hand clamped around his wrist like a restraint. The girl with the ink-stained fingers, Pilar, sat 3 steps above them, arms crossed, expression unreadable. "Everyone back to bed," Renske said. No one moved. "Bed, now. We will have a house meeting in the morning." Pilar tilted her head. "You are not our director yet. I am the only adult in this hall who is not holding a bucket. That counts for something." A long pause. Then Pilar stood, hooked her thumb toward the upper hall, and the children began to scatter. Tobin went last, Nell behind him, her hand still on his wrist. At the top of the stairs he turned and looked back at the damaged ceiling with an expression that made Renske's chest tighten. He was calculating. She had seen that look before, in group homes and emergency shelters, in the faces of children who were mapping exits before the adults had even introduced themselves. The lawyer arrived 53 minutes later. He was old, older than Renske had expected, with the kind of slow precision that came from decades of island work, and no one to rush him. He carried a leather briefcase that looked older than she was. Mrs. Ababra met him at the door with a cup of tea and a towel for his coat. "The dining room?" he said, looking past them. "Ceiling gave out," Desmond said. "About an hour ago. I saw the buckets from the porch. That is the 3rd time that ceiling has failed since 1987. Mr. Harrowgate always said he would fix it properly before he died." The lawyer set his tea down and opened the briefcase. He did not. He pulled out a document, thick, sealed with wax and ribbon, the kind of will that belonged to a man who had spent his life watching systems fail and had decided to make his own rules. "I am Arthur Pendleton," he said, as if the name should mean something. "I have represented this property and its occupants since before any of the current staff were born. You are Renske Okorafor." He looked at her. "And you are Desmond Achterberg." He did not look at Desmond. He already knew. "The will is straightforward. I will read the operative clause aloud so there is no confusion later. You may sit or stand, but you will listen." Renske did not sit. Desmond leaned against the wall, arms crossed, gray eyes fixed on Pendleton with an attention that felt too still. Pendleton read, "I, Elias Harrowgate, being of sound mind and failing body, leave the property known as Harrowgate Home, including all buildings, land, furnishings, equipment, and existing financial accounts, to the following 2 individuals jointly, Renske Okorafor and Desmond Achterberg. This bequest is conditional. They must assume the roles of co-directors of the home, reside on the premises, and maintain the home's licensed operational status for a period of no fewer than 12 consecutive months from the date of my death. If either party withdraws from the co-directorship, declines to reside at the home, or fails to maintain licensing compliance, the inheritance clause fails. The property shall then be liquidated, with proceeds divided among the state's foster care contingency fund and the island's public school system. No appeal, no exception. Pendleton looked up. You have been co-directors since the moment I crossed the ferry landing. The question is whether you will stay co-directors long enough to keep the home alive. The silence that followed was not empty. It was filled with the sound of water dripping into buckets, the creak of the old house settling, the distant hum of the ferry engine still running at the dock. Renske felt the words land in her chest like stones. 12 months, 40 children, a collapsed ceiling, no money, no staff, a man in a charcoal suit who had been working on closure protocols before she had even unpacked her duffel. "This is insane," she said. "It is a will," Pendleton said. "It does not need to be sane, it needs to be legal. And it is. I cannot run this place with someone who came here to close it." "Then you cannot run this place at all." Pendleton closed the briefcase. "The property will be liquidated. The proceeds will go to the state and the school. The children will be transferred to placements across 3 counties within 60 days. Some of them will be separated. Some of them will end up in facilities that make this lodge look like a resort." He looked at her. "Mr. Harrowgate believed you would find a way to keep that from happening. That is why he chose you. He never met me. He read your file. He read your letters. He asked about you for 3 years before he decided." Pendleton turned to Desmond. "And he knew you would try to close it. He told me once that you were the only person he trusted to understand what the building actually cost, and the only person he hoped would learn what it was worth." Desmond said nothing. Pendleton picked up his tea. "I will return in the morning with the full document and the financial records. I suggest you both sleep. Tomorrow you will begin deciding whether this house lives or dies, and that work will be harder than anything you have done before." He walked out. The door closed behind him. Mrs. Barbara stood at the kitchen threshold, arms folded, watching them like she was waiting to see which one would break first. Renske turned to Desmond. "You knew." "I knew there was a clause. I did not know the terms until tonight. You came here planning to close it. You had the paperwork ready. You had transfer authorizations. You were 2 signatures away from killing this place. I was doing my job." "Your job was to shut down homes that could not be saved. That is not the same thing." Desmond pushed off the wall and walked to the dining room door. He looked at the buckets, the wet plaster, the shattered plates still scattered across the floor. "I have already started evaluating what must be cut," he said. "Staff hours, food budget, maintenance deferrals. The boiler will fail before winter. The roof will need patching in at least 4 places before the rains return. The licensing review is in 8 weeks, and this home has failed every informal check the state has run for the last 18 months. He turned to face her. "We have no margin, no reserves, no goodwill with the inspector, and now we are trapped here together until we either fix it or watch it fall." He paused. "I came here to close Harrowgate because I believed closing it was the only humane option. I still believe that may be true." "Then leave," Renske said. "Walk out. Let the clause fail. Let them liquidate. You can go back to your office and your spreadsheets and your clean hands." Desmond looked at her for a long moment. "I cannot." "Why not?" He did not answer, but something in his face shifted, a crack in the stillness, a flicker of something that looked almost like fear. And Renske understood, with a cold certainty that settled in her stomach like lead, that he had his own reasons for staying, and that those reasons were not about the job. Mrs. Barbara set 2 cups of tea on the hall table. "The children will wake in 6 hours," she said. "You will need to tell them something by breakfast. Decide what that is before the sun comes up." She walked out, the door closed. Renske and Desmond stood in the hall, buckets lining the flooded floor, 40 children sleeping above them, and the weight of Elias Harrowgate's will pressing down on both of them like the roof that was still failing over the dining room. "The boiler," Desmond said quietly. Renske looked at him. "That is the first thing we cut. The boiler is inefficient. It burns through the heating budget in the first 3 months of winter. If we replace it with a modern unit before October, we save enough to cover the ceiling repair and 2 months of back pay for the night staff." He met her eyes. "That is where I would start, if you want to know what I have already evaluated." The rain started again, soft this time, a steady drum on the roof that filled the silence between them. Renske picked up her tea. "Tell me the rest in the morning," she said. "I need to see the budget first, and I need to know what you are not telling me about why you cannot leave." She did not wait for his answer. She walked up the stairs, past the closed doors, past the room where the twins slept with the door cracked open, past Pilar's room where light still bled under the frame. At the top of the landing, she stopped. She could hear him below, still standing in the hall, still watching the water fill the buckets. She did not look back. But she felt him there, a weight at the bottom of the stairs, a man who had come to close her home and was now trapped inside it with her. And she knew with a certainty that felt like dread and something else, something she was not ready to name, that whatever happened next, neither of them would leave unchanged. Chapter 3. The house woke before dawn. Renske heard it from the narrow bed in the director's quarters, a room that still smelled of the previous director's aftershave and the sour dust of paperwork left unfinished. She had not slept. She had lain awake, counting the sounds of the lodge settling around her, footsteps in the hall, a toilet flushing 3 floors up, the groan of pipes that carried water she could not afford to heat. She pulled on yesterday's clothes. The cracked watch on her wrist read 5:47. She did not bother fixing her hair. The hallway was dim, lit by a single bulb at the landing. She passed the twins' room and heard Tobin's voice, thin and precise, counting something under his breath. She passed Pilar's room, where light bled under the door at an angle that suggested she had been awake for hours, drawing. The kitchen was empty. Mrs. Babana had left a pot of coffee on the stove and a note in tight, upright script. "Pantry count at 7. I already know what is missing. You will not like it." Renske poured coffee and stood at the window, watching gray light crawl across the salt flats. The ferry was still tied at the dock, not running yet. Nothing could leave. Nothing could arrive. They were sealed in until the schedule turned. She heard footsteps behind her a full second before Desmond spoke. "The budget is worse than Pendleton implied." She turned. He stood in the kitchen doorway holding a manila folder and a cup of black coffee. He had changed into a dark sweater, sleeves pushed to his elbows, and the lack of the suit jacket made him look thinner, more human, more dangerous. "When did you get the books?" she asked. "Pendleton sent them electronically at midnight. I have been reading since 4. "Of course you have." She set her coffee down and held out her hand. He passed her the folder. The first page was a summary. The numbers sat in neat columns under discrete headings, and the story they told was simple. Harrowgate had been running on deferred debt for at least 3 years. The previous director had stopped submitting certain expense reports. Staff had not been paid in full for 2 months. The food budget was listed at a figure that might feed a family of 4, not 40. "This cannot be right," Renske said. "It is right. I verified the receipts against the bank statements. There is no concealment, only neglect. The previous director stopped planning for survival. He was simply waiting for someone else to decide." Renske looked up from the page. "You checked the bank statements at midnight?" "I checked the bank statements at midnight, reviewed the vendor contracts, cross-referenced the staff schedules against payroll, and identified the 3 most likely sources of waste in the supply chain. The bulk dry goods supplier charges 30% above market because the previous director stopped shopping for bids 2 years ago." She stared at him. "That is efficient," she said slowly. "It is also the most emotionally sterile way to wake up in a strange house that I have ever seen." Desmond did not react. "I work with what I have. You want to save the children. I want to save the institution. Those are not the same goal, but they can be made compatible if we divide the work." "Divide it?" "Yes. You take the children, the routines, the staff morale, the daily operations. I take the books, the inventory, the licensing compliance, the structural repairs. We each control our own domain. We do not interfere with the other's decisions unless a child is in immediate danger or the budget is about to breach." Renske studied him. His face was still, his voice even, but there was a tension in his jaw that told her this was not a natural offer. He was making a concession, giving her the territory he knew she would fight for, so he could keep the territory he actually wanted. "And if your domain decisions hurt the children," she asked, "then you tell me. And I listen, or I do not. That is the risk of a divided house." That is not a partnership. That is a ceasefire. It is what we have. She wanted to argue. She wanted to tell him that children were not a separate category from budgets, that every cut he made would land on someone small and scared who had no say in the decision. But she looked at the numbers again, at the line item for food, and she knew she did not have the leverage to demand more. "Fine," she said. "I take the children, the staff, the daily operations. You take the rest. But I want weekly budget reviews, and I want to say in any cut that affects meals, medicine, or heating." Desmond nodded once. Acceptable. He did not look relieved. He looked like a man who had just won a negotiation by losing a battle he did not care about. The kitchen door swung open. Mrs. Abra walked in carrying a crate of eggs and a bag of flour. She set them on the counter and looked at both of them with the flat assessment of someone who had already heard every word. "The children will be down in 20 minutes, she said. "You will tell them what happened with the will, and you will not lie to them. They know when adults are hiding things. It makes them plan around you." Renske nodded. "I will handle it." "Good." Mrs. Abra turned to Desmond. "And you, the pantry count is at 7. If you want to see what your budget actually buys, you will be there." Desmond inclined his head. "I will be there." The first child appeared in the doorway at 6:12. It was Tobin, still in his pajamas, barefoot on the cold floor, his eyes moving across the kitchen like he was cataloging every exit, every knife, every potential weapon and hiding place in the room. His sister Nell appeared behind him, already dressed, already braced. "You are still here," Tobin said. He was not asking, he was testing. Renske crouched to his level. "I am still here. So is Mr. Achterberg. We are both staying." "Why?" "Because Elias Harrowgate's will says we have to run this place together for a year, or the house gets sold and everyone gets moved to different homes." She said it plainly. No softening, no sugar. She had learned years ago that children like these could smell a lie before it left your mouth. Nell stepped forward. "Are you going to close it?" "No." "He is." Nell pointed at Desmond. "He came here to close it. I heard him talking on the phone the first night." Desmond did not flinch. "I came here to evaluate whether it could be saved. I am still evaluating, but I have not closed it yet." "Yet?" Tobin repeated. The word hung in the air. Renske straightened. "We are going to have a house meeting after breakfast. Everyone gets to ask questions. Everyone gets honest answers. But first, I need help with the pantry count. Who knows how to check expiration dates?" Nell raised her hand. Tobin hesitated, then raised his too. Renske looked at Desmond over their heads. He was watching her with an expression she could not read. Not approval, not disapproval. Something closer to recognition, as if he was seeing her work for the first time and measuring it against his own. She looked away first. The pantry was a narrow room off the kitchen, lined with metal shelving that sagged under the weight of mismatched cans and bulk bags. The inventory was chaos. Cans of beans stacked next to expired tomato paste, a bag of rice that had been opened and resealed with tape, 3 jars of pickled vegetables that no one on the island had ever admitted to buying. Desmond stood at the door with a clipboard, calling out numbers as Renske and the twins sorted through the shelves. "Canned corn, 16 cans, 2 dented. Mark them for immediate use," Renske said. "Canned tuna, 8, 4 are within date. Put them in the front." Tobin worked silently, stacking cans by category, his small hands moving with a precision that suggested he had done this before. Nell kept up a running commentary, naming every expired item with theatrical disgust, but her eyes kept flicking to Desmond, watching him watch the numbers. The count took 40 minutes. When it was done, Mrs. Barbara laid the totals on the counter and looked at Desmond. "You see it?" "I see it." Renske stepped forward. "See what?" Desmond did not look up from the clipboard. "The food budget is listed at $2,000 per month. Based on this inventory and the meal schedule the previous director left, we're spending nearly 3 times that. Someone has been inflating the numbers, or the food is being diverted, or there is a systemic leak in the supply chain that has been operating unchecked. Or the previous director was incompetent," Renske said. "That was never in doubt." Desmond set the clipboard down. "The question is whether the missing money went somewhere specific, or whether it simply evaporated through poor management." If it was stolen, we have a problem that involves the state. If it was wasted, we have a problem that involves the budget. Which is worse? Theft. Because theft means someone on this island has been exploiting the home for profit, and that person is still here. The room went quiet. Renske felt the weight of the children watching, of Mrs. Abarba's stillness, of Desmond's unreadable gaze. "We need to fix the gap," she said. "We need to find the gap first." Desmond picked up his coffee. "I will start with the vendor contracts. You handle the children. We reconvene at dinner." He walked out. Nell watched him go, then looked at Renske. "I do not trust him." "Neither do I," Renske said. But she was not sure if that was still true. The morning passed in a blur of introductions, schedules, and small emergencies. Renske met each child as they came down for breakfast, learning names and faces, noting the ones who avoided her eyes and the ones who stared too long. She assigned chores, settled a dispute over the last box of cereal, and found the night staff schedule taped to the refrigerator with a note from the previous director that read, "Call if you need backup," and a phone number that had been disconnected. By 10, she had a working list of staff vacancies, 3 children who needed medical appointments, and a growing sense that the house was held together by habit and hope, not by any system that could survive a serious challenge. She found Desmond in the office at 11, bent over a spreadsheet, his fingers moving across the keys with the mechanical efficiency of someone who had done this 1,000 times. "The food vendor is a man named Harlan Cross," he said without looking up. "He has been supplying Harrowgate for 11 years. His prices have increased 40% in the last 3 years, with no corresponding increase in delivery volume. I have requested his records for the last 18 months, and if he does not provide them, then I will visit him in person." Desmond looked up. "The island is small. People talk. I suspect Mr. Cross has been overcharging the home and splitting the difference with someone inside Harrowgate who signed off on the invoices. The previous director, or someone else, I do not know yet." Renske leaned against the doorframe. "You work fast. I work efficiently. There is a difference." She watched him for a moment. The morning light fell across his face, catching the thin notch through his right eyebrow, a scar she had not noticed before. "Who taught you to do this?" she asked. He stopped typing. For a moment he said nothing, then, without looking up, "I taught myself." It was not quite a lie, but it was not the whole truth either. Renske let it go. "Dinner at 6, she said. "Mrs. Abra is making stew. The children eat first." "I will be there." She turned to leave. "Renske," she stopped. Desmond was looking at her now, his expression stripped of the cold neutrality he wore like armor. "The pantry count this morning," he said. "You knew exactly what to do. You knew how to read the inventory, how to organize the children, how to keep them calm while we worked. You have done this before." "I have done it before." "Then you know that I am not the enemy of this house. I am the person who will tell you the truth about what it costs to keep it alive. That truth is not kind, but it is not cruelty either." Renske met his eyes. "I know the difference," she said. "I am still deciding which one you are." She walked out. Behind her, the typing resumed, but it was slower now, as if something had unsettled his rhythm, and she carried that small satisfaction with her down the hall, a brittle victory in a war that was only beginning. Chapter 4. Dinner did not start at 6. It started at 5:47, because the younger children had already gathered in the hall, hungry and restless, and Renske refused to make them wait for a schedule that served adults more than kids. She herded them into the kitchen, set bowls on the counter, and let the twins help ladle stew while Mrs. Abra buttered bread at the counter with economical, practiced movements. Desmond walked in at 6:04. He stopped in the doorway, took in the scene, and said nothing. But Renske saw him note the early start, the children serving themselves, the stew splashed across the stovetop where a 10-year-old had missed the ladle. She saw him file it away. "We start cooking at 5:30, he said. "If the children eat before 6, the kitchen schedule shifts, and cleanup bleeds into homework time." They were hungry? They are always hungry. That is not the same as needing to eat early. Renske wiped her hands on her jeans. They sat in the hall for 15 minutes waiting. That is not structure. That is rigidity. Desmond's jaw tightened. Mrs. Barbara slid a plate of bread onto the table without looking at either of them. The children ate faster. Nell finished her stew and set the bowl down with a deliberate clatter. She looked at Desmond with the flat, assessing gaze of someone who had learned to read adults by how they broke. "You talk like you have never been hungry," she said. The room went still. Desmond met her eyes. "I have been hungry enough to know that schedules keep meals consistent. When meals slip, the budget slips. When the budget slips, the food runs out. That is not cruelty. That is arithmetic." Nell did not blink. "That is not an answer." "It is the only answer that matters." Tobin stopped eating. His spoon hovered above the bowl, and his eyes moved from Desmond to the window, to the back door, to the narrow gap between the pantry shelves where a small body could disappear. Renske saw it happen. She saw the calculations slide into place behind his eyes, the same look she had seen in children who learned early that safety meant knowing which way the exits faced. "We will talk about schedules tomorrow," she said. "Right now, everyone finishes dinner, then baths, then bed. No changes tonight." Desmond opened his mouth. She looked at him. He closed it. The tension held, thin and brittle, as the children scraped their bowls clean and carried them to the sink without being asked, as if they knew the adults needed space to break each other and wanted to be gone before the shrapnel flew. The medication log hit at 8. Rent fanned in the office after the children were settled. A 3-ring binder crammed with handwritten entries, some dated, some not, with signatures that did not match the staff names on the schedule. She was halfway through deciphering the last month when Desmond appeared in the doorway with a cup of coffee. "You need to initial every dose within 15 minutes of administration," he said. "State regulation. The inspector will check." "I know what the regulation says." "Then you know this log will not pass review." Renske closed the binder. "I also know that the previous director was signing off on doses she did not administer. There are 3 children here whose medication schedules are wrong, and if we correct them too fast without talking to the kids first, we will trigger withdrawal anxiety in at least 2 of them. We are required to notify the prescribing physician within 24 hours of discovering a discrepancy. We are also required not to traumatize the children while fixing it." Desmond set the coffee down. "We can do both." "Can we? Because the way you handled Nell at dinner did not reassure anyone." "I answered her question." "You answered it like she was a line item. She is 8 years old. She is watching you the way prey watches predators, and so is her brother, and so is every other child in this house who has learned that adults lie with soft voices and then disappear." Desmond went still. The office light caught the notch through his eyebrow, the thin white line of an old scar, and Renske saw something flicker behind his eyes. Not anger, but recognition. "What would you have me say to her?" His voice was quiet. "That I will never make a decision she does not like? That Harrowgate will always have enough food? Those are lies. The children know lies. They have been fed lies their whole lives. I will give them the truth, because the truth is the only thing that does not leave when the money runs out. The truth without warmth is just another weapon, and warmth without truth is abandonment dressed up as love." They stared at each other across the desk. The binder sat between them, full of errors and omissions, and the echo of a director who had stopped caring enough to check. Renske picked it up. "I will fix the log tonight," she said. "I will call the prescribing physician in the morning, and I will talk to the children whose medication has been wrong before we change anything." Desmond nodded. "I will draft a curfew policy for the older kids. 9 o'clock on school nights, 10 on weekends, no exceptions. The older kids need a say in that policy. They can have input. The final decision is ours. That is not input, that is theater. It is structure, which is what they need." Renske get the binder down. "You grew up in group homes, did not you?" Desmond's face went blank. She had not meant to ask. The words slipped out before she could stop them, pulled by something in the way he talked about children and truth and the weight of systems that never softened. "No," he said. It was too fast. It was the same voice he had used that morning when she asked who taught him, the voice of someone who had practiced the denial until it fit like a second skin. "Okay," she said. She let it go, but she filed it away, the way Tobin filed exits and windows, because she knew a lie when she heard one, and she knew that the truth behind it would come out eventually, whether Desmond wanted it to or not. Curfew was announced at breakfast. Rempe pinned policy to the bulletin board in the hall, a single sheet of paper with Desmond's precise bullet points and her handwritten addition at the bottom. We will review this together in 2 weeks and adjust based on what works. The older kids read it in silence. Onyeka Duru leaned against the wall, arms crossed, and studied the paper the way he studied everything, with the detached precision of someone who had learned not to expect much from adult promises. 9 o'clock, he said. That is earlier than the last director. The last director is dead, Renske said. I am not. Onyeka's mouth twitched. Fair. He walked away. Pilar Mota appeared at Renske's elbow, ink staining her fingers, a sketchbook tucked under her arm. The monster hallway is coming along, she said. Renske turned. What hallway? The one by the storm damage. The old plaster is cracking, so I am filling it with something better. Blavar's smile was sharp and private. You will see. She disappeared down the hall before Renske could ask more. The afternoon brought a staff meeting. Only 3 people attended. A night worker named Delia, who had not been paid in 6 weeks but kept showing up because she lived 3 houses down and the kids needed someone. A part-time cook named Greta, who worked the breakfast shift and left by noon, and a young man named Carl, who handled maintenance half the week and commercial fishing the other half. Desmond ran the meeting like a board session. He reviewed staffing gaps, safety violations, and the 8-week licensing deadline. He assigned checklists and deadlines. He answered every question with a number, a date, or a regulation. Renske watched the staff's faces. Delia looked tired. Greta looked skeptical. Carl looked like he was calculating how long before the place collapsed, and he could stop splitting his time between tools and nets. Questions? Desmond asked. Yeah, Carl said. When do we get paid? The room went quiet. Desmond set his pen down. As soon as the budget allows. I cannot give you a date. I can give you a plan. I have heard plans before. Then you know the difference between a plan and a promise. I do not make promises I cannot keep. Carl studied him for a long moment. Then he nodded once and leaned back in his chair. The meeting ended. Renske caught Desmond in the hall afterward. You handled that well, she said. I told them the truth. That is what I said. You handled it well. He looked at her, and for a moment, the wall between them seemed thinner, as if the honest answer had cracked something open. Then the phone rang. Desmond answered it. His face changed. The night staffer just quit, he said. We are down 1 person for tonight. Renske felt the weight of the evening settle over her. 40 children, a leaking roof, an empty staff slot, and a man she still did not trust standing beside her in the hall. Then we cover it, she said. We are already covering it. There is no one else. Then we cover it together. Desmond looked at her. Fine, he said, but I set the schedule. Renske almost laughed. We will see about that. The evening stretched ahead, long and uncertain, and somewhere upstairs, Tobin Bext was counting the windows. Chapter 5. The phone rang again at 7:42 p.m. Renske caught it in the hallway, her hand already braced for bad news. The voice on the other end was young and apologetic, the backup night staffer whose name she had memorized from the schedule but never met. I cannot make it. The roads are bad and my car will not start. When did it last run? Tuesday. Renske closed her eyes. Thank you for calling. She hung up. Desmond appeared in the office doorway, sleeves rolled, reading glasses still on. He'd been going through vendor invoices for the last hour, cross-referencing delivery dates against signed receipts. Let me guess. Both night staffers are out, she said. The scheduled one quit this afternoon. The backup has a dead car. That is not a dead car. That is a dead system. I know. They stood in the hall, the silence between them filling with the sounds of the house. Footsteps upstairs, a door closing, the low murmur of a television in the common room. 40 children, 2 adults, 1 night. I will take the first shift, Desmond said. You sleep until midnight, then I sleep until 6. That gives you 4 hours. That is enough. It is not enough, and you know it. He looked at her. Do you have a better suggestion? She did not. The house settled slowly. Renske did the rounds at 8, checking each bedroom, counting heads, noting which children had fallen asleep and which were still reading or whispering in the dark. Tobin Vextra was awake, his eyes tracking her as she passed his doorway. "Everything okay?" she asked. "Yes." He said it too quickly. She wanted to press, but she had learned that pushing anxious children only made them dig deeper. So she nodded and moved on. Now was already asleep, her hand curled around her brother's pillow as if she had been reaching for him before she drifted off. Renske closed the door softly. At 9, she found Desmond in the kitchen. He had made coffee, a full pot, black, no sugar. He poured her a cup without asking and slid it across the counter. "You should sleep." "I know." She sat down anyway. The kitchen was warm, the old radiator ticking in the corner. Rain drummed against the windows, steady and insistent, the kind of rain that eroded everything slowly. Roofs, roads, patience. "The boiler is making a noise," Desmond said. "What kind of noise?" "A new one." She took a sip of coffee. It was terrible, burnt and bitter, but the heat of it helped. "How bad is the budget, really?" she asked. "Bad enough that if the boiler fails, we cannot replace it. And if the boiler does not fail, then we might survive the winter." "Barely." She set the cup down. "You say that like survival is optional. It is not optional. It is unlikely. There is a difference between the two, and pretending otherwise does the children no favors." The words landed hard, because they were true, and because she had spent her whole life pretending otherwise, pretending that enough effort could bend reality, pretending that if she just worked harder, the system would eventually yield. "I know the difference," she said. Desmond looked at her. For a moment, something flickered in his face, not quite softening, but something like recognition. "I know you do," he said. She went to bed at 10. Her room was small and cold, the window frosted at the edges, the radiator barely warm. She lay on top of the covers, fully dressed, and stared at the ceiling while the house creaked around her. She did not expect to sleep, but exhaustion pulled her under anyway, deep and dark and dreamless, until someone was shaking her shoulder and the light through the window was still black. "Renske." Desmond's voice. She sat up fast, her heart already pounding. "What happened?" "Nothing. It is midnight, your shift." He stood in the doorway, a flashlight in one hand, his face drawn and pale in the dim light. "The boiler stopped," he said. "I got it restarted, but it took an hour. The temperature dropped to 55 in the east wing." "Are the children warm enough?" "I restrigided blankets. Everyone is fine. But the boiler will not hold much longer. We need to call someone in the morning." She swung her legs off the bed. "You should have woken me sooner." "You needed sleep. And you need to stop making decisions about what I need." He did not argue. He just handed her the flashlight and stepped back into the hall. "Tobin is awake," he said. "He has been awake since I started the rounds at 11. He is not sleeping." "Did you talk to him?" "I checked on him. He said he was fine. He was lying." Renske pushed past him and headed for the stairs. Tobin was sitting up in bed when she reached his room. The blankets were pulled to his chin, but his eyes were open, fixed on the window, watching the rain slide down the glass. "Hey," she said. He did not look at her. "I heard the boiler stop. It is running again." "For how long?" "I do not know. We will fix it in the morning." He was quiet for a long time. Then he said, "Nell thinks we should stay." "Stay where?" "Here. She thinks you are different from the others." Renske sat on the edge of his bed. The mattress sagged under her weight, springs creaking. "What do you think?" Tobin looked at her then, and his eyes were old in a way that hurt to see. "I think adults always leave," he said. "Or they make you leave, and if you leave at night, it is harder for them to bring you back." Her chest tightened. "Tobin, no one is making you leave." "Not yet." He pulled the blanket higher, turning his face to the pillow. She sat with him until his breathing slowed, until the tension in his shoulders eased, until she was sure he was asleep. Then she walked down the hall and stood in the dark, her hand pressed against the cold wall, and tried to remember how to promise something without breaking it. The night stretched. She checked the boiler twice, walked the halls, counted windows, listened to the rain. At 3 in the morning, she found Pilar in the common room, drawing by flashlight. "You should be asleep." "I could not," Pilar said. "The storm is loud." Renske sat beside her. "What are you drawing?" "The monster hallway. I told you." She turned to the sketchbook. The drawing was crude and vivid, a hallway with cracked walls and a figure on the stairs, small and watchful. "That is Tobin," Renske said. "He is the one who sees first." Renske studied the drawing. The perspective was strange, the hallway stretching too long, the walls curving inward like a throat closing. "You are good," she said. "I know." Pilar turned back to her work. At 4, the rain stopped. At 5, the sky began to lighten, gray and reluctant, the fog rolling back in. At 6, Desmond appeared in the kitchen, rumpled and hollow-eyed, holding a flashlight in one hand and a piece of paper in the other. "I found something." He set the paper on the table. It was a hand-drawn map, small and precise, with every door, window, and exit marked in neat pencil lines. The route to the main road was traced in ink, with notes about ferry times and safe places to wait. Beside it, he placed a pile of supplies. 3 flashlights, 4 cans of chili, a box of matches, a wool blanket folded tight. "Under Tobin's mattress," Desmond said. "He has been preparing for days." The weight of it settled over her, cold and familiar. The knowledge that no matter how hard she tried, the children were still calculating escape routes. "He thinks we are going to fail," she said. "He is not wrong to think it." She looked up. Desmond's face was unreadable, but his voice was quiet, stripped of the sharpness he carried like armor. "The question is what we do about it," he said. Chapter 6. The map lay on the kitchen table, pencil lines crisp against the stained paper, every door and window marked with the precision of a child who had learned that accuracy meant survival. Renske stared at it until the lines blurred. 3 flashlights, 4 cans of chili, a box of matches, a wool blanket folded tight enough to fit under a mattress. Tobin had been preparing for days, not in panic but in quiet, methodical certainty. The map showed 3 routes to the main road, each timed to the ferry schedule, each with a circled waiting point where a child could stay dry. She had promised him no one was making him leave. He had not believed her. Footsteps in the hall. Desmond returned with 2 mugs of coffee, set one in front of her, and did not sit. His face was gray with exhaustion, the notch through his eyebrow deeper in the morning light. "He is up," Desmond said. "Dressed. He has his shoes on. He did not sleep after you found it." "He slept, but he dressed before I could stop him." Renske picked up the map. The paper was warm from her hand. She folded it along the creases Tobin had made, precise and intentional, and slipped it into her pocket. "I will talk to him." "I already tried." "Then I will try differently." She found Tobin in the room he shared with Nell, sitting on the edge of his bed with his shoes tied and his coat laid out beside him. Nell was still asleep, her hand curled around the edge of his pillow, her breathing slow and even. He did not look up when Renske entered. "I am not going to run," he said. "The map says otherwise." "That is for emergencies." "What counts as an emergency, Tobin?" He was quiet. His hands were clasped in his lap, knuckles white, and she watched him press his thumbs together like he was holding something in. "I heard things," he said finally. "At dinner, before the curfew meeting, people talking about licensing and transfers." Renske's stomach tightened. "Who did you hear?" "The cook, Greta. She said the state could split us up if the home fails, that some of us would go to different places." "Tobin, that is not going to. You do not know that." His voice cracked. "You cannot know that. Adults say things to make children feel better, but they do not know either." She sat on the floor across from him, putting herself below his eyeline, the way she did with children who needed to feel bigger than their fear. "You are right," she said. "I cannot promise that nothing bad will happen, but I can promise you that I will tell you the truth before it happens, that you will not wake up one morning and find out you are being sent somewhere without warning." He looked at her. His eyes were wet, but he was not crying. "Nell thinks we should stay," he said. "She thinks you are different. Do you think?" "I think you mean it now, but I do not know if you will still mean it later." The words sat between them, small and heavy. Renske reached into her pocket and pulled out the folded map. She held it out to him. "I want you to keep this," she said. "I am not going to take it away, because I want you to know that you have a choice, that no one is trapping you here." He stared at the map. His hand moved toward it, hesitated, then pulled back. "You are giving it back?" "I am trusting you with it." His lip trembled. He took the map, unfolded it, smoothed it across his knee. His fingers traced the pencil lines, the ferry times, the safe waiting points. "Why are you trusting me?" "Because you are worth trusting." He looked up at her, and something in his face shifted, not belief, but the beginning of it, the tiny crack that might grow into something larger if she tended it carefully. "Okay," he said. "I will stay. For now." She nodded. She did not push for more. She left him with the map and walked back to the kitchen. Desmond was still there, standing at the window, watching the fog thicken against the glass. "Did he give you the map back?" "I gave it to him." Desmond turned. His expression was unreadable, but something in his posture softened. "That was a risk." "It was not a risk. It was a choice." He held her gaze for a moment, then looked away. The fog was rolling in fast, swallowing the lawn, the road, the edge of the property. "The ferry is cancelled," he said. "Storm surge on the Sound. It will not run until at least noon." "Then we have time." "For what?" "To figure out how to keep them safe without trapping them." She poured herself more coffee, took a sip, and felt the heat spread through her chest. They stood in silence, the kitchen settling around them, the building groaning and creaking in the cold. Then footsteps on the stairs, fast and uneven. Renske set down the mug. Nell appeared in the kitchen doorway, barefoot, her hair wild, her face white. "Tobin is gone," she said. "He took the map. He left." Renske's heart stopped. "When?" "I do not know. I woke up and he was not there. His coat is gone. His shoes are gone." Desmond was already moving, grabbing his coat from the hook by the door. "I checked his room 10 minutes ago," Renske said. "He was calm. He said he would stay." "He lied," Nell said. Her voice was shaking. "He always lies when he is scared." Renske grabbed her coat. The fog was thick enough to drown a child in. "Nell, stay here. Do not leave this house." "I am coming with you." "No. You are staying. Mrs. Albaro will be here soon. I need you here to tell her what happened." Nell's jaw set, but she did not argue. She nodded once, sharp and tight. Renske turned to Desmond. He was already at the door, flashlight in hand, his face hard with focus. "Which route?" he said. "The main road. He would not take the woods in this weather. Too easy to get lost." "The ferry is cancelled. He does not know that yet." "Then he is heading for the dock, waiting in the cold." They stepped into the fog. The air was wet and sharp, the kind of cold that seeped into bone. Visibility was 20 feet, maybe less. The road had disappeared into a wall of white. Renske pulled her coat tighter and started walking. Desmond fell in beside her. They did not speak. There was nothing to say that the fog would not swallow. The kitchen door slammed behind them, and the fog swallowed the sound before it finished. Renske's footsteps fell hard on the gravel drive, the cold biting through her sneakers. Desmond matched her pace, his flashlight cutting a thin beam into the white, illuminating nothing but the ground 3 feet ahead. "He has a 10-minute head start," Desmond said. "Maybe 15. He is small. He cannot move fast in this." "He is scared. Scared children move faster than you think." She did not answer. She was already scanning the roadside for signs, footprints in the mud, broken branches, anything. The road curved toward the ferry dock, a half-mile through dense fog and rain-slicked asphalt. The trees leaned in from both sides, their branches dripping, the world reduced to gray and wet and the sound of their own breathing. "Tobin!" she called. Her voice vanished into the fog. No answer. "He will not answer," Desmond said. "He is hiding. Then we find him." They walked faster. The dock appeared out of the white, a dark shape against the water, the ferry slip empty, the gangway raised. The fog lay thick over the Sound, the water invisible beneath it. Desmond swept the flashlight along the shoreline, the beam catching rocks, driftwood, a plastic bottle. Nothing. "He might have taken the beach route," Desmond said. The map showed a path along the rocks toward the cannery. The cannery is shuttered. There is nothing there. It is shelter. A child who is scared and cold will find the driest place he can. She turned without answering and started down the narrow path that led from the dock to the beach. The rocks were slick with spray, the tide rising, the water lapping at the edge of the trail. Desmond followed. The path narrowed until they had to walk single file, the rocks uneven and treacherous, the fog pressing in from all sides. The sound of the water grew louder, the surf crashing against the spit, the wind picking up, sharp and bitter. "Tobin!" she called again. Still nothing. Then a sound, a scrape, a falling stone, a small cry cut short. Renske stopped. "There," she said. "Past the bend." They moved faster, half running, the rocks shifting under their feet, the cold wind tearing at their coats. The cannery emerged from the fog, a dark hulk of rusted iron and shattered windows, its roof sagging, its walls leaning into the salt wind. And in front of it, a small figure. Tobin. He was standing at the edge of the water, his coat pulled tight, his shoulders shaking. He had the map in one hand, a flashlight in the other. He was staring at the fog, at the invisible ferry slip, at the water that stretched into nothing. He had nowhere to go. "Tobin." He turned. His face was wet, but he was not crying. His eyes were hollow, the look of a child who had run out of hope before he ran out of road. "The ferry is not coming," he said. "I know." I waited. I checked the schedule. It said it would come, but it did not. Renske stepped forward, slow, her hands visible, her voice lower. "The storm surge canceled it. It will run again at noon. I do not have until noon. Tobin, you have as long as you need." He shook his head, a small, tight motion. "Nell thinks I am wrong. She thinks you are different. But I heard the cook. I heard about the licensing and the transfers. I know what happens when places fail. I know what happens to kids like us." "What happens?" she asked, soft. "They split you up. You never see your sister again. You never see anyone again. You just get sent somewhere new and you start all over." His voice cracked on the last word. Renske did not move closer. She just stood in the fog, letting him see her, letting him know she was not going to grab him or force him or lie. "I cannot promise you that you will never be separated from Nell," she said, "because I cannot control what the state decides. But I can promise you that I will fight for you, that I will not stop fighting, and that you and Nell will never be sent somewhere without warning, without time to prepare, without someone who cares about you telling you the truth." He looked at her. The fog swirled between them. "How do I know you mean it?" She pulled the map from her pocket. She had taken it back before she left the kitchen, folded it, and held it up. "You gave this back to me once already. I'm giving it to you again, because I want you to have a way out if you ever need it. But I'm also asking you to stay. Just for today. Just for one more day." He stared at the map. Then, slowly, he took it. "One day," he said. "One day." He stood there, the map in his hand, the wind pulling at his coat, the fog wrapping around them like something alive. Then Desmond stepped forward. He had been silent, standing at the edge of the path, giving them space, but now he moved into the light, his face soft, his voice quiet. "Tobin," he said, "I know what it is like to run. I know what it is like to plan an escape route because you do not believe the adults will keep you safe. And I know what it is like to be wrong." Tobin looked at him. Desmond held his gaze. "I was wrong about this place," Desmond said. "And I was wrong about her. She is not going to leave, and neither am I." The wind howled. Tobin looked at Desmond, then at Renske. Then, slowly, he took a step forward. "Okay," he said. "One day." Renske let out a breath she did not know she had been holding. She held out her hand. He took it. They walked back through the fog, the three of them, the path slippery and narrow, the cannery disappearing behind them like a ghost. When they reached the dock, Nell was standing at the end of the road, barefoot, her coat thrown over her shoulders, her face pale and fierce. She did not speak. She just grabbed Tobin's arm and pulled him into a hug so tight he gasped. "Do not do that again," she said into his shoulder. I will not. Promise. I promise. Nell looked up at Renske. Her eyes were wet, but her voice was steady. He means it, she said. He does not break promises. Renske nodded. They walked back to the house together, the fog beginning to lift, the sky brightening to a cold gray. Behind them, the cannery sat silent, its rusted walls still, its windows dark. And ahead of them, Harrowgate rose out of the mist, warm and waiting. But Renske knew that one day was not enough. She needed more, and she had no idea how to get it. Chapter 7. The fog lifted as they reached the front steps, but the light it revealed was thin and gray, the kind that promised more rain by noon. Nell did not let go of Tobin's hand. She held it like a tether, like she had been the one running and he had brought her back. Renske stopped at the threshold and looked at them, both small, both pale, both trembling in different ways. Kitchen first, she said. Hot food. Then we talk. Mrs. Abardo was already there. She had arrived sometime during the search, her rain hat hanging on the hook, her sleeves rolled up, a pot of oatmeal already bubbling on the stove. She did not ask where they had been. She just slid 3 plates onto the counter and pointed at the table. Sit. The twins sat. Renske sat across from them. Desmond stood at the counter, his back to the room, his hands braced against the edge like he was holding himself still. Mrs. Abardo set a bowl in front of Tobin. He stared at it. I am not hungry. Eat anyway, she said. Your body does not know the difference between cold and empty. It just knows it needs fuel. He picked up the spoon. Nell was watching Desmond. You found him, she said. Both of you. We found him, Renske said. He did not find himself. You went out there. Yes. Nell's jaw tightened. Her hand was still wrapped around Tobin's wrist, her grip too tight for comfort, but he did not pull away. He promised he would not run again, she said. He does not break promises. I know. But you do not believe him. Renske leaned forward, slow, her elbows on the table, her voice low enough that only Nell could hear. I believe he wants to keep that promise, she said. I also know that fear does not care about promises. Fear waits. It finds the crack. It pushes through. And then you are running before you decide to run. Nell's eyes went wet, but she did not cry. So what do? We make the cracks smaller, Renske said. We give him reasons to stay that are stronger than the reasons to run, and we do not lie to him about how hard that will be. Nell looked at her brother. Tobin was eating. Slow, mechanical bites, but he was eating. The front door opened. A gust of wet wind swept through the hall, and then footsteps, heavy and quick. Found them? The voice belonged to Juniper Velella. She stood in the entrance to the kitchen, saw the twins, and let out a breath that sounded like relief mixed with frustration. Carl called me, she said. Said the whole house was in chaos. Said you two ran out into the storm like amateurs. Renske did not flinch. We found him. Barely, Juniper said. She pulled off her jacket and hung it on the back of a chair. You need a system, a real one. You cannot keep chasing kids through fog in the middle of the night. Desmond turned from the counter. What do you suggest? Juniper looked at him. She had met him twice, 3 times maybe, and each time her expression said she was still deciding what to make of him. Buddy system, she said. Every kid knows who their buddy is. If one runs, the other reports it immediately. No searching alone, no guessing. You build the response into the routine before the crisis happens. Renske nodded. Good. I also suggest you fix the back door by the laundry room. The latch is rusted. A child with determination could push it open with one shoulder. Desmond pulled a notepad from his pocket and wrote something down. Anything else? The boiler. It will hold. It will not. I looked at it this morning. It is running on memory and hope. Desmond's jaw tightened, but he did not argue. Mrs. Abra set a cup of tea in front of Renske. Drink, she said. You look like something the tide left behind. Renske wrapped her hands around the cup. The warmth seeped into her fingers, and she realized how cold she was, how deep the chill had gone. Nell finished her oatmeal and pushed the bowl away. "Can we go upstairs now?" "Yes." Nell stood. Tobin stood with her. They moved together, natural as breath, and Renske watched them disappear into the hall. Juniper picked up her jacket. "I will be back this afternoon with tools," she said. "That door needs fixing before the next storm." She left without waiting for a reply. The kitchen fell quiet. Mrs. Abora busied herself at the sink, her back to them, her movements deliberate and unhurried. She was giving them space to speak, and they both knew it. Desmond was the first to break the silence. "I did not handle it well." Renske looked at him. "You helped bring him back. I talked to him." "That is not handling it. I should have seen it coming. I found the map. I knew what he was planning. I did not prepare for the moment he actually ran." His voice was flat, controlled, the same voice he used for budget reports and staffing schedules. But she heard the edge underneath. She set down her tea. "I did not see it either." "You did. You sat with him. You listened." "I listened, and then I went to sleep, and he ran." Desmond shook his head. "That is not the same." "It is the same result." She stood and carried her cup to the sink. Mrs. Arborough slid a dish towel across the counter and gave her a look that said nothing and everything. Renske turned back to Desmond. "We cannot keep working against each other." "We are not working against each other." "Then why did Tobin believe he had to run?" The question hung in the air. Desmond's hands were still braced against the counter. His knuckles were white, the tendons standing out against the bone. "Because he is a child who has been let down before," he said, "and he does not know the difference between us." The words landed like a weight. Renske felt them settle in her chest. "That is what Nell said, that he does not break promises." "Yes, but we have not made him any promises." Desmond met her eyes. "We made him one. We told him we would keep the house open. We told him we would fight. And then we stood in the hallway and argued about medication schedules while he decided none of it meant anything." Renske opened her mouth to respond, but she could not argue with what he had said, because it was true. Every fight, every cutting remark, every moment of undermining, they had done it in front of the children. The twins had watched, Pilar had watched, Oyeka had watched, and Tobin had drawn his conclusions. "So what do we do?" she asked. Desmond straightened. "We make a rule. No disagreements in front of the children, no contradicting each other, no comments that undermine what the other has said. If we need to fight, we do it behind closed doors. And when one of us breaks it, then we deal with it, together." Renske studied him. His face was tired, his collar still damp from the fog, his hair mussed in a way she had never seen. He looked less like the man who had arrived with closure paperwork and more like someone who had been running the house for months. "Can you do that?" she asked. "Can you stop yourself from correcting me in front of them?" He considered the question. "I can try. That is not a promise. It is the most honest one I have." She let out a breath. "It will not hold," she said. "Not perfectly. We are going to slip. We are going to fall back into the habits. And we do better the next time." She nodded, slowly. "One rule," she said. "No undermining. Not in front of the house." Desmond extended his hand. She looked at it. His palm was open, his fingers steady, his gray eyes fixed on hers. She took it. His grip was warm, firmer than she expected, and when she pulled her hand back, she felt the echo of it like a brand. Mrs. Ibarra turned from the sink. "Good," she said. "Now clean up. The oatmeal is not going to eat itself." The morning moved in small tasks: dishes, laundry, calls to the ferry office to confirm the noon schedule. Renske checked on the twins twice, found them in their room, Nell reading aloud from a dog-eared paperback while Tobin traced the route on his map with one finger. He was studying it, planning. But he had not folded it back into his pocket. She left the door open. At noon, the storm broke. The clouds shifted, the rain softened, and a pale sun pushed through the gray. But there was a silence, a heavy one, and when Renske walked past the staircase, she saw why. Pilar was standing in the middle of the hallway. The storm-damaged wall was lit by a beam of watery light, cold and clear, the cracked plaster raw under the exposure, covered in a mural. Renske stopped. It was Harrowgate. But not Harrowgate as it was. Harrowgate as a warped creature, leaning over the water, its windows like eyes, its doors like teeth. Two monsters stood at the entrance, one with claws and a sharp suit, the other lean with smoke rising from its shoulders. And between them, on the staircase, a cluster of smaller figures, small enough to be children. Renske's breath caught. Behind her, Desmond came to a stop. He said nothing. He just stared at the wall, and the silence told Renske everything she needed to know. He saw it too. The children were caught between them, and the mural had made it real. Chapter 8. Renske could not look away from the wall. The monster house leaned over the water like it might drink the bay. Its windows were yellow and slit-pupilled. Its doors opened like a jaw unhinged, and at the entrance, two figures stood guard. The one on the left wore a suit made of knives. Its claws were spread, its mouth a straight line, its gray eyes empty sockets. Desmond. The one on the right was lean and burning. Smoke curled from its shoulders. Its hands were open, but the palms were raw, blistered, bleeding onto the floor. Herself. And between them, on the staircase, the children. Small figures with no faces, pressed against the wall, clinging to the rail, caught in the space where the two monsters faced each other and did not look down. Renske felt the air leave her chest. Behind her, Desmond had not moved. She could hear him breathing, low and controlled, the same rhythm he used when the boiler failed or the budget numbers did not add up. He was processing it as a problem. She was still trying to survive it. Pilar stood at the end of the hallway, her hands stained with acrylic, her face unreadable. She had a tube of black paint in one fist and a brush in the other, and she looked at them like she had been waiting for this moment, waiting to see what they would do. The silence stretched. Renske heard footsteps behind her, light ones, someone else coming to see what the stillness was about. "Wow," Nell said. She stopped next to Renske, Tobin a half step behind her. The twins stared at the wall, their mouths slightly open. "It is us," Tobin said. It was not a question. "It is the house," Pilar said. "And what lives in it?" Renske found her voice. "Is that what you see?" Pilar tilted her head. The gesture was bird-like, assessing, a 14-year-old girl weighing whether the adult before her could hold the answer. "I see what everyone sees," she said. "I just draw it." Desmond moved at last. He walked past Renske, past the twins, and stopped in front of the mural, close enough to touch it, close enough to count the brushstrokes in the smoke rising from her shoulders. "The inspection is in 6 days," he said. His voice was flat. 6 days, he repeated. "And we have a wall covered in illustrated truth," Pilar said. "A liability. Art." Desmond turned to face her. His gray eyes were hard, but his jaw was tight in a way Renske had started to recognize. He was holding something back. "Pilar," he said, "you cannot paint the front hall without asking." "I did not ask." "No, you did not." "Because you would have said no." "Yes." "Then I was right not to ask." Renske stepped forward before Desmond could respond. "She is not wrong." Desmond looked at her. "Excuse me?" "The mural." Renske pointed at the smoke rising from her own shoulders. "That is accurate. I am burning. I have been burning since I arrived. And I am made of knives." "I did not say that part. You did not have to." Pilar watched them with sharp, knowing eyes. She did not smile. "You are doing it again," she said. "Doing what?" Renske asked. "Fighting, right here, in front of us." The words landed like a slap. Renske looked at the twins, still standing in the hallway, still pressed against the wall like the figures in the mural. Tobin had his hand on Nell's sleeve. Nell had her chin up, defiant, but her eyes were wet. "I saw her painting it," Nell said. "Last night. She worked until the storm broke." "And you did not tell anyone," Desmond said. "You would have made her stop." "Yes, that is why I did not tell." Renske turned back to the wall. The monster house stared back at her. Its windows were yellow, its doors were open. The children on the staircase had no faces, no hands, no way to hold on. She thought of Tobin's map, his supplies, his route to the ferry. She thought of the boiler failing, the budget bleeding, the inspection in 6 days. And she thought of Pilar, standing in the hallway at 3 a.m, painting the truth onto cracked plaster because no one else would say it. "What do we do with it?" she asked. Desmond's voice came from behind her. "We paint over it, before the inspector sees it and files it as evidence of instability." Pilar's hand tightened on the brush. "It is the only honest thing in this house. It is a picture of Child Protective Services as a monster eating children. It is a picture of you." Desmond went still. The silence was worse than the argument would have been. Renske looked at the mural again. The knife suit, the burning shoulders, the children with no faces pressed against the stairs. "Can you cover it?" she asked Pilar. "No." "Can you change it?" Pilar considered. "If you help." Desmond turned sharply. "We do not have time for a group art project. We have a licensing inspection in 6 days. We have a boiler that could fail at any moment. We have children who are mapping escape routes instead of sleeping." "I know," Renske said. "Then why are you entertaining this?" She met his eyes. "Because if we paint over it without her consent, we prove her right." Desmond opened his mouth, closed it. The twins were still watching. Tobin had stopped tracing his map. Nell had stopped glaring. They were waiting, both of them, to see which way the adults would break. Pilar held her ground. "I will primer it," she said. "I will cover the whole thing, but I get to paint something else in its place." "What?" "I do not know yet." "When?" "Before the inspection." Desmond shook his head. "That is not a plan. That is a wish." "It is the offer," Renske said. She did not look away from Pilar. "We primer the wall today. We let the plaster dry overnight, and tomorrow you show us what you want to put in its place." Pilar studied her. "And if you do not like it, then we negotiate. And if I do not like what you want, then we keep negotiating." The girl looked at the mural. Her eyes moved over it slowly, tracing the smoke, the claws, the faceless children. 2 days, she said. 2 days, Renske agreed. Desmond said nothing, but he did not stop them. The primer went on at dusk. Renske rolled the first coat over the knife suit while Pilar edged the window with a brush. The gray paint swallowed the yellow eyes, the open jaw, the children clinging to the staircase. It felt like erasing a warning. Desmond worked in the kitchen making calls. She caught fragments through the wall, vendor verifications, supply orders. The careful, clinical language of a man trying to stabilize a sinking ship by calculating the weight of every plank. When the primer was finished, Pilar stepped back. The wall was blank, white, clean. It looked like a new beginning. It felt like a held breath. "Tomorrow," Renske said. "Tomorrow," Pilar agreed. She put the brush in the jar and walked away without looking back. Renske stood alone in the hallway. The primer was still wet. The smell of latex and plaster filled the air. Somewhere in the house, a child laughed, a door closed, and the boiler coughed through another cycle. 6 days until the inspection. 40 children between them, and a wall waiting for whatever came next. Chapter 9. The primer had dried overnight to a flat, seamless white. Renske touched it at dawn. The plaster was cool beneath the paint. No ghost of the knife suit bled through. No yellow eyes watched from the walls. But she felt them anyway. She found Desmond in the kitchen before the children came down. He was standing over a cup of coffee that had gone cold, a notebook open beside him, columns of figures in his precise hand. "The wall is dry," she said. He did not look up. "The wall is a liability. If the inspector sees fresh primer over damaged plaster, he will ask what was underneath." "We tell him the truth. Storm damage. Repairs in progress." "And if he asks who painted the mural?" "Pilar will not say. Neither will the twins." Desmond set the pen down. "That is not a plan. That is hoping the inspector does not ask the right questions." Renske poured herself coffee. The mug was chipped. She held it anyway. "Then we fix the plaster properly. We call Juniper. We get the wall repainted before the inspection, not just primered." His jaw moved. The notch in his eyebrow caught the morning light. With what budget? I will find one. You cannot find money that does not exist. Then we use labor instead. Juniper promised tools. The kids can help with prep. Mrs. Arbor will feed everyone. You and I will paint. Desmond looked at her. 40 children, 1 wall, 6 days. You said yourself, the house needs to look stable. A fresh coat of paint, a repaired wall, something that shows we are maintaining the property instead of letting it rot. He considered her. That is manipulative. It is strategic. Same thing. Pick one you can live with. Desmond picked up his pen again. He made a note in the margin. Juniper gets here by 9. I will call her. You get the children organized. We do this properly or not at all. Renske nodded, but she was watching his hand as he wrote. He had not once said no. Juniper arrived at 9:17 with a truck full of plaster, sandpaper, primer, and paint. She looked at the blank wall in the hallway. You erased it. We covered it, Renske said. Same thing? No. She gets to paint something new. Juniper studied the wall a moment. Then she shrugged and set down her tools. Then we make this wall perfect. Fresh plaster, smooth edges, no cracks. Give her a good surface to work with. She handed Renske a scraper. Start peeling the loose paint. I will patch the holes. The children materialized slowly. First, the older ones, drawn by the noise and the unfamiliar smell of plaster. Oninka leaned in the doorway with his arms crossed, watching Juniper work with an expression that could have been curiosity or contempt. What is this? Repair day, Renske said. For what? The wall, the storm damage, the cracks. Onia looked at the blank white surface. That is not all that was here. No, it is not. He was silent a moment. Then he picked up a sanding block. Someone needs to do the edges right. The primer's thick near the baseboard. Juniper handed him a dust mask. Show me what you got. By 10 o'clock, the hallway was full of children. Tobin and Nell had claimed a corner with a bucket of warm water and rags, scrubbing old paint splatter off the floorboards. Pilar sat on the stairs with a sketchbook, watching but not drawing, her eyes moving between the wall and the children filling the space. Desmond appeared with a ladder and a roller. He did not announce himself. He did not give instructions. He simply set the ladder against the wall, poured paint into a tray, and began rolling the highest section. Renske watched him. He worked without condescension, without correction. He did not direct the children or critique their technique. He painted the ceiling edge with the same quiet precision he applied to a budget sheet, and when Tobin asked him to move the ladder so he could reach a stubborn spot of old glue, Desmond moved it without a word. No condescension, no distance, just work. She caught his eye across the hallway. He looked away first, but not before she saw something shift in his face. Mrs. Barbara arrived at noon with a pot of stew and a stack of plates. You cannot paint on empty stomachs, she announced. Eat first, argue later. She set up a makeshift table on the front porch and began serving the children in shifts. The hallway emptied in bursts, then filled again, the rhythm of labor and food and voices blending into something that felt almost natural. Juniper ate standing up, her hands covered in plaster dust. Boiler next, she said. If the wall passes inspection and the heat fails, none of this matters. How bad is it? Renske asked. Bad enough that I should have fixed it last month, but I was busy. Too busy for Harrowgate? Juniper looked at her. I was busy convincing myself I did not owe this place anything. Turns out, I was wrong. She went back to her plaster. By late afternoon, the wall was smooth, the cracks were filled, the loose paint had been scraped. The surface was clean, even, ready for whatever Pilar chose to put on it. Renske found the girl sitting alone on the stairs. Tomorrow, she said. You have the first coat. Pilar nodded, but her eyes were strange, not defiant, not guarded, curious. I put something under the primer, she said. Renske's stomach tightened. What? A line. Just a line, under the children. So if anyone ever sands this wall down, they will know something was there. She met Trendy eyes. People forget. They paint over things and pretend they never happened. But I wanted someone to remember. Renske did not know what to say. So she sat down on the step beside Pilar, and for a long while, neither of them spoke. Desmond found her there an hour later, alone, the hallway empty. "The wall is done," he said. "Juniper is packing up. The children are in the dining room." "I know." He did not leave. "You told Pilar she could paint whatever she wanted." "Yes, that is a risk. Everything in this house is a risk." He looked at the wall, the flat white surface, the new plaster, the clean edges. "If it fails, the inspector will see it. We will lose the home." "I know. And you are doing it anyway." "Yes." He was silent. Then he picked up the last paintbrush, washed it in the bucket, and set it on the tray. "I will make sure the plaster holds over the boiler room tonight. Juniper said it needs to cure for another day." Renske watched him go. He had not said she was wrong. He had not argued. He had simply stayed. The hallway settled into silence. The smell of plaster and paint and stew hung in the air. Outside, the fog began to roll in from the sound, gray and thick and full of rain. Renske touched the wall one last time. Tomorrow, Pilar would paint something new, and whatever it was, they would have to live with it. She turned toward the dining room. The children were waiting. Desmond was waiting, and the inspection was 6 days away. Chapter 10. The prep visit came at 9 in the morning, and the house was not ready. Renske heard the car before she saw it. The low grind of gravel under tires, the cut of an engine. She was standing in the front hall with a paint rag still in her hand, the primered wall drying behind her, the smell of plaster thick enough to taste. She opened the door before he knocked. Mikhail Quaid was shorter than she had imagined. Compact, clean-shaven, with the kind of eyes that did not miss much, and the kind of mouth that did not waste words on comfort. He carried a leather clipboard and a digital camera, and he nodded at her like they had already met. "Miss Okorafor, Mr. Quaid." He stepped inside and looked at the hallway. Not at her, at the ceiling corners, the baseboards, the way the light fell through the window and caught the new plaster in patches. "You have been busy." It was not a question. "We are addressing the deferred maintenance," she said, systematically. "The roof? Scheduled for next week, temporary patch in place. The boiler? Being assessed by a local contractor." He wrote something down. Renske did not try to see what. She led him through the ground floor. He moved, slowly, methodically, his eye running along the edges of every room. He stopped at the kitchen to check the fire extinguisher, the electrical outlets near the sink, the date stamp on the milk cartons in the cooler. He did not criticize. He simply noted. Desmond appeared at the kitchen door. "Mr. Quaid." "Mr. Achterberg." They did not shake hands. They did not need to. "The East Wing," Desmond said. "The children are in the common room. We can continue there." The common room was clean. Renske had made sure of it. The children were arranged in clusters, some reading, some drawing, some simply sitting with the particular stillness of kids who had been told to behave and were trying very hard. Mrs. Abarba had brought fresh bread that morning, and the smell of it cut through the institutional air. Mikhail did not ask to see the children. He asked to see the schedule, the staffing logs, the medication records, the fire drill documentation. Renske answered each question with the facts she had. No padding, no excuses. Desmond stood beside her and did not interrupt. Then Mikhail turned to the children. He did it casually, almost gently. He knelt beside a small girl named Lena, who was 6, and had only been at Harrowgate for 3 weeks. She was drawing a cat with a crooked tail, her tongue pressed against her upper lip in concentration. "That is a good cat," Mikhail said. Lena looked up. "What is your name?" "Lena." "Lena, do you like it here?" The question was simple, the kind of question any adult might ask any child. But Renske saw Lena's hands stop moving, saw the way her shoulders went tight, the way her eyes darted to the door, to the window, to the faces around her. "It is okay," Lena said. "Do you feel safe?" Lena did not answer. Her breathing changed, shallow, fast. Her small hand crumpled the edge of her drawing. Renske moved before she thought. She crossed the room and lowered herself to the floor beside Lena, not between her and Mikhail, but next to her, a shoulder the child could feel without having to look. "Lena," she said quietly, You do not have to answer any question you do not want to. You can nod or shake your head. You can say nothing at all. Lena's breath hitched. Renske did not tell her to calm down. She did not say it was okay. She simply sat there, steady, her arm a few inches from the girl's small back. After a long moment, Lena nodded. Renske looked up at Mikhail. She is still settling in, she said. 3 weeks is not long. Mikhail's expression did not change. He made a note, and then he turned to Desmond. The silence that followed was the kind that could break something, or hold it together. Renske watched Desmond's face. She saw the slight tightening at his jaw, the flicker in his gray eyes. He had been standing still the whole time, his arms at his sides, his body angled toward the exchange. He could correct her. He could say she had interrupted a standard assessment. He could draw attention to the protocols she had just sidestepped, the documentation trail she had chosen not to follow, the precedent she was setting by letting a child refuse a simple question. He could undermine her in front of the state, and then he spoke. Ms. Okorafor is right. Lena arrived 3 weeks ago from a placement that was not stable. We are building trust, slowly. Pushing too hard now would set that back. His voice was calm, professional, as if he were simply stating a fact. Mikhail looked at him, then he looked at Renske, then he made another note. I will be returning in 5 days for the full inspection, he said. I expect to see continued progress on the structural issues, a completed staff schedule, and updated medication logs. He closed his clipboard. That was well handled. He said it to both of them, but his eyes lingered on Renske. She did not know if it was approval or acknowledgement or something else entirely. He let himself out. The front door clicked shut. The car engine turned over, and the gravel crunched as he drove away. Renske stayed on the floor beside Lena, her hand finally resting on the small girl's shoulder. Lena picked up her pencil and finished the cat's crooked tail. The house exhaled. Renske looked at Desmond. He was still standing by the door, his face unreadable, his hands loose at his sides. He had not undercut her. He had backed her up. And she did not know what to do with that. She opened her mouth to say something, to thank him, to ask why, to bridge the space between them that kept narrowing and widening like the tide. Then she heard footsteps in the hall. Tobin was standing at the foot of the stairs, his eyes fixed on her face. Is he gone? Yes, Renske said. He is gone. Tobin did not relax. He looked at the door, then at the window, then back at Renske. He will be back in 5 days, he said. It was not a question. Yes, Tobin nodded. He turned and walked back up the stairs. Renske watched him go. When she looked back, Desmond was gone. The kitchen door was swinging. The hallway was empty, and the primered wall gleamed white under the morning light, waiting for whatever Pilar would put on it. Renske pressed her palm flat against the cool surface. 5 days, and a house full of children who had just watched 2 strangers learn whether they could hold together. She walked toward the kitchen. Desmond was at the counter, pouring coffee into 2 mugs. He did not look up when she entered. He simply slid one of the mugs across the counter toward her. She took it. That was not what I expected, she said. What did you expect? You to correct me, in front of him. He took a sip of his coffee. I told you I would not undermine you in front of the children. He is not a child. No, Desmond set his mug down. But Lena is. Their eyes met. The air between them felt different, charged, like the moment before a storm breaks or before the tide turns. Renske did not look away, and the kitchen door swung open, and Pilar Mota stood in the frame, her sketchbook pressed against her chest. I know what I'm going to paint, she said. She held Renske's gaze for a long moment, and there was something in her eyes, not defiance, not triumph, certainty. She turned and walked toward the hallway, and Renske knew with a certainty of her own that whatever Pilar painted next would change the way everyone in this house saw themselves. Chapter 11. The kitchen door swung, and Pilar's footsteps faded toward the hallway. Renske did not move. The coffee mug sat warm against her palms, and Desmond stood across the counter, his gray eyes unreadable. The moment stretched between them, elastic and strange. The air in the kitchen felt thinner than it had 5 minutes ago, lighter, like someone had cracked a window. "You did not have to do that," she said. "Yes, I did." "No, you could have taken the protocol position. Quaid would have respected that." Desmond set his mug down. Lena would have remembered it. The words were simple, flat, but they landed in her chest with a weight she did not expect. She looked at him, really looked. The slight notch through his right eyebrow, the sharp jaw, the way he stood with his weight balanced like a man who had learned to brace for impact. The charcoal suit was still immaculate, but something about it no longer felt like armor. She swallowed. "We should talk about what happens next." "Meaning?" "Meaning Quaid will be back in 5 days. The boiler is barely holding. Juniper is coming to look at it tomorrow, but if it fails during the inspection, we are done." Desmond did not flinch. "Then we make sure it holds for 5 days. That is not a plan. It is a start." She almost laughed. Almost. But the sound died in her throat. The kitchen door swung open again, and Tobin stood in the frame. His face was pale. His hands were shoved deep into his pockets, and he was not looking at Desmond. He was looking at her. "Can I talk to you?" Renske set the mug down. "Of course." She crossed the kitchen, and Tobin stepped back into the hallway, leading her past the primered wall toward the stairs. He moved like a creature tracking sound, his shoulders tight, his eyes scanning the corridor. He stopped at the foot of the stairs. "You promised me the truth," he said. "I did. Before anything happens. Before they take us. I remember." Tobin looked at the floor, then back at her. "Nell thinks we are safe now, because you and him stopped fighting today, because he backed you up." Renske did not answer. "But I saw how Quaid looked at the boiler room," Tobin said. "I saw him write something down when he passed the pipes." Her stomach tightened. "He might come back and find something wrong," Tobin said, "and then he will take us." The words were quiet, calm, as if he had rehearsed them. "Is there something you need to tell me?" Renske asked. Tobin hesitated. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out a folded piece of paper. He handed it to her. She unfolded it. It was a hand-drawn map of the lower floor with the boiler room marked in red. A small note in the corner read, "Crack in the back wall. Water coming in slow. Might get worse." Her eyes lifted to his. "Did you draw this?" "No, Pilar did. She gave it to me this morning. She said I should show you before Quaid comes back." Renske looked at the map again. The detail was precise, almost architectural. The crack was drawn with cross-hatching, the water seepage marked with blue pencil. She folded the map carefully and tucked it into her pocket. "Thank you." Tobin nodded. 5 days, he said. Then he turned and walked up the stairs, his footsteps soft, his shoulders still tight. Renske stood at the foot of the stairs for a long moment, the map pressing against her hip. She thought of Pilar's certainty in the kitchen, the way she had held her sketchbook against her chest, the way she had walked toward the hallway without looking back. She thought of the hidden line under the prawer. She thought of what the knife suit mural had shown her. 2 monsters at the door, children caught between them, and faceless figures on the stairs. Something was wrong. Not just the inspection, not just the boiler. Something else. She walked back toward the kitchen. Desmond was still there, standing at the counter, his back to her. He was holding his coffee mug, but he was not drinking. He was staring out the window at the gray sky. He did not turn when she entered. "Where were you before you came here?" she asked. The question was sharp, direct. Desmond set his mug down. "Consulting, restructuring, the usual." "That is not what I asked." He turned, his gray eyes met hers. "Portland. A group of transitional housing programs. The state brought me in to evaluate sustainability." And they closed 3 of them. The words landed flat, matter of fact. "But you knew that already." Renske did not blink. "I read your file. Yes. Then why ask?" "Because I want to hear you say it." Desmond studied her. "I made recommendations based on the data," he said. "The programs were failing. The children in them were absorbing the consequences of adult denial. I told the state what they needed to hear." "And you felt good about that?" "I felt necessary." The word hung between them. Renske crossed her arms. "And Harrowgate? What do you feel about this place now?" Desmond was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, "I feel like I do not know yet." He was not avoiding the question. He was answering it honestly. She did not know what to do with that. The front door opened. Footsteps crossed the threshold, wet and heavy. "Renske, Desmond!" It was Juniper's voice, strained and urgent. They moved together, reaching the hallway at the same moment. Juniper stood in the open doorway, rain streaming from her jacket, her face tight. "The boiler," she said. "I came early to check on it." Her voice cracked. "It is worse than I thought." Renske felt the map press against her hip. She looked at Desmond. His face was still, controlled. But she saw his hand tighten at his side. "Show us," he said. Juniper turned, and they followed her into the rain. Chapter 12. The boiler room smelled of rust and damp heat. Juniper had a flashlight trained on the back wall where a crack ran from the floor joint up to the pipe casing, thin as a hair in some places, wide enough to slip a fingernail into near the base. Renske touched the wall beside it. The plaster felt spongy. "How long?" Desmond asked. "Days," Juniper said. "Maybe less if the weather turns colder and the system cycles harder." "The inspection is in 5 days." "I know." Desmond stood very still, his gray eyes tracing the crack like he was reading a sentence he already knew the ending of. Then he turned and walked out without another word. Renske caught up to him in the side yard. Rain sheeted across the gravel between them. "We need supplies," she said. "Plaster, sealant, maybe a pump if the seepage gets worse." "I know what we need." "Then where are you going?" He stopped at the edge of the yard with the path led toward the Spit road. His jacket was already soaked through at the shoulders. "The ferry. Juniper's truck won't carry everything in one trip. I need to call in some favors." Renske watched him stand there in the rain, water running down his face, and she realized he was not avoiding her. He was waiting for her to object. "I will come with you," she said. He did not argue. The ferry kitchen was warm and loud with the sound of the lunch crowd. Mrs. Achterberg moved between the counter and the grill with the efficiency of someone who had been running this room for 20 years and would run it for 20 more if the island had anything to say about it. She looked up when they came through the door. "Trouble finds you fast," she said. "The boiler," Renske said. Mrs. Achterberg nodded like she had expected that answer. She slid 2 mugs across the counter without being asked. "Sit," he tint. "Then we talk." They sat at the far end of the counter, away from the dock workers and the ferry crew. The mug was warm against Renske's palms. She had not realized how cold she was. Desmond sat beside her, upright, his coffee untouched. He was watching the room. "You know half the people in here," Renske said. "I know what they think of me. Is that why you came?" He turned his mug in a slow circle. "I came because we need supplies. What they think does not change that." The words were flat, but his jaw was tight. A man at the counter 2 stools down laughed at something, loud and sharp. His companion said something in a lower voice, and the first man laughed again, looking over his shoulder at Desmond. Renske felt the shift before she understood it. "That him?" the man said, loud enough for the room to hear. His companion shrugged. The man stood. He was heavy, with the weathered face of someone who worked the water and the hard confidence of someone used to being listened to. "You are the consultant," he said, "the one they brought in to shut the place down." Desmond did not turn. "I am the co-director of Harrowgate Home." "Yeah? And what were you before that?" The kitchen went quiet. Someone set a mug down too hard. Renske slid off her stool and stepped between them before she knew she was moving. "He is with me," she said. "And you are done." The man looked at her, sized her up. "I got a kid sister who aged out of that place," he said. "Came out with nothing but a garbage bag and a habit. So forgive me if I do not tip my cap to the suit who showed up to finish what the state started." "I said you are done." The man's eyes flicked to Desmond, still seated, still calm, still not turning. "He got you doing his talking, Farm?" "He does not need me to do his talking. I am doing mine." Renske held his gaze. She did not raise her voice. She did not flinch. "Here is what you need to know," she said. "Harrowgate is still open. The children are still there. And the man you are running your mouth about just spent the morning in a boiler room that is actively failing, trying to keep the heat on for 40 kids who do not have anywhere else to go. She took a breath. He is the one who stayed. You are the one who left. The man stared at her. Then he turned back to his coffee. The kitchen exhaled. Someone laughed, somewhere, nervous and relieved. The grill spat. Mrs. Abar appeared beside Renske with a plate. She did not say anything. She just set it down and went back to the counter. Renske sat. Her hands were shaking. Desmond was looking at her, not with surprise, not with gratitude, something quieter. "Why did you do that?" he asked. "Because he was wrong." "That is not what I asked." She looked at her coffee. "I do not know," she said. But she did. She had defended him because she believed what she said. That was the part she could not yet name. The ferry horn sounded. The kitchen stirred back to life. Desmond stood. He left money on the counter, more than the coffee cost. "I will meet you at the hardware store in 20 minutes, he said. He walked out into the rain. Renske stayed at the counter. Mrs. Abro came over and refilled her mug without asking. "You meant it," Mrs. Abro said. "Meant what?" "Every word you said about him." Renske did not answer. "The island talks," Mrs. Abro said. "Most of it is noise, but some of it is fear dressed up as certainty. He knows the difference. That is why he did not answer the man." Renske turned the mug in her hands. "What do they say about him?" "That he was sent here to cut the place open and let it bleed out. That he does not care about the children. That he is Elias Harrowgate's ghost come back to finish what the old man started." "And you?" Mrs. Abra wiped the counter with a slow, deliberate motion. "I have been watching him," she said. "He is not what the noise says he is." She looked at Renske. "Neither are you." Renske walked to the hardware store through the rain, the map pressing against her hip, the coffee still warm in her stomach. Desmond was already there, talking to the clerk about sealant grades and pipe wrap. His voice was low and precise. He knew what he needed. She stood at the door and watched him. He had not told her where he was from. He had not told her why he could not leave. He had admitted he did not know how he felt about Harrowgate yet, and she had defended him to a stranger with nothing but instinct and the truth. She stepped inside. The clerk handed Desmond a roll of pipe wrap and a bucket of hydraulic cement. Desmond turned and saw her. "Did Mrs. Auber say something?" "She said the island talks." He nodded. "She is right." "What else do they say?" Desmond hefted the bucket. "Some of it is true." He walked past her toward the register. Renske followed. "Which parts?" He set the bucket on the counter and pulled out his wallet. "I told you already. I closed 3 transitional homes in Portland. I came here to do the same." "And now?" He looked at her. "Now I am buying sealant for a boiler I should have let fail." He paid. He took the receipt. He walked out. Renske stood at the counter. The clerk looked at her. "Ma'am, you need something?" She shook her head. She stepped back out into the rain. Desmond was loading the supplies into the bed of Juniper's truck. His sleeves were wet. His hands were careful. She walked over and picked up the other end of the pipe wrap. "Which parts are true?" she asked. He did not look at her. "All of it," he said. "I am the man who came here to close it." He lifted the bucket into the truck bed. "But I am still here." He turned. "And so are you." The rain came down harder. Renske looked past him toward the ferry dock, where the boat was already pulling away from the slip. The island was quiet under the gray sky, but she could feel something shifting. Not the boiler, not the inspection, something between them. Chapter 13. The first cough came at 3 in the morning. Renske heard it through the wall, thin and ragged, the kind of sound a child tries to muffle into a pillow so no one notices. She was already awake, still dressed from the hardware run, the cracked watch on her wrist reading 3:07. By 5:00 a.m., 3 more children were coughing. By 7 o'clock, a girl from the east dormitory was vomiting in the hallway. Mrs. Abarbara arrived before the breakfast shift, not in her ferry uniform, but in a worn canvas apron with a cast-iron pot in one hand and a plastic crate of supplies in the other. She took one look at the child on the stairs, the pale faces clustered at the railing, and the pile of damp towels already accumulating by the bathroom door. "How many?" "4 confirmed," Renske said. "Maybe more." Mrs. Achterberg set down the pot. Then we stop counting and start moving. She opened the crate. Bleach, ibuprofen, electrolyte powder, a box of surgical masks, and a leather-bound ledger with pages so worn the corners curled like old paper. I keep track of what the island owes this house, she said, flipping it open. Today I start collecting. The flu moved through Harrowgate like tide through a broken seawall. By noon, 8 children were symptomatic. By evening, 14. The dining room became a triage station, cots dragged in from storage, blankets spread over every flat surface, a bucket of bleach water stationed at the door like a border crossing. Mrs. Achterberg worked the kitchen with quiet ferocity, boiling broth, measuring doses, sending Tobin and Nell on supply runs between the pantry and the sick rooms because they were the only children still standing. Tobin wore a surgical mask pulled up to his eyes and carried electrolyte cups on a tray without being asked. Nell followed him with a stack of clean towels, her face set in the same grim focus Renske had seen on adults in emergency rooms. They will not get it, Renske told her. You do not know that. I know you are helping. That is what matters. Nell looked at her for a long moment, then followed her brother into the east dormitory. Desmond disappeared into the office at 2:00 p.m. and emerged an hour later with a handwritten schedule. Rotating shifts, he said, pinning it to the corkboard in the kitchen. 4 hours on, 2 hours off. No one runs more than 2 consecutive shifts. Renske read it. His name was on every overnight slot. You cannot do that. I can. I do not sleep well anyway. That is not the same as not sleeping at all. He looked at her. Neither of us gets to choose what we can afford right now. He walked past her toward the boiler room, carrying a bucket of hydraulic cement. She watched him hoe. The second night was worse. A 7-year-old named Marcus spiked a fever of 104 and started crying for a mother Renske knew was in a treatment facility 3 counties away. She sat beside him on the floor, one hand on his chest, feeling his ribs rise and fall under her palm like a bird caught in a cage. Breathe with me, she said. He tried. She counted aloud, slow and steady, until his breathing evened out and his eyes drifted shut. By the time she stood up, her knees had gone numb and her back was a single knot of pain. Desmond was in the hallway. He had a stack of soiled sheets under one arm and a bottle of disinfectant in the other hand. Marcus? Asleep. Good. He did not stop. He kept moving toward the laundry room, where the washing machine had been running for 18 hours straight. Renske followed. When did you last sit down? I do not remember. Desmond. His hair was coming untucked. There was a streak of bleach on his forearm, pale against his skin like a scar that had not settled yet. I will sit when the children stop coughing, he said. That could be days. Then I will sit in days. He disappeared into the laundry room. The machine churned. Renske stood in the hallway and listened to the house breathe around her. Mrs. Achterberg found her at 2:00 a.m., leaning against the kitchen counter with a cold cup of coffee in her hands. You look like something the tide left behind. Thank you. It was not a compliment. Mrs. Achterberg took the cup from her hands and replaced it with a bowl of broth. Drink, then sleep. I will watch the east dormitory. I cannot. You can. You will. Because if you fall, the children notice. And if the children notice, they panic. And panic makes fever worse. Renske looked at the broth. It smelled like ginger and garlic and something earthy she could not name. Where did you learn this? I had 5 brothers, Mrs. Achterberg said, and a mother who worked double shifts. You learn to keep the house running or you learn to watch it fall. She turned back to the stove. I chose to keep it running. Renske drank the broth. It was hot. It was good. She slept for 2 hours on the cot in the dining room, wrapped in a blanket that smelled like bleach and Mrs. Achterberg's kitchen. When she woke, Desmond was sitting on the floor beside Marcus's cot, a cool cloth pressed to the boy's forehead, his voice so low she could not make out the words. His back was to her. He did not know she was watching. She watched anyway. She watched the way his hand did not tremble, the way he adjusted the cloth without waking the child, the way he stayed. She closed her eyes. When she opened them, he was gone. The cloth was still on Marcus's forehead. The third morning, Renske found the hallway wall half-painted. Pilar stood on a ladder in the same spot where the monster mural had been, a brush in her hand and a smear of cobalt blue across her cheek. The blank white wall was no longer blank. A shape was emerging, something curved and soft, the edge of a wing or the bend of an arm. "You started." "I had time," Pilar said without turning. "No one sleeps anyway. Might as well make it worth something." "What is it?" Pilar paused. "I do not know yet." She dipped the brush. "But it is not a monster." Renske left her to work. She walked past the boiler room where Juniper was already elbow-deep in pipes, muttering something about compression and prayer. Past the kitchen, where Mrs. Ibarra was assigning supply runs to Nell and Tobin like a general deploying scouts. Past the office, where Desmond had pinned the shift schedule and the budget report and a list of inspection benchmarks side by side on the corkboard, the handwriting precise, the priorities clear. She stopped. The paper was fresh, the list was short. 1. Boiler functional before inspection. 2. No child untreated. 3. Wall passable. 4. Payroll presentable. Not a single mention of himself. She touched the edge of the paper. Then she turned and walked back to the infirmary. The children were waiting. The fever was not done yet, and neither was the house. Chapter 14. The house settled into a rhythm that felt like drowning. Renske lost track of which day it was. The hours blurred together in a cycle of thermometers, cool cloths, electrolyte cups, and the wet sound of coughs echoing through the hallways. She moved from cot to cot, counting breaths, checking foreheads, replacing water cups that no one drank. Mrs. Ibarra rotated the children in shifts. Tobin and Nell ran supplies until their legs gave out, and they curled up together on a hallway mattress, still in their clothes. Juniper came up from the boiler room at intervals, hands black with grease, to report that the machine was holding by what she called habit and spite. Renske nodded at each update. She did not remember responding. The clock in the dining room read 3:00 a.m. when she realized she had not sat down in 19 hours. Her legs felt like they belonged to someone else. Her vision had developed a soft flutter at the edges, like moths beating against glass. She walked the infirmary corridor anyway. The children slept in uneven clusters. Marcus had a new, cool cloth on his forehead, still damp. Next to him, a 5-year-old named Eva had kicked her blanket off and lay curled in a tight ball, her thumb in her mouth. Renske adjusted the blanket. She kept walking. The light in the isolation room at the end of the hall was on. The door was cracked open, a thin blade of yellow falling across the floorboards. She knew that room. It had been a storage closet once, narrow, windowless, with a single cot they had moved in when the outbreak spread faster than the dormitories could contain. 3 children with the highest fevers were isolated there to protect the others. She pushed the door open. Desmond sat on the floor beside the cot. He had not heard her coming. His back was to the door, his shoulders curved forward, his hands resting on the edge of the mattress with a stillness that did not belong to the man she knew. The child in the cot was Eva's older brother, Mateo. He was 6 years old, small for his age, with a round face and a habit of humming while he drew. His fever had hit 104.5 at midnight. Renske had helped Mrs. Abra strip him to his undershirt and pack cold compresses around his neck and armpits. Now Desmond was doing what she had done. His hand moved in a slow, steady arc, pressing a fresh cloth to Mateo's forehead. The boy was not conscious. His breathing was shallow and fast, his skin flushed an uneven red in the dim light. Desmond did not rush. He held the cloth in place, counting the seconds, then lifted it, dipped it in the bowl of water at his knee, wrung it out, and placed it again. The motion was precise, automatic, like a ritual he had performed 1,000 times before. Renske stayed in the doorway. She should have announced herself. She should have said something, made a sound, stepped back, given him the privacy he clearly believed he had. She did not move, because she was watching his hands. The hands that had pinned budget reports to the corkboard with ruthless efficiency, that had signed transfer authorizations, that had drawn up schedules that left no room for himself. Those same hands were now adjusting a wet cloth on a feverish child's forehead with a gentleness that looked less like technique and more like memory. He had done this before, not as a professional, as someone who had been on the other side of the cloth. Matteo made a small sound, a whimper that cut through the silence like a crack in glass. Desmond leaned forward. "I know," he said, his voice barely audible. "I know. It does not stop when you want it to, but it stops." He did not say anything else. He did not have to. The words sat in the room like something solid, something that had weight and age and a history she could not see but could feel. Renske's throat closed. She had spent 3 days watching him move through the house. She had catalogued his exhaustion, his refusal to sit, his meticulous triage of priorities that never included himself. She had told herself it was competence, discipline, the same cold machinery that had let him close 3 homes in Portland and walk away. But this was not machinery. This was a man who knew exactly what fever felt like from the inside, who had learned, in some room in this same building, how to lie still and wait for the shaking to pass, who was now giving that same child the comfort no one had given him. He lifted the cloth again. The water caught the light. Renske stepped back. The door clicked shut, a sound so soft she almost missed it. Desmond's shoulders went still. He did not turn around. "How long?" he asked. His voice was flat, controlled, the armor back in place. "Long enough," she said. She did not apologize for watching. She would not. He dipped the cloth again. "He is stable. The fever broke 2 degrees in the last hour." "I saw." She stepped into the room. The space was small. The cot took up most of it. She stood on the opposite side, facing him across Matteo's sleeping body. Desmond did not look up. "You do not have to be here," he said. "Neither do you." He said nothing. She watched his hands, still steady, still precise, still offering care he would never admit to. "Desmond." He waited. "Thank you," she said. His jaw tightened. A muscle in his temple pulsed once, twice. "It is my job." "No," she said. "It is not." He looked up then. His gray eyes were rimmed red. The shadows under them had deepened into hollows. He looked like a man who had not slept in days, which he had not, and like a man who had spent years learning how to hide it. "What do you want me to say?" he asked. "I do not want you to say anything." "Then why are you still here?" She did not have an answer. She stood across from him, the feverish child between them, the cloth cooling in his hand, and she felt something shift in the space that had always been filled with argument. It was not trust, not yet, but it was the opposite of war. "You should sleep," she said. "I will sleep when the children stop coughing." "That could be days." "Then I will sleep in days." She almost smiled, almost. "You already said that." "I meant it." She turned toward the door. "Renske." She stopped. "Matteo's mother is in treatment in Spokane," he said. "He told me yesterday. He said she calls every Tuesday at 6. "I know. She does not know he is sick." "Mrs. Achterberg called the facility. They are telling her tomorrow morning after her session." He nodded. The motion was small, almost imperceptible, but his shoulders dropped half an inch, like something he had been carrying had just been lifted. She left him there. She walked back through the dark hallways, past the sleeping children, past the kitchen where Mrs. Achterberg was brewing coffee at 3:00 a.m., past the boiler room where Juniper had fallen asleep against the wall, a wrench still in her hand. She reached the office. Desmond's list was still pinned to the corkboard. 1. Boiler functional before inspection. 2. No child untreated. 3. Wall passable. 4. Payroll presentable. She picked up a pen. Below his handwriting, she added one more line. 5. No one carries it alone. Then she walked back to the infirmary. The fever was not done yet. Neither was the house. But something had changed in the narrow room at the end of the hall, something that neither of them would name aloud, and Renske felt it burning in her chest like a second pulse. She checked on Matteo again. Desmond was gone. The cloth was still on the boy's forehead, fresh and cool and placed with care. She touched it. Then she heard the boiler groan, a low grinding sound that came up through the floor like the house itself was crying out. She froze. The sound stopped. The house went quiet. But the silence was wrong. It was too full, too held, like the moment before something breaks. She pressed her palm to the wall. The plaster was warm, and in the hallway, Pilar's voice drifted through the dark. "The wall is sweating." Renske turned. Pilar stood at the end of the corridor, a brush still in her hand, her eyes fixed on the paint. It was beating. Drops of moisture rolling down the fresh cobalt blue. Pilar looked at her. "The boiler," she said. "It is bleeding through." Chapter 15. She pressed her palm to the sweating wall. The plaster was warm, damp. The beaded moisture ran in slow streaks down the cobalt, carrying pigment with it in thin blue rivulets. Pilar stood motionless, brush still in hand. "How long has it been doing this?" Renske asked. "I do not know. I just looked up and it was wet." The boiler groaned again, deeper this time. A long, grinding shudder that traveled through the floorboards and up into her shins. Renske pulled her hand away. The damp left a cool ring on her skin. "Get Mrs. Abra," she said. "Tell her the boiler room." Pilar did not argue. She set down her brush with precision and walked fast, not running, but close. Renske went the other way, toward the sick rooms. She passed the hallway where Matteo slept. She checked his forehead, still warm but lower than before. The cloth was still there, fresh, placed with exact care. Desmond had been back. She did not stop. The second infirmary held 5 children now, not 4. A 6-year-old Bulgan maid Sylvie had started vomiting an hour ago, and the cot beside her held a boy Renske did not recognize at first, then did. Jerome, 8 years old, usually loud, now silent and glassy-eyed. She counted. 18 symptomatic, 4 with high fevers, 2 who needed monitoring through the night. She reached for the medication log. Her hands were trembling. She pressed them flat against the clipboard until they stopped. Mrs. Abra appeared in the doorframe, still in her Ferry uniform, apron tied over it. "Pilar says the boiler is weeping through the walls." "The wall is sweating," Renske said. "The heat is pushing moisture through the plaster. If it gets into the insulation, we lose what is left of the second floor." "The children cannot be moved." "I know." Mrs. Abra studied her for a long moment. Her face gave nothing away. "You have not slept," she said. "I will sleep when the children stop coughing. That line belongs to Desmond." "Then we share it." Mrs. Achterberg shook her head, not with anger, but with something closer to grief. "Go check the pantry," she said. "I will look at the boiler room and find Desmond. Someone needs to tell Juniper the plaster is failing." Renske wanted to argue. The words were already in her throat. "I can do it. I should do it. It is faster if I—" She swallowed them. "Pantry," she said. "Then the medication schedule." Mrs. Achterberg nodded once, sharp, and was gone. The pantry was worse than she expected. The supplies Mrs. Achterberg had brought were nearly gone. The bleach was low, the ibuprofen was running out. There were 12 electrolyte cups left, 3 cans of broth, and no more masks. Renske stood in the narrow space and felt the exhaustion crash into her like a wave. She gripped the shelf. The wood was rough, splintered in one spot. She focused on the splinter, on the small, sharp edge pressing into her palm, because if she stopped focusing, she might sit down on the floor and not get up. She heard footsteps behind her. "You should be sleeping," Desmond said. His voice was flat, controlled, the same tone he used for budgets and vendor calls. She did not turn around. "The pantry is empty." "I know." "How do you know?" "Because I checked it 40 minutes ago, while you were in the hallway with Pilar." She turned. He stood in the doorframe, shirt rumpled, sleeves rolled past his elbows. His hands were stained with something dark, grease or sealant, and there was a streak across his jaw. "I rerouted the supply order," he said. "It will be on the noon ferry. We do not have money for another supply order. We do not have money for an empty pantry either." She opened her mouth, closed it. He was right. She hated that he was right. "How is Juniper?" she asked. Holding. The boiler is not. She bought us another day, maybe 2. The inspection is in 5 days. I am aware. He stepped into the pantry. The space was small. They stood closer than they had since the storm. I took over the morning medication schedule, he said, and the children in the East Room, and the call to the supplier. She stared at him. You did what? I rerouted. You cannot carry every task. I did not ask you to do that. No, you did not. His gray eyes were steady, no challenge in them, no judgment, just fact. Renske, he said, you nearly dropped a tray of medicine cups in the hallway 15 minutes ago. I watched you catch yourself on the wall. I caught it. You caught yourself. The tray nearly went. I have been working 30 hours straight. Everyone is working 30 hours straight. You, Mrs. Ibarra, Juniper, the twins, when I'm not special. That is exactly the problem. She felt the anger rise, hot and sudden, the same anger she had felt in the hallway the first night, when he had stood in her office with closure paperwork spread across her desk. Do not reroute my work, she said. Ask me. Tell me. Do not decide what I can carry without asking. You would have said no. That is my right. It is not your right to break. The words hung between them. She felt the pantry walls press in, the shelf at her back, the linoleum under her shoes, the smell of bleach and salt and old wood. What happens to Harrowgate? Desmond said quietly. If you break first. She did not answer, because she knew the answer. The same thing that happened to every institution that depended on one person who refused to stop. It collapsed. Not with a crash, but with a long, slow unraveling that the children absorbed as normal until it was too late. I will not break, she said. That is not a plan. It is the only plan I have. He looked at her. His jaw worked once, tight. Then he reached past her, pulled a box of electrolyte cups from the top shelf she had not seen, and set it on the counter. The noon ferry, he said. There will be supplies, masks, ibuprofen, broth. I called the supplier myself. I used the house credit line that Pendleton activated yesterday morning. You called Pendleton? At 2:00 a.m., he answered. She did not know what to say. He turned toward the door. The children in the East Room are stable, he said. Mateo's fever dropped another ½ degree. Jerome is sick, but not critical. Sylvia will need monitoring through the night. I know. Then you know you can afford to sit down for 10 minutes. I cannot. He stopped. He did not turn around. You cannot, he repeated. If I sit down, I will not get back up. He was silent for a long moment. Then he said, very quietly, then do not sit down, but stop carrying everything. He left. She stood in the pantry with the box of electrolyte cups on the counter and the splinter still pressing into her palm and the exhaustion beating against her ribs like a second heart. She did not sit down. She picked up the box and walked back to the infirmary. The children were waiting. The boiler groaned through the floor, and in the hallway, Pilar's fresh cobalt wall wept blue tears all the way to the baseboard, where the water pooled and spread like a bruise. Chapter 16. The rain changed character sometime after midnight. What had been a steady drum against the windows turned sharper, harder, a staccato beat that rattled the glass in its frames. Renske felt it in the floorboards first, a vibration that was not the boiler, a deep thrumming like the house itself was tensing against something coming. She stood in the infirmary doorway with a cup of electrolyte solution in her hand, watching the window at the end of the hall. Water ran in sheets. Not drops, sheets. The wind had a new voice, too, a rising howl that curled around the eaves and pushed against the walls like something trying to get in. That is not good, Mrs. Achterberg said from behind her. Renske turned. The older women stood at the triage table, a ladle in one hand, her eyes fixed on the same window. How bad? Bad enough that I am thinking about the high tide. When? Now. The word landed like a stone. The ferry schedule, the spit, the way the island sat low at the north end, where the ground sloped toward the water and the drainage had never been right. "The cellar floods first," Mrs. Achterberg said. "Then the back hall. Then the kitchen if the tide keeps rising." Renske set the cup down. She was halfway to the stairs when Desmond appeared at the top of them, coat off, shirt soaked at the shoulders, hair plastered to his forehead. "I just checked the east wall," he said. "Water is coming through the foundation." "How much?" "Enough." He was already moving, past her, toward the kitchen, where the back door opened onto the low ground where the drainage ditch had silted up months ago. "We need to move the children," he said. "All of them, upstairs. The east room is full of sick children. Then we move them carefully." She followed him into the kitchen. Water was already seeping under the back door, a dark tongue spreading across the linoleum carrying grit and dead leaves. "The ferry," she said. "Cancelled." Her chest tightened. "When?" 20 minutes ago. The last one turned around at the channel. The tide is higher than the forecast predicted." She stared at the water on the floor. They were trapped. 40 children, 11 of them still feverish, 2 of them barely conscious, and the house was filling with water. "The boiler," she said. "If the flood reaches it, we lose it. Then we lose heat, and hot water, and the ability to sterilize anything." He said it flat, like he was reading from a report, but his hands were moving, pulling towels from a drawer, dropping them at the gap under the door. "The children go upstairs," he said. "Every mattress, every blanket, every supply we can carry. We consolidate in the east wing bedrooms in the attic space above the office. The attic has no heat. It has a fireplace. It has one fireplace and no insulation. It is better than standing in floodwater." She wanted to argue. She wanted to tell him there was another way, a better plan, something she had not thought of yet. There was not. "How long do we have?" she asked. He looked at the water spreading across the linoleum. "An hour, maybe less." She did not wait for more. She turned and walked back into the main hall, where the children were already gathering at the top of the stairs, drawn by the change in the air, the shift in the house's breathing. Tobin stood at the front, his face pale, his hand wrapped around Nell's sleeve. "Is the water coming in?" he asked. "Yes." He did not flinch. "The cannery," he said. "It has a second floor. The stairs are rotted, but the upper room is dry." She looked at him. He had mapped every escape route on this island. He knew the safe places because he had been preparing for this long before any of them had. "We are staying here," she said. "We are going to be fine." He did not look like he believed her, but he did not argue. "Tobin, take Nell and start moving the little ones up. The east wing, the big bedroom at the end of the hall. Pillows first, blankets second, everything else third." He nodded once and turned, pulling his sister with him. The hall filled with motion. Children appeared from everywhere, carrying blankets, clutching stuffed animals, herding younger ones ahead of them. Pilar came down from the 3rd floor with her sketchbook pressed to her chest and a bucket of paintbrushes in her other hand. "The wall is crying faster," she said. "The whole house is crying." Pilar looked at the water creeping across the floorboards, then up at the ceiling, where a new stain was spreading above the staircase. "It is trying to tell us something. It is trying to drown us." Pilar shook her head. "Same thing." She walked past Renske and started up the stairs, her bare feet leaving wet prints on every step. Renske stood alone in the hall for a moment. The house groaned around her. The rain hammered the roof. The wind pushed against the walls like it wanted to fold them inward. She had never felt so small in a building. Desmond appeared from the kitchen, his arms full of towels, his face set. "I need you on the east wing," he said. "The children need to see you. They need to see both of us." "They will, but you are the one they trust." It was not a compliment. It was a tactical assessment, but it landed anyway. She moved, up the stairs past the twins carrying pillows, past Pilar leaning against the wall with her sketchbook open, past a row of smaller children sitting in a line on the hallway floor, waiting for instructions. The east wing bedroom was already filling with mattresses and blankets, and children settling into corners like animals finding shelter before a storm. She counted them. 18, 19, 23. More coming. She looked out the window. The yard was underwater. The fence that marked the property line had disappeared. The rain was no longer falling in drops, but in solid sheets. and beyond the yard she could see the channel, gray and swollen, rising toward the house like something hungry. The power flickered. The lights dimmed, held, dimmed again. "Find the lanterns," she said to no one in particular. "And the candles, anything that makes light." Tobin appeared beside her, a flashlight in each hand. "I have 3 more in my stash," he said. Of course he did. "Bring them up." He was gone before she finished the sentence. She turned back to the window. The water was still rising, and they were still only halfway through the night. Desmond's voice carried up the stairs, sharp and precise, directing the last of the supply runs, and she heard the children respond to it, not with fear, but with motion, because he had given them something to do. She did not know if they would hold. She did not know if the house would hold. But she knew they were not alone in the dark. "Mrs. Achterberg," she called. "How much food do we have upstairs?" "Enough for 2 days," the voice came back. "If we ration." 2 days. She looked at the water outside the window. The tide was still rising, and the boiler groaned beneath them, a sound like a dying animal, and Renske felt the floor tremble under her feet and understood that the night was not even close to over. Chapter 17. The East Wing bedroom smelled of wet wool, fever sweat, and the faint metallic tang of the lantern oil Mrs. Achterberg had poured into every glass jar she could find. The power had died an hour ago, taking the last of the heat with it, and the children had burrowed into their blankets like animals finding dens. Renske moved through them by touch and memory, checking foreheads, counting breaths, adjusting pillows. The feverish ones had settled into a fitful sleep, their faces slack in the amber light. The younger ones had stopped crying. Even Pilar had curled against the wall with her sketchbook open on her chest, her hand still holding a brush. The house groaned around them, not the breathing groan of settlement, but something deeper, a sound of strain. Desmond appeared in the doorway with a kerosene lantern in each hand. He set one on the floor and hung the other from a hook in the ceiling beam, casting the room in 2 overlapping circles of weak light. "The water is holding at the back hall," he said. "For now." His voice was flat, stripped of the precision he usually carried. He was soaked to the shoulders, his shirt dark with water, his hair plastered to his forehead. "You need dry clothes," Renske said. "None left. The East Wing supply got wet when the roof started leaking." She looked at the children, all wrapped in whatever they had managed to grab. The stack of extra blankets by the door had dwindled to 3, and 2 of those were damp. "There is one dry one," Mrs. Achterberg said from the corner. She held it up, a gray wool blanket that looked too thin for the cold. "And 2 wet adults who need to stay upright." Renske shook her head. "Give it to the children." "The children have theirs. This one is for you and Mr. Achterberg." "I do not." "You will sit down," Mrs. Achterberg said, her voice carrying the same authority she used on the ferry dock when the tide was turning. "You will share that blanket, and you will not argue with me in front of the children." Renske felt the weight of exhaustion press down on her shoulders. Her legs ached. Her hands were cold. She had not realized how much she was shaking until she tried to stop. Desmond said nothing. He crossed the room and lowered himself against the wall near the window, his back to the plaster, his face turned toward the dark outside. Mrs. Achterberg folded the blanket and placed it between them. Then she walked back to the cluster of cots where the sickest children lay. Renske hesitated. Then she sat down beside Desmond, close enough that their shoulders almost touched, and pulled the blanket across her lap. He did not look at her. The room settled into the rhythm of breathing. Children stirred, coughed, settled again. Rain hammered the roof in waves, and the wind pushed against the frame like something trying to get in. Renske watched the lantern light flicker across the ceiling. The shadows moved in long, slow arcs, and for a moment she felt the strangeness of the house dissolve into something simpler, a room full of people who had chosen to stay. "I used to count the cracks in the ceiling," Desmond said. His voice was so quiet she almost missed it. She turned her head. He was still looking out the window, his face half in shadow. "The room I slept in," he said. "3rd floor. The ceiling had a crack that ran from the window to the door. I counted the branches it made. 47. I counted them every night." Renske did not move. "What room?" "The one at the end of the hall, the small one with the closet that did not close properly." She knew that room. She had passed it a dozen times, never going in. The door was always shut, and the handle was loose, and someone had covered the window with dark paper. "How long were you there?" 11 years. He said it like a fact he had learned to recite without feeling. "From 7 to 18. Then Elias took me in." She wanted to ask more. She wanted to know why, how he had ended up here, what had happened to him, who he had been before the suit and the spreadsheets. But the children were breathing around them, and his voice was barely holding, and she could feel the exhaustion in his body, the way he leaned away from her even as he stayed. "Thank you," she said. He turned to look at her then. His gray eyes caught the lantern light, and for a moment he looked younger, stripped of the armor he wore so carefully. "For what?" "For staying tonight. For not leaving when the power went out." He looked away. "I do not leave," he said. "This is the problem." The words hung in the air between them. Renske felt the weight of them, the years compressed into a single confession. She did not push. She let the silence settle, let the rain fill the space, let the children breathe. Her hand was resting on the blanket between them. She looked down at it, at the small burn scar on her forearm, at the cracked watch she had worn since childhood. Desmond's hand was inches away. He was looking at it too. Then a child whimpered from the corner, and the moment broke. Mrs. Ibarra stood and crossed to the cot where a small boy had begun to toss. She murmured something, a word in a language Renske did not know, and the boy stilled. Renske pulled the blanket tighter around her shoulders. Below them, the boiler groaned, a low sound that vibrated through the floorboards. And then the house fell silent. Not the ordinary silence of sleeping children, but something deeper, a held breath. Desmond sat forward. "Did you hear that?" Renske listened. The wind had stopped, the rain had stopped, the house had stopped. Then a sound came from below, not the boiler, not water, something scraping across the floor. Chapter 18. The scraping stopped as abruptly as it started. The silence that followed was heavier than the sound itself, pressing against Renske's ears until she felt it in her teeth. Desmond did not move. His hands rested on his knees, palms open, and she realized he was listening to something beyond the room. "What was that?" He did not answer. His head tilted, tracking a frequency she could not hear. The lantern light carved his face into shadows and planes, making him look older in the dark. "Desmond?" "I know what it sounds like." He said it flatly, a fact stripped of color. "When the house settles, when the water moves through the cellar." That was neither. "Then what?" He turned to look at her. His gray eyes were unreadable, but there was something in them she had not seen before. Not fear, exactly. Recognition. "The room at the end of the third-floor hall," he said. "The scraping always came from that wall, between the closet and the window." Renske's skin prickled. She remembered passing that door, the dark paper over the window, the handle loose in its casing. She had assumed it was a storage room or a space the children had abandoned because of the cold. "How long has it been closed?" "Since I left." He paused. Elias sealed it, painted the window, removed the lock and reversed the hinges so no one could open it from the outside. "Why?" He looked away, toward the dark pane where the rain had stopped. "Because I asked him to." The words landed like stones dropped into still water. Renske felt them spread outward, ripples touching everything she had assumed about him, the suit, the closure papers, the way he moved through the house like a stranger with a stopwatch. "Why did you ask him to?" Desmond exhaled slowly, the breath clouded in the cold air before dissolving. "Because I was 17, he said, and I had spent 11 years in that room, believing that if I could just hold still enough, be small enough, need nothing enough, the next placement would not find me. The next family would not send me back. The next adult would not disappear." Renske felt her own history pull at her like gravity. She knew that arithmetic intimately, the calculation of survival, the math that said if you want to be kept, you must become easy to carry. "Is that why you cannot leave?" He did not answer, but his hand moved, just slightly, an inch closer to hers on the blanket. Elias was the first person who told me I did not have to earn the roof over my head. Desmond's voice was rough, barely above a whisper. He did not say it as a lesson. He said it like a fact. Like, the ferry leaves at 6, or the boiler needs more coal. He just opened the door and let me stay. But you still came back to close it. I came back because I was afraid. The confession hung in the space between them. Of what? Of finding out he was wrong? Desmond looked at her then, and she saw the strain at the corners of his mouth, the way the notch in his eyebrow deepened when the truth tasted bitter. That the place that made me into someone who could survive was actually the place that broke me, and that by keeping it open, I was keeping children inside the same breaking machine. Renske thought of the boiler, the leaky roof, the primered wall hiding Pilar's monsters, the dried paint flakes on the floorboards. She thought of the children breathing around her in the dark. But you stayed. I stayed because I saw you not leaving. He held her gaze. When the dock worker came from me with his sister's pain in his fists, you stepped between. When the boiler groaned and the water rose, you did not count the cost. You just moved toward the children. Anyone would have done that. No. His voice was firm. You do not believe that, and neither do I. The scraping returned. This time it was closer and louder, and it came from the ceiling above them. Renske looked up. The plaster was intact, but she could hear it now. A dry, dragging sound moving across the floorboards of the 3rd floor, as if something heavy was being pulled. The room, she said. Desmond was already standing. He moved away from the blanket with the same economy she had seen in every crisis since she met him, gathering a lantern without asking permission. Do not go alone. He turned to look at her, and for a moment she saw the boy he had been, the one who had counted 47 branches of a crack on the ceiling because no one else was coming. I am not leaving, he said, but I need to know. She did not argue. She stood and followed him. Behind them, Mrs. Achterberg's voice rose in a quiet song, a lullaby in a language Renske still did not recognize. The children settled. The house breathed. Upstairs, the scraping stopped again, and then they heard something new. A door opening. Renske stopped at the bottom of the 3rd floor staircase. The copper-colored paper still covered the window at the top. The handle was a ghost in the lantern light. Desmond reached past her and turned it. The door swung inward, and the room was empty. But on the floor, in the center of the dust, lay a single object. A shoe. Small, child-sized, worn down at the heel. Chapter 19. Dawn came gray and reluctant, the light seeping through salt-crusted windows like it expected the house to push back. Renske stood at the top of the main staircase and watched the waterline recede. It had left a dark tidmark halfway up the baseboards in the east hall, a ghost of the night's invasion. The smell rose with the daylight. Wet wood, silt, the sour tang of something rotting under the floorboards. She had not slept. Neither had Desmond. They had passed each other in the dark like ships in fog, each carrying a lantern, each checking children who would not stay checked. Twice she had found him standing motionless at the end of a hall, listening. Twice he had nodded at her and moved on without a word. Now the house stirred awake around them. Nell appeared first, padding barefoot through the puddled linoleum with a blanket wrapped around her shoulders. She stopped at the edge of the east hall and stared at the water stain. "Our room?" she said. Renske's chest tightened. "Let me check." She found the door to the twins' room swollen shut, the wood pressing against the frame with a wet seal. She put her shoulder to it and shoved. The door gave with a groan. Inside, the carpet squelched under her feet. 2 inches of water had soaked through the floorboards, lifting the bottom edge of the wallpaper in curling ribbons. Nell's bed was wet to the mattress. Tobin's pillow lay in the corner, dark and sodden. Behind her, Nell made a sound, small, careful, the kind of sound children made when they were deciding whether to break. "It is just stuff," Nell said. "It is just water." Renske turned and knelt in front of her, taking the girl's cold hands. The cracked plastic watch pressed against her wrist. "It is okay to be sad about it." Nell's jaw tightened. "Tobin will say we should have put everything higher. He will say he knew. Then I will tell him he could not have known the water would reach this far, because he could not have." Nell's chin wobbled once, then stilled. She pulled her hands away and walked to her bed, pressing her palm against the wet mattress as if testing whether it could be saved. Renske left her there and moved down the hall. The boiler room door was propped open. Juniper sat on the bottom step, her head in her hands, her hair hanging wet and stringy. She looked up when Renske approached. "Morning," Juniper said. Her voice was flat. "How bad?" "Bad enough," Juniper gestured with her chin. "The water came up through the floor grate. The burner assembly is submerged. I have to pull it apart and dry every piece before I can even tell you if it will fire again." "Days?" "Days I do not have. The inspection is in 5. Juniper stood, wiping her hands on her already stained jacket. "But that is not the worst part." She led Renske past the boiler, through the narrow passage behind it, to the wall where the crack had been weeping. The plaster was gone now. What remained was a gap the size of a fist, and beyond it, the dark hollow of the crawl space beneath the house. Juniper aimed her flashlight through the hole. The beam cut across standing water and exposed the foundation stones beneath. One of them had shifted. The gap between the stones was wide enough to slide a hand through. "The water pushed it." Juniper's voice dropped. "This is not a boiler problem anymore. This is a structural problem. If the foundation is moving, the whole east wing settles with it." Renske stared at the shifted stone. She felt the weight of it in her spine. The way the house seemed to lean just slightly to one side. The way the floor sloped where it had not sloped yesterday. "Does it need reporting?" Juniper did not answer immediately. She played the flashlight beam across the stones, studying the gap with the careful attention of someone measuring a wound. "Technically," she said, "if I report a foundation shift to the county, they will red flag the property. The inspection stops. The children get moved before anyone can argue." Renske's stomach dropped. "Practically," Juniper continued, "I can brace it. I can sister the joists and pour a temporary footing that will hold for months. But I need materials I do not have, and I need to do it before the next rain swells the ground again." "Can you do it in 5 days?" Juniper looked at her. The silence stretched long enough to become an answer. Behind them, footsteps in the hall. Renske turned to find Desmond standing at the boiler room door, a line of mud up his trouser leg, a crowbar in one hand. "The floor is warped in the supply room," he said. "The door will not open. I need to pry it." His eyes moved past Renske to the hole in the wall, to Juniper's flashlight still trained on the shifted foundation stone. He saw it. He did not ask what it meant. He already knew. "How long?" he said to Juniper. 4 days if everything goes right, 5 if it does not." "And the reporting deadline?" Juniper's jaw tightened. "I have not filed anything yet." Desmond nodded. He looked at Renske, and she saw something shift in his face. Not calculation, not strategy, but something closer to trust. The kind that let him hand her a decision without trying to take it back. "Your call," he said. Renske looked at the hole in the wall, the shifted stone, the dark water beneath. She thought of Nell pressing her palm to a wet mattress, of Tobin's pillow in the corner, of 40 children who had spent the night huddled in the dark while the house groaned around them. "If we report it, they scatter them." Desmond did not argue. "If we do not report it, and the foundation fails, and someone gets hurt, we lose everything anyway." Still, he said nothing. He just stood there, crowbar in hand, waiting for her to decide. The scraping sound returned, faint, distant, coming from above them, not below. All 3 of them looked up. Juniper's flashlight beam wavered. What was that? But Renske was already moving, her feet carrying her up the stairs before she had consciously decided to go, Desmond's footsteps heavy behind her, the crowbar still in his hand. The 3rd-floor hallway was empty. The sealed room's door was still open, the child-sized shoe still in the center of the dust. But the dust had been disturbed. A single line dragged through it, from the shoe toward the far wall, as if something had been pulled across the floor. And the window, the one that had been painted over, sealed shut for 11 years. It was open. Cold morning air poured through the gap, carrying the smell of salt and rot and something else. Something faintly metallic. Like blood. Chapter 20. The cold air hit her face before she reached the window. Salt and rot and something metallic winding through it like a thread she could taste. She stood in the empty room, the child-sized shoe still in the dust behind her, the drag mark leading from it toward the sill. Desmond stopped in the doorway, his breath fogged. It was sealed. It was. Renske did not touch the window. The frame was warped, the paint cracked along the seam where 11 years of seal had been broken. She leaned forward, scanning the sill, the ground below. The drop was 3 stories. Nothing moved in the yard, no footprints in the mud below the window, no ladder marks, no disturbed earth. Just standing water and the gray sprawl of the flooded lawn. Something pulled it open from inside, Desmond said, not a question. Renske turned. The drag mark started at the shoe, or near it, and cut a straight line through the duff to the wall. Not a struggle, a deliberate motion. The kind of motion made by something pulling a weight behind it. There would be prints if someone climbed in. There would. He moved past her, close enough that his sleeve brushed her shoulder. He examined the window frame, the hinge, the lock that had been painted shut and was now clearly broken. No tools, no forced entry from outside. The break is on the interior seal. She heard what he did not say. Whatever opened this was already inside. The scraping sound did not return. The house had settled into the damp gray stillness of early morning, the kind that followed crisis like a held breath. Below them, the children began to stir, voices rising from the east wing, a cough, a question, the clatter of Mrs. Achterberg's pans. Renske looked at the shoe one more time. A child's. Worn at the heel, left in the center of an empty room as if placed there with intention. "We need to close it," she said. "For now." Desmond pulled the window shut. The frame resisted, swollen with moisture, but he forced it into place and wedged a splinter of broken trim into the latch to hold it. It was not a real solution. It was a stopgap. They walked down together, not speaking, the silence between them different from the old hostility. Fuller, heavy with the weight of knowledge they had not yet named. The day was a slow drift back toward routine. Mrs. Achterberg established a triage kitchen in the East Wing's common room, boiling rice and broth on a camp stove while the smell of gas mixed with damp plaster. Juniper disappeared into the crawlspace with a headlamp and a crowbar, emerging only to request lumber and concrete mix that no one had. Renske moved through the halls, checking the sick, counting the well, redirecting children away from flooded sections. The power was still out. Water had to be boiled. Lanterns had to be refilled. A rhythm emerged, creaky and improvised, but holding. And somewhere in that rhythm, the old sharpness began to return. Desmond appeared beside her at the tea station, reaching for the same kettle, their hands almost colliding. He pulled back first. "After you? Generous. I am a generous man." She poured, then held the kettle out to him. He took it, and their fingers did not touch, but the space between them felt thinner than it had before, like a thread pulled taut. She felt it again at noon, when she passed him in the narrow hallway near the supply room. He was carrying a box of canned goods, and she had to press herself against the wall to let him through. He moved past, careful, slow, and for a moment the box obscured his face, but his shoulder brushed her chest and she held her breath without meaning to. Neither said anything. Neither looked back. She told herself it was proximity, forced closeness after days of crisis. The body mistook survival for intimacy. It meant nothing. Then she found him in the office at 3 p.m, on the phone, his back to the door, his voice low. "I understand the timing is unfortunate, but I am not pursuing it, and I will not be pursuing it. Tell Cross to move on." Pause. "No. I made that call before she arrived, and I have not revisited it since. The situation has changed." Another pause. Longer. "That is my problem to manage, not yours. Goodbye." He hung up. Renske stood in the doorway, the file folder she had come for pressed against her chest. He turned, saw her, did not flinch. "That was about a sale contingency," he said. "I looked into it before you came, before the will, before I understood what keeping this place would mean." "How far did you get?" He held her gaze. "Far enough to know the terms, not far enough to sign anything. And you have not pursued it since." No. She believed him. That was the problem. She believed him, and she still felt the cold edge of what he had been willing to do before she became a variable he had to calculate around. "How many other things did you start before I arrived that you have not told me about?" He said nothing. "Desmond." I came here to close this place. His voice was quiet, flat, the voice of a man stating a fact he had already accepted. I built a plan for that outcome. I made calls, I explored contingencies, I had a timeline, a budget, and a relocation schedule drawn up before I ever set foot on the ferry. And now? He looked at her, gray eyes steady, jaw tight. Now I have a hole in my foundation, a boiler full of seawater, 40 children who trust me more than they should, and a woman who keeps putting herself between danger and everyone else without counting the cost. He set the phone down. I have not made that call again, and I will not. The silence stretched. Somewhere in the hall, a child laughed. The house creaked around them, wet and tired and still standing. Renske did not know if what she felt was trust or the desperate hope that she had not been wrong about him. She did not know if the difference mattered anymore. Chapter 21. They stood in the office doorway, the silence between them warped by what he had just admitted and what she had not yet asked. Renske felt the file folder against her chest like a shield. She lowered it. How many calls did you make before you met me? Enough to know the options. That is not an answer. He crossed to the window, looked out at the flooded yard. The water had receded overnight but left a film of silt across the grass. The fence line was still buried. I spoke to 3 potential buyers, he said. 2 investors interested in converting the property into seasonal rentals. 1 developer who wanted to raise the building and subdivide the lot. And you did not tell me. I came here to close the place, Renske. I did not know you existed until I walked into the front hall and found you unpacking boxes. What was I supposed to do? Hand you a list of every contingency I had explored before I knew what this place meant. You could have told me the truth. When? During our first argument, when you made it clear you thought I was the enemy? Or during the second, when you were right? She wanted to push harder. She wanted to ask how long he had planned, how many children he had already written off in his spreadsheets, how many nights he had slept soundly knowing the relocation schedule sat in his bag like a promise to the state. But she had heard the phone call. She had heard his voice drop when he said the situation had changed. You told Cross to move on. I did. That is not the same as canceling the contingency. He turned from the window, gray eyes flat. I never signed anything. There is nothing to cancel. I have simply declined to proceed. And if you had signed, then I would be tearing up a contract instead of telling you this. She wanted to believe the distinction mattered. Maybe it did. Maybe he had left himself room to change course because some part of him had known, even before the will, that this place would not let him go. She set the file folder on the desk. I am going to check on the twins. When I come back, I want to see every document you have on those contingencies. Names, dates, terms, everything. He nodded once. Fair. She walked past him into the hall, her shoulder brushing the door frame, and felt his eyes on her back the whole way. The East Wing common room smelled of boiled rice, damp wool, and the faint chemical edge of Mrs. Abra's bleach solution. Children sat in clusters on the floor, playing cards, reading, or simply staring at nothing with the hollow eyes of the exhausted. Tobin sat apart from the group, a notebook open on his knee. He was writing in small, precise letters, his tongue pressed against his upper lip. Renske sat down beside him. What are you working on? He did not look up. Inventory. Inventory of what? Things we lost, things we still have, things we need. She looked at the page. Columns, quantities, dates. He had already listed the flooded mattresses, the spoiled food, the number of flashlights remaining, the amount of drinking water. Tobin. He stopped writing. I did not come here to tell you what to do. I came to see if you are okay. I am fine. You do not have to be fine. He looked at her then, and for a moment his face was younger than his 8 years, the vigilance stripped away by something raw. Are you going to tell us what happens next? I will tell you as soon as I know. And Mr. Achterberg, is he going to leave? She thought about Dennis standing in the office, saying, I have not made that call again, and I will not. No, she said. I do not think he is. Tobin held her gaze a moment longer, then nodded once and went back to his notebook. She left him to his columns and walked toward the stairs, past Pilar, who was sitting cross-legged in the hallway, her sketchbook open to a new drawing she did not let Renske see. Mrs. Abra caught her at the landing. "Something happened." It was not a question. Desmond had some contingencies he did not tell me about. Sale options, investor contacts. He looked into them before he knew the will. And now? He says he has not pursued them since the storm. Mrs. Abra studied her with the patience of someone who had watched 30 years of people come and go on Tillicum Spit. "Do you believe him?" Renske thought of his voice on the phone. The flat certainty when he said the situation has changed. The way he had looked at her in the doorway, as if daring her to find a lie. "I believe he is telling me the truth right now. I do not know if I trust what he will do when the deadline gets closer." Mrs. Abra nodded slowly, then gestured toward the kitchen. "Come. The rice is done, and the ferry just came in." The ferry carried a package from the supply order Desmond had placed through Pendleton's credit line. Renske signed for it at the back door, the canvas sack smelling of dry goods, and carried it to the kitchen, where Mrs. Abra was already pulling out pots. Desmond appeared as she set the sack on the counter. He held a folder. "Everything I have on the contingencies. Names, dates, terms." She took it, did not open it. "Thank you." He nodded. They stood in the kitchen, the stove hissing, the smell of rice thickening, and the silence between them felt less like a wall and more like a door left slightly ajar. Then Mrs. Abra's phone rang. She answered, listened, and her face changed. "That was Macau Quaid's office," she said, hanging up. "He is moving up the compliance benchmark, wants the updated personnel records and the fire inspection certificate by Friday instead of Monday." Friday was 3 days away. Renske turned to Desmond. The folder in her hands suddenly felt lighter than the weight of what they had to produce. He said nothing. He was already reaching for his phone. The house creaked around them. The boiler groaned. Somewhere above, a child laughed. The clock was ticking. Now it ticked faster. Chapter 22. The folder felt heavier in her hands than it had any right to be. Renske carried it to the office, set it on the desk, and opened the cover. Desmond's handwriting filled the first page. Neat, precise, the kind of script that left no room for ambiguity. 3 columns. Prospect names, contact dates, terms discussed. She read each line twice. 2 investors, 1 developer. All 3 conversations had happened before she stepped off the ferry. Before Desmond knew the will existed. Before he had seen the children's faces or watched Pilar paint or held a cool cloth to Marcus's forehead. "What am I looking for?" she asked. He stood in the doorway, arms crossed, gray eyes fixed on her hands. "Proof that I am telling the truth. I am looking at names and dates. I am not looking at a signature." "There is no signature." She flipped through the remaining pages. Email threads, property assessments, to preliminary timeline for relocation and decommissioning. The document was thorough, coldly thorough, the work of a man who had done this before and knew exactly how to do it again. She closed the folder. "Why did you keep it?" He did not look away. "Because I did not know if I would need it." Mrs. Ibarra's phone rang again before Renske could answer. The cook picked up, listened, and began writing on the back of a receipt. She asked 2 questions, then hung up. "Mikhail is faxing the updated compliance list. He wants a response by noon tomorrow." The fax machine in the corner whirred to life, spitting paper with the slow certainty of a verdict. Renske crossed the room and took the first page as it fed through. The list was not long. It did not need to be. Updated personnel records for all staff, signed and notarized. Fire inspection certificate, current within 30 days. Boiler safety compliance documentation. Structural assessment of East Wing Foundation. Complete medication administration logs for the past 6 months. Staffing schedule demonstrating minimum overnight coverage. Emergency evacuation plan, updated and drilled within the past quarter. 7 items. Each one a door that could still close. She handed the page to Desmond. He read it without changing expression. "The boiler compliance alone requires a certified technician. There is no certified technician on Tillicum Spit." "Then we find one." "The closest is in Port Angeles. 2 ferries. A day-and-a-half round trip if the weather holds. Then you go." "Renske, do not tell me it is impossible. Tell me what it costs and how long it takes." He looked at her for a long moment. Then he pulled out his phone and started scrolling. The staff room filled slowly. Mrs. Abra arrived with a pot of tea and a stack of cups. Junidra came up from the crawl space, her hands gray with dust, her face carrying the weight of what she had seen under the foundation. Pilar appeared in the doorway with her sketchbook, then slid into the corner without being asked. Renske did not tell her to leave. Desmond pinned the compliance list to the corkboard with 4 deliberate pushes of his thumb. 7 items, he said. We have 3 days. Here is the math. He pulled a marker from the tray and began writing on the whiteboard beside the list. Personnel records. I can have those ready by tomorrow morning if we work tonight. Notarization requires a trip to the mainland, but Pendleton can meet the noon ferry. Fire inspection certificate. He drew a line. Greta's husband is a retired fire marshal. He owes her a favor. If we call before noon, he can be here by evening. Boiler compliance. He wrote the words larger. This is the hard one. I know a certified technician in Port Angeles. I can be there by tomorrow afternoon and back by the following morning. But that leaves 1 day to complete the assessment and file the paperwork. Juniper shook her head. The boiler is full of seawater. Even if the technician certifies the assembly, it will take days to dry before testing. Then we test it dry and document the certification is pending. And when Quaid asks why the boiler is not operational, because it was submerged in a flood, that is not a compliance violation. It is a documented emergency response. Renske watched him lay out the timeline, each line clean and unhesitating. He had done this before. He knew how to build a case, how to frame a crisis as a process, how to make failure look like progress if you arranged the words carefully enough. But there was something else in the way he moved, a tightness at the corners of his mouth, a hesitation before each new line. He was not sure either. The foundation, she said. He stopped writing. Item 5, structural assessment of the East Wing Foundation. Juniper said that bracing it takes 4 to 5 days and materials we do not have. The room went quiet. Juniper set her tea down. I can brace it in 3 if I work straight through, but I need lumber, concrete mix, and 2 people who can follow directions. Where do we get the materials? The supply yard in Bellingham, but the ferry schedule means a full day for pickup and return. Desmond drew another line on the board. So, we split. I go to Port Angeles for the technician. Juniper goes to Bellingham for the materials. And who files the personnel records? Who updates the evacuation plan? Who handles the medication logs? We divide the work. Divide. She heard her own voice sharpen. You keep saying that, but every time you draw a line, the list splits into pieces that still add up to the same problem. There are 2 of us, Desmond. 2. And the children still need to eat, sleep, and not notice that the adults are running on a 3-day deadline. I am aware of the math. Then stop pretending that drawing lines on a board fixes it. The silence stretched. Pilar's pencil moved across her sketchbook, a slow scratch that sounded louder than it should have. Desmond set the marker down. You are right, he said. It does not fix it, but it maps the territory, and I would rather know exactly how far we have to go than pretend the distance is shorter than it is. She looked at him. At the whiteboard, with its 7 items and 4 lines drawn through hope. At Juniper, with dust in her hair and a foundation she could not brace alone. At Pilar in the corner, drawing the moment into a permanent record. At the folder on the desk, full of contingencies he had not pursued. Okay, she said. Map it. He picked up the marker. Personnel records, you. Fire inspection. Mrs. Achterberg can make that call. Mrs. Achterberg nodded. Boiler technician, me. Building supplies, Juniper. That leaves the medication logs, the evacuation drill, and the staffing schedule. I will take the logs. The drill needs both of us. Then we do it at shift change, when the children are already gathering for meals. He wrote it down. The timeline took shape, tight but not impossible, each piece dependent on the next. One more thing, he said. The budget. Renske's jaw tightened. The compliance list does not ask about the budget. No, but the budget determines whether we can pay the technician, buy the materials, and keep the lights on while we do it. I have been running the numbers. We are hemorrhaging money in 3 places. The food line, the maintenance contracts, and the payroll padding. Payroll padding? The former director was paying 2 full-time salaries for positions that do not exist. 1 night supervisor who never worked a full shift. 1 administrative assistant who has not been on the island in 6 months. She had read the budget. She had not read it that closely. How much? $42,000 a year, approximately. The number sat in the room like a stone. Where did it go? I do not know yet, but I can find out. If you freeze those lines, the director's office will ask questions. I know. That is why I am asking you first. The older teens had gathered at the edge of the room. Onyeka stood against the far wall, arms crossed, his face carrying the same flat distance he had worn since the flood. 2 others, a girl Renske recognized as Marisol, and a boy named Deshawn, flanked him like sentinels. They had been listening the whole time. What happens if you do not pass? Onyeka's voice cut through the planning. Desmond turned. We pass. That is not what I asked. The silence shifted. The adults had been planning because planning felt like control. But Onyeka was not asking about the plan. He was asking about the outcome. Renske answered before Desmond could. If we fail the inspection, the state places the children in licensed facilities. That means splitting residents across multiple counties. 40 of the kids scattered. And us, the ones about to age out? We do not know. Onyeka held her gaze. Then he nodded once, pushed off the wall, and walked out of the room. Marisol followed. Deshawn paused at the door. We are not kids, he said. If you need help with the drill or the logs, we can do it. We've been running this house longer than either of you. He left before Renske could answer. She turned back to the whiteboard. 7 items, 40 children, 3 days. Desmond was watching her. You let them stay, he said. They were already listening. Pretending they were not would have been worse. That is not what I mean. She waited. You let them stay because you believe they have a right to know. That is not standard policy. Standard policy does not care about this house. No, it does not. He held her gaze a moment longer, then looked at the board. I will call the technician. I will call Pendleton about the notary. They moved past each other in the narrow space between the desk and the door. His shoulder brushed hers. She felt the contact like a current. Neither acknowledged it. At the threshold, she stopped. Desmond. He turned. The cuts, the food line, the maintenance contracts, the phantom salaries. If we freeze them, what do the children lose? Nothing they should have been expected to live without in the first place. That was not an answer, but it was the truth, and she heard the difference between the two. She nodded. They went in separate directions. The house creaked around them. Somewhere above, a child's voice called out, and another answered, and the sound of footsteps moved across the floor like a heartbeat the building had almost forgotten it still had. 3 days. The boiler groaned, and in the sealed room at the end of the 3rd-floor hall, the splinter of trim she had wedged into the window frame shifted, a fine hairline crack opening in the paint where the nails had been pulled. The scraping sound did not start, but the silence before it felt different than it had before. Chapter 23. The morning light came thin and gray through the kitchen windows. Renske stood at the counter with a mug gone cold in her hands, watching the older teens filter through for breakfast in pairs and threes. Deshawn had the drill apart on the back table, cleaning salt corrosion from the chuck. Marisol portioned oatmeal into bowls with the same economy Mrs. Aubrey used when rationing supplies. The house was working. That was the thing. The kids had absorbed the crisis and turned it into routine without anyone telling them to. Pilar appeared in the doorway, sketchbook pressed to her chest, and slid into the chair across from Renske without asking. You look worse than the boiler. Thank you. I am not being mean. I am observing. Blah flipped the sketchbook open, revealing a charcoal drawing of the morning kitchen. Renske at the counter, the teens at work, the light falling through the salt-crusted windows in long gray slabs. It looks like a painting of people who have already lost. Renske set the mug down. We haven't lost. You have 3 days. The boiler is dead. The foundation is cracked. The state wants paperwork that does not exist. Pilar's voice was flat, clinical. But that is not what the drawing is about. What is it about? Pilar turned the sketchbook around. In the foreground, almost hidden in the shadow beneath the table, a child's hand pressed flat against the floor. Open, waiting. "Someone is going to need catching," Pilar said, "before this is over." She closed the book and walked out before Renske could answer. The ferry horn sounded at 10:47. Desmond had been gone since dawn, taking the first boat to Port Angeles to retrieve the boiler technician. Juniper had left an hour before him, her truck loaded with empty fuel cans and a list of building supply yards in Bellingham. That left Renske alone with 40 children, a skeleton staff, and a compliance list that could not wait. She worked through the morning in fragments. Medication logs with Mrs. Abra, evacuation routes with Tobin, a fire inspection walkthrough with Greta's retired husband, a man named Earl who moved through the building with the patience of someone who had seen worse fires than this house could ever produce. "Your extinguishers are old," he said at the East Wing landing. "But they are mounted right. That counts." "Will you pass us?" "I will write what I see." He met her eyes. "Whether that passes or fails is the state's job, not mine." It was not a no. It was not yes, but it was honest, and Renske found herself grateful for that. By noon, the first crack showed. She was in the office, reviewing the personnel files Desmond had flagged, when the phone rang, a woman's voice, clipped and professional. "Is this the director of Harrowgate Home?" "Yes." "I am calling from the Maris Family Foundation. I need to confirm the status of our pledged grant for the current fiscal year." Renske's stomach tightened. The Maris grant, $15,000, approved before the former director died, earmarked for building maintenance. "The grant is active," she said carefully. "We have not drawn on it yet. That is actually why I am calling. We have received reports of leadership instability at the facility, changes in directorship, unresolved licensing issues. Our board needs reassurance before we release funds." Renske pressed her free hand flat against the desk. "There have been transitions," she said, "but the home is fully operational. We have a compliance inspection this week, and we expect to pass. Can you provide documentation of current licensure status and proof of financial solvency by end of business today?" The words sat in the air like a weight. "Today? Our board meets tomorrow morning. Without that documentation, the grant will be paused until the licensing review is resolved." Renske's jaw tightened. "I will send what I can. Thank you. I hope you understand. We want to support you. But we also have a responsibility to our donors." The line went dead. She sat in the silence for a long moment. $15,000. Enough to cover the boiler repair. Enough to pay Delia the back wages she was owed. Enough to buy materials Juniper needed for the foundation brace. Paused. She set the receiver down carefully, as if it might break. Then the second crack hit. Earl had just finished the fire inspection and was packing his gear when the front door opened and a man walked in without knocking. He was broad, mid-50s, wearing a canvas jacket with a fishing supply company logo on the chest. He carried a clipboard and an expression Renske recognized from too many collection calls. "Looking for Desmond Achterberg. He is not here." The man studied her. "You the new director?" "One of 'em, nee." He pulled a folded invoice from the clipboard and held it out. "This is the third notice. I have been patient because of the storm, but I have a business to run and I cannot keep extending credit to a facility that might not exist next month." Renske took the invoice. The amount at the bottom was $5,300, past due 90 days. For what? Standing himself aside, peeking down the amaze witness, reloved vase based from the dead, is motified by the spid. "We had, so. All Jesus, believed the eyes that we are the score wild and the holays." Renske took the invoice. The amount at the bottom was $5,300, past due 90 days. For what? Building supplies, lumber, pipe fittings, insulation, ordered by the former director, delivered and signed for. He pointed to a signature at the bottom. "That is not my problem. The invoice is unpaid." "Who are you?" "Name is Lloyd Parrish. I own the hardware supply on the mainland side of the second ferry." He looked past her at the peeling wallpaper, the buckets still set out in the hallway for the occasional drip. "I do not want to shut you off, but I cannot keep floating you either." Renske's hand tightened on the paper. "Can you give me a week?" A week changes nothing if the state closes you. Give me a week. Lloyd studied her. Then he pulled a second sheet from the clipboard and held it out. I can give you 10 days, but I need a signature from both directors on a payment plan, not just you, both. Renske took the paper. The terms were fair. The timeline was impossible. I will have it signed by end of day, Lloyd nodded once. I hope you make it. This place has been here longer than most of us. Would be a shame to watch it fall apart. He left the door open behind him. Renske stood in the hallway, the invoice in one hand, the payment plan in the other, the memory of the donor's clipped voice in her ears. 42,000 in phantom salaries, 15,000 in paused grant funding, 5,000 in unpaid supply debt, a boiler full of seawater, a foundation that could shift again any day. She had never felt the weight of the building so clearly, not the physical weight, the other kind. The accumulated weight of every promise made to these children, every system that had failed them, every adult who had walked away. Someone touched her elbow. She turned. Mrs. Okorafor stood there holding a cup of tea. You look like you have seen a ghost. Something like that. Mrs. Okorafor pressed the tea into her hands. Drink, then tell me. Renske drank. The tea was hot and sweet and exactly what she needed. We just lost $15,000. We have a supplier demanding payment, and Desmond is on a ferry with a boiler technician who might take one look at the damage and walk away. Mrs. Okorafor did not flinch. That is not what is breaking you. Renske looked at her. You've been carrying this house on your back since the moment you arrived, but that is not what breaks people. What breaks people is the moment they realize they might fail anyway. Renske opened her mouth, closed it. Mrs. Okorafor reached out and took Renske's wrist gently, turning her hand over, exposing the cracked plastic watch. You have been wearing this since you were a child. Yes, it is cracked. It still works, but it is cracked. Renske stared at the watch. She had never let anyone touch it before. That is you, Mrs. Okorafor said. Still working, still keeping time, but the cracks are there. And if you do not let someone help you carry the load, those cracks will spread. Renske pulled her hand back gently. I do not know how, she said. I have never known how. Mrs. Okorafor nodded. I know. That is why I am telling you now. The afternoon passed in a blur of calls, paperwork, and compounding bad news. By 4 o'clock, Renske had confirmed that 2 more vendors had extended credit to Harrowgate under the former director, both overdue, both demanding payment. By 5, a message arrived from Pendleton. The county records office had flagged the property deed for review, and the title transfer from Elias Harrowgate's estate was being held pending proof of ongoing operation. By 6, the boiler groaned so loudly that the children in the east wing stopped mid-sentence and looked at the walls. Desmond's ferry was due back at 8. Renske sat at the kitchen table, surrounded by papers, as the light drained out of the sky. The house was quiet. The children were fed. The compliance list was half done, and tomorrow would bring more of the same. Mrs. Okorafor had gone home for the night. Juniper was still on the mainland, loading her truck with concrete mix and rebar. Pilar had disappeared into her room, sketchbook in hand. Renske was alone. She pulled the cracked watch off her wrist and set it on the table. For a long moment, she just looked at it. The scratches on the face, the broken strap she had mended with tape 3 times, the way it still kept time even when everything else in her life had not. She did not hear the door open, but she felt the presence. She looked up. Desmond stood in the kitchen doorway, wet with Ferry spray, his face carrying the exhaustion of a day spent negotiating with a man who had priced the technician's visit at double the normal rate and demanded cash up front. He is coming tomorrow, Desmond said. He took the payment. Good. The word came out smaller than she intended. Desmond stepped closer. He looked at the papers spread across the table, the unpaid invoices, the paused grant notice, the payment plan awaiting both their signatures. How bad? She told him. Every number, every call, every deadline. When she finished, he did not speak for a long moment. Then he pulled out the chair across from her and sat down. We will fix it. How? I do not know yet. He met her eyes. But I am not leaving." The words landed differently than they had before, not as reassurance, as fact. Renske held his gaze, and in the silence between them, in the kitchen of a house that was falling apart around them, something shifted. "I need you to sign the payment plan," she said. "Lloyd Parrish, 5,300. He wants both directors." Desmond took the paper, read it, signed. Then he looked at her. "What else?" She pulled the paused grant notice toward her. "I need to figure out how to prove solvency by end of business tomorrow. Then we start tonight." He reached for the stack of papers and began sorting them into categories. Renske watched him for a moment, the precision of his hands, the way he moved through crisis like it was a language he had learned before he knew words. Then she picked up the pen. They worked through the evening in shared silence, the boiler groaning beneath them, the house settling around them, the cracks in everything still visible but not yet fatal. At some point, Pilar appeared in the doorway with 2 bowls of rice and vegetables that Mrs. Ibarra had left in the fridge. She set them on the table without a word and left. Desmond looked at the bowl. "She fed us. She feeds everyone." He picked up the fork. "That is not nothing." Renske watched him eat, and for a moment, the weight of the day lifted enough for her to breathe. Then the phone rang. She answered. It was Lloyd Parrish again. "Change of plans," he said. "I just got a call from Harlan Cross. He says he has a prior claim on the building supplies ordered for Harrowgate. He is demanding a lien hearing." Renske's hand tightened on the receiver. "When?" "Next week, but that is not the problem." Lloyd paused. "He is telling everyone on the island that you and Achterberg are preparing to sell. He says he has proof." Chapter 24. She called Lloyd back. "Tell me exactly what he said." "That he has a prior claim on the supplies. That he will produce a signed letter of intent from the former director, promising right of first refusal on all vendor contracts. That he wants a lien hearing before the county records office can release the deed." Renske's fingers tightened on the receiver. "That letter is not worth the paper it is printed on." "Does not matter what it is worth," Lloyd said. "Matters what it costs to fight. And he knows you do not have that money." She thanked him, hung up, and stood in the kitchen with the receiver still warm in her hand. Desmond watched her from the table. "Harlan Cross. He claims a prior claim on the supply contracts, wants a lien hearing. He is bluffing. He does not need to win." Renske set the phone down. "He just needs to delay the deed transfer long enough for the county to flag us non-operational." Desmond was already reaching for his folder. "Then we file a counter-affidavit before he can file his claim. Pendleton can notarize it on the morning ferry." She nodded, but something else was already forming behind her ribs. Not strategy, not fear, something older. The feeling of ground shifting under her feet and knowing the only way to steady it was to move faster than the collapse. "I will call Pendleton in the morning," she said. "First light." "Renske. I need to finish the medication logs. Mrs. Abra flagged 3 entries that do not match the dosages we actually gave tonight." "Renske." She was already at the counter, pulling the binder from the shelf. "And the foundation brace Juniper needs. She said 3 days if she works straight through. That means I need to clear the east wind storage by tomorrow afternoon so she has room to stage the materials." "You are doing it again." She turned. "Doing what?" Desmond set down the pen. "The thing where the crisis gets bigger and you get smaller. Taking on more weight because you do not trust anyone else to hold it." "I trust you. I trust Mrs. Ibarra. I trust Juniper. But none of you can be in 3 places at once." "Neither can you." She opened her mouth to argue, but the words caught. Because he was right. She was already splitting into pieces, one hand on the medication log, one on the phone to Pendleton, one on the storage room schedule. 3 hands. None of them her own. She closed the binder. "I am fine," she said. "No, you are not." Desmond stood. "But that is not the problem. The problem is that you will say you are fine right up until you are not, and by then it will be too late for anyone to catch you." Renske stared at him. The words hit somewhere deep, somewhere she had sealed shut years ago, and she felt them crack the seal. She said nothing. He held her gaze for a long moment, then turned and walked out of the kitchen. She did not sleep. By dawn, she had finished the medication logs, reviewed the evacuation routes with Tobin, called Pendleton about the counter-affidavit, cleared half the East Wing's storage, started the breakfast shift when Marisol did not show, and written 3 case notes for children she had not had time to check on personally. By 8, Mrs. Achterberg found her in the pantry, pressing a list of inventory shortages against the wall so hard the paper tore. "You are bleeding," Mrs. Achterberg said. Renske looked down. The cracked watch strap had caught on a nail and pulled the skin raw. A thin line of blood traced her wrist. "It is fine." "It is not fine." Mrs. Achterberg took the list from her hand, set it on the shelf, and put a bowl of broth in its place. "Drink." "I do not have time." "You do not have time to collapse either, but you will make time for that when your body decides for you." Renske looked at the broth. Steam curled off the surface. She could smell the salt and the ginger, the same broth Mrs. Achterberg made every morning, the same broth she had fed to Mateo when his fever broke, to the twins when they came in from the rain, to her on the night of the storm when she had not asked for anything. "I do not know how to stop," she said. Mrs. Achterberg's face softened, not with pity, with something older, recognition. "That is the problem," she said. "You have spent so long being useful that you forgot you are allowed to exist without earning it." Renske picked up the bowl, the warmth soaked into her palms. "I do not want to be the woman who breaks because she refused to bend," Mrs. Achterberg said, "and I do not want to watch you become her." She turned and walked out of the pantry. Renske stood alone, the broth cooling in her hands, the crack in her watch face catching the light. She was halfway through the storage room when Desmond found her. He did not say anything. He just set a stack of papers on the floor beside her and waited until she looked up. "What is this?" "Everything you have committed to in the last 12 hours. Case notes, supply orders, schedule adjustments, calls, compliance items, storage clearance. 23 separate tasks. 12 of them are things someone else could do." She sat back on her heels. "Who?" He crouched beside her. "Marisol can manage the breakfast shift. Tobin knows the supply inventory better than anyone. Deshawn already took the drill apart. They have been running this house longer than we have. You just do not trust them to hold it." "I trust them." "Then let them." She looked at the papers. 23 tasks, 12 she could hand off. The others would still be waiting. But that was not the point. The point was that she had not even thought to ask. "Why are you doing this?" Desmond did not answer immediately. He picked up one of the papers, a case note for a child she had not checked on. "Because I have seen what happens to people who try to carry everything alone," he said. "They do not save anyone. They just become another person who needs saving." He set the paper down. "And I do not want to be the one who watches you break." The words landed like a hand on her shoulder. She looked at him, gray eyes in the dim light of the storage room, the notch through his eyebrow, the certainty in his voice. "You are not going to fix this by running yourself into the ground," he said, "but I can help you find a way to hold it." Renske looked down at her hands, the cracked watch, the raw wrist, the healing burn scar on her forearm, the map of every place she had given, until there was nothing left. "I do not know how to let go," she said. Desmond stood. He held out his hand. "Then start with one thing." She looked at his hand. Then she took it. Chapter 25. The thaw came to Tillicum Spit in fits. Gray sky breaking to weak sun, then sealing again. Renske noticed because the ferry schedule shifted, because the light held longer over the water, and because the children started leaving footprints in the softening mud. But Onyeka did not go outside. She saw him at meals, sliding into the kitchen at the last minute, taking a plate to the corner table where the younger kids left him alone because his silence read as warning. He ate fast. He left before anyone could ask him to stay. Renske told herself it was just the deadline pressure. The compliance list was 3 days out, and the whole house felt it. Onyeka had always carried himself like someone who expected adults to fail him. That was not new. What was new was how he stopped pretending. She found him on Tuesday afternoon, sitting on the back steps where the boards were still warped from the flood. He had a book open on his knee, but his eyes were on the tree line, tracking nothing. She sat down a few feet away, not close enough to crowd. "You skipped the meeting this morning?" "What meeting?" "The transition planning session with Mrs. Barbara about county resources for youth aging out." Onyeka turned a page he had not read. "I know what resources they have. A garbage bag and a phone number that changes every 6 months." The words were flat, not angry. That was worse. "We are trying to do better than that," she said. "Sure." He closed the book. "When is the next ferry?" 4:30. "Good." He stood and walked inside. She let it go because there were other fires. The boiler technician was due on the afternoon ferry, and Desmond had spent the morning clearing the East Wing storage with Deshawn. Tobin had taken over the inventory system, lining up cans and boxes on the pantry shelves with a level of precision that made her chest ache. Marisol was running the breakfast shift now, and the kitchen had not burned down yet. Renske was delegating. She was trying, but she kept seeing Onyeka's face on the steps. That flatness. The way he said good like he had already stopped needing the answer. She found Desmond in the East Wing common room, stacking mildewed boxes into a pile for disposal. His sleeves were rolled, and there was a line of dust across his collarbone. "How is the boiler tech?" "Ferry is on time. He will assess tonight." Desmond straightened, nodded toward the hallway. "What is wrong?" It was not a question. "Onyeka is pulling away," she said. "More than usual. He skipped the transition meeting. He says he already knows what the county offers." Desmond's jaw tightened. He wiped his hands on his trousers, then met her eyes. "I noticed something this morning. He gave his boots to one of the younger boys, said they were too small." "They are not too small. I saw him wear them last week." "Exactly." Desmond picked up another box. "He is getting rid of things he cannot carry." The words landed cold in her chest. Things he cannot carry. She thought of her own cracked watch, the raw wrist, the list of 23 tasks. "I will talk to him," she said. "You already tried. He walked away." "Then what do you suggest?" Desmond set the box down. "I suggest you stop treating this like a problem you can fix in one conversation. He is not angry at you. He is preparing to leave before he is thrown out." Renske opened her mouth to argue, then closed it, because that was exactly what it looked like. She found Onyeka again at dusk, in the empty boys' dorm, stuffing a backpack under his bed. Not clothes, a few books, a toothbrush, a worn photograph of his mother that he kept in his nightstand. He did not hear her come in. She said his name quietly. He spun, and for a second his face cracked open. Fear, plain and unguarded. Then it sealed. "Just organizing," he said. "Onyeka." "What?" She sat on the edge of the nearest bed. The mattress sagged. The springs creaked. "The boots," she said. "The backpack. The transition meeting. I know what this looks like." "Then you know there is nothing to talk about." "I know you are scared." He flinched. The word landed hard. "I am not scared of anything," he said, voice flat again. "I am just not stupid." "Neither am I." He stared at her. The backpack hung loose in his hand. "I looked up the county placement rules," he said. "When I turn 18, I am a legal adult. Harrowgate does not have to keep me. The state does not have to place me. I am unclaimed. Those are the rules for people without a plan. We are building a plan. Your plan is 3 days from failing the inspection." He tossed the backpack onto the bed. "I am not waiting for you to figure out which county I get sent to." He walked out. By 9 that night, Renske had not seen him in 2 hours. She checked the common room, the kitchen, the basement steps. Nothing. Desmond found her in the hallway, drying her hands on her jeans. "He is not in the house," she said. "Garage?" "No." "Check the cannery." She looked at him. "He is not going to the cannery. The stairs are rotted." "He is not going there for safety. He is going there because it is the only place no one checks." Renske grabbed her coat. The wind hit her as she stepped outside, still wet from the ebbing tide. The sky was dark, moon hidden behind low cloud. She crossed the yard, boots sinking into the mud, and followed the path toward the shuttered cannery at the spit's edge. The building loomed black against the water. One door hung crooked on its hinges, a gap she could fit through. She stepped inside. The smell hit her first. Rotting wood, salt, and something metallic. The floorboards groaned under her weight. Onyeka. Silence. Then, from the dark, his voice. I am not going back tonight. She did not move. Okay, she said. Then I will stay. She heard him shift. A board creaked. Why? She looked into the dark where his voice had come from. Because I should have done this sooner, she said, and because you are not unclaimed. The silence stretched. Outside, the ferry horn sounded across the water. 4:30 came and went. In the dark, Onyeka said nothing at all. Chapter 26. The ferry horn sounded again, farther now, pulling away into the channel. Renske stood in the dark of the cannery, her eyes adjusting to the shape of Onyeka against the far wall. He had not moved since she spoke. His silence was not refusal, it was something worse, a waiting that had given up on being answered. I looked up the rules too, she said, when I was your age. Nothing. I was 17 in a group home in Spokane. I knew the exact date. I aged out. I counted it like a sentence. A board creaked. He shifted. And I spent the next 10 years proving I was worth keeping around. Every job, every placement, every time someone needed something, I was the one who showed up. That sounds like a plan. It sounds like survival. She stepped forward, one foot, then another. The floor groaned. But it is not the same as being home. He laughed, short and hollow. You think this place is home? I think it can be. It is a building. His voice cracked on the last word. A building that is falling apart. You have 3 days before the state takes it. You think they are going to let me stay here after you fail? The word after hit her like cold water. He was not planning to wait for the inspection. He was planning for it to fail. Onyeka, do not. Look at me. He did not. She crossed the rest of the distance. The light from the gap in the door fell across his face. He was holding the photograph. His mother, worn at the edges. You are not unclaimed, she said. You already said that. I will keep saying it. He looked up then. His eyes were dry, which made it worse. Dry and flat and finished. 3 days, he said. Then you will be gone too. They walked back in silence. The mud sucked at her boots. The wind had died, leaving the spit in a damp stillness that magnified every sound. Her breathing, the creak of her wet coat, the weight of the boy beside her, walking like a man already gone. The house lights were on when they reached the yard, all of them. Kitchen, common room, the upstairs hall. It looked wrong, like a ship lit for evacuation. Desmond met her at the back door. His face told her something had happened before he opened his mouth. Where's Onyeka? Upstairs. Deshawn is with him. What? Harlan Cross made a call. Desmond's jaw worked. To Pendleton, to the county clerk, to anyone who would listen. He's telling the island I signed a sale agreement before I arrived. But you did not. I know I did not. But the former director signed a letter of intent. Cross is claiming it binds the property. Renske stepped past him into the kitchen. Mrs. Ibarra stood at the counter, phone pressed to her ear, her face carved into something Renske had never seen before. Worry. Mrs. Ibarra hung up. 3 more vendors called, she said. They want payment or they will refuse future orders. The hardware store in Port Townsend, the medical supply house, the fuel company. All of them? All of them. She set the phone down. Cross has been busy. Renske turned to Desmond. You told him to move on. You said you killed it. I told him verbally. There was no contract to cancel. Then why does he have a letter of intent? Because the former director was incompetent, or corrupt, possibly both. It was the wrong answer. She heard it the second it left his mouth. Too fast, too clean. How long have you known about the letter? He did not answer. Desmond, I saw it in the files, the day I arrived, and you did not tell me. I thought it was dead. I told him to move on. I told him to move on. You did not tell me he had a piece of paper. The kitchen went still. Mrs. Arbor watched them both. The kettle steamed on the stove, untouched. I am not your enemy, Desmond said. Then stop hiding things that look exactly like what an enemy would do. He flinched. Barely, but she saw it. The door from the hall swung open. Tobin stood there, Nell behind him, both in pajamas. Their faces were pale and watchful. "Mr. Achterberg?" Tobin's voice was small. "Is the house being sold?" Desmond's throat moved. He looked at Renske. She looked at the children. "No," she said. "The house is not being sold." Tobin did not look convinced. He held her gaze for a long second, then turned and walked back into the hall. Nell followed. The door swung shut. Silence. Mrs. Ibarra picked up the kettle and poured water over tea leaves. The sound filled the room. "Nonya is not the only one who knows how to read the weather," she said. Those children heard every word. Renske pressed her palms against the counter. The cracked watch face caught the light. "I will call Pendleton," Desmond said. "I will get him on the morning ferry with the affidavit. We can file before Cross gets a hearing date. And then we prove nothing was signed. We prove the letter of intent has no force without a countersigned agreement." "Can you prove that?" He met her eyes. "I have to." She did not sleep. She sat in the common room as the house settled around her. The creak of floorboards, the whisper of wind through patched walls. Somewhere above, a door opened and closed. Tobin, checking the hall. Nell, watching the stairs. At 3 in the morning, she heard footsteps on the landing. Desmond stopped in the doorway. He was still in the same shirt, sleeves rolled, dust on his collar. He held a folder. "I found the original correspondence," he said, "between Cross and the former director. The letter of intent was never notarized. It has no standing." "That is good." "It is good." He did not move. "But it does not undo the damage. The island knows. The vendors know. The children know." She looked up at him. His face was drawn, hollow in the lamplight. "Why did you not tell me?" He set the folder on the table. "Because I did not want you to have another reason to distrust me." She waited. "I know what it looks like," he said. "A man who came here to close the house, who had plans, who talked to buyers. Then a letter surfaces that looks like proof of a deal." "I know." "Then why should I believe you now?" He did not answer. The clock on the wall ticked. The house breathed around them. "Because I have nowhere else to go," he said finally. "And because you are the only person on this island who has ever looked at me like I might be worth staying for." The words hung in the air. Renske did not move. Neither did he. And in the silence between them, something shifted. Not trust, not yet, but the possibility of it, fragile as the first crack of light before dawn. Chapter 27. The morning light came gray and thin through the kitchen windows. Renske had not slept. She had not tried. At some point, Desmond had left the common room, and she had sat alone until the first sounds of the house waking. Footsteps on the stairs, a door opening, Nell's voice asking about breakfast. She stood at the counter now, measuring coffee into the percolator, when Carl appeared in the doorway. His face was closed. He held a newspaper folded to a local brief. "You seen this?" She took it. The headline was small, but placed, "Harrowgate Home, listed for sale, sources say." The text was shorter than the headline. Rumors, unnamed sources, an impending lien hearing. The words closure and relocation appeared in the first paragraph. "Cross put this in," Renske said. "Does it matter who put it in?" Carl's voice was flat. "Half the island read it with their morning eggs. My wife called asking if she should start packing my things." "Carl? I worked here 12 years. I have not been paid in 3 weeks. I am not asking for the money. I am asking for the truth." Renske set the newspaper down. "The house is not for sale." "Then why is that man still here?" Carl pointed toward the hallway where Desmond's footsteps had faded. "He came to close us. Everyone knows it. The paper is just saying what we already heard." The kitchen went quiet. Mrs. Abra stood at the stove, her back to the room. Clar appeared in the side door, sketchbook pressed to her chest, eyes moving between the adults. Renske felt the weight of every gaze. "Desmond Achterberg is the co-director of this home," she said. "He's been here through the flood. The boiler failure, the inspection prac, and every sick child in this house. He signed a personal payment plan with Lloyd Parrish to keep supplies coming. He spent yesterday on 2 ferries to bring back a boiler technician who is currently in the basement trying to save our heat. She paused. There is a piece of paper from the former director that Cross is using to claim a lien. Desmond never signed it. He did not know about it until he arrived. He told me that. I believe him. Carl's jaw worked. You believe him? Yes. Even though he came here to shut us down. Even though... The silence stretched. Then Carl picked up the newspaper, folded it again, and tucked it under his arm. I hope you are right, he said, and walked out. The kitchen exhaled. Mrs. Abarba did not turn around. That took nerve. He was not wrong to ask. No, he was not, but you answered for him anyway. She finally looked over her shoulder. The question is whether you meant it. Renske did not answer. She found Desmond in the East Wing storage room, stacking cleared boxes against the far wall. He did not look up when she entered. Carl read the paper, she said. I know. Grena called Ms. Adabra. The fuel company called again. Pendleton called twice, asking if we need to move the affidavit filing to this afternoon. He set a box down. His hands were steady. His face was not. What did you tell Carl? The truth, that you never signed anything, that I believe you. Desmond turned. After everything I hid from you, after the folder, after the letter, you told them you believe me. I told them what I needed them to hear. She stepped closer. I am still furious with you. I know. I am still not sure I trust you. I know that too. Then what are we doing? He wiped dust from his hands. The morning light through the high window cut a sharp line across his face. We are standing in a storage room at 6 in the morning, he said, with a boiler technician in the basement, a lien hearing pending, an inspection in 3 days, and 40 children who will be scattered across 4 counties if we fail. We are doing what we have to do. And after the inspection? After the inspection, you can decide if you want to keep being furious with me. That is not an answer. It is the only one I have. She felt the heat rise in her chest, the exhaustion, the fear, the anger she had been pressing down since the letter of intent surfaced, since the newspaper, since every call that came in with bad news. You should have told me, she said. I know. I had to defend you to the staff without knowing the full truth. I had to stand in front of Carl and claim you were trustworthy while I was still wondering if I was being lied to. Desmond's throat moved. I was not lying. No, you were hiding. That is almost worse. He did not argue. The silence between them was raw and open, the way a wound is open before it clots. If we split, Renske said, they go. Every one of them. Tobin and Nell get separated. Pilar goes back to the group home she ran from. Onyeka ages out into nothing. I know. So we cannot split. No. Even if I want to. Even if you want to. Even if every instinct says walk away and let the county sort it out. Desmond's gray eyes held hers. I have no instinct to walk away. She wanted to believe him. She was not sure she did. But she was not sure she had the luxury of waiting until she was sure. Then we hold the line, she said, together until the inspection. And after that we figure out what we are. The words landed harder than either of them expected. Renske looked away first. The technician needs to test the boiler by noon, she said. Pendleton will be on the 11 o'clock ferry with the affidavit. I need you to meet him and file before Cross gets to the courthouse. Already planned. Then do it. He moved past her toward the door. She caught his arm. He stopped. That confession, she said, at 3 in the morning. The one about not having anywhere else to go. I remember what I said. I am not holding it against you, she let go. But I am not pretending it fixes everything either. Desmond's breath came slow. It was not meant to fix anything. It was meant to be true. He walked out. Renske stood alone in the storage room, her hand still raised where she had touched his sleeve. The boiler groaned somewhere below. And from the 3rd floor, faint but unmistakable, came the sound of something scraping across wood. Chapter 28. Renske stood in the storage room, her hand still raised where she had touched Desmond's sleeve. The scraping sound from the 3rd floor had stopped. She waited. The house settled into its usual language, the groan of old pipes, the wind pressing against the east wall, the distant hum of the boiler technician's tools from the basement. Nothing else. She told herself it was the house. Old wood, salt rot, the memory of a sealed room that had been opened and could not be closed again. She walked out. The common room was empty. Mrs. Abra had gone home. The kitchen was dark. The boiler technician had left a note on the counter. Burner assembly drying. Test tomorrow morning. No promises. Renske read it twice. Then she climbed the stairs. She checked the girls' dorm first. Kalar was asleep with her sketchbook open across her chest, one hand still holding a charcoal stick. Nell was curled against Tobin on a floor mattress, their breathing deep and even. The younger ones were tangled in blankets, a heap of arms and legs that looked almost peaceful. She counted heads. 18, 19, 20. She moved to the boys' dorm. The beds were lined along the far wall, a row of lumpy pillows and kicked-off sheets. She counted as she walked. 21, 22, 23. She stopped at the fourth bed from the window. The blanket was pulled taut. The pillow was undisturbed. The sheets were cold. Onyeka's bed had not been slept in. Renske stood very still. She told herself there was an explanation. Bathroom. Kitchen. The East Wing storage room where he sometimes read. The cannery. Her chest tightened. She checked the bathroom. Empty. The kitchen. Dark. The East Wing. Shadows and stacked bosses and a single window rattling in its frame. She climbed to the third floor. The sealed room door was still wedged shut. The hallway was empty. She went back down. The back door was unlocked. Renske stepped onto the porch. The air was cold and wet, the fog thick enough to swallow the yard's far edge. The ferry dock was a smear of light through the gray. The last ferry had left at 10. The first would not run until 6. She walked the perimeter. The cannery was dark, its broken door hanging open. She called his name. The wind swallowed it. She checked the supply shed, the old root cellar, the overturned rowboat by the fence line. Nothing. By the time she reached the kitchen again, her hands were shaking. She found the note on his nightstand, a single sheet of paper, folded once, tucked beneath his mother's photograph. Do not come looking. I am not worth the ferry fare. She read it 3 times. Then she opened his closet. The backpack was gone. The boots he had given away were not replaced. The books he kept on the windowsill were missing. The photograph was still there, worn at the edges, the face of a woman he had not seen in years. He had left her the only thing he could not carry. Renske sat on the edge of his empty bed. The room was quiet. The house was quiet. She could hear her own breathing, too fast, too shallow. The weight of the past week pressed down on her chest, the newspaper, the calls, the confrontation in the storage room, the scraping sound from the 3rd floor, the promise she had made on the cannery steps. You are not unclaimed. She had said it. She had meant it, and he had left anyway. She looked at the photograph. The woman's face was soft, younger than Renske had expected, with Onyeka's eyes and the same careful stillness in her mouth. She wondered if he looked at this picture every night, if he talked to it, if he asked it questions the way the younger children asked about their parents, the way Tobin asked about separation, the way Nell asked about staying. She did not hear Desmond come in. He stopped in the doorway. His coat was wet. His hair was dark with fog. He looked at the empty bed, the note in her hand, the photograph beside her. How long? He said. The bed was cold when I checked. 2 hours, maybe 3. The ferry? Last one left at 10. He cannot get off the island tonight. Desmond said nothing. Renske stood. The photograph was still in her hand. She set it back on the nightstand, carefully, the way you set down something that might break. He left a note, she said. He said he is not worth the ferry fare. Desmond's jaw tightened. He is wrong. I know. Then why did he leave? Renske looked at the empty bed, the folded note, the photograph of a woman who had not been able to stay either. Because he is 17, she said. Because he has spent his whole life watching people leave before he could leave them. Because he would rather disappear than wait to see if we mean it. Desmond's breath came slow. Where would he go? I do not know, The cannery is empty, the supply shed, the root cellar. I checked everywhere I could think of. There is more island than house. I know. The silence between them was raw and open again, the way it had been in the storage room, the way it kept being every time they thought they had reached the bottom of this. I will take the east road, Desmond said. You take the south. Meet back here in an hour. And if we do not find him? He looked at her. His gray eyes were steady, but there was something beneath the steadiness, something that looked like the same fear she was trying not to name. Then we keep looking. Renske nodded. She picked up the note from the nightstand and folded it into her pocket. She did not know why she kept it. Maybe because it was proof he had been here. Maybe because she needed something to hold on to while she walked into the fog. She stepped past Desmond into the hallway. The house was dark. The children were asleep. The boiler hummed in the basement, a low, uneven sound that did not promise anything. She paused at the back door. Desmond? He turned. Thank you. For what? For not telling me it is my fault. His throat moved. It is not your fault, Renske. I know. She pulled the door open, but I needed to hear you say it anyway. She stepped into the fog. The yard was a gray blur. The ferry dock light was gone. The only sound was her own footsteps on the wet grass and the distant, rhythmic scrape of something she could not name, coming from somewhere she could not see. Chapter 29. The south road ate her footsteps. Fog swallowed the fence line, the supply shed, the overturned rowboat she had already checked twice. Renske walked with her hands out, fingers brushing wet grass where the road shoulder dissolved into marsh. The note burned in her pocket. I am not worth the ferry fare. She called his name until her throat went raw. Nothing answered but the scrape. That distant, rhythmic scrape she had heard from the back door, coming from somewhere between the house and the water. Not the house, not the boiler. Something else. Something that had been pulling at the edge of her hearing since she stepped into the yard. She stopped. The scrape was ahead, east of the road, toward the inlet where the old cannery sat on pilings, its roof half collapsed, its windows blind with salt. She had checked the cannery. She had stood in the doorway and called his name and heard nothing, but the scrape was there now, steady, deliberate. Someone pulling something across metal. Renske left the road. The marsh grabbed her boots, cold water seeping through the leather before she hit the gravel of the cannery lot. The building reared out of the fog, dark and massive, its corrugated sides streaked with rust. The scrape stopped. She stood still. The silence was wet and thick. She could hear her own heartbeat. She could hear the water lapping at the pilings below. Then the scrape resumed, slower, as if whoever was inside had heard her and was choosing to keep going anyway. The door was the same gap she had used 2 nights ago, the frame warped just enough for a lean person to slip through. She pressed herself sideways, felt the rust flake against her coat, and dropped into the dark. The smell hit her first. Brine, rot, fish oil soaked into wood so old that it becomes soft. The cannery floor stretched ahead in stripes of moonlight where the roof had failed. Conveyor belts sat frozen, their tracks rusted solid. Somewhere above, a bird shifted and the boards creaked. The scrape came from the back wall. Near the loading dock, Renske moved between the conveyor lines, her footsteps loud on the wet concrete. She did not call out this time. If Onyeka was here, he knew she was coming. Calling would only give him time to run. The loading dock was a platform of splintered planks, its roll-up door rusted halfway open. Beyond it, the inlet lapped at the pilings, black water visible through gaps in the floor. Onyeka sat against the far wall. He had his backpack beside him, the zipper open. His knife was out, the blade catching the dim light as he dragged the sharpening stone along its edge in long, even strokes. He did not look up. Renske stopped at the edge of the platform. You found me, he said, flat. No surprise. You wanted to be found. The knife paused, his jaw tightened. Then the scrape resumed, harder this time, the stone biting against the steel. I left the note, he said. I did not have to. I could have just gone. But you wanted someone to read it. He did not answer. The fog pushed through the open door, cold and damp. Renske's hands were shaking. She did not know if it was the cold or the fear or the rage she had been carrying since she read those words on his nightstand. She sat down on the platform, not close to him, far enough that he could see she was not trying to corner him. "You left your mother's photograph," she said. The knife stopped. "I know." His voice was quieter now. "I could not carry it." "Why not?" He looked at her then, and his eyes were not flat anymore. They were bright and terrible, the eyes of someone who had been holding something together by will alone. "Because if I lose it, I have nothing," he said. "And if I keep it, I have to keep believing she is coming back. And she is not. She has been gone 5 years. She is not coming back." Renske felt the words land in her chest like stones. "I know," she said. Onyeka's breath came sharp. "No, you do. I aged out of a group home in Spokane when I was 17. Renske's voice was steady. She did not know where she had found the steadiness. "I spent the next 10 years proving I was worth keeping around. I still do not believe it. Not really. Every time someone stays, I wait for the moment they realize they make a mistake." Onyeka stared at her. The knife was still in his hand. The sharpening stone was on the floor beside him. "Why are you here?" he said. "Why did you come?" "Because I promised you were not unclaimed. That is not a reason. It is the only reason I have." The silence stretched. Water lapped at the pylons below. Somewhere in the dark, a rope groaned against a cleat. Then footsteps, slow, deliberate. Desmond stepped through the gap in the door. He did not speak. He walked to the edge of the platform and stopped, his gray eyes moving from Renske to Onyeka, to the knife still in the boy's hand. Onyeka's chin lifted. "You came too," he said. Not a question. "I did." "Why?" Desmond did not answer immediately. He looked at the knife, the backpack, the sharpening stone on the floor. He looked at the water below the platform, black and patient. "Because I know what it feels like," he said, "to be 17 and realize the only person who ever stayed is not coming back. And to decide that if no one is going to hold you, you will hold yourself so tight that nothing can reach you." Onyeka's throat moved. "That is not comfort," he said. "No," Desmond said. "It is not. You do not need comfort right now. You need someone to tell you they are not leaving, even when you make it easy for them to go." Renske looked at him. His profile was hard in the dim light, the notch through his brow catching shadow. Onyeka's hand tightened on the knife. 3 days, he said. "In 3 days the inspector comes, and then you will all be gone, and I will be unclaimed, and it will be like it was before, like it has always been." "It will not be like it was before," Onyeka laughed. It was a hollow sound, sharp and broken. "You cannot promise that." "No," Renske said. "I cannot promise the inspection will pass. I cannot promise the funding will appear. I cannot promise any of the things I want to promise." She leaned forward. "But I can promise you this. I am still here, right now, on this rotting dock, in this freezing fog, with a boy who would rather disappear than let himself hope. And I am not leaving until you do." Onyeka's face crimpled. He did not cry. He pressed the heels of his hands against his eyes and sat very still, his shoulders shaking with the effort of holding himself together. Desmond moved first. He walked across the platform slowly, the way you approach something that might startle. He sat down on the other side of Onyeka, not touching him, close enough that the boy could feel the warmth of another person beside him. "You do not have to come back tonight," Desmond said quietly. "But you cannot stay here. The tide is coming in, and these pilings will not hold much longer." Onyeka did not answer. Renske stood. Her knees ached from the cold. Her hands were numb. She walked to where Onyeka sat and held out her hand. His eyes were red. His face was wet. "You said you would stay," he said. "I did. And if I go back with you, you were just going to leave anyway. When an inspection fails, when the money runs out, when it gets too hard, I am not going to tell you it will be easy." Rence's hand was still out. "But I'm going to tell you I will still be here when it is hard. That is the only promise I have that is worth anything. Onyeka looked at her hand, then at Desmond, who had not moved, who was sitting in the dark on a splintered loading dock, waiting. Onyeka picked up his backpack. He did not take her hand. He stood on his own, the knife sheathed, the sharpening stone in his pocket. "Fine," he said. "But if the house falls into the sea, I am not carrying you." Renske let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. "Fair." They crossed the platform in single file, Onyeka first, then Desmond, then Renske. The fog was still thick. The scrape had stopped, replaced by the sound of water rising beneath the cannery. At the door, Onyeka paused. "I lost my mother's photograph," he said. "I left it on the nightstand." "I could not." "I have it," Renske said. "It is in your room. I put it back where it belongs." Onyeka's throat moved. He stepped through the gap. Renske followed, Desmond behind her, and the three of them walked into the fog together, the cannery groaning behind them as the tide pulled at its bones. The first gray light was breaking over the water when they reached the house. The ferry horn sounded in the distance, and Onyeka stopped at the gate, his hand on the cold iron. "I am not promising anything," he said. "Neither am I," Renske said. He looked at her. Then he walked through the gate, up the path, and into the dark of the house. Desmond stood beside her on the wet gravel. His coat was soaked. His hair was dark with fog. "One night," he said. "I am not promising anything," he said. "Neither am I," Renske said. He looked at her. Then he walked through the gate, up the path, and into the dark of the house. Desmond stood beside her on the wet gravel. His coat was soaked. His hair was dark with fog. "One night," he said. "One night," she agreed. The ferry horn sounded again, closer now. And somewhere below them, buried beneath the house and the yard and the fog, the scraping sound resumed. Chapter 30. The house swallowed them in silence. Onyeka walked through the front hall without looking at the stairs, without looking at anything, his boots leaving wet prints on the old boards. He did not stop when he reached the corridor to the boys' door. He kept moving, past the kitchen door, past the cracked radiator, until he stood in the doorway of his room. Renske watched from the hall. He did not turn on the light. The gray from the windows was enough. She saw him cross to the nightstand, saw his hand hover over the photograph she had placed there, his mother's face worn soft at the edges. He picked it up. He stood there a long time, holding it. Then he sat on the edge of the bed and set the photograph beside him, face up, and stared at the wall. Renske stayed in the doorway. She did not know what to say that would not sound like she was trying to close a deal. Desmond appeared behind her. His coat was still wet. He did not step past her, did not enter the room, just stood at her shoulder, close enough that she could feel the cold coming off him. Onyeka spoke without turning. "You both grew up in places like this." It was not a question. Renske's throat tightened. "Yes, and you both left." Desmond's voice was low. "Yes, but you came back." No one answered. Onyeka turned. His face was hard, but his eyes were not. They were raw, scraped open, the kind of tired that went deeper than sleep. "Why?" Renske opened her mouth, closed it. She could have said because the children needed her, because she believed in the work, because she had nowhere else to go. All of it was true. None of it was the whole truth. She sat down on the floor, not on the bed beside him, on the floor, her back against the wall, her knees pulled up, the way she had sat 1,000 nights in 1,000 rooms that never belonged to her. "Because I do not know how to be anywhere without earning my place," she said. Onyeka's brow pulled tight. Renske stared at the cracked plaster across the room. "I aged out of a group home in Spokane when I was 17, she said. "And I spent the next 10 years trying to be so useful that no one could send me away. I took every shift. I never said no. I carried things until my body gave out because I believed that if I stopped being necessary, I would be discarded." She looked at him. "I came back because I am still trying to earn the right to stay, and I do not know if I will ever stop." The room was very quiet. Onyeka's hand moved to the photograph. His fingers traced the edge. "At least you know what you are trying to earn," he said. "I do not even know what belonging looks like." Desmond moved then. He did not sit on the floor. He leaned against the doorframe, his arms crossed, his face half in shadow. "I know what it looks like," he said. "I just did not believe it could exist." Onyeka looked at him. Desmond's jaw tightened. "I came to Harrowgate to close it," he said. "I had a plan, spreadsheets, timelines, a list of placement options for every child. I told myself it was the responsible thing, the merciful thing, because closing a failing institution cleanly is kinder than letting children rot inside slow collapse." He paused. "That was a lie. The truth is that I could not bear to watch this place become something good." Onyeka's voice cracked. "Why?" "Because I lived here." Desmond said it flat, the way you say something you have repeated so many times it has lost its shape. 11 years, and I spent every one of them waiting for someone to finally decide I was worth keeping. No one ever did. Not until Elias Harrowgate, and by then I had already learned not to need it. He met Onyeka's eyes, and when I came back and saw what it could become, that hope felt unbearable. Because if Harrowgate could be saved, and I helped kill it, then I would have destroyed the only home that ever held me. Onyeka's throat moved. "You nearly did." "Yes. Why did you stop?" Desmond looked at Renske. She felt the weight of it, the full weight of what he was not saying, and she did not look away. "Because someone showed me it was worth the risk," he said. The silence stretched. Onyeka picked up the photograph. He held it against his chest, both hands pressed flat, as if he could feel his mother's face through the worn paper. "You cannot promise me it will work." "No," Renske said. "You cannot promise the inspection will pass, or that the money will come, or that I will not turn 18 and become unclaimed anyway." "No. Then what can you promise?" Renske pulled her knees tighter. "I can promise that I will still be here when it fails," she said. "I will be here when the money runs out. I will be here when you turn 18. I will be here when the house falls into the sea, if that is what happens. I cannot promise to save anything, but I can promise not to leave." Onyeka's chin trembled. "And you?" he said, looking at Desmond. Desmond did not hesitate. "I have nowhere else to go." It was not an answer, but it was the truest thing he had said all night. Onyeka laughed. It was a wet sound, half cry, half surrender. "That is a terrible promise." "It is the only one I have," Desmond said. Onyeka sat very still. Then he set the photograph back on the nightstand, face down, his hand resting on it. "I am going to sleep," he said, "and when I wake up I am going to eat breakfast, and I am going to prep for this inspection, and I am going to pretend I believe you." Renske nodded. "That is enough." "It is not. It is enough for today." Onyeka lay down. He pulled the blanket over his shoulders, his back to them, the photograph tucked beneath his pillow. Renske stood. Her knees ached. The floor had left impressions in her palms. She stepped into the hall. Desmond followed. They walked to the kitchen in silence. The lights were off. The stove ticked as it cooled. Renske leaned against the counter and pressed her hands flat against the surface, steadying herself. Desmond stood at the window, his back to her. "She is going to stay," he said. "Who?" "Your mother." He did not turn. "The one who left you. She is going to walk back through that door one day and she is going to say she is sorry, and you are going to forgive her, because that is who you are." Renske's chest tightened. "That is not true." "It is," he said. "I have watched you forgive things no one should have to forgive." "You have already forgiven me, and I have not even asked." She wanted to argue. She wanted to tell him he was wrong, that she had not forgiven anything, that she was still angry, still raw, still holding every betrayal like a stone in her chest. Instead, she said nothing. The boiler groaned beneath them, and in the silence, the scraping sound returned. It was closer now, not beneath the house, behind the wall. Renske turned. The kitchen wall was sweating, not condensation, not a pipe leak. The plaster was dark, damp, spreading in a slow bloom behind the cabinets, and the scraping came from inside it. Chapter 31. The house stirred before dawn, a different kind of quiet than the one that had swallowed them on the Cannery road. Renske found herself in the kitchen before the light fully broke, standing 3 feet from the wall where the plaster had darkened overnight. The damp patch had spread another handspan, the edges soft and pulpy. She touched it. Cold, not the boiler's heat, not a pipe's warmth. Behind her, footsteps. Desmond stopped in the doorway. He looked at the wall, then at her. Neither of them spoke. The scraping had stopped sometime in the last hour. She did not know when. She had been sitting in the common room with Onyeka's mother's photograph burned into her memory, the weight of his face-down surrender still pressing against her ribs. "The compliance list," Desmond said. "Clade faxed it yesterday. 7 items. Noon deadline." "I know what the deadline is." "Then you know we have 4 hours." She turned from the wall. The damp had reached the cabinet base, creeping along the seam where the floor met the plaster. "Did you sleep?" she asked. "No." "Then we are even?" He opened his mouth, closed it, and pulled a notebook from his jacket. The pages were soft with handling, the corners folded down. "Fire marshal inspection is done. Greta's husband signed off at 6:48 this morning. Boiler tech says the burner assembly will be ready to test by 10, but he cannot guarantee it will hold pressure. Medication logs are current, but Quaid will want to see the new schedules documented in writing, and the former director's charts still need to be separated from current records." Renske listened. His voice was flat, efficient, the same voice he had used at 3 a.m. when he confessed he had nowhere else to go. "Food inventory," he continued. "Mrs. Abara has it balanced, but the pantry count is short on protein. 2 weeks' worth, not the required 3. Staffing logs show gaps for the night shift covering the flu outbreak. Quaid will flag that. Is there anything on the list we can actually fix before noon? The logs, the medication documentation, and the broiler, if the tech gets lucky. And the foundation stone. Quaid does not know about the foundation stone. Yet." Desmond's jaw tightened. Yet. The kitchen door swung open. Mrs. Barbara entered with a tray of mugs, steam curling from each one. She set the tray on the table without a word, looked at the sweating wall, and said nothing. Renske picked up a mug. The heat burned her palms through the ceramic. She held it anyway. "The children are awake," Mrs. Barbara said. "They know the inspector is coming today. They have been watching the road since first light." "All of them?" "Onyeka is at the window. He has not moved since he finished breakfast." She looked at Renske. He ate. That meant something. Renske let it settle. "What do they know?" she asked. "They know the house is not being sold. They know you went looking for Onyeka and brought him back. They know the grown-ups are fighting less. They are drawing conclusions from what is not said." Desmond set his mug down. "I should meet Pendleton at the dock. The affidavit needs to be filed before Cross can reach the courthouse." "The ferry does not dock for another hour," Mrs. Abra said. "Drink your coffee." He did not argue. He sat. Renske watched the steam rise from her mug and thought about the wall behind her, the scraping inside it, the way the house kept holding secrets they were too exhausted to name. At 8:47, Mikhail Quaid's county sedan pulled into the gravel lot. Renske met him at the front door. He wore the same wool coat as the prep visit, carried the same leather clipboard, and looked at her with the same sharp, unreadable eyes. "Director Okorafor." "Mr. Quaid." He stepped inside. His gaze moved past her, cataloging the hallway, the primered wall where Pilar's monster had been painted over, the repaired banister, the sealed room door visible at the top of the third-floor stairs. "I asked to see the children first," he said. "The older ones." Renske's stomach tightened. "The compliance list will be reviewed after I speak with the residents." He looked at her directly. "That is the order I chose." She could argue. She could insist on protocol, demand he follow the checklist, control the narrative the way she had controlled every crisis since she stepped off the ferry. She did not. "Mrs. Abra," she said, "can you gather the older kids in the common room?" Mrs. Abra nodded and disappeared down the hall. Quaid waited. Beside her, Desmond had come to stand in the hallway. He said nothing, but he did not step away. "You will not be in the room," Quaid said. "Excuse me? I want to speak to them alone. No directors, no staff." He paused. "If this home is what you claim it is, the children will tell me. If it is not, they will tell me that too." Renske's hands were cold. The cracked watch pressed against her wrist, a familiar pressure. "One condition," she said. Quaid raised an eyebrow. "You ask them questions. You do not trick them. If a child says they do not want to answer, that answer is final. And if any of them asks for me or Desmond, you send for us immediately." "Agreed." She held his gaze. "I am trusting you." "I know." He walked past her toward the common room, where the older children had begun to gather in silence. Renske stood in the hallway with Desmond, the house creaking around them, the sweating wall breathing at her back, and 43 minutes until the boiler test. She did not know which would break first. At 9:31, the common room door was still closed. Renske stood in the kitchen, counting the damp patches spread by the movement of a single crack that now ran from the cabinet base to the ceiling. It was not a leak. No pipe ran through this wall. Desmond had gone to the dock to meet Pendleton's ferry. Mrs. Abra was at the pantry, organizing inventory in sharp, precise motions that let no one forget the deadline. The boiler technician appeared in the doorway. "Director Okorafor?" She turned. "The burner assembly is dry. I can test it now, but if the pressure drops, it will take another 12 hours to source the part." "How likely is that?" He wiped his hands on a rag. 50-50. Behind her, the crack in the kitchen wall grew another quarter-inch. The common room door opened at 9:47. Mikhail Quaid stepped out, closed the door behind him, and walked toward Renske without slowing. "I will need to review the medication logs, the staffing records, and the boiler test results by noon." "That is it?" "That is the list." He paused. "But I have one more question, Director." She waited. "The children told me they feel safe here." He looked at her. "I needed to hear it from them, not from you." And I believe them." He walked past her toward the east wing, clipboard under his arm, leaving Renske standing alone in the hallway with the house breathing around her, the scraping sound beginning again behind the kitchen wall, like something waking from a long sleep. Chapter 32. Mikhail Quaid stood in the hallway with his clipboard closed, the leather worn at the corners. He did not open it. "The medication logs are current," he said. "Better than current, they have signatures, dates, dosage times. That was not the case during my prep visit." Renske said nothing. The scraping had stopped behind the kitchen wall, but she could feel the silence of it, the way a held breath waits to release. "The staffing records are incomplete," Quaid continued. 3 people on your roster have not worked a shift in 2 weeks. I will need written confirmation they are still employed or termination paperwork by the final review." "How long do we have?" "Until I submit my report." He looked at her. "I have not set a date." Relief and dread arrived in the same pulse. "But I will tell you what I told the children," he said. "I believe them. That matters. It is not enough on its own, but it matters." Rence's hands were cold. The cracked watch pressed against her wrist. "What else?" Quaid walked to the primered wall where Pilar's monster had been painted over. He ran a finger along the fresh plaster. "You have made repairs, visible repairs. The banister is sound, the broken window on the second floor is replaced, the fire exits are clear. Those were problems during my prep visit, and they are no longer problems." "Then what is the catch?" He turned. "There is no catch, Director. I am telling you what I see. The house is better than it was. The children are calmer. The medication logs are legible. But I am also aware that none of these improvements existed 3 weeks ago, and 3 weeks is not enough time to prove sustainability." Renske's throat tightened. "You want to know if we can keep this up?" "I want to know if this home can survive without you and Mr. Achterberg running yourselves into the ground." He paused. "The children told me you sleep in the common room, that you have not taken a full night off since the storm." She did not answer. "The final review will not ask whether the children feel safe," he said. "I already know they do. It will ask whether that safety belongs to the whole house or only to 2 adults who are 1 illness away from collapse." He walked past her toward the front door. "I will submit my preliminary findings by end of week. You will have the weekend to address any gaps. I expect to see a structure that can function without either of you in every room." The door closed behind him. Renske stood in the hallway. Mrs. Abra appeared from the kitchen, drying her hands on a towel. "Well?" "Preliminary positive, final conditional. That is more than we had this morning." "It is not enough." Mrs. Abra studied her. "It never is with you." Renske turned. "What is that supposed to mean?" "It means you hear a warning about sustainability, and you hear it as a failure of your capacity, not a call to build shared structure." She folded the towel. "I have been offering to take over the pantry, ordering for 2 weeks. Juniper has been offering to train one of the older kids on basic maintenance. Deshawn already knows how to fix half the things in this house. But you keep doing it yourself. Because you do not trust anyone else to hold it. Mrs. Arborough's voice was quiet. And that is the thing that will break this house long before the boiler does. Renske opened her mouth, closed it. The kitchen wall was quiet behind her. The damp patch had not spread further, but it had not receded either. It sat there, patient, waiting. She walked to the common room. The older children were still gathered. Deshawn sat on the floor with a wrench, turning it over in his hands. Marisol was braiding her hair in tight, precise rows. Onyeka sat by the window, watching the road where Quade's sedan had disappeared. Renske sat down on the floor across from them. I need help. Deshawn looked up. What kind of help? The kind where I stop pretending I can do this alone. She let the words sit. The pantry needs reorganizing. The supply inventory Tobin started needs updating. The maintenance log has not been touched since Juniper left for materials. I need someone to own each of those. Deshawn set the wrench down. I can take maintenance. Good. Marisol stopped braiding. I can do the inventory. Tobin already showed me his system. Good. Onyeka had not turned from the window. Renske waited. I can handle the kids' schedules, he said. Bed checks, chore rotations, the little ones need consistency, and you are too exhausted to give it. It was the longest thing he had said to her since the cannery. Good, she said again. She sat there on the floor with them, the house creaking around them, the wall breathing behind her, and she did not get up. At noon, the boiler technician appeared in the kitchen doorway. Pressure held, he said. Barely. I would not push it past 48 hours without a replacement part, but it held. Renske thanked him. She went to the East Wing storage room, where Desmond had left the supply lists before heading to the dock. The paper was covered in his handwriting. Quantities, sources, prices, deadlines. Every line was a decision he had made alone. She picked up the pen. At the bottom of the page, she wrote, Deshawn, maintenance. Marisol, inventory. Onyeka, schedules. Mrs. Abraba, pantry. Juniper, training. She set the pen down. The weight did not lift, but it shifted, spread across more hands than her own. She stood in the empty storage room, the list in her hand, and thought about what Quaid had said. 2 adults who are 1 illness away from collapse. She had heard the warning. She had heard the truth in it. But she also heard what he had not said, that the children had already started building the structure themselves without waiting for permission. Tobin with his inventory. Deshawn with his tools, Marisol with her quiet efficiency, Onyeka with his careful watch. They had been holding the house together long before she arrived. She walked back to the kitchen. Mrs. Ababa was at the stove, stirring a pot of broth that smelled like ginger and salt and survival. I will take the pantry ordering, Renske said. Mrs. Ababa did not turn. Good. Starting tomorrow. Good. Renske stood in the kitchen doorway, the broth steaming, the damp wall breathing behind her. The scraping sound started again, not from the kitchen wall this time, from the ceiling. Renske looked up. A crack had appeared in the plaster above the stove, thin as a hair, branching like the start of a root system. The house was speaking again. Chapter 33. Renske found Desmond in the East Wing storage room at dawn, bent over the supply lists she had annotated the night before. His gray eyes moved across her handwriting. Deshawn, maintenance. Marisol, inventory. Onyeka, schedules. Mrs. Abarbara, pantry. And he said nothing for a long moment. You delegated. It was that or collapse. He set the paper down. I have been telling you that for weeks. You have been telling me a lot of things for weeks. She leaned against the doorframe. Some of them were even right. His mouth twitched. Not quite a smile, close enough. I have a list, he said, and pulled a folded page from his jacket pocket. Cuts, chore leadership, volunteer labor, realistic benchmarks. I was going to present it to you at noon, after I had worked out the math. Show me now. He spread it on the crate between them. The handwriting was dense, neat, each line a decision he had already made in his head before committing it to paper. Eliminated the 3rd coffee order. Shifted laundry to mornings when the water heater ran efficiently. Consolidated meal planning to 5 rotating menus with 1 fresh vegetable day per week. Penciled in Juniper's training schedule for Deshawn and 2 other teens. Noted 3 island families who had offered weekend help if Harrowgate could provide transport and a meal. Renske read it twice. You want to run the house on $800 a month for consumables. I want to run the house on $950 with a $50 buffer. He tapped the page. 800 is the floor. If we hit that, we have no margin for illness or supply disruption. But $950 is achievable if Mrs. Achterberg locks in the bulk rice order she mentioned, and we cut the coffee entirely. We are not cutting coffee, Mrs. Achterberg will stage a coup. Desmond's eyebrow notched higher. Then you find $60 in the budget somewhere else. She studied the list. The cuts were harsh but not stupid. Each one came with a justification and a fallback. He had not made a single decision in isolation. Every line was tied to a person, a schedule, a real constraint. You did this last night. I do not sleep well in strange houses. It is not strange anymore. You lived here. He folded the paper. That does not make it familiar. The silence sat between them, not hostile, not comfortable. Something in between. A room they were still learning to share. The kitchen filled with morning light and the sound of Mrs. Achterberg directing Marisol through the pantry reorganization. Boxes moved from high shelves to low ones. Cans were sorted by date. A system emerged from the chaos, slow and visible. Renske stood at the counter with the budget list, cross-referencing it against the inventory Tobin had started. The numbers did not lie. If they held to Desmond's benchmarks, they had 6 weeks of operating funds before the next grant cycle opened. 6 weeks to prove sustainability to Quaid. 6 weeks to build something that could outlast them. Onyeka appeared at her elbow with a stack of chore charts. I wrote them out, he said. Morning and evening rotations, age groupings. The little ones get paired with teens, so no one is alone on the stairs. She took the charts. They were meticulous, color-coded. Each shift had a backup name written in pencil. This is good work, he shrugged. I have been watching you fail at scheduling for 2 months. Figured I could do better. It was the closest thing to a joke he had made since the Cannery. She let herself smile. Fair. He took the charts back and walked to the common room, where the younger children were gathering for breakfast. The chore assignments would go up on the wall before noon. The house would see them. The house would adjust. By mid-morning, the kitchen had become a command center. Desmond sat at the table with a calculator and a stack of supplier catalogs, working through the math of the replacement boiler part. Mrs. Achterberg moved between stove and pantry, directing traffic without raising her voice. Deshawn appeared with a tool belt, asking which window sashes needed reglazing first. Marisol had the inventory organized by shelf and category, each row initialed with the date. Renske stood at the counter, measuring rice into a pot, and watched the room function without her. She did not know how to stand in it. The space between tasks, the pause where someone else carried the weight. Desmond looked up from his calculator. You are hovering. I am thinking. You are hovering and thinking. He set the calculator down. The rice will not burn if you step away for 30 seconds. She set the measuring cup down, turned, faced him across the table. I do not know how to do this. Do what? Stand here while other people work. He studied her for a moment. Then he stood, walked around the table, and stopped beside her at the counter. Close enough that she could smell the soap on his skin, the starch in his shirt. You learn, he said, same way you learned everything else, by doing it badly until it stops feeling wrong. His hand was on the counter, inches from hers. The space between them was a breath held too long. She reached for the rice bag. He reached for the same bag. Their hands brushed. Neither of them moved away. The contact was brief, a whisper of skin against skin, but the air in the kitchen changed. The sounds of the room, Mrs. Achterberg's footsteps, Marisol's sorting, Deshawn's tools receded into a distant hum. Desmond's gray eyes met hers. She did not pull back. I do not know what to do with that, he said, his voice low, rough at the edges. Neither do I. They stood there, hands still close, the rice bag forgotten between them. The moment stretched, thin as thread, fragile as the new crack in the ceiling. Then Mrs. Achterberg's voice cut through from the pantry. Onyeka, the little ones need help reaching the top shelf. The spell broke. Desmond stepped back. Renske picked up the rice bag. The kitchen resumed its rhythm, but the space between them was different now. Charged. Aware. By noon, the cuts were in place. The chore charts were on the wall. The volunteer schedule was penciled into a notebook Renske kept in her apron pocket. The house breathed easier. She felt it in the hallways, where children moved past each other without the old tension. In the kitchen, where Mrs. Achterberg hummed while she stirred. In the common room, where Onyeka sat with Tobin and Nell, showing them the chore rotation, letting them argue about who got which task. Desmond stood in the doorway watching. "It will not hold," he said quietly. Renske joined him. "No, not forever. But it will hold today. Today is all we need." She felt his gaze on her, steady, questioning, something unreadable in the gray of his eyes. Then the scraping sound came from above, not from the kitchen wall this time, not from the sealed room, from the ceiling over the common room, directly above where the children sat. Renske looked up. The hairline crack she had seen that morning had branched. Now it ran the length of the room, a dark seam opening in the plaster. The house was speaking again, and this time it sounded like a warning. Chapter 34. The house settled around her as she stood in the hallway, staring at the primered wall where Pilar's monsters had once snarled. 2 coats of paint. That was all it had taken to bury the knife suit and the burning woman and the children clinging to the staircase between them. Renske had watched the primer go on herself, watched the shapes blur and disappear under the roller's sweep. But Pilar had asked her to come see, had pressed her sketchbook to her chest and said, "I need to show you something, in the hall, where I used to be." Renske had expected the image to have bled through, gray shapes rising through the primer like old bruises, signs that the house was remembering what had been painted over it. Instead, Pilar had added something new. Renske saw it now, in the late afternoon light falling through the front windows. The primered wall had been touched, worked into, not painted over but added to. Thin charcoal lines, delicate as spider silk, climbing from the baseboard to the ceiling. The staircase was still there, still the same central image that the monster mural had used, but the hands around it had changed. In the original, the staircase had been a spine of terror, children pressed against it, faceless, waiting to be consumed. The monsters at the top and bottom had controlled every exit. Now, the staircase was held. Hands pressed flat against the risers, palms open, some small, some large, some with the broad knuckles of hard labor. They rose up the banister like roots feeding the structure from below. Not fighting, not clinging, bracing. Renske traced one of the lines with her finger. The charcoal came away on her skin, soft as breath. Pilar stood at the end of the hall, sketchbook pressed against her chest, watching. "Tobin thought of it," she said. "The hands. He said the house only stays standing if everyone holds it up." Renske looked at the staircase again. The hands were not uniform. Some had nails bitten short. One had a bracelet drawn around the wrist. Another had a knuckle that was slightly swollen, like a joint that had been broken and healed wrong. Each hand was specific, individual, a fingerprint. "He worked on it for 3 nights, Pilar said. "After lights out. He would not let me see until it was finished. Then he said I could show you." Renske turned. "He told you to show me? He said you would understand." The words sat in her chest, heavy and warm. Tobin, whose map had once charted escape routes. Tobin, who had been ready to run the first time the adults failed. He had spent 3 nights drawing his hands into the wall of the house that had made him want to flee. She looked back at the staircase, counted the hands. There were more than she had expected, more than Tobin alone could have drawn. "You helped him," Pilar shrugged. "I showed him how to hold the charcoal so it would not smudge. He did the rest." "And the rest of the mural?" "Gone, under the primer." Pilar stepped closer, her voice dropping. "I painted over the knife suit myself. I wanted to be the one who did it." Renske kept her eyes on the staircase. "Why?" "Because I was the one who made it." Pilar's voice was steady. "I made you and Desmond into monsters because that was the only way I knew how to draw what the house felt like. But it is not that anymore." "How is it now?" Pilar was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, "It feels like a place where people stay. The words hit Renske harder than she expected. She pressed her palm flat against the wall, near the base of the staircase, drawing. The plaster was cool, solid. She did not pull away. She found Desmond in the common room, standing beneath the dark seam in the ceiling, staring up at the crack that ran the length of the plaster. "The ceiling is still spreading," he said without turning. "I know. We need Juniper to look at it, before the whole thing comes down." "She is still on the mainland," he exhaled, rubbed the back of his neck, turned to face her. "What is on your hands?" She looked down. The charcoal had smeared across her palm, dark lines like the ones on the wall. "Pilar showed me something. In the hall. You need to see it." He did not speak when he saw the staircase, did not ask what it meant, or who had drawn it, or why the hands were arranged in that particular pattern, spines pressed flat, palms open, rising like a slow tide. He just stood in the hallway, gray eyes moving over the lines, over the individual knuckles and bitten nails, and the small bracelet around one wrist. Renske stood beside him. "Tobin drew it," she said. "Pilar helped him keep the charcoal from smudging." Desmond did not answer. He reached out and touched one of the hands, the one with the swollen knuckle. His finger traced the line of it, delicate, almost reverent. "He has good instincts," he said finally. "About the ceiling? About what holds a house together." He pulled his hand back, let it drop to his side. When he turned to her, his face was different, softer. The hard edges she had grown used to, the ones that made him look like he was braced for bad news, had eased. "I have been thinking about what you said," he told her, "in the kitchen, that you do not know how to stand still while other people work." She waited. "I do not know how to let other people see something like this and not have a response ready." He gestured at the wall. "I do not have one. I am looking at it, and I do not know what to say." "You do not have to say anything." "I know." He met her eyes. "That is what is strange. I know I do not have to say anything, and I still do not know what to do with that." She looked at the staircase, the hands, the evidence that Tobin had spent 3 nights braiding his fear into something that held. "You learn," she said, "same way you learned everything else, by doing it badly until it stops feeling wrong." His mouth twitched. "Are you quoting me at me?" "Maybe." The corner of his mouth lifted, a real smile this time, brief, barely there, but real. "It is strange," he said, hearing my own words come back from someone else. "How does it feel?" "Like being seen." He paused. "I am not sure I like it." She felt the weight of that admission, the rawness of it. "Neither am I," she said. They stood in the quiet, the staircase between them, the hands rising. Then the scraping sound came from above, directly overhead, the ceiling, the dark seam that ran the length of the common room. Renske looked up. The crack had not just spread, it had opened. A visible gap now, wide enough to see darkness behind the plaster. And from that darkness, a sound, low, rhythmic, deliberate, like something scratching its way toward the light. Chapter 35. The water came through the common room ceiling before they could move. A thin stream at first, tracing the dark seam of the crack, then a sudden gush that hit the floorboards hard enough to splash. Renske stepped back as the stain spread across the plaster, dark and fast, carrying grit from whatever lay above. Desmond was already moving toward the stairwell. "There's a bathroom on the 3rd floor," he said, voice flat. "Directly above this room. The supply lines run through the east wall." She followed him up, past the 2nd-floor landing where the sealed room sat silent behind its closed door, past the narrow stairs that curved toward the attic, until he stopped at a small room she had never entered. It was used for storage now, boxes stacked against every wall. A rusted filing cabinet in the corner, an old mattress propped on its side, the fabric stained and sagging. The ceiling was low, and the air smelled of dust, old paper, and something metallic. Water had pooled beneath a sagging section of plaster near the far wall. Desmond stood in the doorway, not stepping inside. "It was my room," he said, "for 11 years. The words came out clipped, controlled, the same tone he used for budget reviews. Renske moved past him carefully, stepping around the wet patches, and found the source. A crack in the ceiling where the pipe ran through, the plaster soft enough to push a finger through. Water beaded along the seam, slow but steady. "We need to move these boxes before everything soaks through," she said. He did not answer. She turned. He was still in the doorway, gray eyes fixed on the far wall where the old mattress leaned. His hands hung at his sides. Still. Deliberately still. "Desmond." He blinked, came back. "We can put everything in the hallway," she said. "Sort through it later." He nodded once and stepped inside. They worked in silence at first. He took the side near the window. She took the wall closest to the door. The boxes were heavy with old files, ledgers, decades of accumulated paper that no one had bothered to throw out. Some were labeled in a faded hand that she did not recognize. Admissions, 1987-1992. Maintenance logs. Incident reports. Halfway through, the bottom of a box gave way. She caught it as it split, papers spilling across the wet floor. She dropped to her knees, gathering them before the water could seep through. It was not what she expected. Photographs, children's faces, dozens of them. Small, unsmiling, their eyes carrying the same guarded look she saw in the kitchen every morning. One was dated 2003, another was 2005. She turned one over. On the back, in careful print, Desmond Achterberg, age 9. She looked up. He was watching her from across the room, a ruined ledger in his hands, his face closed. "That is not for you," he said. She set it down gently on the dry edge of the filing cabinet. "I was not trying to pry. You opened it. Your age is on the back, Desmond. I did not need to guess." He set the ledger down, braced both hands on the filing cabinet. His shoulders rose and fell with a breath that took too long to finish. "Do you know what it is like," he said, "to spend 11 years in a room this size, knowing that every minute you survive here is borrowed? That the only reason you are still inside is because one person decided you were worth keeping?" She did not answer. She knew the shape of that question. She had lived a version of it herself. "I built everything I am on the opposite of this," he said. "On control, on never needing anything that could be taken away, on making myself so competent that no one could argue I was worth discarding." He turned to face her. "I came back to close this place because I could not stand the idea that it might become something I wanted, that I might have to admit I still needed it." The water dripped. The boxes sat in silence. "What changed?" she asked. "You." The word hung between them. "Not because you were persuasive, not because you had a better plan." He shook his head slowly. "Because you were not afraid to need it. You walked into this wreckage and you needed it to survive, and you did not hide that from anyone. I have spent 30 years making sure no one could see what I need, and you just stood there, in the hallway, in the kitchen, on the dock, needing it openly." She felt the weight of his admission settle against her ribs. "I hid it too," she said. "I just learned a different way. I made myself so useful that no one would think to leave. That is the same armor, different shape." He looked at her. "It held," she said, "until it did not." She picked up the photograph of him at 9, a boy with the same gray eyes and a notch through his eyebrow already forming, already braced. "You were a child," she said. "You did not need to earn your place here." He took the photograph from her hand. "I know that now," he said, "but no one told me that for the first 11 years. He slid the photograph into his jacket pocket. "Let us finish the boxes before the whole ceiling comes down." They worked until the third-floor landing was lined with salvageable files, and the ruined boxes were stacked by the stairwell. The pipe was not the source of the scraping. The leak was just a leak. A bad one, but ordinary. As Renske stood to stretch her back, she noticed the filing cabinet drawer was still open. Inside, beneath a stack of maintenance logs, a manila folder with no label. She pulled it out. Inside was a single sheet of paper, a handwritten note in an old, precise hand. "The house takes what it needs. We are only borrowing the time between." The handwriting was not Elias Harrowgate's. She recognized it from the admissions logs. It was the former director's. And beneath the note, in the same hand, a list of dates, 11 of them, each with a child's name beside it. The last name on the list was Desmond Achterberg. The date beside his name was the year he had been adopted. She looked up. Desmond was standing at the window, his back to her, his reflection faint in the dark glass. Behind her, in the stairwell, the scraping sound began again. Closer now, as if it had followed them up from the common room and was waiting just outside the door. Chapter 36. The kitchen had not stopped smelling like rust and wet plaster all day. Even with the east window cracked, even with the oil lamp burning on the counter, the air hung thick and mineral, the taste of old pipes and basement dirt. Renske had spent the afternoon on testimony prep with the twins. Tobin had written his answers on index cards. Nell had refused to prepare at all, claiming she would say what she said and the state could take it or leave it. Renske had told her that was exactly the right approach, and Nell had looked at her like she had finally said something smart. Desmond had spent the same hours on the phone with the boiler technician, the county clerk, and a contractor in Bellingham who owed Juniper a favor. 3 calls, 3 different forms of bad news. The replacement part was on a truck that would not reach the first ferry until tomorrow afternoon. The attestation for flood repairs needed a signature the former director had never filed. The contractor could not come until Friday. Friday was 2 days after the review opened. Now it was nearly midnight, and the house had settled into the breathing quiet of children asleep. Renske had come down for water and found Desmond standing at the kitchen sink, his hands braced on the counter, his head bowed. She should have turned around. She should have taken her water and gone back upstairs. Instead, she set the glass on the table and sat down. He did not move. "Daylight came and went," she said. "We are still here." He straightened slowly, turned. His face was hard to read in the low light, shadows cut deep across the bone. Barely counts. He crossed to the table and sat across from her, not at the head, not at the side, directly across, so the oil lamp sat between them and cast their faces toward each other from opposite angles. "Tobin has index cards," he said. "I know. Nell has a plan to tell the state whatever she thinks they need to hear, regardless of whether it is true. That is also a plan." He almost smiled. The corner of his mouth pulled, held, then released. "Pilar asked me this afternoon whether I thought the review would pass or fail," he said. "I told her I could not predict the outcome. She told me that was the most useless answer she had ever heard. She is not wrong." "No, she is not." He reached for her glass and drank. It was a small intimacy, the kind that would have made her flinch 3 weeks ago. Now it settled in her chest like a stone dropped into still water, concentric, impossible to stop. "They are going to say things about us," he said. "In there, in front of the inspector, about what this place has become. That is the point of testimony. No, the point is that they are going to say things about us, and we will have to sit still and let them, and then the inspector will decide whether what they said is true." She watched the lamp flame shift. "Is it?" she asked. "Is what?" "True." He did not answer. His hands were flat on the table, palms down, the same posture she had seen him use in meetings, at the dock, in the 3rd-floor storage room when he told her the room had held him for 11 years. "I do not know," he said finally. "I know what I was. I know what I came here to do. I do not know whether the person who walked into that hallway 3 months ago is the same person who will sit in that hearing room tomorrow." The silence stretched between them, taut and humming. Renske reached across the table and turned his left hand over, palm up. She traced the line of his lifeline with her fingertip. 1 pass. Slow. He exhaled like he had been holding it for years. "Renske." She looked up. His eyes were gray in the lamplight. Not cold, not closed. Open in a way she had never seen, the walls he had built around himself visible only as ruins. "Say my name again," she said. "Renske." The way he said it, low and careful, like it cost him something to admit he knew what to call her. She leaned forward. He met her halfway. The lamp flickered. The table pressed against her ribs. She could smell rain in his coat, coffee, the sharp note of old plaster dust. His hand turned under hers, fingers catching her wrist. She felt the heat of him before they touched, the space between their mouths thin as breath, thin as the moment before a door opens or closes, thin as everything she had never let herself want, because wanting meant the possibility of losing. The stairs creaked. Small feet. A voice, still half asleep. Renske? She pulled back. Desmond's hand fell away. The space between them flooded with cold air. Nell stood in the kitchen doorway in her nightgown, barefoot, her hair tangled, her eyes squinting against the lamp. "There is a noise in the ceiling again," she said. "Tobin thinks it is rats. I told him it is too big for rats. He said I was scaring him. I said I was being honest." Renske stood. Her knees were unsteady. "I will come check," she said. Nell looked past her, at Desmond, then back. "You look weird," she said. "It is late." "That is not what I meant." Renske crossed to the doorway and took Nell's hand. The girl's fingers were cold. She squeezed them once. "Go back to bed. I will be right behind you." Nell hesitated, looked at Desmond again, then turned and padded back up the stairs. Renske did not turn around. "Desmond?" "Still here." She felt the weight of those two words settle against her spine. "Tomorrow," she said. "I know." She followed Nell up the stairs. The kitchen door swung shut behind her. She did not look back, but she felt him watching, felt the shape of what had almost happened pressing into her skin like a bruise she would find tomorrow. Tender, unmistakable. Proof that the moment had been real, even if it had not yet arrived. Chapter 37. The kitchen smelled of coffee and the sharp edge of preparation. Renske stood at the counter with the stack of index cards, a pen in her hand, and the shape of what had almost happened in the kitchen still pressed against her ribs like a bruise she kept touching when she thought no one was watching. Dawn had not yet broken. The windows were black mirrors. Somewhere above, a floorboard creaked under a child's weight, and she heard the low murmur of Mrs. Abra's voice moving through the upstairs hall like a tide that knew exactly where it was going. The door swung open. Desmond came in with a folder tucked under his arm and a look on his face she could not read. He stopped when he saw her, the way he always did now, as if her presence required recalibration. "Mrs. Abra is waking the older children," he said. "She wants them fed and dressed by 7. Clade's office confirmed he will arrive at 9. 9. Gives us 2 hours to get everyone ready." She set the pen down. "That is not enough time. It is all we have." He crossed to the table and sat across from her, the same seat he had taken last night, and she felt the echo of that moment settle between them like a third presence in the room. His hands were flat on the wood. She did not look at them. "I made a list," she said, sliding the index cards toward him. "Who speaks first? Who speaks last? What each of them needs to say." He picked up the cards. "Read them." His expression did not change. "Tobin first," he said, "then the twins together. Pilar last." He looked up at that. "Last is the strongest position," he said. "You are giving her the closing statement. She earned it." He held her gaze for a moment, then nodded and set the cards down. "The children's order is good, but we need to account for the adults. I thought the adults would follow the children. The children establish emotional credibility. The adults establish structural credibility. If Quaid walks away feeling moved but unconvinced that the home can survive, the emotional testimony will not matter." She had not thought of it that way. The realization landed somewhere between frustration and gratitude, and she let it sit without examining which one was winning. "Who do you suggest?" "Mrs. Abra speaks first among the adults," he said. "She is the oldest continuous presence at Harrowgate. She has no institutional loyalty to either of us, and she can speak to the house's history without sentimentality. Juniper second, because she can testify to the structural repairs and the island's investment. Then you." "Me?" "You are the director. If you do not speak, Quaid will wonder what you are hiding." "And you?" "I go last." She frowned. "Why?" "Because I am the one who came here to close the place. If I stand in front of a state inspector and say I believe Harrowgate should stay open, it means something different than if you say it." She wanted to argue. The logic was sound. She hated that he was right. "Fine." He pushed the folder across the table. "I also prepared this. Projections, community agreements, a revised staffing plan. If Quaid asks how the home survives the next grant cycle, we need a document, not a hope." She opened the folder. Columns of numbers, signatures from the older teens, a note from Mrs. Abar confirming the island food network. She closed it. "You think of everything?" she said. I try to. I did not mean it as a compliment. I know. She looked at him. The lamplight caught the edge of his jaw, the slight notch through his eyebrow, the shadows under his eyes that had not been there 3 months ago. Did you sleep? She asked. Did you? Answer the question. No. Neither did I. The admission felt heavier than it should have. She pulled the folder toward her and stood. I will start the children's lineup, she said. You make sure Mrs. Abra does not run out of coffee. Renske? She stopped at the door. I should not have pulled away last night. She did not turn around. You did not pull away. Nell did. I let her. The kitchen air felt thin. She kept her hand on the doorframe. Desmond. Yes. Tomorrow, she said. After this is over. I know. She walked out before she could hear him say anything else. The common room was already alive. Tobin sat cross-legged on the floor with his index cards fanned out in front of him, mouthing words to himself while Nell braided a strip of fabric into her hair with furious concentration. Onya leaned against the wall near the window, arms crossed, watching the sky lighten over the inlet. Pilar was not there. Renske scanned the room twice before a hand tugged her sleeve. Marisol, face tight. She is in the hallway, Marisol said. The primered one. Alone? Drawing. Renske found her exactly where Marisol had said, kneeling in front of the wall where the monster mural had been, a piece of charcoal in her hand, adding something to the base of the staircase where Tobin's hands pressed up from below. What are you drawing? Pilar did not look up. Feet. Feet. Standing on the ground. So the hands have something to hold up. Renske crouched beside her. The charcoal lines were careful, deliberate, each foot planted with weight and intention. Not running, not floating, standing. Quaid is coming in 2 hours, Renske said. I know. Nell gave me a list of things she wants to say. Tobin wrote his down on cards. Tobin writes everything down. Are you going to speak? Pilar sobbed. The charcoal hovered above the wall. I do not know, she said. I do not know if I have the words for it. That is why you draw. Yes. Renske watched her add another line, a heel, the curve of an ankle. You could tell him what you told me, Renske said, about the house being a place where people stay. Pilar looked at her. Her eyes were older than 14. That is a big thing to say out loud, she said, in front of a stranger. I know. If I say it, I cannot take it back. No. Pilar turned back to the wall. She added a final line, then set the charcoal down. I will think about it, she said. Renske stood. Her knees cracked. Whatever you decide, she said, it will be enough. She walked back toward the common room. Behind her she heard Pilar stand, then footsteps following. By 8, the house was a machine. Mrs. Ibarra moved through the kitchen with quiet authority, directing a relay of plates and mugs. Deshawn and Marisol checked the fire egress routes, calling out numbers as they walked. Onyeka stood at the common room door with a clipboard, tracking which children had eaten and which were still dressing. Desmond was on the porch, phone pressed to his ear, his voice low and steady. Renske stood in the center of it all, hands empty, watching the machine run without her. Mrs. Abra appeared at her elbow. You look lost, she said. I do not know what to do. Good, that is the point. Sit down and eat something. Renske sat. She did not eat, but she sat. At 5 to 9, a car engine sounded on the gravel. The house went still. Renske walked to the front door and opened it. Mikhail Quaid stood on the porch, leather clipboard in hand, his compact frame silhouetted against the gray sky. Morning, he said. Morning. Are you ready? She looked back into the hall. The children were assembled in the common room, neat in clean clothes. Mrs. Ibarra stood at the kitchen door. Desmond had just stepped in from the porch, his folder under his arm. Pilar stood at the base of the staircase, her sketchbook pressed to her chest. Renske looked back at Quaid. We are ready, she said. He nodded. Let us begin. I will take the children first, one at a time in the dining room. I want the staff in the common room available but out of earshot. I will call for the adults when I am ready. He stepped inside. Renske did not move. She watched Quaid walk toward the dining room, watched Tobin pick up his index cards and follow, watched Nell grab his hand and walk beside him. The dining room door closed. The house held its breath. Chapter 38. The dining room door stayed closed. Renske stood in the common room with her hands pressed flat against her thighs, counting breaths she did not need to count. The clock on the mantel ticked past 9:15, 9:18. No sound from behind the door except the low murmur of voices she could not make out. Mrs. Abara appeared beside her with a cup of coffee. "Drink it." "I am not." "Drink it. You shaking will not help whatever is happening in there." Renske took the cup. Her hands were steady. That was not the problem. The problem was the silence. 20 minutes. 30. She had scheduled the interviews to run 15 minutes per child, but Quaid had been in there with Tobin and Nell for 35. She did not know if that meant he was listening or finding reasons to write something down. Desmond stood at the window with his back to the room. His folder was still under his arm. He had not opened it since Quaid arrived. "Marisol found something," Onyeka said from the doorway. Renske turned. Marisol stood behind him with a manila envelope in her hands, face pale. "What is it?" "The medication logs." Marisol held out the envelope. "In the office, in the drawer under the filing cabinet. I was looking for the fire egress certification and I found these instead." Renske took the envelope, opened it. 3 sheets, dated over the last 2 years. Each one was a delivery receipt from the pharmacy on the mainland, signed by the former director, for medications listed at double the dosage the children were actually receiving. The difference was circled in red ink. Someone else had already found this. "Whose handwriting?" Renske asked. "I do not know." Desmond crossed the room. He took the sheets, scanned them, and his face went still in a way she recognized. He was calculating. "These are not copies," he said. "These are originals. The former director kept the real receipts separate from the filing system." Someone circled the discrepancy. "Yes. Who? I do not know." He looked at her. But whoever it was knew the records were false and kept the evidence. Marisol shifted. "I also did not find the egress certification." Renske closed her eyes. Of course. The egress documentation was supposed to be filed with the county after the fire marshal inspection. Greta's husband had signed off early that morning before the storm, but the paper that proved it had never been submitted. Desmond was already on the phone, his voice low and clipped. Renske walked to the kitchen and stood in front of the crack in the ceiling. It had not spread since yesterday. That was the only good thing she could find. Mrs. Abarbara came up behind her. "The children are holding," she said. "Whatever is happening in that room, they are holding." "I know. The only thing that will break them is if they watch you break." Renske turned. Mrs. Abarbara's face was unreadable. "I know," Renske said again. She walked back to the common room. Desmond was off the phone. He stood near the window again, but this time his folder was open. "The fire marshal signed off at 6 a.m. on the day of the storm," he said. "The certification exists. It was never filed because the former director did not believe in paperwork that could not be disputed." "Can we get a copy?" "Greta's husband has a duplicate. He will bring it on the noon ferry, but it will arrive while Quaid is still here. Then we hand it to him before he leaves, and hope he does not ask why it was not filed when it was signed." Renske nodded. That was the best they had. "There is something else," Desmond said. He pulled a sheet from his folder, a budget page. The line for payroll was highlighted in yellow. "Carl's unpaid wages, Delia's. 2 others I did not know about until I pulled the full ledger this morning." "How much?" 7 weeks total across 4 staff. He did not look up. "If we pay them tomorrow, we drain the operating reserve to 0. If we delay, Quaid asks why the payroll records show gaps. How much time do we have to decide?" "The noon ferry. If Greta's husband brings the certification, I can ask him to witness a promissory note. Promise payment within 30 days. That might be enough to satisfy a records review." "Might." "Yes." She looked at him, the folder in his hands, the calculations he had already run. "You are asking me to approve a promissory note that we cannot pay. I am asking you to let me make the cuts that keep us legal until the next grant cycle opens." He met her eyes. I need you to let those decisions count as care, not cruelty. The room was quiet. Mrs. Abra had stopped stirring. Yunkinka stood frozen in the doorway. Marisol held the medication envelope like it might burn her. Renske looked at Desmond. Show me the cuts. He laid the pages out on the common room table. The kitchen budget was already trimmed to the bone. There was nothing left to cut there. The maintenance line was gone entirely. Juniper's materials would have to come from a separate fund she had not yet accessed. The activities line, the supply line, the transport reserve, each one reduced to a number that barely covered survival. These are not cuts, Renske said. These are amputation. They are the difference between a review that passes and a review that flags systemic insolvency. Desmond's voice was flat. Quaid asked about sustainability. If we cannot show a path to solvency, he will recommend closure regardless of how well the children testify. She read the numbers again. They were right. She hated that they were right. Do it, she said. Desmond looked at her. I said, do it. She did not look away. Make the cuts. File the note. I will sign whatever you need. He held her gaze for a moment longer. Then he folded the pages and put them back in his folder. The noon ferry, he said. The noon ferry. The dining room door opened. Renske turned. Nell walked out first. Her braid was coming loose, but her chin was up. She looked at Renske and gave a single, sharp nod. Then Tobin. His index cards were clutched to his chest, and his face was the color of flour. Behind them, Quaid stepped into the hall. I would like Pilar next, he said. Pilar stood at the base of the staircase. Her sketchbook was pressed to her chest. She did not move. Quaid waited. I draw, Pilar said. I do not talk. That is fine, Quaid said. You can bring the sketchbook. Show me what you have drawn. Pilar looked at Renske. Renske nodded. Pilar walked into the dining room. The door closed. The house held its breath again. Renske stood in the common room with her hands pressed flat against her thighs, watching the closed door and counting breaths she did not need to count. 67 seconds later, Quaid opened the door. Miss Okorafor, he said, I need you to come in here. The room went cold. Renske walked toward the door. Chapter 39. The dining room smelled of old paper and the lemongrass tea Mrs. Achterberg had left on the sideboard. Quaid stood at the table with Pilar's sketchbook open between them. Pilar sat across from him, spine straight, both hands flat on the table like she was steadying herself. Close the door, please, Quaid said. Renske closed it. The room felt smaller than she remembered. The windows faced the fog. The clock on the mantel ticked through seconds that felt like minutes. Quaid turned the sketchbook toward her. It was open to a drawing Renske had never seen. The house, rendered in charcoal from the outside, but not the way Pilar used to draw it, with sagging eaves and dark windows. This version showed light in every window. The porch steps were filled with figures too small to identify, but they were there, together, facing out. The transformation interests me, Quaid said. Not just the quality of the work, the subject. He tapped the page. 6 weeks ago, this same artist drew Harrowgate as a mouthful of teeth. Today, she shows me a house with people at every window. Pilar did not look up. I asked her what changed, Quaid continued. She said the people stopped being afraid the adults would leave. She said that was the whole thing. The words sat in the air between them. Renske looked at Pilar. The girl's jaw was tight, but her hands were still. She said you and Mr. Achterberg stopped pulling the house apart, Quaid said. And when you stopped, everyone else started holding it together. He closed the sketchbook. That is not in any compliance checklist, but it matters. Renske waited. Quaid straightened his papers. I have enough for today. I will resume tomorrow morning, after the noon ferry brings the remaining certification documents. Relief hit her like a wave she could not show. Tomorrow, then, she said. Quaid nodded. Miss Okorafor. She paused at the door. You have built something here that the checklist cannot measure, but the checklist will still decide whether it survives. Do not confuse one for the other. The fog had thickened by the time Quaid's car pulled away. Renske stood in the front hall, watching the red tail lights dissolve into gray. The house exhaled behind her. Footsteps on the stairs. The clatter of cups in the kitchen. Someone laughing, muffled through a wall. She turned. The hall was quiet now. The primered wall where the monsters used to live was still bare except for the charcoal hands pressing up from the baseboard and the new feet Pilar had added, planted firm, braced. She walked. Past the common room where Onyeka's color-coded chore charts were still taped to the wall, edges curling, annotations in 3 different handwriting. Past the staircase where Tobin's hands pressed against the risers, each one specific bitten nails, a bracelet, a swollen knuckle. Past the kitchen where Mrs. Achterberg's broth pot sat cooling on the stove, ladle resting across the rim. Past the repaired banister spindle where Deshawn had sanded the splinters smooth and left the wood bare, waiting for varnish no one had bought yet. Everywhere she looked, someone had left their mark. A tool hung on a hook that had been bare, a shelf restocked without being asked, a note in Marisol's handwriting on the pantry door. Rice, oats, canned tomatoes. We need 3 more. The house was running, not because she was holding it together, but because she had stopped being the only one trying. She found Desmond in the East Wing storage room. He was standing at the window, hands in his pockets, watching the fog swallow the last light. The folder was closed on the crate beside him. "The children are eating," she said. "Mrs. Achterberg is making them go to bed at a normal hour. Onyeka is locking up the back door." "That sounds like a functioning household." "It sounds like one, yes." He did not turn. "I have spent the last 3 months measuring this place against standards it could never meet," he said. "Numbers, compliance, probability of survival. I built a case against hope because I thought that was more honest. You were wrong. I was protecting myself." He turned then. His gray eyes were steady, but something in his face had changed. The walls were still there, but they looked thinner, like paper held against a flame. "I do not know whether Harrowgate can survive official judgment. The cuts are not enough. The certification is late. The foundation is braced, not fixed." Renske did not move. "But I know I do not want to face it alone." The words landed in the space between them, heavy and final. She stood in the charged silence of an answer she was not ready to give yet. Chapter 40. The house woke before dawn, and not from any alarm. Renske felt the shift through the floorboards, footsteps overhead moving with purpose instead of drift. The clatter of the kitchen door opening and closing. Voices pitched low, the way people spoke when they were bracing for something they could not control. She had not slept. She had lain in the narrow bed in the director's quarters, watching the ceiling darken and lighten through the window, replaying Desmond's words until they lost their shape. "I do not want to face it alone." The answer still had not come. By the time she reached the kitchen, Mrs. Achterberg had the coffee brewed and the eggs going. Onyeka was at the table with his clipboard, marking names off a list. Tobin sat beside him, index cards spread in a fan, lips moving silently. "You look terrible," Onyeka said without looking up. "Thank you. I mean it as a compliment. You look like you have been up all night worrying, which means you understand what is at stake." Renske took the coffee Mrs. Achterberg pushed across the counter. The mug was warm against her palms. She let herself hold it without drinking. "Has anyone seen Desmond?" "East Wing," Onyeka said. "He was there when I came down. Said he needed to check the folder one more time." The folder, the projections, the community agreements, the revised staffing plan, the evidence of a home that could survive on paper, if not yet in practice. Renske drank her coffee standing at the counter while Mrs. Achterberg moved around her, sliding eggs onto plates, directing Marisol to set out the last of the bread. The kitchen was too warm, too crowded, too alive with the smell of breakfast and the sound of children shuffling into the dining room. She should be preparing, reviewing testimony, checking the certification documents when they arrived on the noon ferry. Instead, she stood still and let the house move around her. The noon ferry came in on time. Renske watched it from the front porch, a dark shape cutting through the fog, horn low and mournful across the water. Beside her, Desmond stood with the folder pressed under his arm, hands free, shoulders squared. "Greta's husband will have the fire egress certification," he said. He promised. "And if he does not, then we have a problem that cannot be fixed before Quaid finishes his report." She did not ask what that meant. They both knew. The ferry docked, the ramp lowered, Passengers walked off in ones and twos, heads down against the damp. Greta's husband was the third one off, a rolled tube of paper in his hand. He walked up the gravel path and handed the tube to Desmond without a word. His face was weathered and flat, the face of a man who had done what he promised and expected nothing in return. "Certified copy," he said. "Filed with the county clerk this morning. The original is still in my truck if you need it." Desmond unrolled the tube, checked the seal, and nodded once. "Thank you." The man turned and walked back toward the ferry. Renske let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. "That is one problem solved," she said. "One of many." Desmond rolled the certification back into the tube and tucked it under his arm with the folder. His gray eyes met hers, and for a moment, neither of them spoke. "Are you ready?" he asked. "No." That is the honest answer. He turned and walked back into the house. Mikhail Quaid arrived at 1 o'clock exactly. He came in the same sedan, the same leather jacket, the same unreadable expression. But something had shifted in the way he carried himself, less clinical, more watchful. He set his bag on the dining room table and pulled out a binder thick with tabs. "Miss Okorafor, Mr. Achterberg, Mr. Quaid." Quaid opened a binder. "I have reviewed the documents Mr. Achterberg forwarded this morning, projections, staffing revisions, the fire egress certification, and a community support ledger prepared by Mrs. Abba." He paused, looking at them both. "On paper, Harrowgate Home is closer to compliance than it was 3 months ago. That is not nothing." Renske felt the hope rise and suppressed it. "But the paper is not the only measure." Quaid closed the binder. "I want to hear from the children first, the ones who live here, the ones who will be affected by whatever decision I make." Renske nodded. "We have prepared a speaking order. Your preparation is noted, but I will hear them in the order I choose." He pulled a pen from his pocket and clicked it once. "Send in Tobin Bext." The dining room door closed and the house went quiet. Renske stood in the hallway, her back against the wall, counting the seconds in her breath. Beside her, Desmond was still, folder pressed against his chest, eyes fixed on the door. Inside, Quaid's voice, low and measured. Tobin's, higher, careful, the words coming in short bursts. She could not make out what they were saying, just the rhythm. Question, pause, answer, question, longer pause, then silence. Then the door opened. Tobin emerged with his index cards clutched to his chest, his face pale but his jaw set. He looked at Renske and nodded once, a small, sharp motion. She did not ask what he had said. The afternoon passed in segments. Nell went in next, chin up, braids swinging. She was in there for 23 minutes. When she came out, she walked straight to Tobin and stood beside him without speaking. Plow went third, sketchbook under her arm, no hesitation in her stride. She was in there for 4 minutes. When the door opened, Quaid was standing. He held the sketchbook open to a page Renske could not see. "Mr. Okorafor." She stepped forward. "I would like to see the primered hallway." The wall was still bare except for the charcoal hands and the feet Pilar had added. Quaid stood in front of it for a long time, his compact frame still, his eyes moving across the marks left by a child who had once painted monsters here. "She covered her own work," he said. "She told me that was the first time she had ever buried something instead of running from it." Renske said nothing. "The twins told me about their routines, the weather maps, the check-in words, the rule that no adult threatens separation as leverage. They told me this is the only place where those rules have been kept." He turned. Piso assured me the house with light in every window. Tobin described a home where adults stayed even when things got hard. He closed the sketchbook. "Those are not compliance items, but they are not nothing." Renske waited. Quaid looked at the wall one more time. "I will need to interview the adult witnesses. Mrs. Barbara, Juniper Varela, Mr. Achterberg, you. Whenever you are ready." "I am ready now." He turned toward the dining room. Then his phone buzzed. He pulled it from his pocket, glanced at the screen, and his expression changed. A tightening at the corners of his mouth, a stillness in his shoulders. "I need to take this." He stepped away, phone pressed to his ear, voice too low to hear. Renske stood in the hallway, Desmond beside her, neither of them speaking. The house held its breath. Quaid came back in under a minute. His face had not relaxed. That was central office. Renske felt the words land like stones in her chest. They want a remote observer added to this review. Someone from the state's Program Development Division. Why? Quaid's eyes met hers, and for the first time, she saw something behind the professional mask. Not sympathy, something closer to wariness. Because Harrowgate has been flagged as a potential pilot model for other rural facilities. The words did not make sense at first. A pilot model? If you pass this review, the state wants to expand what you are doing here. That means more oversight, more documentation, and a higher threshold for approval. Desmond spoke for the first time. When does this observer arrive? Tomorrow morning. Quaid slid his phone back into his pocket. This review is no longer just about whether Harrowgate survives. It is about whether the state decides to replicate it. The hallway felt smaller, the fog pressing against the windows, the house holding its breath around them. Renske looked at the primered wall, at the hands and the feet, at the marks of a place becoming something none of them had named yet. Tomorrow, the observer would arrive. Tomorrow, everything would change. Chapter 41. The dining room clock ticked. Quaid stood at the head of the table, phone still in his hand, the silence stretching until it felt like pressure against Renske's ribs. A remote observer means a higher threshold, Quaid said. But the immediate problem is the flood repair attestation. Desmond's folder stayed pressed to his chest. I told you, the former director never filed it. I know. Quaid set the phone down. But without it, I cannot certify the structural safety of the lower floor. The children sleep there. The kitchen is there. If the foundation shifted during the storm and I have no record of an inspection, the state will not let that pass. Renske's throat tightened. You saw the repairs yourself. Juniper braced the east wing. The ceiling is patched. I saw cosmetic fixes. I did not see an engineer's report or a county sign-off. Quaid's voice was not unkind. The checklist does not care about good intentions. Desmond stepped forward. How long do I have? Until the end of the day. If I have written confirmation that the flood repairs were inspected and the structure is sound, I can accept interim solvency and proceed with the review tomorrow morning. If not, I recess until the attestation is filed and the observer arrives to find a stalled case. Renske felt the words land like cold water. Desmond was already moving. I need the keys to the county records office and a phone. The county clerk is 3 ferries away, Quaid said. Then I start now. The house watched him leave. Renske stood in the front hall as Desmond pulled on his coat and stepped onto the porch. The fog swallowed him before he reached the end of the path. The children had gathered at the bottom of the stairs, a crescent of faces watching the door close behind him. Plalas sat on the 3rd step, sketchbook open, charcoal in hand. Is it bad? Renske measured her words. It is a delay, not a stop. That is what adults say when it is bad. It is what adults say when they do not know yet. Renske moved to the stairs and sat down 2 steps below Pilar. Desmond is chasing a piece of paper. If he finds it, the review continues tomorrow. And if he does not? Then we find another way. Pilar looked down at her drawing, the house with light in every window, the figures on the porch. I told Quaid the people stopped being afraid the adults would leave. Renske said nothing. I do not want to be wrong. You are not wrong. Pilar's charcoal moved across the page, a small, quick stroke. Then why does it feel like the house is holding its breath? The hours passed in heavy increments. Mrs. Arbrock kept the kitchen running. Jacob moved through the house with his clipboard, assigning tasks, checking rooms, answering questions from the younger children with the same steady patience he had learned from watching Renske. Tobin sat in the corner of the common room with his index cards, rereading his own words as if they might change. Nell came to stand beside Renske at the window. How long does a ferry take? 3 hours round trip, more if the tide is wrong. So he will be back by dinner, if everything goes right. Nell was quiet for a moment. Then she said, Tobin thinks the house is dying. Renske turned. What? He does not say it, but I know him. He draws things that are about to break. The ceiling crack, the staircase, the cannery pilings. Nell's voice dropped. He drew the foundation once, under the house, all cracked and leaning. The foundation is braced. Juniper fixed it. Tobin said bracing is not fixing. He said bracing is just holding until something else gives. Renske looked at the girl beside her. The same bold chin, the same sharp tongue that had interrupted her and Desmond in the kitchen that night. But Nell's hands were still now, hanging at her sides, not braiding fabric or picking fights. He told you that? Tobin tells me everything. I just do not always listen. Nell turned from the window. I am listening now. At 4 o'clock the phone rang. Renske reached it before the second ring. Yes. Desmond's voice came through crackling. County clerk had the file. Flood repair attestation was submitted but never signed off. The inspector who reviewed it retired last month. Nobody flagged it. Can you get it signed? I am standing in the man's driveway. He is willing to review the records and sign retroactively if I can show the repairs were done to code. And can you? A pause. Juniper has the materials receipts, the lumber order, the concrete mix invoice. If I can get those to the inspector before 5, he will sign. The ferry. I already called the dock. A supply boat is running at 4:30. If I am on it, I can make the mainland, get the signatures, and catch the last ferry back by 9. Renske's chest loosened a fraction. Do it. Keep the house steady. Do not let them read delay as doom. That is not my strong suit. I know. His voice softened. That is why I am telling you. The line went dead. Renske turned from the phone to find the hall full of faces, not just the children. Mrs. Abra stood in the kitchen doorway, wiping her hands on her apron. Lonieka had stopped at the bottom of the stairs. Marisol had come from the pantry, Deshawn from the workshop. He is chasing a signature, Renske said. He will be back by 9. And if he is not, Lonieka asked, then we deal with that when it comes. Mrs. Abra stepped forward. The children need to eat. They need to sleep. They need to believe tomorrow will come regardless of what a piece of paper says. They will. Will you? Renske met her eyes. I am learning. Mrs. Abra nodded once, a small, sharp motion, and turned back to the kitchen. Dinner was soup. The children ate in shifts, the older ones helping the younger, the routine holding despite the tension that sat in the air like fog. Tobin ate without looking up. Nell sat beside him, shoulder to shoulder, not speaking. Pilar did not eat. She sat at the edge of the dining room, sketchbook open, drawing. Renske came to sit beside her. You should eat. I am not hungry. Neither am I, but we have to model it. Pilar looked up. Her eyes were red at the edges, though she had not cried. I told Quaid the house felt like a place where people stay. I said it out loud. In front of him, in front of everyone. That took courage. It took truth. Pilar closed the sketchbook. Truth does not feel brave. It feels like standing in the middle of the road with your arms out while something big comes at you. Renske did not have an answer for that. She sat beside Pilar until the girl picked up her spoon and ate 3 bites of soup. Then she stood and walked the length of the house, checking doors, counting heads, breathing the same air the house had held for 100 years. At 8 o'clock the fog thickened. At 8:30 the wind picked up. At 9, Renske stood on the porch watching the road to the dock. The ferry horn sounded at 9:10. She waited. Headlights appeared through the fog, moving slow. The sedan pulled up to the front gate, and Desmond stepped out, folder in hand, his coat wet with salt spray. He walked up the path and stopped in front of her. The inspector signed. The attestation is filed. Renske let out a breath she had been holding for hours. Interim solvency, Desmond said. Clade accepted it. The review proceeds tomorrow. She nodded. The relief was a physical thing, a loosening in her chest, a warmth behind her ribs. Desmond looked at her, his gray eyes holding something she could not name. You kept the house standing. I had help. That is the part that matters. They stood on the porch, the fog pressing in around them, the house warm and alive behind the door. Tomorrow the observer would arrive. Tomorrow everything would change again. But tonight, Harrowgate was still standing. Desmond stepped inside and Renske followed. The children had not gone to bed. They sat in the common room, a crescent of faces watching the door, waiting. Desmond held up the folder. It is done. For a moment, Noble moved. Then Nell let out a breath. Tobin's shoulders dropped. Yankeka turned away, but Renske saw the ghost of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Pilar stood, sketchbook under her arm, and walked past Desmond without a word. At the bottom of the stairs, she stopped. "The light in the drawing," she said, not turning. "It means something." Renske waited. "It means we are still here." Pilar climbed the stairs, and the house exhaled around them. Renske found Desmond in the kitchen, the folder on the counter, his hands braced on either side. "You look exhausted," she said. "I am. You should sleep." "I will." He did not move. "But first I need to hear you say we are going to get through tomorrow." Renske stepped closer. "We are going to get through tomorrow. That is not what I meant." She knew. She stood beside him, close enough to feel the cold still clinging to his coat, the salt on his skin. "I do not know what happens after tomorrow," she said. "I do not know if we pass or fail. I do not know if the observer helps or hurts. I do not know if Harrowgate becomes a model or a memory." She reached out and touched his hand. "But I know I am not facing it alone." Desmond's breath caught. He turned his hand over, letting her fingers rest against his palm. "That is enough," he said. "For now." They stood in the kitchen, the house creaking around them, the fog pressing against the windows. Tomorrow, the observer. Tomorrow, the verdict. But tonight, they were still holding on. The door to the common room opened. Onyeka stood in the frame, his face unreadable. "Tobin wants to know if we should wake up early tomorrow." Renske pulled her hand back, gentle, reluctant. "Yes, we wake up early. We do the work. We face whatever comes." Onyeka nodded. Then he said, "I will be on the clipboard." He disappeared back into the common room. Renske looked at Desmond. "Go sleep. You too." "I will try." She walked to the door, paused, and looked back. Desmond was still standing at the counter, the folder closed, his hands empty. "Desmond," he looked up. "We are going to get through tomorrow." He held her gaze. "I know." Renske did not sleep. She lay in her room, the foghorn sounding through the dark, the house settling around her. At midnight, she heard footsteps in the hall. She rose and opened the door. Pilar stood in the hallway, sketchbook in hand. "I added something," she said. She turned the sketchbook around, the house with light in every window, the figures on the porch, and above the house, stretching into the dark sky, a line of hands, holding the roof up. Renske looked at the drawing, at the hands, at the light. "It is us," Pilar said. "All of us. We are the ones holding it." Renske's throat closed. "Yes," she managed. "We are." Pilar closed the sketchbook and went back to her room. Renske stood in the hallway, the fog pressing against the windows, the house warm and breathing around her. Tomorrow, the observer. Tomorrow, the verdict. But tonight, Harrowgate was still standing, and she was not alone. The phone rang at 2:47 a.m. Renske reached it before the second ring, her heart already hammering. Desmond's voice came through, tight and controlled. "The observer is not from program development." "What?" "The call I got from central office. I made some calls after I got back. The observer is from the Compliance Enforcement Division." Renske's blood went cold. "They are not here to see if Harrowgate can be a model," Desmond said. "They are here to see if it should be shut down." Chapter 42. The common room had not been arranged like this before. Renske stood at the back, just inside the doorway, watching the furniture pushed against the walls, the chairs pulled into a loose semicircle facing the dining room doors. Onyeka had done it sometime before dawn, after the phone call, after the news about the observer cracked through the house like a window breaking. Desmond stood near the windows, his folder tucked under his arm, his face unreadable. He had not slept either. Neither of them had. The observer arrived at 7:12 a.m. Her name was Celeste Darrow, and she moved like someone who had already made up her mind. Mid-50s, short gray hair, a black coat that looked expensive and waterproof. She carried a leather satchel and a tablet, and she did not introduce herself to the children when Quaid met her at the front door. She stood in the hallway, looking at the primered wall where Pilar's monsters had lived, and said nothing. Quaid led her into the dining room. The door closed. Renske found Mrs. Abra in the kitchen, stirring something that smelled like ginger and cloves. "Who is she, really?" Renske asked. Mrs. Abra did not look up. "She is the one who decides if the state wants to keep Harrowgate or bury it. That is all you need to know." "That is not all I need to know." Mrs. Abra turned. Her face was tired, but her eyes were steady. "Then here is the rest. She has shut down 12 facilities in 5 years. She does not take recommendations from inspectors who get too close to the people they are assessing, and she has already seen the wall." Renske's chest tightened. "The wall is primer. It means nothing. It means she knows we are covering something up. Whether we are or not, that is what she saw." Mrs. Abra went back to stirring. Renske walked into the common room and found Pilar sitting on the floor near the fireplace, her sketchbook open in her lap. "You are up first," Renske said. Pilar did not look at her. "I know. You do not have to say anything you do not want to." "Yes, I do." Pilar turned a page, then closed the sketchbook. "That is the whole point. If I do not say it, someone else will say it wrong." Renske sat down beside her. Pilar was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, "I told you. I told Quaid the truth. I meant it. But I did not tell him everything." "What did you leave out?" Pilar's hand moved to her chest, pressing against her collarbone like she was checking that her heart was still there. "I did not tell him about the night I painted the monsters. I did not tell him that I stayed awake until 4 in the morning because I was scared that if I fell asleep, the house would eat me." Renske did not interrupt. "I did not tell him that I painted you and Desmond as monsters because I thought you were the same as every other adult who came through that door. I did not tell him that I was wrong." Pilar looked at her. "But I will, if I have to." The dining room door opened at 7:48. Quaid stepped out and scanned the common room. His eyes landed on Pilar. "Ready?" Pilar stood. She did not look at Renske. She walked into the dining room with her sketchbook pressed against her chest, and the door closed behind her. The waiting was worse than the interviews had been the day before. Tobin sat on the stairs with his index cards, his lips moving silently, rehearsing. Nell sat 3 steps above him, her hand resting on his shoulder. Onyeka stood near the kitchen door, clipboard in hand, marking names off a list no one had asked him to make. Desmond walked to where Renske stood. "How long do you think she will be?" "I do not know. She is not afraid of them." "No," Renske said. "That is what makes her dangerous." Desmond looked at her. "To them or to us?" "To anyone who underestimates her." The dining room door did not open for 23 minutes. When it did, Pilar walked out. Her face was pale but composed. She held her sketchbook at her side, and she walked straight past Renske, past Desmond, past everyone, and sat down on the bottom stair with her back against the wall. Quaid appeared in the doorway. "I want the twins next. Together." Nell stood first. Tobin hesitated, then followed. They walked into the dining room, and the door closed. Renske crossed to where Pilar sat. "Are you all right?" Pilar did not look up. "I told them everything." "Everything?" "About the monsters, about the night I painted them, about why I painted them, about what you and Desmond did that made me paint over them." She paused. "I told them you stopped pulling the house apart." Renske's throat tightened. "And then?" she asked. Pilar finally looked up. Her eyes were dry, but there was something raw in them. "And then I told them that it is not fixed, that the house is still broken, that the ceiling is still cracking, that Tobin draws things before they break because he knows they will break, that bracing is not the same as healing." She paused. "I told them the truth." Renske sat down on the step beside her. "That was brave." Pilar shook her head. "It was not brave. It was necessary. There is a difference." The dining room door stayed closed for 41 minutes. When it opened, Nell emerged first, her chin high, her jaw tight. Tobin followed, his index cards clutched in both hands, his face white. They walked past everyone without speaking. Onyeka stepped forward. Quaid wants the next witness, he said. Who is it? Renske looked at the dining room door. Quaid stood in the frame, his face unreadable. Mrs. Abarba, he said, followed by Juniper Varela. Mrs. Abarba set down her spoon. She removed her apron, folded it carefully, and laid it on the counter. Then she walked through the common room like a woman who had been waiting for this moment her whole life. At the dining room door, she paused. Renske, yes? Do not let the coffee burn. She stepped inside. The door closed. Renske stood in the common room, surrounded by children who were pretending not to listen, staff who were pretending not to watch, and Desmond, who was standing at the window with his back to the room, his shoulders tight, his hands empty. She walked to him. How much longer can we do this? She asked. Desmond did not turn. As long as it takes. And if it is not enough? He turned then. His gray eyes met hers, and for a moment she saw something in them she had never seen before. Not fear, not hope. Something between. Something that looked like faith. Then we find another way. The observer's voice cut through from behind them. Mr. Achterberg. They both turned. Celeste Darrow stood in the hallway, her tablet in her hand, her face expressionless. I would like to speak with you, alone. Desmond did not flinch. Now? Now. He looked at Renske. She nodded. He walked toward the observer, and the door to the dining room closed behind them, leaving Renske standing in the common room with 40 children, a pot of coffee burning on the stove, and the sound of something scraping its way through the ceiling above her head. Chapter 43. Renske did not watch the coffee burn. She crossed the common room, took the pot off the stove, and poured the contents down the sink. The smell of scorched grounds clung to her sleeves as she rinsed the carafe and set it to drain. Small motions. Measured. The only kind she could manage while the dining room door stayed closed and Desmond was somewhere behind it, with a woman who had already decided what she needed to know. The scraping from the ceiling had stopped. That was worse. Renske looked up. The crack ran the length of the common room now, a dark seam that had widened overnight. She could see the gap from where she stood, darkness behind the plaster. Not damp, not rot, something else. Onyeka appeared at her elbow. I want to move the little ones to the east wing. She turned. Why? Because if that ceiling comes down, I do not want them under it. He said it flat, not question, not a request, a statement of fact from someone who had already made the decision and was waiting for her to catch up. Do it, she said. He nodded and walked away, clipboard in hand, already calling names. Renske watched him go. 17 years old, aging out in spring, and right now, the most steady person in the room. She found Tobin and Nell on the stairs. They sat together on the third step from the bottom, close enough that their shoulders touched. Tobin's index cards were spread across his knees in a fan. Nell's hand rested on his wrist, thumb pressed to his pulse point. Renske sat down on the step below them. Neither twin looked at her. We heard what you said in there, she said quietly. All of it. Tobin's fingers tightened on the cards. How? He asked. Pillar told me, and I saw your faces when you came out. Nell's jaw tightened. Then you know, she said. I know you told them about the routines, the weather maps, the check-in words, the rule. Tobin looked up. You made the rule, he said. You and Desmond, the first week. You said no adult would use separation as leverage, that no one would threaten to split us up to make us behave. Renske remembered. She had said it standing in this same hallway, her voice hoarse from the argument with Desmond that had preceded it. She had made it a house rule because she had seen the terror in Tobin's face when he overheard the word transfer. I remember, she said. Quaid asked if we believed it. Tobin's voice was thin. I said yes. Nell said yes. But then the observer asked if we believed the state would keep that rule. The air changed. What did you tell her? Nell answered. I told her the state does not make rules that protect kids. It makes rules that protect itself. And then I told her that you and Desmond are the only reason this house has rules that mean anything. Renske's chest tightened. That was brave. It was true, Nell said. There is a difference. Tobin shuffled his cards. I told them about the weather map, he said, about how I check the ferry schedule every morning, about how I know which wind means the ferry will cancel and which means it will run late, about how Onyeka taught me to read the tide tables so I would know when the Spit floods. He held up one of the index cards. I drew them a map of the house, of all the exits, of the places where the ceiling is thin enough that you can hear the scraping. Renske looked at the card. It was meticulous. Every door, every window, every stairwell. The crack in the common room ceiling marked in crosshatch. The East Wing storage room labeled with Desmond's childhood room number. The primered hallway where Pilar's monsters used to live. You showed them this? Tobin nodded. They asked if I felt safe. I said I feel safe when I know where the exits are. That is the only kind of safe I know. Nell's hand tightened on his wrist. You are safe here, she said. You know that. Tobin did not answer. Renske looked at the map in his hands, at the careful lines, the measured distances, the notations that tracked every vulnerability in the building. This was how he survived. Not by trusting that the adults would protect him, but by knowing exactly how to leave if they failed. That is not a flaw, she said. Tobin looked up. It is not a failure to prepare for the worst. It is not a betrayal of hope to know where the doors are. She paused. You are not wrong for seeing what could break. You are paying attention, and that attention kept Nell safe the night you tried to run. It kept Pilar safe when she was painting monsters. It is keeping this house honest. Tobin stared at her. Then he asked the question she had been dreading. What happens if the state likes the system more than the house? Renske went still. What do you mean? I mean, what happens if they pass us because we look good on paper, and then they take the system and use it somewhere else and we are just a model they copy instead of a place they keep? The question hung in the air. Nell looked at Renske. He has been asking that all morning. Renske did not have an answer. She wanted to say that it would not happen, that the state could not take what the house had built without taking the house itself, that the children, the staff, the island, the 100 small rituals of survival could not be packaged into a manual and shipped somewhere else. But she had worked in systems long enough to know that was exactly what they did. I do not know, she said. Tobin nodded, like he had expected that. That is why I drew the map, he said. So if they take the system and leave the house, I will still know where the exits are. The dining room door opened. Renske turned. Mrs. Achterberg stood in the doorway. Her apron was back on. Her face was unreadable. The observer wants to see you now, she said. Renske stood. Desmond? Still inside. She is not done with him yet. Renske looked at the twins. Tobin's map was still spread across his knees. Nell's hand was still on his wrist. Wait here, she said. She walked toward the dining room. The ceiling above her was silent. But as she reached the door, the scraping started again. Not above her, below her, beneath the floorboards. Renske stopped. Mrs. Achterberg heard it too. Her eyes went to the floor, then to Renske. That is not the ceiling, she said. Renske shook her head. No, it is not. The scraping moved. Slow, deliberate, tracing a path beneath their feet. Renske looked at the primered hallway wall, at the hands pressing against the risers, at the ceiling crack that had grown wide enough to see the dark, and she thought of what Pilar had said. Bracing is not the same as healing. The door to the dining room was open. Celeste Diro sat at the table, her tablet in front of her, her gray eyes fixed on Renske. Close the door, she said. Renske stepped inside. Behind her, the scraping stopped. Chapter 44. The dining room smelled of old coffee and the salt that seeped through every window on Tillicum Spit. Celeste Darrow sat at the head of the table, her tablet angled toward the window, her gray hair catching the morning light. She did not look up when Renske closed the door. Mrs. Achterberg tells me you have been here less than 2 months. Renske kept her hands at her sides. 7 weeks. And in that time you have repainted a hallway, replaced a banister, reorganized the pantry, and convinced 40 children that this is a place worth defending. Renske said nothing. Darrow looked at her. That is not nothing. But it is also not a licensed facility. Nobody said it was. Your inspector says it is close. Quaid says we are surviving. There is a difference. Darrow's mouth moved, almost a smile. She gestured to the chair across from her. Sit. Renske sat. The scraping beneath the floorboards had stopped. The silence in the room was worse because it meant the house was waiting. Darrow tapped her tablet. I have interviewed every child in this building. I have reviewed the medication logs, the staffing records, the structural assessments, and the fire egress certification your man chased down from a retired inspector on the mainland. She paused. I have also seen the wall in the hallway, the one with the hands. Renske's throat tightened. Those are Tobin Beck's hands, she said. He drew them because he needed to believe someone was holding the house up. And do you believe someone is holding the house up? Renske thought about Pilar's drawing, the hands on the roof, the light in every window, the figures on the porch steps who had stayed. Yes. Darrow studied her. Then call your witnesses. Renske blinked. What? Mrs. Ibarra, Juniper Varela, anyone else who can show me that this place does not run on hope and a single exhausted social worker. Darrow leaned back. I have read the file. I know you came here alone. I know you found a man who wanted to close the building and a staff that had not been paid in months. I know the children are the only reason any of you are still standing. She paused. Now show me the rest. Renske stood. She walked to the door and opened it. Mrs. Abra was already there, her apron folded over her arm, her face set. Juniper stood behind her, concrete dust on her sleeves, a roll of receipts in her hand. Heard you needed backup, Juniper said. Renske stepped aside. Mrs. Abra entered first. She did not sit. She stood at the end of the table facing Darrow and began to speak. I have been feeding this house for 18 years, she said. Not because the state paid me, because the children need to eat. Darrow did not interrupt. Mrs. Abra reached into her apron pocket and pulled out a folded piece of paper. She laid it flat on the table. That is a list of every meal I have brought to Harrowgate in the last 3 months. Every loaf of bread, every pot of soup, every sack of rice that came from my kitchen or the kitchens of women I know on this island. Darrow looked at the list. There are 42 entries, she said. 43 if you count the cake I brought yesterday for no reason except that the children needed something sweet. Darrow looked up. And you expect to be reimbursed? Mrs. Abra's eyes went hard. I expect nothing. That is the point. She placed her hand on the list. This is not charity. This is what people do when they know each other. Juniper does not charge for the roof repairs because she learned to swing a hammer from the same man who taught half the island. But the ferry crew does not charge for carrying supplies because their children played in this yard. The retired inspector signed that attestation because he remembers when Harrowgate was the only place that took in kids from 3 counties without asking questions. She paused. We are not donors. We are not volunteers. We are the people who keep this house standing because it kept us standing first. The room was silent. Darrow looked at the list for a long moment. Then she turned to Juniper. Show me your receipts. Juniper stepped forward and placed the roll of paper on the table. That is every material cost for the foundation bracing, the banister repair, and the window reglazing. Concrete, rebar, wood, hardware. I bought it all myself, and I am not asking for it back. Darrow unrolled a section. This is $2,000. I know what it cost. Why did you pay it? Juniper looked at Renske. Because I was a kid here once, and when I aged out I had nowhere to go. This house did not raise me well, but it raised me. And when I came back they did not ask why I left. They handed me a hammer and told me to fix what I could. Darrow set the receipts down. Mrs. Ibarra, Ms. Varela, if Harrowgate passes this review and becomes a pilot model, the state will require formal accounting for every donation, every hour of labor, every sack of rice. Are you prepared for that? Mrs. Ibarra smiled. I have been keeping a ledger for 18 years. The state can look at it any time they want. Darrow nodded. Then she looked at Renske. Your inspector delayed his final recommendation pending structural documentation. I am prepared to recommend conditional certification, subject to quarterly reviews, a formal community partnership agreement, and a mandatory maintenance reserve funded by the state. Renske's breath caught. Conditional certification means we stay open. It means you stay open on a short leash. If the foundation shifts again, if the ceiling collapses, if the staffing ratio drops below minimum, the conditional status is revoked, and I do not come back. We can live with that. Darrow's eyes held hers. Are you sure? Because conditional certification also means the state will assign a remote observer, someone who monitors from central office, someone who does not know the children or the staff or the island, someone whose job is to catch the failure before it happens. Renske thought of Tobin's map, of Nell's shop truth, of Pilar's hands on the roof. Let them watch, she said. We are not hiding anything. Darrow held her gaze. Then she turned to her tablet and began typing. Renske stood in the silence, waiting. Mrs. Abra did not move. Juniper did not move. The house did not move. And then, from somewhere beneath the floorboards, a single scrape. Deliberate. Waiting. Darrow looked up. What was that? Renske did not answer. She looked at the floor, at the crack in the ceiling that ran the length of the room, at the primered wall where hands pressed against the risers. The scrape came again, closer. Mrs. Abra's face went still. That, she said, is what we have not told you yet. Chapter 45. Desmond came through the kitchen door at 10:15, wet to the bone, carrying a manila envelope sealed with enough tape to survive a flood. Water ran off his coat and pooled on the linoleum. His hair was plastered flat against his forehead. The notch above his right eyebrow stood out like a fresh wound in the fluorescent light. He set the envelope on the counter and did not let go. Pendleton's notary found the original sign-off, he said. The retired inspector did approve the repairs. He just never filed the pink copy. It was in a box of old county records the clerk's assistant had been meaning to sort since September. Renske crossed to him. You drove back in this? There was one ferry left before the wind advisory closed the crossing. I was on it. She looked at the envelope. Is it enough? It is proof that the flood work was inspected and approved before the former director let the paperwork die. Pendleton already had it scanned and emailed to Quaid's office. The physical copy goes into the state file as the original. Desmond finally released the envelope. His hands were shaking. From cold, from adrenaline, from whatever he had burned through to get back to Tillicum Spit before the weather sealed them off. Renske reached past him, grabbed a dish towel from the hook and pressed it into his hands. Dry your face. He looked at the towel like he had forgotten what it was for. Desmond. He pressed the cloth against his eyes and held it there. When he lowered it, his face had changed. The fury was still there, banked and running hot beneath the surface, but something else had risen through it. The phone call I was on when you reached me, he said. It was not Pendleton. It was the state budget office. Renske's chest tightened. They have reviewed the draft restructuring plan I submitted last week. They will approve the community partnership framework and the maintenance reserve funding on one condition. What condition? Quarterly reporting, hard benchmarks, staffing ratios certified by an independent auditor. If any metric drops below the threshold, the funding freezes and a closure review begins automatically. He said it flat, matter of fact, the way he delivered every hard number. Renske felt the weight of it settle across her shoulders. That is a leash. It is a leash we can survive. For how long? Desmond met her eyes. Long enough to prove it works, or to fail trying. The kitchen door swung open. Mrs. Abra stepped through with a mug in each hand, looked at Desmond dripping on her clean floor, and said nothing. She set both mugs on the counter, pulled a second towel from the drawer, and threw it at his chest. Drink the coffee, dry shilth, then come to the dining room. She turned and walked out. Renske picked up one of the mugs. The heat burned through the ceramic into her palms. She is right, she said. Quaid and Darrow are waiting. Desmond shrugged off his coat. Water hit the floor in a sudden puddle. Then let us go tell them what we are willing to accept. They found Mikhail Quaid standing at the dining room window, his back to the room, watching the rain sheet across the lawn. Celeste Darrow sat at the table with her tablet, her fingers still, her gray eyes tracking Renske and Desmond as they entered. Desmond placed the envelope on the table between them. The original flood repair attestation, signed, dated, county stamped. The work was approved before the former director failed to file it. Quaid turned from the window. He did not approach the envelope. I received Pendleton's email copy, he said. It is consistent with the structural documentation Juniper Varela provided yesterday. Daryl did not look at the envelope either. She looked at Desmond. You traveled to the mainland in a storm advisory to retrieve a piece of paper that could have been scanned? The state requires the original for the permanent file. I wanted it in your hands before the ferry stopped running. Darrow's mouth moved, not quite a smile. Sit down, Mr. Achterberg. Desmond sat. Renske took the chair beside him, close enough that their arms almost touched. Quaid remained standing. The documentation is sufficient to clear the structural hold, he said. That leaves the staffing compliance, the budget sustainability, and the partnership agreements as the remaining outstanding items. Desmond pulled a folded document from his jacket pocket. It was damp at the edges. The revised restructuring plan, he said. Staffing ratios adjusted to meet minimums with a contingency pool of 3 island residents trained for emergency coverage. Budget projections for the next 18 months with the maintenance reserve built in. Community partnership letters from Mrs. Achterberg, the Ferry Cooperative, and Vela Construction. He laid it flat on the table. Quaid picked it up. He read in silence. Darrow watched him read, her hands still resting on the tablet. The rain kept coming. The house creaked. Somewhere above them, a floorboard settled. Quaid set the papers down. The central office has requested a recess for deliberation. They want to review this plan and the observer's recommendations before issuing a final determination. Renske's stomach dropped. How long? They will call on tomorrow's morning ferry schedule. That is not an answer. It is the only one I have. Darrow stood. She closed her tablet and tucked it into her leather satchel. I will make my recommendation tonight, she said. What the central office does with it is not my decision. She paused at the door. You have built something here. I have seen 12 facilities try and fail. You have done it with nothing, which means either you are very lucky or this house is holding itself together for reasons that will not survive careful scrutiny. She looked at Renske. I hope, for the children's sake, that you are lucky. The door closed behind her. Quaid remained at the table, his hands still resting on the restructuring plan. If the central office approves conditional certification, he said, the first quarterly review will be in 90 days. That is not a long runway. Desmond's voice was steady. We know. And if they deny it, the home will be placed on a 60-day closure timeline. You will be required to begin transfer planning immediately. Renske's throat closed. She thought of Tobin's map. Nell's chin held high, Pilar's hands on the roof. We know, she said. Quaid looked at them both. Then he picked up the plan and walked out. The dining room door swung shut behind him. Renske sat in the silence. The rain, the creaking house, Desmond's breath beside her, slow and deliberate. 90 days, she said. We knew the terms. Knowing and hearing it aloud are different. Desmond did not answer. The scrape came from beneath the floorboards again, close, deliberate, a single dragging note that vibrated through the chair legs into Renske's spine. She looked at Desmond. He was already looking at the floor. It is down there, he said, closer than it was this morning. The scrape came again, closer still, and then the lights went out. Chapter 46. The dark was absolute. Renske sat motionless at the dining room table, her hand still resting where the restructuring plan had lain moments ago. The air had gone heavy, pressed down by the storm and the sudden absence of light. Somewhere in the house a child called out, no, a question, a confirmation that someone else was still there. She heard Desmond breathe beside her. Stay here, he said. I will find the lanterns. I know where they are. She stood before he could argue, her hand finding the wall, the door frame, the hallway that led to the kitchen. The floorboards beneath her feet felt wrong. Not the scrape, not the thing beneath the house, just the ordinary wrongness of walking blind through a space she had memorized with her eyes open. By the time she reached the pantry, her fingers had found the shelf where Mrs. Achterberg kept the storm supplies. Glass clinked, metal scraped stone. She struck a match, and the kitchen bloomed in orange light. The lanterns were where they had always been, 4 of them, filled, trimmed, waiting. She lit the first one and carried it back through the hall. The light caught faces in the common room doorway. Onyeka stood at the front, a younger child tucked behind him. Marisol held the banister, her face pale in the glow. Behind them, more children, a cluster of shapes in the dark, Not crying, not panicking, just waiting. "They are still in the dining room," Onyeka said. "Quaid and Darrow." "I know." "The lights went out." "I know." She handed him the lantern. "Find Mrs. Abara. Tell her we need the generator checked and the children moved to the east wing. If the ceiling comes down, I want everyone on the far side of the building." Onyeka took the lantern without argument. "And Onyeka." He paused. "Keep the twins with you. Tobin will know where the exits are in the dark." Something shifted in his face. Recognition. Trust. Yes. He turned and the group moved with him, a single current of children flowing toward the east wing, the lantern bobbing ahead like a beacon. Renske stood alone in the hallway. The scraping had stopped. That was worse. She walked back to the dining room, her steps measured, her breath steady. The door was still open. Inside, Quaid stood at the window with his phone held up, trying to catch a signal. Darrow sat exactly where she had been, her tablet dark, her hands folded. Desmond was still at the table, his silhouette sharp against the dim light from Renske's lamp. "The generator is in the basement," he said. "I know how to start it." "You know this house's secrets," Darrow said. Her voice was flat, neither accusation nor praise. "I grew up here. I know." Desmond's head turned. "You read my file." "I read everything." Darrow stood. "The generator can wait. The storm will pass. What will not wait is the central office's decision, and the longer we sit in the dark, the more the children will absorb the waiting as evidence that something is wrong." Renske set the lantern on the table. "Then we do not sit." She looked at Desmond. "Start the generator. I will get the children settled. When the lights come back, we will be ready to answer the phone." Desmond held her gaze for a beat longer than necessary. Then he stood and walked toward the basement stairs. The next hour passed in fragments. Renske moved through the east wing with a second lantern, checking each room, counting heads, speaking to children who sat in the dark with the kind of stillness that came from too much practice. Pilar was in the far corner of the common room, her sketchbook open, drawing by lantern light. "The ceiling is not going to fall tonight," Pilar said without looking up. "You sound certain." "I can hear it settling. It knows we are watching." She lifted her pencil. "Things wait longer when they know they are being watched." Renske did not ask what Pilar meant. She moved on. In the West Hall, she found Mrs. Arbra kneeling beside a younger child, pressing a warm cloth to a scraped knee. The ferry cook did not look up. "Generator will be online in 10 minutes. Desmond knows what he's doing down there." "You trust him with the basement?" "I trust him with anything that has a manual." Mrs. Arbra looked up then. "The question is whether you trust him with anything that does not." Renske did not answer. She did not have to. The lights came back at 11:37 p.m. The ceiling fixtures flickered, held, and the house exhaled. Renske stood in the east wing hallway, watching the bulbs stabilize, feeling the tension drain from her shoulders. She found Desmond in the kitchen. He was standing at the sink, washing grease from his hands. His jacket was off, his sleeves rolled, and water beaded on his forearms. The sight of him, ordinary and solid, made something twist in her chest. "Generator or boiler?" she asked. "Generator. The boiler is still holding, barely. We will need it to hold one more day. One more day. Then 90 days, or 60. She leaned against the counter. The distance between them was 3 feet. She could close it in a single step. "We should talk about what happens tomorrow," she said. "We should." Neither of them moved. "Desmond." He turned off the water and dried his hands on a towel. When he looked at her, his gray eyes were steady, but something underneath them was not. "If the central office approves," he said, "the observer stays, the oversight stays. The house becomes a model, which means everything we have built will be examined, documented, replicated. They will not be kind to our secrets." "Our secrets?" "The sealed room, the list, the thing beneath the floor." She had not expected him to say it aloud. "We do not know what it is yet," she said. "We know it is real, and Darrow knows we are hiding something." Renske crossed her arms. "What do you want to do about it?" Desmond set the towel down. "I want to find out what is down there, before the quarterly review, before the next inspector arrives, before it gets closer." The word hung between them. Closer. "You think it is moving toward something," she said. I think it has been moving towards something since the day I left this house. And I think the list in Elias's folder was not a record of the past. It was a schedule. The kitchen felt colder. Renske held his gaze. After tomorrow, she said. If we survive tomorrow, we open that room. We find the basement access. We follow the sound to wherever it leads. Desmond nodded. Together. Together. The words settled between them, heavier than the storm, warmer than the lanterns. Neither of them looked away. The phone rang. Renske's body locked. Desmond turned toward the wall where the receiver hung. The ring cut through the kitchen, sharp and insistent. They both knew who it was. Desmond reached for it, but Renske put her hand on his wrist. "Let me." He stopped. She picked up the receiver. Renske Okorafor. The voice on the other end was not Quade's. It was a woman's voice, clipped and efficient. "Ms. Okorafor, this is Patricia Okonkwo, Deputy Director of Licensing and Oversight for the State Central Office. I am calling to inform you that the review board has reached a determination regarding Harrowgate Home's operational status." Renske's throat closed. She heard the rain. She heard Desmond breathing. She heard the house, its creaks and sighs, waiting. "We are prepared to issue our decision effective immediately. Are you in a position to receive formal notification?" Renske looked at Desmond. "Yes," she said. "We are ready." The pause on the other end lasted 3 heartbeats. Then Patricia Okonkwo spoke again. "Your conditional certification has been approved, Adapter 47. Renske set the receiver back in its cradle. The kitchen held its breath. Desmond stood motionless at the sink, hands braced against the counter, water still dripping from his forearms. His gray eyes were fixed on her face, reading what she had not yet said aloud. "We are approved," she said. "Conditional certification, effective immediately." The words landed like stones in still water. Desmond did not smile. He closed his eyes instead, one long exhale that carried something older than relief. When he opened them, the tension in his shoulders had not fully released. "What are the conditions?" "Benchmark reporting, staffing compliance, independent auditor." She paused. "Quarterly reviews, 90 days out." 90 days. That is what she said. Desmond reached for a dish towel and dried his hands with slow, deliberate care. Renske watched him, waiting for the shift she had learned to recognize. The moment when his mind moved from crisis management to contingency planning. Instead, he said nothing. She crossed the kitchen and stopped beside him. The counter was still damp where his hands had been. "We did it," she said. "We survived a review. That is not the same thing. It is a start." Desmond looked at her then, and something in his face softened, just barely, like frost lifting at the edges of a window. "It is a start," he agreed. The kitchen door swung open. Onyas stood in the frame, clipboard in hand, chair wild from running through the storm. His face was unreadable, but his voice cracked at the edges. "Is it true?" Renske nodded. Onyeka stared at her for 3 heartbeats. Then he turned and disappeared back into the hallway, and she heard his voice echoing through the east wing, raw and unguarded. "We are staying. They said we are staying." The house erupted. Footfalls pounded overhead. Shouts rose from the common room. Not panicked, but bright and bewildered. A door banged open. Somewhere, someone started crying. Renske followed the sound into the hallway. The children were spilling out of the east wing, faces caught between disbelief and something that looked like hope. Pilar stood at the base of the staircase, sketchbook pressed against her chest, tears cutting tracks through the dust on her cheeks. "You are not lying," Pilar said. It was not a question. "I am not lying." Pilar nodded once, then turned and pushed through the crowd toward the primered hallway. Renske did not follow. She knew what the girl was going to do. There would be light in every window tomorrow. Mrs. Abra appeared from the kitchen door, wiping her hands on her apron. She did not smile, but her eyes were wet. "I will start the soup." "Mrs. Abra," the older woman stopped. Renske did not have words for what she wanted to say. She stood in the hallway, surrounded by noise and motion, and something in her chest finally loosened. Mrs. Abra studied her for a long moment. "Good," she said, and turned back into the kitchen. Renske stood alone in the hallway as the house moved around her. Onyeka was herding the younger children toward the dining room. Marisol appeared with armfuls of blankets. Deshawn was already unstacking chairs. The front door was still closed. Celeste Darrow and Mikhail Quaid had not yet emerged from the dining room. Renske walked toward the door, her steps slow. She pushed it open. Mikhail Quaid stood at the window, phone pressed to his ear, his back to the room. Celeste Darrow sat at the table, tablet dark, hands folded. Her gray eyes lifted when Renske entered. "The children seem pleased," Darrow said. "They are." Darrow studied her. "Conditional certification is not a permanent solution. It is a reprieve with a deadline. You understand that?" "I understand." "And you understand that the quarterly review will be more rigorous than this one. The state will not tolerate gaps, not in staffing, not in documentation, not in the maintenance reserve." Renske met her gaze. "We will be ready." Darrow held her look for a long moment, then nodded once. Something in her face shifted, not quite warmth, but acknowledgement. "I will submit my recommendation in the morning. The central office will issue the formal paperwork by end of week." She paused. "You should know that not everyone in my division agreed with this outcome. You have advocates and opponents. Keep your records clean." "I will." Darrow stood and collected her satchel. She paused at the door. "The house is still holding together for reasons I do not fully understand. That is not a liability yet, but it will become one if you do not discover what is holding it up." She looked at Renske. "And what is waiting beneath it?" Renske said nothing. Darrow walked out. Mikhail Quaid ended his call and turned from the window. His face was unreadable, but his voice carried something close to respect. "You will receive the official determination by courier tomorrow afternoon. Congratulations, Ms. Okorafor. You have earned this." "Thank you." Quaid hesitated at the door. "One more thing. The 1-year term of the will ends at midnight tonight. Legally, neither of you is bound to remain at Harrowgate after that time. The property has been transferred to the Foundation, and the state now holds the lease. Mr. Achterberg's position is no longer mandated by the inheritance clause." Renske's stomach tightened. "He can leave." "Either of you can leave," Quaid said. "I wanted you to be aware of the timeline." He was gone before she could respond. Renske stood in the empty dining room. The rain had stopped. The house creaked around her, the normal sounds of wood settling, water moving through pipes, wind against glass. Somewhere in the east wing, a child laughed. She walked back into the hallway. The children were gathering in the common room, drawn by the news, by the smell of soup starting to warm, by the electric current of survival. Mrs. Barbara was handing out bowls. Onyeka was carrying a younger child on his hip. Desmond stood at the base of the stairs. He was watching the children, his face unreadable. When he felt her approach, he turned. "Midnight," she said. He nodded. "You know you can go." "I know. The clause ends. The will releases you. You are not required to stay." Desmond looked at her. The noise of the house faded around them. The clatter of bowls, the chatter of voices, the scrape of chairs against floorboards. "I know what I am not required to do," he said. Renske held his gaze. "Then what are you going to do?" The question hung between them. Desmond opened his mouth, but before he could answer, the lights flickered once, twice, and held. Behind them, from somewhere beneath the floorboards, the scraping began again. Chapter 48. The sound hit her in the chest. 40 children's voices, high and breaking, overlapping in the hallway. Onyeka had spread the news at a run, his shout echoing through the east wing, and now the house was a storm of movement. Bodies collided. Someone shrieked with laughter. Deshawn lifted a younger child onto his shoulders and spun her in the common room doorway. Pilar stood at the foot of the staircase, crying openly, her sketchbook pressed against her ribs. When she saw Renske, she crossed the distance in 4 strides. "It is real?" "It is real." Pilar's face crumpled. She did not hug Renske. She nodded once, hard, then turned and walked toward the primered hallway, her steps already picking up speed. Renske watched her go. Mrs. Abra emerged from the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron. She stopped in the center of the hall and looked around at the chaos. The running children, the laughter, the crying, the noise. Her eyes glistened. "Ijomo," Renske said. Mrs. Barbara shook her head. Say nothing. Start soup. She turned back toward the kitchen, then paused. You. Sit down before you fall down. Renske did not sit. The house moved around her, a current she could not step into. Oyenka was herding the younger ones toward the dining room, calling out names from memory. Marisol appeared with armfuls of blankets, her face flushed and wet. Deshawn was unstacking chairs, setting them in rows, creating order from celebration. The front door was still closed. Celeste Darrow and Mikhail Quaid were gone, absorbed into the fog and the tide schedule, their presence already receding into the night like weather that had passed. But the air they left behind was different, colder, charged with something that was not quite safety. Renske walked toward the office. The door was open. Inside, the desk lamp cast a low yellow circle over paper and ink. Desmond stood at the filing cabinet, his back to the door, pulling files from the drawer and stacking them on the desk in neat, precise columns. She watched him for a long moment. He did not turn. What are you doing? Organizing, he said. His voice was flat. The quarterly review will require updated personnel records. The current system is not sustainable. He pulled another file, placed it on the stack, aligned the edges. Renske stepped into the room. You are packing. Desmond's hand paused on the cabinet handle. He did not look at her. I am sorting. Desmond? He turned. His face was unreadable, the same controlled neutrality he had worn the day she arrived, the suit and the stance and the walls that had taken months to soften. But his hands were shaking. The state holds the lease now, he said. The foundation has transferred the property. The will clause expires at midnight. There is no legal reason for me to remain. I know. I have completed what I was required to do. The restructuring plan is filed. The budget is stabilized. The staff have been paid through the end of the quarter. Desmond. He stopped. Renske crossed the room. She stood close enough to see the tremor in his jaw, the way his throat moved when he swallowed. You told me you did not want to face it alone. Desmond's eyes met hers. That was before the certification. Before? He looked away. I did not understand what it would mean to succeed. He picked up a file, set it on the stack. The quarterly reviews, the benchmarks, the remote observer, the constant scrutiny. This is not a victory. It is a runway. They will be watching for the first sign of failure. Renske did not move. Then we do not fail. Renske. Then we do not fail, she said again. We know the metrics. We know the gaps. We fill them before the first audit. Desmond looked at her. Something shifted in his face. Not surrender, but the first crack in the wall he had rebuilt since the will released him. And what happens, he said quietly, when the metrics hold but the house does not? The scraping answered for him. It started low, a slow, deliberate drag beneath the floorboards, moving from the far wall toward the office door. Renske felt it through the soles of her shoes, a vibration that was almost sound, a presence that was almost voice. Desmond's face went still. It is closer than before. I know. It is not random. It is following a path, the same path it has been following since we found the folder. Renske looked at him. The list. Desmond nodded. His voice was careful, measured, the tone he used for financial projections and risk estimates. Lias Harrowgate's list, 11 dates, 11 names. Mine was the last. The year I was adopted. He paused. I have been trying to calculate the interval, the pattern, the gap between each name. Have you found it? Desmond did not answer. The scraping stopped. The silence that followed was worse, full and waiting, the house holding its breath. Renske stepped closer. Desmond, what are you going to do? He looked at her. The walls were gone now, stripped away by exhaustion and the weight of the night, and she saw what lay beneath. The same fear that had driven him to shutter himself behind spreadsheets and closure plans. The clause ends at midnight, he said. I am legally free to leave Harrowgate Home without penalty or consequence. I know. I built my entire life around being able to leave. Every skill, every strategy, every wall. They were all designed to ensure I would never be trapped again. Renske held his gaze. And now? Desmond looked down at his hands. They were still shaking. Now I do not know what I am staying for. The words hung between them. Renske did not look away. Then find out, she said. The lights flickered. Behind her in the hallway, a child laughed. Chapter 49. Children moved through the downstairs like a tide that had forgotten how to ebb. Marisol appeared with armfuls of blankets, her face still wet. Deshawn had already unstacked the chairs in the common room, and someone had dragged the big table from the dining room into the center of the floor. They were rearranging the furniture like it was a holiday, like the house had finally learned to breathe. Renske watched from the hallway. The office door was still open behind her, but Desmond had not followed her out. She could hear him pulling files, stacking paper, the sound of someone assembling a life into boxes he could carry. Miss Okorafor. She turned. Onyeka stood at the end of the hall, his clipboard pressed against his chest like a shield. Pilar says we are having a party. Does she? She is making banners. Deshawn found the old fairy lights in the storage closet. Mrs. Barbar is bringing something from the kitchen. Renske looked at him. His voice was steady, but his hands were not. The clipboard trembled at the edges where his fingers gripped it. Onyeka. I know it is not a real thing, he said. The certification. I know there are quarterly reviews and benchmarks, and the state can still pull it. But, he looked down at his clipboard. But for one night, he said, can we pretend it is real? Renske felt something crack in her chest, not breaking but shifting, like a long, frozen hinge finally giving way. Yeah, she said. One night. Onyeka nodded. He turned and walked back toward the common room, and she heard his voice rise above the noise, telling the younger kids to clear the floor, telling Deshawn where to hang the lights. The dining room was transformed by the time she reached it. La had strung construction paper banners across the ceiling, hand-lettered and uneven. We are staying. Harrowgate Home. This is not a drill. The fairy lights looped along the picture rail, casting the room in amber and shadow. Mrs. Achterberg stood at the sideboard with a cake she must have baked during the chaos of the afternoon. Simple yellow sponge with a dusting of powdered sugar. No candles, no frosting, but perfect in its plainness. Martha Washington cake, Mrs. Achterberg said. No eggs, no butter, emergency rations. It is beautiful. It is flour and sugar and hope. Mrs. Achterberg wiped her hands on her apron. Sit down, child. You have not eaten since this morning. Renske sat. The children gathered. Onyeka herded the youngest onto the floor in a loose circle. Marisol passed out mismatched mugs filled with apple juice. Deshawn lifted a younger girl onto his shoulders and she laughed, high and bright and unguarded. They were waiting for something. Renske realized it before anyone said it. They were waiting for the clock. Midnight. The moment the will clause expired. The moment the legal trap fell open and everyone in this room would know, for certain, whether the adults who ran this place had chosen it or been dragged into it. Pilar appeared at her elbow. He is still in the office, she said quietly. I know. Are you going to get him? Renske looked at the children. 40 faces, young and worn and hopeful in the fairy light. Onyeka with his clipboard, Marisol with her blankets, Deshawn with a child on his shoulders and a grin that had not cracked all night. Pilar with her painted hands and her watchful eyes. He will come when he is ready, Renske said. Pilar studied her for a long moment. You do not actually believe that? No, Pilar nodded. She turned and walked toward the office, her footsteps deliberate on the old floorboards. The door opened. Voices murmured. Then Pilar emerged alone, her face unreadable. He said to start without him. The room deflated. Onyeka recovered first. He grabbed a mug, raised it above his head. To Harrowgate. The children echoed him, 40 voices overlapping, 40 mugs lifted. To Harrowgate. Mrs. Achterberg cut the cake. The younger children dove for the first slices. Someone started humming a tune Renske did not recognize, and gradually others picked it up. A low, wandering melody that seemed to rise from the walls themselves. Renske did not sing. She sat at the table with the cake she had not touched, watching the children build a celebration out of construction paper and borrowed lights. And she counted the minutes until midnight. At 11:47 she stood. The common room was loud now, full of laughter and the screech of chairs being dragged across the floor. Mrs. Achterberg had produced a second cake from somewhere, and the older kids were teaching the younger ones a clapping game that required them to miss on purpose. No one noticed Renske slip out. The fog had thickened since the afternoon. It pressed against the porch windows, gray and dense, swallowing the outline of the fence and the road and the bluff beyond. The house lights cast weak yellow pools that the fog seemed to eat before they could reach the ground. Desmond stood at the far end of the porch, his back to the door, his shoulders set like a man waiting for a blow. She walked toward him. He did not turn. "It is almost midnight," he said. "I know. 11:53. I know." Desmond's hands were braced on the railing. The fog curled around his wrists, damp and cold. 7 minutes, he said, and I am free to walk to the ferry dock and never come back. Renske stood beside him. She did not touch him. 7 minutes, she agreed. Elias Harrowgate's list. I have been running the intervals, the gaps between names, the pattern. His voice was flat. I thought if I could find it, I would understand what the house wanted, what it was waiting for. Did you find it? Desmond turned his head. His gray eyes were pale in the fog, unreadable. I found the next date. Renske's breath stopped. When? Next week. Desmond's voice dropped. And the name after it is Onyekaduru. The fog pressed in. The house hummed behind them, warm and full of light and children. Renske heard nothing but the scrape of her own pulse. He will age out in spring, Desmond said. He already has 1 foot out the door. The list knows. The house knows. He looked at her. And I do not know if we are keeping him safe or delivering him to whatever is waiting beneath the floorboards. Renske turned to face him fully. 7 minutes, she said. You can still leave. You can get on the morning ferry and never think about this place again. Desmond did not answer. Or you can stay, she said, and we find out together. The clock in the common room began to chime. 1, 2. Desmond's hands tightened on the railing. 3, 4. Renske did not look away. 5, 6. Something shifted beneath the porch, low and deliberate, a drag of motion through the dark. 7, 8. The fog swallowed the sound. 9, 10. Desmond closed his eyes. 11, 12. The chime faded. The night was silent. Desmond opened his eyes and looked at her. I am still here, he said. Chapter 50. He was not on the porch when she stepped back outside. The fog had swallowed the yard completely. The fence posts stood like drowned things, barely visible, and the house lights cast only weak yellow halos that dissolved before they touched the ground. Renske walked the length of the porch. Empty. She stepped down onto the gravel and the cold bit through her shoes immediately. The path toward the bluff was barely visible, a darker line through the gray, and she followed it because there was nowhere else to go. The wind had died. The fog absorbed sound so completely that her own footsteps seemed to come from somewhere behind her. She walked past the collapsed fence, past the old tool shed whose roof had caved in 2 winters ago, past the rusted incinerator that had not been used since before she arrived. She found Desmond at the bluff's edge, standing where the land dropped away into nothing. The fog below was so thick she could not tell where the ground ended and the water began. He had his hands in his pockets and his back to her, and he did not turn when she stopped a few feet behind him. You should be inside, he said. So should you. A pause. The fog moved around them, slow and tidal. I meant it, he said. I'm still here. I know, but I do not know what that means yet. Renske waited. The cold seeped through her coat, through the thin fabric of her sweater, into her bones. Desmond's voice came flat and measured, like he was reading from a document he had memorized but never expected to speak aloud. When I was 9, I learned that places you trust do not stay trustworthy. People leave. Systems fail. Adults decide you are not worth the trouble, and they move on. He paused. I built my entire life around never again being trapped by something that could fail me. Tillicum Spit has a ferry. Free ferries. And whether that cancels them. He turned his head, not quite looking at her. I planned every exit before I needed it. I had a file on this house before I met you. I knew how to leave before I knew how to stay. Renske said nothing. Tonight, Desmond said. Midnight came and went. The clause expired. I could have walked to the dock and been gone before dawn. But you did not. No. Why? He turned to face her fully. His gray eyes were pale in the fog, stripped of everything, the walls she had spent months watching him build. Because leaving would mean I never found out what staying could be. The words hung between them, cold and fragile. Renske felt her chest tighten. She knew what he was asking. He was not asking for a schedule or a plan or a strategy. He was asking for her, without the work that she used to prove she deserved to be kept. Desmond, I am not finished, she stopped. I do not want Harrowgate if keeping it means watching you disappear into it. His voice cracked on the last word. I have seen what this place costs you. The hours you do not sleep, the meals you skip because someone else needs them first, the way you flinch when someone offers help like it is an accusation. Renske opened her mouth, closed it. You would burn yourself to nothing keeping this house warm, Desmond said, and you would call it love. The fog pressed in. I do not want a future, he said, where you are a ghost I live beside. The words hit her like a physical blow. She felt them in her chest, in her throat, in the tight knot behind her ribs that she had been carrying since she was 9 years old and learned that being useful was the only way to stay. She had spent her whole life proving she deserved to be wanted, and he was telling her that was not enough. She wanted to argue. She wanted to list everything she had done, the night shifts, the medication fixes, the way she had held Onyeka's hand in the cannery, how she had learned Tobin's tells and Nell's silences and Pilar's walls. She wanted to show him the evidence of her worth, itemized and irrefutable. But he had seen all of it already, and he was still standing here. What do you want me to say? She asked. I want you to tell me you know you are not the price of this house. I know. Do you? Rentika's hands were shaking. She did not know if it was the cold. She thought of Mrs. Abarba's hand on her shoulder. Onyeka's face when she promised he was not unclaimed. Pilar's careful drawings. The children's voices in the common room, 40 of them, singing a song she did not know. She thought of the watch on her wrist, cracked and still ticking. I have been running my whole life too, she said, just in the other direction. Desmond watched her. I thought if I gave enough I would never have to ask for anything. That if I was indispensable, no one would leave. She took a breath. But I do not want to be indispensable. I want to be... She stopped. The word stuck in her throat. Chosen, Desmond said. She nodded. The fog swirled between them. I do not know how to stop, she said. I do not know how to be in this house without carrying it. But I know I do not want to carry it alone. Desmond stepped closer, close enough that she could see the notch through his eyebrow, the tired lines around his mouth, the raw hope he was not bothering to hide. Then do not, he said. The fog was cold against her face. The house hummed behind them, warm and full of light. She reached out. She did not take his hand. She touched his wrist, just above his coat cuff, where the pulse beat steady and alive. I am not going to promise I will stop trying to fix everything, she said, but I can promise I will let you see when I am failing. That is not what I asked for. I know. I asked for you, not your work, not your survival plan. You. Renske's throat closed. Then you have me, she said. Something shifted behind them. A sound from the house, not the scraping. Something else. A voice calling her name through the fog. Onyeka. Urgent. Renske turned. The porch light was a faint glow through the gray. Renske! She looked back at Desmond. We are not finished, she said. No, he said. We are not. They walked back together, close enough that their shoulders brushed once on the path, and the fog did not feel so cold anymore. The house was waiting. Chapter 51. The fog had thickened since they left the bluff, pressing in from the sound like something solid. Renske felt it on her skin, damp and cold, as she and Desmond crossed the yard toward the porch light. Their shoulders brushed once, twice, and she did not pull away. Onyeka stood at the top of the steps, his face pale in the glow. There you are. He let out a breath. I thought you'd walked off the bluff. We were talking, Renske said. Yeah, I figured. Onyeka's eyes moved between them, reading something in the air. Mrs. Ababra's looking for you. Something about the pantry count. Now? Desmond said. She said now. Something about the flour being short. Renske almost laughed. Of course, they had just handed each other the most honest thing either of them had ever said, and Mrs. Ababra wanted a flour inventory. Desmond was looking at her with the corner of his mouth pulled crooked. The pantry waits for no one. Apparently not. Onyeka was already heading back inside, his footsteps soft on the porch boards. The door swung open, and Renske caught a glimpse of the common room beyond, fairy lights still glowing, a child's laugh trailing from somewhere upstairs. She did not move. Desmond did not move either. The fog curled around the porch railings, softening the edges of everything. The house hummed behind them, warm and alive with the sounds of children settling after celebration. I meant what I said, she told him. I know. I do not know how to stop proving myself. I do not know how to exist in a place without earning my space in it. She heard her own voice, raw and unguarded. I have been doing this since I was 9 years old. I do not know who I am without the work. Desmond did not look away. You are the woman who walked into a collapsing house and would not let it fall, he said. You are the woman who held Onyeka's hand in a cannery, who listens to Tobin's maps, who let Pilar paint over monsters because you understood she needed to do it herself. Renske's throat tightened. That is who you are, he said. Not as payment, not as proof, just who you are. The words settled in her chest like something she had been carrying her whole life without knowing where to put it down. She stepped closer. The porch boards creaked beneath her weight. The fog moved between them, cold and thick. But she did not feel cold anymore. You asked me what I wanted, she said. I want to know what staying feels like when I am not the only one holding the house up. Desmond's breath caught. I want to know what we look like, she said, when we are not fighting to survive. The fog lifted slightly. The porch light caught his face, the pale gray of his eyes, the notch through his eyebrow, the tired lines that softened when he looked at her. He reached out. His hand found hers, fingers threading together, warm and rough and steady. I do not know what it looks like either, he said, but I want to find out. Ren's heart was beating too fast. She stepped into the space between them, close enough to feel the heat of his coat, the rhythm of his breath. Then find out with me. The words left her mouth before she could stop them, and she did not want to stop them. Desmond's hand came up to her jaw, his thumb brushing the curve of her cheek. His touch was careful, deliberate, like he was asking permission. She gave it. His mouth met hers, slow at first, like he was learning the shape of her. Warm, tender, nothing like the man who had stood in the front hall with closure paperwork and a code plan. This was the man who had held Marcus through a fever, who had let her trace his lifeline in the dark, who had told her she was not the price of this house. Renske let herself be held. The kiss deepened, and she felt something loosen in her chest, something she had been gripping so tight she had forgotten it could relax. His hands slid into her hair. Her fingers found the collar of his coat. The fog pressed in, warm and silver, and for a long moment there was nothing but his mouth on hers and the steady beat of his heart against her palm. A voice cut through from the porch steps. Should I come back later, or do you need me to get the hose? They broke apart. Onyeka stood at the bottom of the steps, arms crossed, face unreadable except for the corner of his mouth twitching. Desmond cleared his throat. The flour count. Uh-huh. Onyeka's voice was flat. That is what I was coming to tell you. Mrs. Abra says the flour is fine. She wanted me to tell you to take your time. Renske pressed her hand over her mouth. The laugh came out anyway, warm and unexpected, spilling through her fingers. Desmond was looking at her, his eyes bright, his mouth still curved from the kiss. Your time, Onyeka repeated. Her words, not mine. Noted, Desmond said. Onyeka turned and walked back inside, but Renske caught the way his shoulders shook as he went. Whether from laughter or embarrassment, she could not tell. She looked at Desmond. The fog was lifting. The porch light was steady. The house was full of children and fairy lights and the smell of Mrs. Ibarra's soup. "We are not finished," she said. "No," he said. "We are not." He took her hand and they walked inside together. The common room was half asleep. Younger children curled on couches in pajama. Deshawn was stacking chairs against the wall. Marisol moved through with a basket of damp socks, sorting them onto the radiator. Pilar sat at the edge of the primered hallway, her sketchbook open, charcoal in hand. She looked up as they passed. She did not say anything, but she smiled. Renske felt Desmond's hand tighten around hers. They were not finished. The county would come back. The quarterly review waited. The scraping sound still moved beneath the floorboards, patient and deliberate, following a path Renske did not yet understand. But for tonight, the house was warm, and she was staying. Chapter 52. Dawn came gray and wet, the fog pressing against the windows like it had never lifted. Renske woke in her room with her clothes still on, one shoe kicked off, the other still laced. She did not remember falling asleep. The house was quiet. Not the tense quiet of crisis, but the soft quiet of a place still catching its breath. She sat up. Her hand went to her mouth, remembering. The kiss, the porch, Desmond's hand in her hair. She pressed her palm flat against her chest and felt her heartbeat, steady and ordinary, as if nothing had changed. Everything had changed. She found him in the kitchen at 6:17, standing at the stove with his back to her, pouring coffee into a chipped mug. He wore the same shirt from yesterday. His hair was damp, like he had run his hands through it under the tap. He turned before she spoke. Gray eyes met hers. The corner of his mouth moved. "Morning. Morning." He held out the mug. She took it. Their fingers brushed, and neither pulled away. "I made toast," he said. "It is probably cold by now." "I do not care." She sat at the table. He sat across from her. The fog pressed against the window, and the kitchen was warm, and they did not say anything for a long moment. Then the door swung open. Pilar stood in the frame, sketchbook under her arm, hair wild from sleep. She looked at Renske. She looked at Desmond. She looked at the space between them, the way Renske mug sat close to Desmond's elbow, the way his chair had been pulled around the corner of the table instead of across from it. "I knew it," Pilar said. "Good morning, Pilar," Desmond said. "Do not good morning me. I knew it. I told Tobin you would crack before April." Renske pressed her lips together. "We are not cracking anything." "Sure you are not." Pilar's voice was flat, but her eyes were bright. "That is why you are both sitting on the same side of the table at 6:17 in the morning, because nothing changed." The door swung again. Onyeka appeared behind Pilar, a dish towel over his shoulder, his expression carefully neutral. "Should I come back later?" he said. "Or do you need me to get the hose again?" Desmond set down his mug. "I am going to pretend none of you said anything." "Better get used to it," Onyeka said. "The whole house knows." Renske looked up. "What?" Pilar shrugged. "You came in holding hands. Deshawn saw, then Marisol, then Tobin told Nell. By the time Mrs. Achterberg rang the breakfast bell, the twins had already performed a reenactment." "There was no reenactment," Renske said. "There was definitely a reenactment," Onyeka said. "Nell played Renske. She used a broom as Desmond." Desmond closed his eyes. "I'm going to kill her," he said quietly. "You are going to do nothing," Renske said. But she was laughing, the sound surprising her, warm and strange in her chest. "We are going to have breakfast. We are going to act normal." "Nothing about this is normal," Pilar said. "That is the whole point." She turned and walked out, but Renske caught the smile on her face before the door swung shut. Onyeka stayed. He stood in the doorway, dish towel still over his shoulder, watching them with an expression Renske could not quite read. "You are really staying," he said to Desmond. "All of us, dia lipe or will known. No one it's long. Now a question." "Yes." "Because you want to." "Yes." Onyeka nodded once. His jaw tightened. Then he turned and followed Pilar into the common room. Renske looked at Desmond. His hands were wrapped around his mug, his eyes on the empty doorway. "That was not easy for him," she said. "Nothing is easy for him." Desmond's voice was low. "That is why it mattered." They sat in the quiet for another minute. The house began to stir around them, footsteps on the stairs, a child's laugh from the common room, the clatter of Mrs. Abra pulling pots from the cupboard. Then the phone rang. Renske felt the shift before she heard the voice. A cold thread of something, the old alertness she had been carrying since the first day. She picked up the receiver. "Renske Okorafor." "Good morning." It was a woman's voice, professional and brisk. "This is Patricia Okonkwo from the Deputy Director's office. We spoke briefly after the certification approval." Renske's spine straightened. "Yes. I am calling to schedule a planning call. The central office is interested in discussing Harrowgate's potential as a model program for other rural facilities. We would like to meet with you and Mr. Achterberg at your earliest convenience." Renske's hand tightened around the phone. "A model program. Your certification included language about replicability. We believe Harrowgate's structure and community partnerships could serve as a template. The call would cover pilot metrics, intake expansion, training documentation, and timeline expectations." Desmond had risen. He stood beside her, close enough to hear. Renske looked at him. His face had gone still. The same stillness she had seen the first night when he stood in the front hall with closure paperwork and a cold plan. "Ms. Okonkwo," she said, "we are happy to discuss Harrowgate's future, but we have not agreed to anything yet." "Of course, this is exploratory. Shall I send the agenda and a proposed time?" Renske gave Desmond one more look. He nodded, barely. "Yes," she said. "Send the agenda." She hung up. The kitchen was quiet. The fog pressed against the glass, and Renske felt the weight of something new settling over her shoulders. Not the old weight of survival, but the heavier weight of what came after. The house was saved. Now they had to decide what to save it for. Chapter 53. The phone call ended, and the kitchen settled into a silence that felt different from the old ones. Not hostile. Weighted. Desmond did not sit back down. He stood at the counter, hands flat on the edge, staring at the fog pressing against the glass. "A model program," he said. "That is what she said. Which means replication metrics, training documentation, intake expansion, and a state liaison who reports to someone who has never stood in this kitchen." Renske heard what he was not saying. She had heard it in his stillness, the same stillness he had worn the first night, when he stood in the front hall with closure paperwork and a plan that treated Harrowgate like a line item. "You knew this was coming," she said. "I knew it was possible. I did not think it would arrive before we finished the first cup of coffee." The common room had gone quiet. The celebration from the night before had drained into something ordinary. Children scattered across couches with cereal bowls and half-done homework. Pilar sat cross-legged near the window, sketchbook open, watching the fog with the patience of someone who understood waiting. Mrs. Ababra emerged from the pantry, flour dusted across her apron. She did not ask about the phone call. She looked at both of them, read whatever was written on their faces, and returned to the sink without a word. Desmond pushed off the counter. "We need to call Quaid." "Now?" "Now. He knows the system. He will know what the language means better than the language itself." Renske reached for the phone. Mikhail Quaid arrived at 10:47, his car pulling into the gravel lot through fog so thick the headlights looked like candles. He did not park. He stepped out, coat collar turned up, and walked straight to the porch where Renske was waiting. "Tell me everything," he said. She did. He listened with his head tilted, the way he listened to children during interviews, not interrupting, not filling the silence, letting the shape of the story emerge on its own. When she finished, he stood for a long moment, watching the fog shift across the yard. "You know what this means," he said. "I know what you are going to tell me it means. It means you have been noticed, and being noticed by central office is not the same as being protected." He turned to face her. "The pilot program language is a gift with a trap door. They will give you more money, more staff, more access to state resources, and they will ask you to prove that what you have built here can be built somewhere else, with different children, different staff, different island, different everything. We are not a blueprint, Desmond said from the doorway. We are a house, and they will try to turn you into one. Price's voice was flat, not unkind. The question is whether you can accept the resources without accepting the erasure. Renske crossed her arms. What do you recommend? I recommend you ask for specifics before you agree to anything. Pilot metrics, intake caps, training requirements, oversight frequency, staffing ratios. Get it in writing. And get a lawyer who does not work for the state. Desmond nodded. We have Pendleton. Good. Use him. Quaid glanced at his watch. But there is something else you need to know, and I do not say this to pressure you. Renske felt the shift before he spoke. Onyeka's file arrived at my office yesterday. The formal aging out packet. He turns 18 in 6 weeks. After that, the county is no longer responsible for his placement, funding, or case management. The words landed like stones. We know, Renske said. Then you also know that the model program conversation changes what happens to him. If Harrowgate becomes a pilot site, the state may offer transitional funding for aging out residents. Post-care agreements, continued housing. It is not guaranteed, but it is possible. He paused. If you do not take the pilot designation, Onyeka leaves in 6 weeks with nothing but a bus voucher and a folder of discharge papers. Desmond stepped forward. That is not a choice. It is the choice you are facing. Accept the pilot and fight for transitional funding, or decline it and watch him walk off the ferry with whatever the county gives him. Renske looked past Quaid, past the fog, toward the Cannery's dark silhouette where she had found Onyeka 4 nights ago, sitting in the rust and salt with his back against a wall that could not hold much longer. 6 weeks, she said. 6 weeks. The fog did not lift. The house did not answer. The scraping beneath the floorboards had been quiet all morning, as if waiting to see what they would decide. They met in the office at noon. Desmond had printed the state's initial proposal, 9 pages of language so polished it felt hollow. Mission alignment, replicability frameworks, stakeholder engagement, capacity scaling. The words meant everything and nothing until someone filled them with intention. Intake expansion, Renske read aloud. That means more children. It means 42 instead of 40, or 45, or 50. And training documentation means we write everything down, every intervention, every conversation, every decision. Plus manuals, protocols, and quarterly compliance reports. Renske set the pages down. They want to turn us into a template. They want to turn what you built into something that can be sold to legislators as a solution. Desmond's voice was quiet. And if we say no, we lose Onyeka. We lose the funding that keeps the boiler running. We lose the staffing support that lets us keep the twins together. And if we say yes, we lose whatever made this place worth saving. The silence stretched. Desmond reached across the desk and took her hand, not for comfort, for grounding. There is a third option, he said. What? We accept the pilot designation. We fight for transitional funding. We let them audit us, document us, study us. And we keep the parts of this house that cannot be replicated. He met her eyes. We let them take the template. We keep the home. Renske held his gaze. The fog pressed against the window, and from beneath the floorboards, low and deliberate, the scraping began again, closer than it had been that morning, following its patient path toward whatever lay beneath the east wing. Renske looked down at the 9 pages of polished language. 6 weeks until Onyeka aged out. 6 weeks until something beneath the house arrived at its destination. 6 weeks to decide what Harrowgate was saved for. Chapter 54. The envelope sat on the kitchen counter at 7:14 a.m., the county seal stark against the buff paper, and Renske knew what it contained before she picked it up. Onyeka's formal transition packet. She carried it to the dining room, where the children were cycling through breakfast in shifts, eggs and toast, and Mrs. Ibarra's hands moving like she had not noticed the envelope at all. Pilar was sketching by the window. The twins were arguing over the last piece of bread. Onyeka was at the far end of the table, bent over a textbook, pretending to study. Renske set the envelope beside his plate. He looked at it, looked at her, did not touch it. "What is that?" "Your aging out packet," she said. It came with the morning ferry. The table went quiet. Pilar's pencil stopped moving. Nell's argument with Tobin died mid-sentence. Onyeka's hand hovered over the envelope like he expected it to bone him. Then he picked it up, turned it over, and set it down again without opening it. "Great," he said. "Paperwork. Just what I wanted with my eggs." His voice was light. His jaw was not. Renske sat down across from him. "You do not have to read it now." "Then why did you bring it to breakfast?" "Because hiding it in my office would not make it go away." Onyeka nodded, too fast, and speared a piece of egg with his fork. "Fair, valid, good strategy." He chewed, swallowed. "So what is the plan? I fill out forms, get a bus voucher, and disappear into the mainland like every other kid who turns 18 and stops being anyone's problem?" "Onyeka, I am messing around." He waved the fork. "Obviously. I know you two have been working on the pilot thing, the model program, the big state solution." He looked at Desmond, who was standing in the doorway with a coffee mug, silent and watching. "I heard you talking last night. 6 weeks. Transitional funding. Post-care agreements." Desmond said nothing. Onyeka grinned. It did not reach his eyes. "So I figure I am the test case, right? First aging out resident to get a golden parachute instead of a bus pass. Very exciting. Very experimental. I am basically a science project." "Onyeka?" Mrs. Aubra's voice cut across the room, flat and without drama. She was standing at the stove, ladle in hand, her back to them. "Come here." The table went still again. Onyeka's grin flickered. "I am eating. Your food is not going anywhere. Come here." He pushed back his chair with exaggerated care, crossed to the stove, and stood beside Mrs. Aubra with his arms folded. She did not turn around. She kept stirring whatever was in the pot, the ladle moving in steady circles. "You are very clever," she said. "Very fast with a joke. I have watched you talk your way out of more conversations than I have fingers." "Thank you. It is not a compliment. It is an observation. You use words to keep people at a distance, and you have been doing it so long you have started to believe the distance is safe." She stopped stirring, turned, and looked at him. "So let me ask you something direct, since you clever mouth will not let you ask it yourself. Where do you think you were sleeping after spring?" Onyeka's arms tightened across his chest. "The state will figure it out. The state will give you a bus voucher and a folder of discharge papers. That is not a bed. That is a receipt." Mrs. Aubra set the ladle down. "I am asking you where you want to sleep, not what is available, not what the county assigns, where you want to put your head down at night when the ferry stops running and the fog rolls in and you are too tired to pretend you are fine." The room was silent. Onyeka's mouth opened, closed, opened again. "I do not know," he said, and his voice cracked on the last word like a boy's, not a man's, and Renske felt the sound in her chest. Mrs. Barbara nodded once. "That is the first honest thing you have said all morning." She turned back to the stove. Onyeka stood there for a long moment, his arms still crossed, his breathing audible. Then he walked back to the table, sat down and picked up the envelope. He did not open it. He held it in both hands, turning it over, studying the seal like it contained a verdict he could read through the paper. "I know what the pilot means," he said quietly. "If you take it, I get to stay. If you do not, I am gone. That is what people keep saying. That is what the math adds up to." Renske leaned forward. "It is not that simple." "Feels simple from here." Desmond set his coffee down and pulled out the chair beside Onyeka. Sat, did not speak for a moment. "When I was your age," he said, "I had 1 year left. 1 year before I aged out of a different home. I spent that year planning every exit, every contingency, every way to leave before anyone could decide I was not worth keeping." Onyeka looked up. "I did not know what I wanted either. I only knew what I did not want, which was to be someone else's problem. So I made myself hard to need. I made sure no one depended on me. I thought that would make leaving easier." Desmond's voice was flat, stripped of performance. "It did not. It made it lonelier. And when I finally left, I carried that loneliness for 14 years before I understood I had a choice about keeping it." Onyeka's hands were still on the envelope. "Are you telling me I should take the pilot deal so I do not end up like you?" "I am telling you that whatever you decide, decide it because you want something. not because you are running from something. They feel the same in the moment. They do not feel the same 10 years later. Onyeka stared at the envelope. Then he looked at Renske. "If I ask to stay," he said, "after the 6 weeks are up, if I ask for a bed and a meal and a place to come back to, is that a real option, or is it another adult phrase that expires on paper?" Renske held his gaze. "It is real," she said, "but I cannot promise it alone. It depends on the pilot. It depends on the state. It depends on funding and lawyers and 100 things I cannot control." She paused. "What I can promise is that I will fight for it, and that you will be part of the conversation, not a signature at the bottom." Onyeka considered this. "Okay," he said. "Then I want to see the proposal, the actual document, not the summary. I want to read what they are offering and decide for myself." Renske looked at Desmond. He nodded. "After breakfast," she said. Onyeka picked up his fork, pushed a piece of egg around his plate. Did not eat it. Mrs. Barbara set a glass of milk beside his hand without comment. And through the floorboards, faint and distant, the scraping began again, moving not toward the east wing this time, but toward the kitchen, where Onyeka sat with an unopened envelope in his hands and the taste of a question he was not ready to answer. Chapter 55. Breakfast ended with Onyeka carrying the envelope to the window seat, where he sat with the pages spread across his knees, reading like the document might combust if he looked away. Renske watched him from the kitchen doorway. He turned each page slowly. Once he stopped and read the same paragraph twice, his lips moving. Then he continued. Desmond appeared beside her, coffee cup empty, eyes on Onyeka. "He is actually reading it," Renske said. "You sound surprised. I thought he would skim it, pretend he understood and put it down." Desmond said nothing. They stood together in the doorway, not touching, sharing the same breath of air while Onyeka worked through the pages like a man checking a contract for hidden clauses. 20 minutes later, Onyeka looked up. "You could take the pilot and still lose," he said. Renske pushed off the doorframe. "What do you mean?" "The metrics." Onyeka held up a page. "It says here the state can revoke pilot status if replication benchmarks are not met within 12 months. That does not mean Harrowgate fails. It means the designation fails. You could do everything right and still lose the funding." He turned the page, scanned it, then looked up again. "I want to see the post-care agreement, the one that says what happens to me after the 6 weeks if the pilot works." Renske felt Desmond's attention shift to her. "We have not written one yet," she said. "Then write it." Ania's voice was flat, but his hands were steady on the paper. "If you want me to believe it, I need to see it. The actual terms, where I sleep, what I pay, who decides I stay or go." Renske looked at Desmond. He was already moving toward the office. "Paper," he said. "Pendleton's number, the county transitional housing guidelines. Now?" "You said you would fight for it. Fighting starts with a document." They worked through the morning at the kitchen table, the 9-page pilot proposal spread between them like a map of contested territory. Desmond wrote in his precise hand. Renske dictated from memory. The county's post-18 housing allowance, the transitional support programs she had seen work in Oregon, the informal agreements Juniper had mentioned from former residents who stayed on the island. Onyeka sat across from them, watching. Occasionally he asked a question. "Who enforces that? What happens if I miss the curfew twice? Can the House revoke the agreement without a hearing?" Each question sharpened the document. Desmond added clauses. Renske added contact names. By noon, they had 3 pages. A proposed post-care agreement with a 6-week evaluation period, shared kitchen duties, a curfew with a warning system, a monthly check-in with an external advocate, and a termination clause that required written notice and a meeting, not a locked door. Onyeka read it, handed it back. "You forgot the part about the ferry," he said. "If I stay, I need a way off the island that does not depend on someone driving me." Desmond added it without a word. Mrs. Abra brought sandwiches at 12:30 and read the draft over Renske's shoulder while she ate. "Who is the external advocate?" she asked. "Juniper agreed to serve," Renske said. "If Onyeka wants it to be someone else, he can choose." "And the termination meeting, who sits on that?" Renske looked at Onyeka. "You do, Desmond, or I do. And one person you pick." Onyeka considered this. "Pilar. She is 14. She is the only person in this house who tells the truth without worrying about feelings. Mrs. Achterberg grunted. He is not wrong. At 1:47 the phone rang. Desmond answered. Listened. His face did not change, but his hand came down flat on the table, palm open, like he needed the surface to stay upright. Send it, he said. I will read it. He hung up. Renske waited. Central office, Desmond said. The follow-up memo on the pilot designation. They are sending it with the evening ferry. That is what made you go still? No. He looked at her. The clerk told me the header. It says, Replication Framework, Pilot Program Template for Rural Facilities. Renske felt something cold settle in her chest. They are already calling it a template. They are calling it what they want it to be. Desmond pushed his chair back and stood. They are not waiting for us to decide. They are already writing the manual. Onyeka's voice came from the window seat, quiet and precise. Then we write our own version first, before theirs arrives. Desmond stopped. Onyeka held up the draft agreement. We have the framework, we have the terms, we have the advocate and the ferry access and the 6-week evaluation. He looked at Renske. You said I could be part of the conversation, so let me be part of it. Let me help write the version that protects this house before the state decides how to flatten it. The room was silent. Mrs. Achterberg picked up the plate. The boy has a point. Renske looked at Desmond. He was still standing by the phone, his hand on the receiver, his face unreadable. She did not know what he would say. But the clock was ticking toward the evening ferry, and the memo was already on the water. Chapter 56. The ferry horn sounded through the fog at 4:47, low and final against the gray. Renske stood at the kitchen window, watching the dock lights come on one by one. Behind her, the house had gone quiet. Onyeka had taken the draft agreement to his room. Mrs. Achterberg was peeling potatoes at the sink, her knife moving in steady arcs. Desmond had not moved from the phone. The front door opened. Footsteps crossed the hall. Pilar appeared in the kitchen doorway holding a manila envelope. Her face was unreadable. The ferry driver said this came marked urgent from the state central office. She set it on the table and stepped back, hands in her pockets, watching. Desmond crossed the room. He picked up the envelope, ran his thumb under the seal, and pulled out a sheaf of papers. His eyes moved across the first page. His jaw tightened. Renske came to stand beside him. She read over his shoulder. Replication Framework. Pilot Program Tilplutters for Rural Facilities was stamped across the top in bold type. Below it, a list of requirements. Mandatory intake expansion to a minimum of 50 residents within 18 months. Quarterly training documentation for all staff. Standardized curriculum for trauma-informed care delivery. A state-appointed program liaison with veto authority over hiring and placement decisions. Measurable replication milestones at months 6, 12, and 24, with failure to meet any triggering automatic review of pilot status. The word template appeared 9 times in the first 2 pages. They are not asking us to test a model, Desmond said. His voice was flat. They are asking us to manufacture a blueprint. Renske kept reading. The compensation language was generous. Staffing support, access to state procurement contracts, priority placement for aging-out residents. Onyeka's name could be on a transitional housing list within weeks. Desmond. Look at the milestones. He tapped the page. Month 6, documentation protocols. Month 12, replication pilot in 2 additional facilities. Month 24, full implementation guide for statewide distribution. That is not what we agreed to discuss. It is what they are sending. Not a proposal, a framework. They have already built the box. They are asking us to fit into it. Renske stepped back from the table. Her hands found the edge of the counter, holding it like she needed the surface to keep standing. We need the funding. Onyeka needs the transitional support. If we decline, he leaves with a bus voucher. If we accept this, we lose control of what Harrowgate becomes. We do not know that yet. I know templates. Desmond's voice cracked at the edge. I have seen what happens to places that agree to become replicable. They sand off the rough edges. They standardize the intake. They replace messy, specific, stubborn relationships with measurable outcomes. Renske turned to face him. You think I do not know that? I have spent 12 years inside systems that flatten children into case numbers. But this is not a system. This is our house, our children, our terms. Until they are not. Mrs. Abra's knife stopped. The kitchen went still. Pilar shifted her weight. Should I leave? No, Renske said. You should hear this. She looked at Desmond. His hands were flat on the table, the papers spread between them like a divide. I am not arguing with you, she said. I am trying to find the path that does not cost us everything. Then look at what they are asking. Desmond's voice dropped. 50 residents, state liaison, standardized curriculum, milestone reviews with automatic revocation. This is not a partnership. This is a performance. We hit their numbers, or they take the house. Then we hit the numbers. And if the numbers require us to change who we let in, if the liaison decides Pilar's art is not trauma-informed programming, if Tobin's maps become documentation requirements instead of the thing that keeps him safe. Renske felt the argument land in her chest, not as accusation, but as grief. You are describing a version of Harrowgate that does not exist yet, she said, because I have seen the version that does not survive. The words hung between them. Mrs. Arbor set down her knife. The boy is writing his own framework upstairs. The state's paper is on the table. You have 3 more hours before the morning Ferry takes any reply. She picked up her potatoes. Arguing will not make the water rise faster. Renske looked at Desmond. His hands had not moved from the table, but his shoulders had dropped. The fight was still in his eyes, but something else was there too. Fear. The same fear she felt when she thought about Onyeka walking onto a bus with discharge papers and nowhere to go. Tell me what you are afraid of, she said. He met her gaze. I am afraid of waking up in a version of this house that became a product. That the children will feel it change before I do. That they will stop believing us because the walls will smell like the state instead of like home. Then we write our own version. Before the morning Ferry? Onyeka is already working on it. Pilara is here. Mrs. Abba knows every compromise Harrowgate has ever made. Renske stepped closer. We do this together, not as enemies, not as opponents, as people who chose each other before this paper ever arrived. Desmond looked at her for a long moment. Then he pulled out the chair and sat down. Get the boy, he said, and the framework drafts and the state's memo. If we are writing a counter-proposal, I want everyone in this room who knows what Harrowgate cannot afford to lose. Pilar was already moving toward the stairs. Renske sat across from Desmond, the papers between them, the kitchen warm and close, and for a moment, the fear in his face softened into something that looked like trust. The phone rang. They both looked at it. Mrs. Abra wiped her hands and picked up the receiver. Harrowgate Home. A pause. Hold. She held the phone out. State liaison wants to confirm your planning visit for tomorrow. Renske's hand found Desmond's under the table. His fingers closed around hers. We are not ready, he said. Then we get ready tonight. She took the phone. Chapter 57. The ferry horn sounded again through the fog, distant and mourning, and the kitchen stayed quiet long after Renske hung up the phone. 3 hours until morning. Desmond's hand was still under hers on the table, warm and still. Mrs. Barbara had gone back to her potatoes. Pilar stood in the doorway, one hand on the frame, watching the stairs where the sounds of Onyeka's footsteps had faded. They are making plans up there, Pilar said. Onyeka has 4 pages already. Marisol is reading over his shoulder. Deshawn keeps saying the state will never agree to half of it. Deshawn is probably right, Desmond said. Deshawn is also 12 and has been running the morning checklist for 2 years. Pilar's mouth curved. He knows what the house needs better than any liaison. Renske pressed her thumb into the space between Desmond's knuckles. Then we bring them into the room. All of them. All of them? Desmond's eyebrow lifted. 40 children around a kitchen table at 5 p.m. is a meal. 40 children debating state policy is a riot. It is a family meeting. Mrs. Abra's knife came down once, sharp and final. The porch can hold everyone if they sit tight enough, and the porch is where Harrowgate has always decided what it can bear. Renske looked at Desmond. He held her gaze for a long moment, then nodded once. Get them, she said. Pilar was already gone. The porch filled like a tide coming in. Children settled on the steps, the railing, the old glider that had not moved since September. The younger ones sat in laps. The older ones leaned against the posts with their arms crossed, watching Renske and Desmond the way they had watched them that first night in the hallway, measuring. Mrs. Abra came out with a basket of bread heels and a jar of apple butter, passing pieces hand to hand. The children ate. The fog sat thick at the yard's edge, swallowing the house lights before they could reach the road. Pilar stood at the porch's center like she had called the meeting herself, which she had. "Onyeka has a draft," she said, "but we need to decide what we actually want before we give it to the state." "I want heat that works past November," Deshawn said. "I want the back stairs fixed," Marisol added. "They shift when you step on them. Tobin drew it." Tobin did not look up. He was sitting on the stairs near Nell, his index card spread across his knees, one hand tracing the edge of a card with the corner folded down. Nell bumped his shoulder. "Say it." He shook his head. "You drew the stairs collapsing," Nell said to the porch. "He drew it last week. There is a crack under the third tread that runs all the way through." The porch went quiet. Renske crouched in front of him. "Tobin, is that the stairs you drew?" "Not just the stairs." His voice was thin. "I drew the foundation. I drew the cannery pilings. I drew the ceiling crack before it opened." He looked up. "I drew the east wing sinking." Desmond stepped closer. "When?" 2 weeks ago." Tobin pulled a folded card from his stack and held it out. The drawing showed the east wing's corner. The foundation stone shifted, the ground beneath it dark and hollow. "Nobody asked," Nell said, "so he stopped showing them." Renske took the card carefully like it might break. "We are asking now." Tobin's jaw tightened. "More children means more weight. The foundation cannot hold what it already has. If you bring in 10 more, the east wing will drop." The porch held its breath. Pilar sat down on the glider, her sketchbook pressed against her chest. "So what do we do? Say no to funding and watch Onyeka leave with a bus voucher? Or say yes and watch the house collapse?" "Those are not the only options," Desmond said. "They are the only options the state gave us." Onyeka stepped out onto the porch, papers in his hand. Marisol and Deshawn flanked him, faces set. "The draft has a provision for structural assessment," Onyeka said. "Independent engineer, quarterly inspection. The state pays." "The state will not agree to that," Marisol said. "Then we make them agree." Onyeka held up the papers. "This is not a negotiation. It is a counter-proposal. We tell them what Harrowgate needs to survive, not what they want to hear." "And if they walk away?" Deshawn asked. "Then we walk away too." Onyeka's voice cracked clean. "Because a Harrowgate that collapses is worth nothing to anyone, including the children who need it next." The fog pressed closer. Somewhere in the yard, a branch cracked under the weight of the wet. Mrs. Barbara wiped her hands on her apron. "The boy is not wrong." Desmond looked at Renske. She met his eyes and saw the fear still there, but something else too. A crack, not in the foundation, but in the armor. "She is asking what we want," Desmond said. "What do you want, Renske?" The question landed like a stone. She looked at the children on the porch, Tobin with his index cards, Nell with her chin high, Pilar with her sketchbook, Onyeka with his draft, Marisol and Deshawn and the younger ones watching her the way children watch the one adult who might tell the truth. "I want a version of Harrowgate that survives without losing what makes it ours," she said. "I want the funding without the standardization. I want the support without the liaison who has veto power. I want to say yes to Onyeka's future without saying no to the children who come after him." "That is not an option," Desmond said. "Then we make it one." Pilar stood up. "So we write it, right now, on the porch, with everyone who lives here." "Can we?" Nell asked. "Write it like it is law." "It is a proposal," Onyeka said. "But proposals become policy if you make them hard to refuse." Deshawn pulled a pen from his pocket. "I have paper in the kitchen." "I have the draft," Onyeka said. "The state liaison arrives tomorrow," Marisol said. "What if they already decided?" "Then we make them decide again." Pilar's voice was quiet, but it carried. "That is what this house does. It makes people change their minds." A child near the glider, a young one, maybe 7, asked, "Will more kids mean less breakfast?" Mrs. Abra answered, "Not while I am cooking." Will they take my bed? We will build more beds. What if they are mean? Pilar crouched beside her. Then we teach them how to be here, the way you learned. The girl nodded slowly, unconvinced but not fighting. Tobin looked up from his cards. His face was pale, but his voice did not waver. What if more children means someone here gets less kept? Chapter 58. The porch did not empty for another hour. Pilar spread the draft across the glider cushions, pencil moving through margins while younger children leaned against her shoulders. Deshawn brought paper from the kitchen and laid it flat on the boards, weighing corners with apple butter jars. Marisol read clauses aloud, and children argued bed counts and breakfast portions, and whether a liaison who never met them could decide who stayed. Tobin stayed near the railing, his index cards spread across his knees like a hand of cards he was still learning to play. Nell sat beside him, shoulder to shoulder, not speaking. By the time the fog swallowed the last light, the counterproposal had grown to 7 pages. The children filtered inside in 2s and 3s, drawn by Mrs. Abra's promise of cocoa and the radiator's slow warmth. Onyeka stayed on the porch steps, the draft curled in his hand. Renske sat down beside him. You should sleep, she said. I should finish this. You can finish it tomorrow. The liaison does not arrive until noon. Onyeka stared at the fog. I keep thinking about what Tobin said. Which part? The part about someone here getting less kept. He turned the pages in his hand. What if I take the transitional housing and the job and the ferry pass, and the next kid who comes in gets half a bed and a cold dinner because the budget went to me? Renske let the question sit. That is the part no one writes into the terms, she said finally. The math of belonging. How much does one person cost, and who pays it? I do not want to be the reason someone else loses. You will not be. She said it flat, not soft. Because we are writing it into the terms, the structural assessment, the cap on intake, the independent engineer. Those are not about the foundation. They are about the limit, the point where we say no more, or the house tells us no more. Onyeka looked at her. You think the house tells us. I think Tobin draws things before they break. I think the scraping follows a path. I think the foundation shifted before anyone told us it shifted. She paused. I think the house has been telling us for a long time. We just did not know how to listen. The fog bell sounded from the ferry dock, muffled and distant. Desmond appeared in the porch doorway, a mug in each hand. He handed one to Renske and one to Onyeka, then sat on the step below them, facing the yard. The ferry schedule changes in April, he said. Earlier departure, later return. If you want to commute for work, you would need to make the 6:47 out or the 8:12 back. Onyeka blinked. I have not even applied anywhere. You will? Desmond drank his coffee. The transitional housing coordinator in Port Townsend said they have agreements with 3 employment agencies. Kitchen work, warehouse, seasonal fishing support. Nothing permanent, but it pays while you look. You called someone. At 11 o'clock last night, while you were drafting the liaison veto clause. Renske watched them, the way Desmond said it, matter of fact, like calling housing coordinators at 11 at night was normal. The way Onyeka's shoulders shifted, not relaxing exactly, but settling. The housing is a shared unit, Desmond continued. 4 beds, private rooms, communal kitchen. County subsidizes the first 6 months. After that, you pay 30% of income or apply for extension. How do you know all this? Because I called them. But why? Desmond turned the mug in his hands. Because when I left a home at your age, no one called anyone. I walked out with a duffel bag and a bus voucher and a list of shelters that were already full. He looked up. You do not have to do that, but you do have to know what the alternatives are before you choose one. Onyeka was quiet for a long moment. Did they say anything about the ferry? The coordinator said if you missed the last boat, there is a sofa in the common room and a towel in the closet. It happens often enough that they keep extras. Onyeka almost smiled. A sofa? A sofa, Desmond said. And a weekly dinner back here if you want it. That is not in the terms. It is not. It is the part that does not get written down. Renske set her mug on the step. What about the job lead? Desmond's jaw tightened. It came in 40 minutes ago. A kitchen supervisor position at a cannery co-op in Bellingham. Full-time, benefits after 90 days, housing assistance for the first year. Onyeka sat up. Bellingham is 3 ferries away. It is. I cannot commute that. You can if you stay in staff housing during the week and come back weekends. Renske watched Desmond's face, the careful blankness, the way his thumb traced the rim of the mug like he was reading something only he could see. When did they call? She asked. While you were on the porch, I took the message in the office. Onyeka stared at him. You sat on that for an hour? I sat on it because I wanted you to finish the draft before you had to decide. Desmond's voice was level. The counterproposal is your terms. The job is a possibility. They are separate things, and you deserve to look at one before the other. Onyeka stood up. The draft pages slid from his lap and scattered across the porch boards. He did not pick them up. How soon do they need an answer? They want to interview tomorrow. Video call. They said they can do it at noon if you are available. Noon is when the liaison arrives. I know. Renske stood slowly, her knees cracking. We can move the liaison meeting to the afternoon. We cannot, Desmond said. She is already on the morning ferry. Her return is at 4 o'clock. Then we make it work? Onyeka does the interview from the office. We keep the liaison on the porch. We rotate. Onyeka shook his head. That is too many moving pieces. That is how this house works. Renske picked up the scattered pages. Too many moving pieces, and we hold them anyway. The fog pressed against the porch light, turning the yard into a wall of gray. Desmond looked at Onyeka. You do not have to decide tonight, but you should know the opportunity exists. Is it a good one? It is a start. Desmond paused. And starts are all any of us get at first. Onyeka took the pages from Renske's hand and folded them carefully, creasing each edge with his thumbnail. Then he turned and walked inside without another word. The screen door clicked shut. Renske stood beside Desmond on the porch, the fog cold against her face. You called the housing coordinator last night, she said. I did. And the job lead came in 40 minutes ago. Yes. Who called it in? Desmond was quiet. Juniper, he said. She has a cousin who works the cannery co-op. She asked her cousin to keep an ear out. Renske turned to face him. You asked Juniper to find him work. I asked Juniper if she knew anyone who hired people with no references and a record of surviving group homes. Desmond's voice was rough. She said her cousin ran a kitchen that did not ask too many questions. The fog bell sounded again. Renske wanted to say something. Something about the quiet way he built bridges, the hidden infrastructure of care he laid down without anyone noticing. But the words would not come. Instead, she took his hand, cold and still, and held it between both of hers. He is going to take the interview, she said. I know. Which means he is going to leave. I know. And you are going to let him. Desmond turned his hand over, lacing his fingers through hers. I am going to buy him the return ticket, he said. That is the part I can do. The fog swallowed the yard, and the house settled behind them, and somewhere inside, Onyeka was folding a job lead into the pages of a counterproposal he had written with his own hands. At midnight, the kitchen phone rang. Renske found Onyeka already standing beside it, receiver in hand, his face pale in the dim light. He wants to move the interview to tonight, Onyeka said, covering the mouthpiece. The cousin, she said the co-op needs to fill the position by tomorrow morning. Renske looked at the clock. It was 12:03. The last ferry had left at 10:15. Chapter 59. The fog lifted before dawn, and Tillicum Spit woke to the news. Lloyd Parrish arrived at 6:47 with a flat of eggs and a handshake that lingered half a beat too long. The hardware supplier, who had once demanded payment in 10 days, stood in the kitchen doorway and told Renske he had always known the place would pull through, which was not true, but she let him say it anyway. Greta followed at 7:30 with a stack of ferry schedules and an apology that circled itself twice before landing on the actual words. She should not have talked about the licensing at dinner, where the children could hear. Renske accepted the apology. Greta left looking like she wanted to be absolved more than forgiven. By 8 o'clock, the kitchen counter held 2 pies, a casserole, a jar of pickled beets, and a handwritten note from someone named Dunmar, who claimed he had been praying for Harrowgate since September. Mrs. Ibarra sorted the offerings with the efficiency of a quartermaster, assigning each dish a shelf and a purpose. "The island heard," she said, not looking up from her ledger. Renske leaned against the counter. "They heard fast. Ferry crew called ahead, then the Cannery, then everyone who owes someone a favor." Mrs. Abra closed the ledger. "Congratulations come cheaper than help, but the food is real enough." They took the statement for what it was, a reminder that Harrowgate's survival was not a private victory. The phone rang at 8:23. Renske answered, expecting the state liaison. Instead, a voice introduced itself as Francine Otieno from the Tillicum Tides, the island's weekly paper, and asked if she could come by for a photograph and a few quotes about how the home had turned things around. Renske hesitated. "Just a short piece," Francine said. "People want to celebrate. Let them." She agreed before she could think of a reason not to. Desmond found her in the kitchen 15 minutes later, pulling a clean shirt from the laundry basket she had not folded. "The island paper wants a photo," she said. "A photo of the visionary co-directors?" Desmond's face went still. The careful blankness slid into place, the one she had not seen since the early weeks when every conversation was a negotiation. "That is not what we are, I know." "Then why did you agree?" Renske stopped with the shirt halfway over her head. "Because the island wants to celebrate, and we need them to keep celebrating if we want the pilot to work." Desmond stood in the doorway, arms crossed, the old armor settling around his shoulders. "I am not posing for a photograph. Then I will stand in the middle and you will stand beside me, and we will call it a portrait of shared leadership." "That is the same thing." "It is a different sentence." She pulled the shirt down and met his eyes. "We need them on our side, Desmond. The liaison comes today. The interview is tonight. The counterproposal is not finished. We cannot afford to look like we are hiding." He was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, "I will stand beside you. I will not smile." "That is fair." Francine Otieno arrived at 9:30 with a camera bag and a notebook worn soft at the edges. She was younger than Renske expected, maybe late 20s, with the kind of focused attention that made you feel like everything you said was being weighed. She asked them to stand on the porch steps. The fog had burned off enough to show the sky, pale and thin, and the house looked almost dignified in the morning light. Desmond stood with his hands in his pockets, jaw tight. Renske stood with her arms uncrossed, trying to look like someone who belonged in a photograph. Francine took 3 shots, then lowered the camera. "The piece is going to focus on the turnaround," she said, "from closure to certification. People love that arc." "It was not an arc," Desmond said. "It was 11 months of work." "Even better. Hard work is a more satisfying story than luck." Francine wrote something down. "Can I get a quote about what saved the home, in your own words?" Renske looked at Desmond. He looked at the yard. She said, "The children saved it. They kept showing up. They kept trusting us even when we did not deserve it. That is the story." Francine wrote that down too. "And the pilot program? I heard the state wants to make Harrowgate a model for other facilities." Desmond's hands came out of his pockets. "That is not decided yet. I thought the proposal was already in motion." "The proposal is on the table." Desmond's voice was flat. "We've not accepted the terms." Francine's pen paused. "The terms would make you walk away." Desmond did not answer. Renske said, "The ones that change what the children need from what the state wants." Francine looked between them. Then she closed her notebook. "I will send you the draft before it runs." She packed her camera and walked toward the road, and Renske watched her go, wondering what the article would actually say when it arrived. Desmond turned and went inside without another word. The counter-proposal waited on the kitchen table, Onyeka's handwriting cramped in the margins, Pilar's notes curling around the edges. They had 3 hours before the liaison arrived and an unresolved interview at midnight that still had no transportation. Renske sat down and pulled the pages toward her. Desmond stood at the stove, not making coffee, just standing. "We need to figure out the transportation for Onyeka," she said. "I know. If the last ferry left at 10:15 and the interview is at midnight, he cannot do it from here." "I know. Unless we can get him to the mainland before the last ferry." Desmond turned. His face was still blank, but his eyes were not. "The transitional housing coordinator keeps a sofa," he said. "If Onyenka stays in Port Townsend tonight, he can do the interview from there. The coordinator has a laptop and a stable connection." Renske stared at him. "You already have a plan." "I have a contingency." Desmond's voice was rough. "I always have a contingency." She wanted to ask how many contingencies he had built without telling her, how many paths he had laid down while she was still trying to figure out which direction to walk. Instead, she said, "Can we get him to the 4 o'clock ferry? If we put him on it ourselves, that means one of us goes with him. Or both of us." Renske looked at the counter-proposal. "At the clock, at the door where the liaison would arrive in 3 hours. We cannot both go. The liaison is here at noon." "Then you stay." Desmond's voice was quiet. "I will take him." The words sat between them. Desmond Achterberg, who had spent 11 months planning exits, offering to escort a 17-year-old to his first real job interview. Renske nodded. "Then that is the plan." She reached across the table and took his hand, cold and still, and held it. At 9:57 the phone rang again. Renske answered. Francine Otieno's voice was careful. "I wanted to give you a heads up. The draft is almost finished, and I used a phrase you might want to adjust." "What phrase?" "Harrowgate's children represent 40 success outcomes for the state's restructuring initiative." Renske grip tightened on the receiver. "They are not outcomes," she said. "They are children." "I know. That is why I'm calling." Renske called her eyes. Behind her, the house stirred. Somewhere upstairs, Tobin was spreading index cards across his knees. On the porch, Onyeka sat with his counter-proposal, the Bellingham job lead folded into his pocket. 40 children. Not outcomes. Not yet. "Change it," she said. "Change it before it runs." Francine was quiet. "I will," she said. "But the island wants to see results, and results are easier to sell than people." The line went dead. Renske stood in the kitchen with the receiver in her hand, and the fog was already rolling back in. At 10 o'clock, the ferry horn sounded. The liaison was on her way. Chapter 60. The children finally stopped moving. Renske heard it from the kitchen. The last footsteps on the stairs, the final door click, the creak of Nell telling Tobin to stop arranging his index cards and sleep. She had been sitting at the table for 43 minutes with the same cup of coffee, watching the counter-proposal pages yellow under the bulb. The house settled. Then Desmond came through the back door, wet from the porch, and stood on the other side of the table. "Onyeka is asleep," he said. "For now. Pilar is still awake, sketching by the window." Renske nodded. Pilar was always awake. Pilar saw everything. Desmond pulled out the chair across from her and sat, not to the side, not at the head of the table where he could read the pages, directly across, as if they were negotiating. They were, she realized. Always had been. "The liaison arrives at noon," he said. "I know. The planning visit is tomorrow. The interview is tonight. The counter-proposal is sitting here with Onyeka's handwriting in the margins and Pilar's notes curling around the edges, and we have not decided what we are willing to lose." Renske looked at the pages. "Nothing," she said. "That is not an answer. It is the only one I have." Desmond's jaw tightened. He leaned back, and for a moment she thought he would push away from the table, go stand at the stove, retreat into the silence he wore like armor. Instead, he stayed. "There is a version of this where we win," he said. "Sink the pilot terms that do not work, keep the children's counter-proposal, hold the line on structural limits. The liaison goes back to the central office with a revised framework. Harrowgate survives with its soul intact. And there is a version where we lose, where the state says no, the pilot collapses, Onyeka leaves without transitional funding, and we spend the next 6 months watching the budget bleed until the quarterly review kills us." Renske's hands were cold. "Which one do you think is coming?" Desmond was quiet. "I do not know," he said, "and I do not know which one I am more afraid of." The words sat between them. Renske thought about the children upstairs, Tobin with his index cards tracking every crack before it opened. Nell with her fierce loyalty, watching Pilar paint the monster mural and choosing not to tell. Onyeka folding the job lead into his pocket like contraband. 40 children who had started believing the house could hold them. Success will change us, she said. Yes. Change the house. Yes. Pilar's murals will have to share wall space with compliance posters. Tobin's exit maps will become emergency drill documentation. Nyaka's post-care agreement will become a template for other residents, and the state will treat it like a product instead of a promise. Desmond's hands were flat on the table. That is what I am afraid of, he said. That the version of Harrowgate the children trust will not survive the version the state wants to replicate. Renske looked at him. In the low light, with the fog pressing against the windows, he looked tired. Not the sharp exhaustion of the flu outbreak or the storm. Something older. Something that had been living under his ribs since the room with the child-sized shoe. Then we do not let it, she said. How? She did not have an answer. The clock on the wall ticked. The house breathed around them, settling deeper into its old bones. Desmond reached across the table. Not for her hand, for the counterproposal. He pulled the pages toward him and read them slowly, his eyes moving across Onyeka's cramped handwriting, Pilar's marginalia, the corrections Marisol had penciled in. Renske watched him. I did not think you would stay, she said. He did not look up. I told you I would. People tell me things. Now he looked up. Is that what I am to you? Another person who tells you things? No. Renske's voice was rougher than she meant. That is what I am trying to unlearn. Desmond held her gaze. Then he set the pages down. The structural assessment provision is good, he said. Onyeka wrote it. He made sure the state pays for quarterly inspections, not us. That means if the east wing starts dropping, we have documentation, not just Tobin's index cards. The state will not like being told what to fund. The state likes paperwork. We give them receipts. They cannot argue with receipts. Renske almost smiled. When did you become the one who believes in paperwork? When I realized it could protect what I care about. The kitchen went quiet. Renske heard the fridge hum, the water in the pipes, the slow, patient breathing of a house that had been carrying children for over a century. 10 minutes, she said. What? 10 minutes, before the next thing comes, before the liaison, the interview, the planning visit, the counterproposal submission. 10 minutes where we are not fighting for anything. Desmond looked at her. Then he looked at the clock. 9 minutes and 47 seconds, he said. She laughed. A small one, not much, but it was real. Desmond's face shifted. Not a smile exactly, something softer, something he did not know how to name yet. Can I ask you something? He said. You can ask. What do you want the house to look like in 5 years? Renske thought about it. I want the porch light to stay on, she said. That is not an answer. It is the only one I have. Desmond leaned forward. The porch light stays on. What else? She wanted to say something grand, something about funding and sustainability and replicable models. Instead, she said, I want Tobin to stop drawing exits. Desmond blinked. I want him to draw the garden, or the kitchen, or the dog one of the kids will eventually convince us to adopt. I want him to draw something he does not need to escape from. Desmond's hands were still on the pages. I want Onyeka to come back for dinner, he said. Renske looked at him. Even if he takes the job, even if he moves to the mainland for years, I want him to show up at the door with salt on his boots and tell Mrs. Achterberg he missed her cooking. Mrs. Achterberg would cry. She would never admit it, but she would. And the other 39? Desmond was quiet. I want them to argue about chores, he said, and complain about the food, and roll their eyes when Pilar starts a new mural. I want them to be boring teenagers who live in a boring house that does not require them to survive. The clock ticked. That is a strange dream for a man who nearly closed this place, Renske said. It is a newer dream. She reached across the table. Her fingers brushed his. He did not pull away. They sat there in the warm kitchen with the fog against the windows and the counterproposal between them, and for 9 more minutes, nothing changed. Then the phone rang. Renske answered. Michael Quaid's voice was clipped. Central office wants an in-person planning visit, 3 to 5 people. They want to see the children's counterproposal, interview the staff, and assess the facility for scalability. When? Tomorrow. Renske gripped the receiver. The liaison is already coming tomorrow. Different visit. This one is program development. They will arrive on the 10 o'clock ferry, same as the liaison. She looked at Desmond. He was already standing. At the same time, yes. Michael was quiet. Renske, I am telling you this as a warning. They are not coming to listen. They are coming to assess. And if the counterproposal does not match their template, they will overrule it at the central level. She stared at the pages on the table. The children wrote that proposal, she said. I know. They are not outcomes. They are not scalability. They are children who asked to be listened to. Michael's voice was tired. Then I hope you can make them hear it. He hung up. Renske stood in the kitchen with the phone in her hand. Desmond watched her. Tomorrow, she said. I heard. 3 to 5 people, program development, here to assess scalability while the liaison reviews the counterproposal. Desmond's face was still. That is deliberate. I know. They want to split us. One team on compliance, one team on replication. If we divide our attention, neither side wins. Renske set the receiver down. Then we do not divide. Desmond looked at the clock. 2:17 a.m. 6 hours until the first ferry. 7 until the liaison arrived. 8 until the program development team stepped off the dock. She sat down again. The counterproposal was still in front of her. Somewhere upstairs, Tobin turned over in his sleep. Nell murmured something. The house settled. Renske picked up a pen. Then we write a better one. Chapter 61. The ferry horn cut through the fog at 10:03. Renske stood at the kitchen window with coffee she had not drunk. Desmond was already at the door. The counterproposal sat in a clean folder on the table, every page annotated in 3 hands. Onika's block print, Pilar's marginalia, Mrs. Abar's precise ticks where she agreed. 4 figures emerged from the fog. They walked like people who expected to be met. Renske set the coffee down and met them on the porch. The lead was a woman in her 40s with a pressed blazer and a tablet already open. She introduced herself as Director Chen from Program Development. Behind her, a younger man with wire glasses carried a leather portfolio. 2 others, a woman with a laptop bag, and a man in an anorak whose eyes moved too fast, scanning the roofline, the steps, the cracked window on the 2nd floor. Thank you for having us on short notice, Chen said. We have read your materials with great interest. Renske nodded. I am glad you are here. The children have been working on their counterproposal for the last 36 hours. The scanning man tilted his head. Counterproposal? Harrowgate's vision for its own future, Desmond said. We have it ready for review. Chen's smile was polished. Excellent. We are eager to see how your model might translate to other rural facilities. Not if, how. Renske held the door and let them in. They crossed the threshold. Pilar was waiting in the front hall. She had her sketchbook open and was drawing them as they entered. Her pencil moved fast. She did not look up. Good morning, Chen said. Good morning, Pilar said. I am drawing you for the record. The scanning man stopped. The record? Future residents should know who walked through first. Chen's smile stayed fixed. She moved past Pilar into the common room. Renske watched the officials take inventory. The patched ceiling, the mismatched chairs, the radiator that clicked and hissed, the wall where Pilar's monster mural had been primered into a white scar. The younger man with wire glasses touched the primer. You covered something? Damage, Renske said. And what was underneath? Damage that needed a different kind of repair. He did not ask more, but he wrote something in his portfolio. The back stairs groaned as Deshawn came down carrying a mop bucket. He stopped when he saw the visitors. More? He said. Program development, Renske said. Deshawn looked at the 4 officials, then at the bucket, then back at Renske. The East Wing bathroom is flooding again. Carl is on his way. Carl is on a boat until noon, Renske nodded. Then I will handle it. Deshawn shook his head. I already put towels down. It will hold until Carl gets back. He walked past the officials without acknowledging them again. The scanning man watched him go. How old is he? 12, Desmond said. And he is managing maintenance solo? He is managing maintenance at all because there is no one else. The question is whether you are here to help us change that, or to measure our failure to fix it on no budget. The air tightened. Chen adjusted her tablet. We are here to assess the model's feasibility, not assign blame. Then assess, Desmond said. But do not mistake the children's competence for an acceptable staffing ratio. The younger man wrote again. Juniper stepped out of the east wing hallway. She had a crowbar in one hand and a roll of vapor barrier in the other. Her boots were wet. Her jacket was patched with duct tape. Renske, the foundation crack by the boiler room has opened another quarter-inch since yesterday. Thank you. I will add it to the list. Juniper looked at the officials. You the ones deciding whether this place gets replicated? Chen hesitated. We are evaluating the potential for a pilot program. Good, then you should know that crack is held together by a prayer and 500 pounds of backfill I packed myself in November. If you scale this model, you scale the maintenance too. Or it collapses on the next group of kids, and your innovation brief will not matter. She walked out the back door before anyone could respond. The woman with the laptop cleared her throat. Vocal community. We do not rehearse them, Renske said. The tour continued. The dining room, the kitchen, Mrs. Abra at the stove, stirring something that smelled like beef and cloves, her back to the visitors. She did not turn around. The younger man peered at the pantry count sheet on the wall. You track every item? We have to, Renske said. The food budget was inflated by a former director. We audit everything now. Chen looked at the list. That is unusual for a home this size. Everything about Harrowgate is unusual. They reached the east wing hallway. The wall was damp. A line of moisture ran from floor to ceiling, darkening the old paint to the color of a bruise. The scanning man pressed his palm to it. This is new. Storm damage, Renske said. The foundation shift made it worse. Is it structural? Tobin Bex drew it collapsing before it happened. So yes, it is structural. Chen stopped walking. A child drew the collapse before it occurred? He draws things before they break. We have learned to trust him. The younger man stopped writing again. His pen hovered. The scanning man lowered his hand from the wall. That is not a standard assessment tool. Neither is this house, Desmond said. That is the point. Chen looked at the damp wall for a long moment. Then she looked at Renske. The replication framework requires predictable inputs, staffing ratios, budget templates, standardized curriculum. What you are describing is a model that depends on individual children's perception, specific community relationships, and a building that is actively failing. How do you standardize that? Renske met her gaze. By funding the things that make it work instead of forcing it into a template that ignores them. You want to replicate Harrowgate. You replicate the relationships, not just the forms. The younger man finally spoke. What if the relationships are not replicable? Then you do not replicate it. You find what can scale and leave the rest alone. Chen was quiet. Tobin appeared at the end of the hallway, holding an index card. He did not approach. He stood in the threshold like a small watcher. Nell was behind him. The scanning man noticed them first. Are those the twins? Yes, Renske said. Can we speak with them? No, Chen blinked. Excuse me? They are 8 years old. They have been interviewed twice by state observers in the last month. Tobin already told you the house will collapse if you add 10 more children. You can read his card from where you are standing. The scanning man looked at the card. Tobin held it up. 1 drawing, 1 warning. How many tests do you need before you believe the boy who sees? The younger man exhaled. Chen's face was unreadable. Then she turned to Renske. We will review your counterproposal this afternoon. We will reconvene at 4 o'clock. At 4 o'clock, Renske said. Our children have a scheduled dinner. We can meet at 5. Chen paused. 5 o'clock, in the dining room. She walked back toward the front hall. The others followed. The scanning man glanced back at Tobin before he disappeared around the corner. Tobin did not lower his card. Renske watched the officials step back into the fog and realized she had not taken a single full breath since they arrived. Desmond stood beside her. They are right about one thing, he said. What? This house cannot be templated. And the problem? He was watching the fog swallow the last of the blazers. They will try anyway. Chapter 62. The officials had not returned from the fog. Renske stood in the front hall with her back against the primered wall, listening to the house settle around her. Somewhere above, footsteps crossed the 3rd floor. Mrs. Achterberg's kitchen knife hit the cutting board in steady rhythm. The clock above the door read 2:47. They had 2 hours before the 5 o'clock meeting. Desmond appeared at the end of the hall. They are at the dock. Making calls? Making notes. He walked toward her, hands in his pockets. Chen is on the phone with central office. The younger one is photographing the porch steps. They are documenting problems. They are deciding whether problems can be standardized. Renske pushed off the wall. Come with me. She led him up the stairs, past the second floor where Marisol sat cross-legged in the hallway, past the third floor where the light through the window caught the dust, to the east wing where the flood line still marked the wall at waist height. She stopped. This is what they need to see. Desmond looked at the line, the damage, the truth. She touched the edge of the water stain. We painted over everything else, the kitchen ceiling, the hallway, the storage room. But this we left, because the children needed to see that the water came and the house held. Desmond was quiet. Then he said, "Show them the rest." They walked the officials through at 4:10. Chen had returned from the dock with wet shoes and a closed expression. The younger man carried a portfolio. The woman with the laptop had her fingers poised over the keyboard. The scanning man brought up the rear, his eyes moving across every surface. Renske started at the front door. The night we arrived, the ceiling fell in the dining room. Buckets on every table for 3 weeks. You can still see the stain if you look at the light fixture. She pointed. Chen looked, said nothing. They moved to the stairs. The flood line, storm surge came through the ground floor. We lost the heat for 6 hours. The children slept upstairs in a single room with Mrs. Ibarra's kitchen fire keeping the pipes from freezing. The younger man stopped at the mark. You did not repair the wall. No. Why? Desmond answered. Because the children need to know that damage is survivable. The younger man's pen hesitated. They reached the hallway where Pilar's mural had lived. The primer was still visible beneath the new paint, a ghost of the knife suit, the burning woman, the faceless children on the stairs. The scanning man touched the wall. What is underneath? Something that needed to stay there, Renske said. We can feel the texture difference. Then you understand that covering something does not mean it is gone. Chen's face was unreadable. They turned the corner. The east wing bathroom door was propped open. Towels lay in neat rows on the floor, dark with moisture. Deshawn had done his job. This is the flooding bathroom, Renske said. The east wing foundation has shifted. Juniper Varela packed the crack with 500 pounds of backfill in November. It opened another 1/4 inch yesterday. You are managing structural failure with towels, the scanning man said. We are managing it with 12-year-olds who know where the towels are, a carpenter who shows up unpaid, and a boy who draws the breaks before they happen. The younger man looked at his portfolio. At the end of the hallway, the sealed room door was closed. Desmond stopped. Renske stopped with him. The room at the end, she said. That is where Desmond slept when he lived here. The scanning man's eyes narrowed. He lived here. He was a resident for 11 years. The founder adopted him quietly when he was 17. The silence that followed was the kind that settles into walls. Chen said, "That is not in his file." It would not be. She looked at Desmond. Why are you telling us this now? Desmond met her gaze. Because you are trying to decide whether this place is replicable, whether what happens here can be packaged and exported to other facilities. And the answer is no, not without the part that cannot be templated. What part is that? The part where the people running it have already survived what they are asking the children to survive. The younger man's hand was still. Chen turned to Renske. You grew up in foster care. Yes. So you both know what it is like to be the child in this house. Renske did not nod. She did not need to. And you believe that experience is essential to the model. I believe that without it, the model becomes another set of forms that adults fill out while children wait to see if anyone means what they say. Chen looked at the sealed room door. Then she walked past it. They reached the ground floor at 4:32. The younger man spoke. For the replication framework, we need projected intake numbers. The current template assumes a minimum of 50 residents within 18 months. What would Harrowgate's maximum sustainable occupancy be, given the structural limitations and current staffing capacity? Renske looked at Desmond. He looked back. Then she said, We have not agreed to the template. The template is the condition of funding. Then we have not agreed to the funding. Chen stopped walking. She turned. Renske Okorafor, I understand your position, but the state does not fund homes that cannot project growth. If Harrowgate cannot demonstrate scalability, the pilot designation will go to a facility that can. The state also does not fund homes that collapse on children because they expanded beyond their structural limits. The younger man closed his portfolio. The scanning man looked at his watch. Chen said, "We will discuss this at 5 o'clock. I recommend you bring numbers." She walked toward the front door. The others followed. The younger man paused at the threshold. "The boy who draws the brakes," he said. "Tobin." He drew the foundation crack before it opened. "Yes. How many times has he been right?" "Every time." The younger man looked past Renske, down the hallway where Tobin and Nell stood at the far end watching. He said nothing. Then he stepped into the fog. The door closed. Desmond's voice came from behind her. "We're not gonna ask us to choose. I know. Between the children we have and the children the state wants us to justify." Renske did not turn around. "We will give them our number at 5 o'clock. "Which number?" She looked at the spot where the younger man had been standing. "The only one that will not kill anyone." The clock above the door read 4:34, 26 minutes until the meeting, and neither of them had a number that would satisfy the state and keep the house standing. Chapter 63. The front hall clock read 4:35, 25 minutes. Desmond stood with his back to the sealed room door, hands in his pockets. "We need a number." 42, Renske said. "Based on what?" "Current staffing, 1 adult to every 8 children. That is the ratio we can actually sustain." "Chen wants 50. Chen can want whatever she wants. We cannot house 50 children safely without structural repairs that cost money we do not have." Desmond pulled out his phone, scrolled. Juniper quoted 18,000 for the foundation work if she does the labor. 43 if she has to sub the concrete, which we do not have. Not yet. He looked up. But the pilot comes with funding. Funding we do not get unless we commit to 50. There are no clean numbers, Renske. She looked past him at the sealed room door, the worn wood, the hinge that had not moved in 11 years. 42, she said again. We tell them 42, with a phased increase to 44 after the foundation is certified. That is the truth. Anything else is lying to the children. Desmond held her gaze. Then he nodded. At 4:52, they walked into the dining room. The officials were already seated. Chen at the head, the scanning man on her left, the younger man with the portfolio on her right. The woman with the laptop had her fingers poised. Mrs. Abra had left a stack of biscuits on a plate in the center of the table. No butter, no apology. Renske took her seat. Desmond took his. Chen slid a manila folder across the table. Preliminary offer. Not final, but the terms are written. Renske did not open it. 42, she said. Chen blinked. I am sorry? Maximum sustainable occupancy, 42 residents, provided the foundation is repaired and the staffing ratio is maintained. We can reach 42 within 6 months, 44 after the structural certification. The scanning man made a note. Chen did not look at him. The template requires 50 within 18 months. The template does not account for Tobin Bext, Renske said, or the foundation crack, or the fact that we have one maintenance man who spends half his week on a fishing boat because he cannot afford to work here full-time. The younger man lifted his pen. Then the template is wrong, Chen said. But the template is what funds homes, Desmond spoke. What if we propose a modified timeline? Chen turned to him. 42 in 6 months, 44 in 12. Full structural review before any expansion beyond that. The state pays for the review. Ms. Okorafor just said the state should fund structural inspections. Quarterly, Renske said. Onyag wrote it into the children's counterproposal. The younger man opened his portfolio. Chen looked at it. Then she looked at Renske. We cannot budget around a child's drawings. You cannot budget around a collapsing wing either. The silence that followed was the kind that settled into the walls. The scanning man cleared his throat. Director Chen, the structural concerns are documented. If we ignore them and the east wing goes down, the liability falls on the department. Chen's jaw tightened. You have until Monday. Renske felt the air leave her lungs. The proposal is on the table. The funding, the staffing support, the transitional placement guarantees. Accept the pilot terms and we will negotiate the timeline. Refuse, and the designation goes to a facility that can scale. She pushed the folder toward Renske. Read it. Call me by noon on Monday. Then she stood. The others stood with her. The younger man did not meet Renske's eyes as he passed. The front door opened, closed. The fox swallowed them. The biscuits sat untouched. Desmond reached across the table and opened the folder. Renske watched his face as he read. Page 1, Funding Breakdown. Page 2, Staffing Benchmarks. Page 3, Expansion Milestones. He turned to page 7. His hand stopped. What? He did not answer. He slid the page toward her. Renske read the line. Transitional funding for aging-out residents is contingent upon full acceptance of the expansion plan. Pilot designation does not guarantee individual post-care support unless the facility commits to the 50-resident threshold. Her throat closed. If we do not accept 50, she said slowly, Onyeka does not get transitional funding. Desmond's face was pale. Then he leaves at 18 with a bus voucher and a list of shelters. Just like you did. He did not answer. Renske looked at the clock. 4:59. Onyeka's interview was tonight. Desmond was supposed to take him. Her phone was plugged in on the counter by the stove. She had not checked it since the meeting. She reached for it. 3 missed calls. 1 voicemail from an unknown number. She played it. Renske, this is Marisol's cousin at the Cannery Co-op. The interview needed to be tonight, but we cannot hold the slot past 7. If Onyeka is not here by 7, the position goes to the backup candidate. She looked at the ferry schedule taped to the fridge. The 5:15 ferry. Last connection to the mainland. Desmond was already grabbing his coat. We can make it if we run. Renske looked at the folder. At page 7. At the line that meant accepting the expansion or losing Onyeka's future. Desmond. He stopped at the door. I will sort it out tonight. Sort what out? She showed him the page. He read it. His face closed like a door. I will call Chen from the ferry. She was on the last ferry back to Port Townsend. You will be on the same boat. You can talk to her in person. Desmond's hand was on the door handle. Renske, what number would you give her if I asked? She did not answer. Because if I am going to ask her to keep Onyeka's funding alive, I need to know what I am promising in return. The clock ticked. The fog pressed against the window, and the answer sat between them, heavy as the house they were trying to save. Chapter 64. Dinner for 5:40. Desmond's hand stayed on the door handle. Renske looked at the folder, at the clock, at the fog pressing against the glass like a hand. 42, she said. 42 is not 50. 42 is what the house can hold. Desmond's jaw worked. He looked at the folder, at page 7, at the line that tied a 17-year-old boy's future to a number neither of them wanted to promise. I will ask Chen what she can do with 42, and if she says nothing, then I will ask her what she can do for one kid who aged out of a system that already failed him once. Renske wanted to believe that was enough. She had spent her whole life believing that being useful enough, being good enough, being indispensable enough would make the system hold her. It never had. It had only made her useful enough to keep, never valuable enough to protect. Desmond. He turned. Come back. Something crossed his face. Not surprise. Recognition. I will. He opened the door. The fog swallowed him. Renske stood alone in the kitchen with the folder, the cold biscuits, and the weight of a number that did not fit the shape of the life they were trying to build. She did not know how long she stood there. A hand touched her elbow. Mrs. Achterberg. How long has he been gone? 3 minutes. Then he is still on the dock. You can still catch him. Renske shook her head. I gave him my answer. You gave him a number that is not the same as an answer. Mrs. Achterberg took the folder from her hand, flipped to page 7, read the line, and closed the folder with a sound like a door shutting. So this is the shape of it. One child's future traded for 40 others. It is not a trade. It is exactly a trade. The state just calls it funding. Renske pressed her palms flat against the counter. The cracked plastic watch pressed into her skin. I do not know what else to do. Then sit down and eat. What? The children are hungry. You are hungry. The problem will still be here after dinner. It will be here tomorrow. It will be here on Monday. But the children will not stay children forever, and the biscuits will not stay warm. Mrs. Abra turned toward the stove. Set the table. By 6 o'clock, the dining room was full. 40 children, 5 adults, one table that had held floods, inspections, and the weight of every argument the house had ever had. Mrs. Abra had cooked, not the emergency rations she had been stretching for weeks, real food, roasted chicken, potatoes, greens, a gravy that smelled like Sundays from a life Renske could barely remember. The children noticed. Did someone die? Pilar asked, sliding into her seat. No one died, Mrs. Abra said. We are having a meeting. At dinner? At dinner, because this house does not make decisions behind closed doors. Renske looked at her. Mrs. Barbara met her gaze. I told you when you arrived. I have been feeding this house for 12 years. I know what happens when adults decide things where children cannot hear. The children learn to expect the worst, and the adults learn to pretend they are protecting them. The room went quiet. Onyeka was not at the table. Renske had not noticed until now. Where is Onyeka? Packing, Marisol said. He got a call. Renske's chest tightened. What kind of call? The Cannery co-op. They pushed the interview to next week, said the position was not as urgent as the cousin thought. Relief hit her so hard she had to brace a hand on the back of the chair. Next week? Tuesday. He said he needs to talk to you about the ferry schedule. Renske nodded. Tuesday. She had until Monday to decide about the pilot. She had until Tuesday to make sure Onyeka had a reason to come back. The food went around. The children ate like they had not seen a full meal in weeks, which was true for some of them. The younger ones passed plates, elbows overlapping, voices rising with the noise of a house that had not learned to be quiet. Pilar ate with her sketchbook open beside her plate, drawing the scene. Tobin and Nell sat side by side, sharing a piece of chicken, eating slowly like they were still deciding whether to trust the abundance. Deshawn filled glasses and carried them to the younger children without being asked, and Renske watched it all. This was what she was trying to save. Not a building, not a program. 40 children learning to eat at a table where adults did not disappear. Mrs. Ibarra waited until the plates were empty. Then she stood. I am going to tell you something the directors may not want you to hear. Renske opened her mouth. Mrs. Ibarra raised a hand. The state wants to turn this house into a model. More children, more money, more rules. They want to take what we have built here and copy it into other places. Pilar's pencil stopped. That sounds like a good thing, Marisol said carefully. It sounds like a good thing, Mrs. Ibarra agreed. But the state also says if we take their money, we have to take their rules. And one of those rules means Onyeka can only stay if we accept a number of children this house cannot hold. The silence was different now. Not the silence of waiting, the silence of listening. Pilar set down her pencil. What number? 50. That is 10 more than we have. I know. The children exchanged glances. Deshawn spoke first. Tobin said 10 more would break the east wing. Mrs. Ibarra nodded. Tobin's drawings have not been wrong yet. Nell's hand found Tobin's under the table. So what do we do? Pilar asked. Renske looked at the children. At the table that had held every crisis the house had thrown at them. At the boy who drew the cracks before they opened. At the girl who painted the monsters so the rest of them could see. At the 12-year-old who had been running the morning checklist alone for 2 years. On Monday, Renske said, I have to tell the state whether we accept their offer. Or we find another way. There is no another way, Marisol said quietly. There is never another way. Pilar turned to her. Then we make one. The meeting broke apart slowly. Children drifted upstairs, dishes stacked in the sink. The kitchen light stayed on. Renske sat alone at the table. The folder was still there, and Onyeka appeared in the doorway. He looked different, not taller, not older, but something in his posture had shifted, like a door that had been locked and was now merely closed. The interview is Tuesday, he said. I heard. Desmond said he would take me. He told you? Onyeka nodded. He also told me about page 7. Renske's throat tightened. Onyeka, do not He stepped into the room. I am not going to let you trade 40 kids for me. You are not a trade. I am exactly a trade. That is what the page says. 1 for 40. Renske stood. Onyeka. No, listen. He stopped at the edge of the table. I have been waiting my whole life for someone to tell me I was worth fighting for. And you did. You and Desmond. You fought. You showed up at the Cannery. You promised me I was not unclaimed. His voice cracked. But I am not going to let you tear down the only home I have ever had to prove it. The room held still. Renske looked at him, the boy who had been ready to leave before anyone could leave him first. At the young man who was now asking her to let him go so the others could stay. I am not going to trade you, she said. You may not have a choice. I always have a choice. Onyeka shook his head. That is what I used to think. He turned. At the door, he stopped. Desmond said to tell you he will call from the ferry. He said to ask you the same question again. What number? The door closed. Renske stood alone in the kitchen. The folder waited. The clock ticked. And somewhere on the dark water, Desmond was asking Chen for a number that did not exist. Chapter 65. Morning arrived gray and close, the fog pressing against the windows like it was trying to get in. Renske found the kitchen already awake. Mrs. Abra stood at the stove, her knife moving through onions in a rhythm that had not stopped for 40 years. On the counter, a pile of sandwiches waited in wax paper, each one labeled with a name. He cannot go hungry, Mrs. Abra said without turning. And he cannot go looking like he has never been fed a proper meal. Renske poured coffee. The interview is at 10. I know what time it is. The back door banged open. Juniper came in carrying a garment bag, her boots wet from the yard, her hair still tangled from the morning ferry ride. She hung the bag on the hook by the pantry and looked at Renske. I brought a shirt. You did not have to. No. Juniper's voice was flat. But I remember what it felt like to show up wearing something that did not fit. The words landed. Renske nodded. The house woke around them. Children drifted down in ones and twos, drawn by the smell of onions and the unusual hum of activity. Pilar appeared first, her sketchbook tucked under her arm, her eyes already cataloging everything. Deshawn came next, filling water glasses without being asked. The twins followed, Nell leading, Tobin trailing, his index cards clutched against his chest. By the time the clock read 8, the common room was full, and Onyeka still had not come down. Renske climbed the stairs. His door was closed. She knocked. Onyeka. Silence. It is Tuesday. I know what day it is. She leaned against the frame. Can I come in? A long pause. Then the lock clicked. She pushed the door open. Onyeka sat on the edge of his bed, fully dressed in jeans and a sweater that had been washed so many times the color had surrendered to gray. His hands were braced on his knees, his back straight, his face unreadable. I am ready, he said. You look ready. I look like I am going to a job interview at a cannery. That is exactly where you are going. He almost smiled. Almost. Juniper brought a shirt, Renske said. I have a shirt. She brought one anyway. People do that when they want to help. You let them. Onyeka stood. He followed her down the stairs. The common room went quiet when he appeared. Then Pilar spoke. That sweater has to go. Onyeka's jaw tightened. It is fine. It is not fine. It is the color of dishwater. You look like you already gave up. Pilar? Renske's voice carried a warning. I am helping. Pilar did not look away from Onyeka. You are going to walk into a room and ask people to hire you. The first thing they see is what you chose to wear. If you chose dishwater, they will think you chose dishwater for yourself. The room held. Then Juniper unzipped the garment bag. Inside hung a white button-down, pressed and clean, still in dry cleaning plastic. She pulled it out and held it up. It was mine, she said. I wore it to every interview I ever had. Got the job every time. Onyeka looked at the shirt. What if I do not fit it? Then we figure something else out. He took the shirt. The tie came next. Juniper produced it from her coat pocket. a deep navy silk that caught the gray morning light. She held it up like she was offering a weapon. "Do you know how to tie one?" Onyeka stared at it. "No." "Good. That means I get to teach you." They stood in the common room while the children watched. Juniper looped the silk around his collar, her hands patient and precise, talking through each step like it was the most important thing in the world. "Wide end on your right, cross it over, up through the loop, down around, pull it through the knot." Onyeka's hands followed hers. The first attempt came out crooked. "Again," Juniper said. The second was better. The third held. Pilar circled him like a critic at a gallery opening. She adjusted the collar, tugged the sleeves so they fell exactly at his wrists, stepped back. "You look like someone who is going to get a job." Onyeka's throat moved. "That is the nicest thing you have ever said to me. Do not get used to it." The borrowed shoes came from Deshawn. They were one size too big, but Deshawn had stuffed the toes with newspaper and polished them until they reflected the light. "You walk slower in these," Deshawn said. "Makes you look like you are not in a hurry." "I am not in a hurry." "Good. Do not look like you are." Nell pressed a folded piece of paper into Onyeka's hand. "Open it on the ferry," she said. "Not before." Tobin stood behind her, his index cards hidden. He did not speak. But when Onyeka looked at him, Tobin nodded once. Desmond appeared in the front hall at 9:15. He was wearing his charcoal suit, the same one he had worn the day he arrived. Renske saw it now with different eyes. Not armor, just clothes that had been chosen carefully because someone once taught him that appearance was the difference between being seen and being dismissed. He looked at Onyeka. "You are ready." Onyeka did not argue. "The ferry leaves at 9:15. "I know." Desmond picked up a small leather satchel from the bench and handed it to Onyeka. "Inside, a copy of your resume, the reference list Mrs. Ibarra wrote for you, a bottle of water, and a return ticket." Onyeka opened the satchel, pulled out the ferry ticket. It was open-ended. No date, no time. "You can come back whenever you want," Desmond said. "That is what the ticket means." The room was very quiet. Onyeka looked at the ticket. Then at Desmond. "Is leaving on purpose different from being left?" The question landed like a stone dropped into still water. Desmond's face did not change. But he took too long to answer. 1 second. 2. The clock on the wall ticked past 9. Onyeka's hand tightened on the ticket. And Desmond was still silent. Chapter 66. The room held frozen around them. Desmond's silence stretched past comfortable into something hard. Onyeka stood on the rug with his black leather satchel and his coat from the church donation bin, bare hands gripping the ferry ticket like it might dissolve if his grip loosened. Renske moved without deciding to. She stepped forward until she stood beside Onyeka, not quite in the space between him and Desmond, but near enough that her shoulder almost brushed his. The clock on the wall clicked past 9:02. Desmond's jaw worked. Then he said, very quietly, "It never felt different to me." Onyeka did not move. "Leaving on purpose," Desmond said. "Being left." They felt the same in the moment. The door closed the same way. The ferry moved the same way across the water. The mainland did not care whether you chose to stand on it or were pushed. He paused. But the day after was different. How? Because when you leave on purpose, you can choose to come back. When you are left, the choice is not yours. The door stays closed from the other side. Desmond gestured to the ticket in Onyeka's hand. "That ticket does not have a return date. It does not have a time. You decide. Not the state, not the ferry schedule, not me. You." Onyeka looked down at the ticket. "Why?" "Because someone should have given me one." The words landed flat, without self-pity, as Desmond shifted his weight and looked at the ferry ticket like he was seeing a younger version of himself standing on a rain-soaked dock with a duffel bag and a bus voucher for a city he had never chosen. Pilar did not look away. Deshawn's polished stuffed shoes creaked as he shifted. Mrs. Ibarra came through from the kitchen with a second wrapped bundle, pressed it into the satchel beside the sandwich pack, and said nothing. Onyeka folded the ticket once, twice, 3 times until it fit into his palm. Then he slid it into his coat pocket, slowly, deliberately. like he was hiding something precious in plain sight. He turned to Renske. "Can I ask you something?" "Anything. If expectations can survive disappointment." The question was barely a question. It arrived like a door held open. Renske felt the weight of everyone in the room, the children on the stairs, the ceiling crack above the common room arch, the fog pressing against every window. She thought about Onyeka. She thought about the answer she would give, and the answer he needed. "Expectations do not survive being ignored," she said. "That is what kills them. Not disappointment, not even failure. Disappointment can be repaired if the person stays in the room afterward and does the work. The problem is when the person who disappointed you acts like it did not happen, pretends the trust was never broken." She met his eyes. "I am not going to pretend." Onyeka considered her words. "Then you are saying I can fail and still come back?" "If you keep coming back," Renske said, "failure is just a step, not an ending." He nodded once. Then he reached into his coat pocket and pulled out the paper Nell had given him, the one marked, "Open on the ferry, not before." He turned it over in his hands. "Do you know what it says?" "No." "Should I open it now?" Renske shook her head. "Nell asked you to wait. Trust her." Onyeka tucked the paper back into his pocket, next to the ticket. The ferry horn sounded from the dock. It was time. Desmond walked Onyeka to the front door. The fog swallowed the yard, gray and wet, the dock lights barely visible through the haze. Mrs. Abrara pressed a third bundle into the satchel, a thermos that clanked against the sandwich back. "Broth," she said. "Drink it on the crossing. You will need warmth." "Thank you." "Do not thank me. Get the job. That is how you thank me." Onyeka almost smiled. The children did not form a line or wave. They stood in the common room, watching through the window, Pilar with her sketchbook pressed to her chest, Tobin with his index cards, Nell with her hand in her brother's. Desmond held the door open. "You have a satchel with a resume, a reference list, shoes one size too large, and an open return ticket. That is more than most people carry when they walk into a room to change their life." "Is it?" "It is enough." Onyeka looked back. His eyes found Renske. "You said expectations can survive disappointment if the person stays in the room." "Yes." "Then I am going to walk to the ferry now. I am going to get on it, and I am going to use that ticket to come back. Not because I am supposed to, because I expect you to still be here when I do." Renske held his gaze. "Then you will not be disappointed." Onyeka did not reply to that. He stepped through the door and walked into the fog. Desmond followed a pace behind, leaving the door hanging open. Inside the common room, no one moved. The ferry whistle sounded again, briefer, mid-maneuver. Pilar broke the silence. "He will be fine." "How do you know?" Nell asked. "Because he walked out the door like someone who already knew he would be back. That is not the same as walking out because you have to." The children absorbed that. Tobin nodded once. The fog swallowed the dock. The ferry horn sounded. The engine note rose, then settled into a steady hum, the hull pulling away from the spit. And then there was silence again. Renske stood at the window watching the ferry disappear into the gray, one hand pressed flat against the glass, her cracked childhood watch ticking against the cold. Desmond came back 10 minutes later. He came alone. His face was unreadable, but he stopped in the front hall long enough to pull the door closed behind him and stand in the entryway with his hand still on the handle. "He made it onto the ferry. Good. The fog is getting worse. The captain said the 4 o'clock ferry might be delayed if it does not lift." Renske nodded. She did not move from the window. Desmond crossed the room and stood beside her. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. "She did not open the paper yet." "Nell said to open it on the ferry. He was waiting." "Good." Renske turned to look at him, at the line of his jaw, at the slight notch through his right eyebrow that she had noticed the day she arrived and had not understood. Then she moved her hand from the glass. Her fingers found his. They stood at the window, hands loosely linked, watching fog swallow the wake of the departing ferry. On the other side of the window, the fog thickened, the dock lights blurred, And somewhere out on the water, a boy in a borrowed white shirt and polished shoes too large for his feet was opening a piece of folded paper from a girl who had trusted him to wait. The house settled around them, and the clock ticked toward 10. Chapter 67. The fog did not lift. It settled into the afternoon like a held breath, gray and patient, pressing against the windows until the house felt smaller than it was. Renske stood at the kitchen counter with a cup of coffee she had not drunk, watching the clock tick past noon. The ferry had been gone for 2 hours. She did not know where Onyeka was now, whether he had opened the paper, whether Desmond had said anything else on the dock after she had stepped back inside. She did not know if the answer she had given him about expectations had been enough. The kitchen door swung open. Onyeka stood in the frame. He was wearing the white shirt. The tie was pulled loose, the knot dropped to his collarbone, and his borrowed shoes were scuffed at the toes. He looked tired. He looked like someone who had walked through fog and found the other side. "You are back," Renske said. "The ferry turned around. Fog got worse. Captain said we would be sitting in the channel until dark, so he brought us in." "Where's Desmond?" "At the dock, talking to the captain about the 4 o'clock schedule." Onyeka crossed the kitchen. He pulled Nell's paper from his pocket, unfolded it, and laid it flat on the counter between them. It was a drawing. A house, all angles and light, with a door standing open and a figure on the threshold. A boy in a white shirt with his hand raised, not waving goodbye, but gesturing someone forward. Inside the open door, smaller figures waited at a table. A girl with her hand on a brother's shoulder, a woman with a knife and an apron, a man in a charcoal suit beside a woman with her hair tied back. Underneath, in Nell's crimped handwriting, "You are already inside. You just have to walk through the door." Renske read it twice. "She drew this last night," Onyeka said, "after everyone went to bed. Tobin told her what to draw. He said you would need to see it before you decided." "Decided what?" "Whether to come back." Onyeka folded the paper carefully and tucked it into his shirt pocket. "But I already knew. You told me expectations survive if the person stays in the room and works. I just needed to know if you meant it for yourself, too." Renske set the coffee down. "I meant it. Then you are staying. It was not a question." "Yes." Onyeka nodded once. Then he walked past her through the kitchen toward the stairs, and she heard his door close softly. The afternoon passed in small motions. Pilar sketched by the window. Tobin and Nell sat together in the common room, Nell reading over her brother's shoulder as he laid index cards in careful rows. Mrs. Barbara started dough for bread, the rhythm of her hands steady against the counter. Renske did not move from the kitchen. She sat at the table with the state folder open. The replication framework pages spread across the scarred wood, and she read each clause again. Transitional funding, contingent on demonstrated scalability. 50 resident minimum within 18 months. Quarterly compliance reports. Leon veto over hiring and placement. She read page 7 3 times, then she closed the folder. Desmond came back at 3:17. His coat was damp, his hair wet at the temples, and he carried the smell of salt and diesel fuel into the kitchen with him. He stopped in the doorway, looked at the closed folder, and waited. "The 4 o'clock ferry is delayed," he said. "Maybe cancelled. They will know by 6. "Onyeka is back. I know. I saw him on the porch." Renske pushed the folder across the table. "I have been reading the terms again, the transitional funding clause, the replication requirements, the Leon's veto. They are not offering a partnership. They are offering a takeover with better funding." Desmond sat down across from her. "Then we do not take the offer. We cannot refuse it either. Without the funding, Onyeka leaves at 18 with a bus voucher. The other kids lose the staffing support. The building stays broken. So we write our own terms. We already did that, the counterproposal. The children wrote it on the porch." Desmond leaned back. His gray eyes held hers. "Then we submit it. Not as a counter, as the offer, with our conditions, our timeline, our limits. And if they reject it, then they reject it. We find another way." Renske looked at him, at the line of his jaw, at the slight notch through his right eyebrow, at the man who had come to close this place and was now sitting in its kitchen telling her they could refuse the state. Desmond. Yes. You told me you always have a contingency. I do. What is the one for this? He did not answer immediately. His hand rested on the table, close enough that she could reach it if she wanted to. The contingency is us, he said. If the state will not fund Harrowgate on its own terms, we run it without them. We find private donors. We restructure as a cooperative. We make the island part of the legal entity. Juniper knows 3 former residents who would sit on a board. Mrs. Barbara has the county contacts. The children have the testimony. That is not a plan. That is a wish list. It is a starting point. Renske stared at him. You would do that. Stay and fight for a home that might not survive anyway. I would stay for you. The words hung between them, simple and unguarded. Renske did not look away. Then we drafted together, tonight, a real plan, one that includes Harrowgate but is not consumed by it. Desmond nodded. Where do we start? They worked through the afternoon. Desmond pulled out a legal pad and began listing numbers, operating costs, staffing minimums, repair timelines, funding gaps. Renske wrote names, island contacts, potential board members, former residents who might return, the county transitional housing coordinator. The kitchen became a war room. Mrs. Abra brought bread and butter at 4:30, set it between them without speaking, and left. Pilar appeared at the door once, looked at the pages spread across the table, and disappeared again. At 5:15, the phone rang. Renske picked it up. Renske Okorafor, is this the director of Harrowgate Home? The voice was female, professional, with a mainland accent. This is she. This is Deputy Director Patricia Okonkwo from the State Central Office. I am calling regarding your pilot designation status. We need a preliminary response by the end of business tomorrow to proceed with the replication framework timeline. Renske's hand tightened on the receiver. We have not finished reviewing the terms. The terms is standard. Accept or decline by 5:00 p.m. tomorrow. If we do not hear from you, we will assume Harrowgate is declining the pilot designation and proceed with standard licensing for a facility of your current capacity. Standard licensing means Onyeka loses his transitional funding. That is correct. The line hummed. Patricia Okonkwo waited. Renske looked at Desmond, at the legal pad covered in numbers, at the bread cooling on the counter, at the drawing Nell had made, a boy in a white shirt standing at an open door. We will call you tomorrow, Renske said. By 5:00 p.m. The line went dead. Renske set the phone down. The kitchen was quiet. Desmond did not ask what had been said. He already knew. The state wants an answer by tomorrow evening. Yes. What do we tell them? Renske looked at the pages spread across the table, at the life they were trying to build, at the deadline that had just landed in their kitchen like a stone dropped into still water. I do not know yet. But she was already reaching for the legal pad. Chapter 68. They worked until the coffee pot ran dry, and the fog pressed against the windows like breath on glass. Renske's handwriting blurred across the legal pad, names and numbers and deadlines bleeding together. Desmond worked in silence across from her, his pen moving in neat columns, recalculating operating costs against worst-case projections. The bread Mrs. Barbara had left sat untouched between them. At midnight, Renske set her pen down. I cannot draft a response to a framework I do not believe in. Desmond looked up. His gray eyes were shadowed but clear. Then do not draft one. Draft the framework we need. We do not have time to build an entire alternative before tomorrow. No, but we have time to write the conditions that would make it possible. Renske stared at him. Conditions. Not a counteroffer, a threshold. What we require before we even discuss expansion numbers. She picked up her pen again. The next page took shape differently. Not numbers, not deadlines. Principles. 1. Any expansion must be shaped with resident input, not imposed from above. 2. Funding cannot be tied to one child's future as leverage. 3. Structural safety assessments must be independent and binding. 4. The home's ethos, the intangible parts that make it work, must be protected in writing. Desmond read the list when she finished. He did not speak for a long moment. Okonkwo will reject this on sight. Probably. Then we are not answering her question. We are refusing to answer until our terms are met. Yes. He set the page down. Then we call her in the morning and tell her exactly that. At 7:47, Renske dialed the number from the parlor 499. The phone rang 4 times before a voice answered, clipped and professional. Deputy Director Okonkwo. Deputy Director, this is Renske Okorafor from Harrowgate Home. Ms. Okorafor, I assume you're calling with your preliminary response. Renske looked at Desmond, standing at the kitchen counter with the legal pad in his hands. We are not prepared to accept or decline the pilot designation at this time. A pause. I am not sure I understand. We need more time. The replication framework as written does not account for the specific conditions of this home, the children, the island, the building. We want to submit our own framework, with conditions that protect the integrity of what we have built here. The pilot designation is not optional. It is the only path to transitional funding for your aging-out residents. We understand that, which is why we are asking for a longer review period. And we insist that any expansion plan must be shaped with input from the residents themselves, not just staff, not just the state, the children who live here. The silence that followed was long enough that Renske checked to see if the call had dropped. You are asking for an exception to standard procedure. I am asking for a partnership instead of a template. Another pause. I cannot grant that over the phone. I will convene a review panel to consider your request. You will hear from us within 5 business days. 5 business days is too long. The Monday deadline. The Monday deadline is the offer's expiration, not the dialogues. If you are requesting a formal review, I will pause the timeline until the panel convenes. Renske's hand tightened on the receiver. Paused, not cancelled. Correct. You are buying time, not safety. It was the most honest thing Okonkwo had said all call. Thank you, Deputy Director. Ms. Okorafor, yes. Be certain this is the hill you want to die on. The call ended. Renske set the phone down and turned to Desmond. She is convening a review panel. The timeline is paused until they meet. That buys us a week, maybe 2. It buys us enough. Desmond set the legal pad on the table. His hand found hers, not loosely this time, but firm, deliberate. Then we use it. At 9:15, the kitchen phone rang again. Renske picked it up. Renske Okorafor. I heard you refused the state. Macau Quaid's voice was quiet, careful. Not refused, delayed. Renske. I know what I am doing, Macau. Do you? Because Central Office just called me. They want a full evaluation of Harrowgate's suitability for the pilot designation. They are sending someone from the Replication Office to conduct an independent assessment. When? Tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock Ferry. Renske closed her eyes. Who? I do not know the name, but know the why of the office. They do not like institutions that are hard to standardize. And you just told them you refuse to be standardized? I refuse to be standardized without resident input. There is a difference. To you, yes. To them, you are a problem they will solve by removing the variables. Renske opened her eyes. Desmond was watching her, his jaw tight. What do you recommend? Prepare your case. Show them the framework you want to build. Prove that your model is replicable without losing what makes it work. And if we cannot? Mikhail was quiet for a moment. Then they will replicate a version of Harrowgate that does not need you to exist. The line went dead. Renske set the phone down. Desmond did not ask what had been said. He already knew. A new inspector, from the Replication Office. Yes. When? Tomorrow, 10 o'clock. Desmond stood. He walked to the window and looked out at the fog, still thick, still pressing against the glass. Then we have until 10 o'clock tomorrow to show them something they cannot standardize. Renske picked up the legal pad. Then we start now. At 9:47, Pilar appeared in the kitchen door. I heard the phone ring twice. That is never good. Renske looked up from the pad. A new inspector is coming tomorrow, from the state's replication office. Pilar's face flickered, something between fear and defiance. What do they want? To see if we can be copied. Pilar snorted. Good luck copying this. She disappeared back into the hall. Renske heard her voice, sharp and clear. Tobin, Nell, kitchen, now. At 10:03, the children began arriving. Tobin first, index cards in hand, Nell behind him, her hand on his shoulder. Then Deshawn, Marisol, the younger ones trailing. Pilar stood at the kitchen door. "You said resident input. We are the residents." Renske looked at the children filling the kitchen, at their faces, at their quiet readiness. Desmond pulled out chairs. "Sit down. We have work to do." The fog boat arrived at 10:47. Renske heard the horn through the kitchen window, low and insistent. She did not stop writing. The inspector would arrive at 10. They had 11 hours, and 40 children who refused to be copied. Chapter 69. The ferry pulled away from Tillicum Spit at 7:47, the fog already burning off in patches, revealing water the color of old steel. Renske stood at the railing with her hands wrapped around a paper cup of coffee Mrs. Barbara had pressed into her palm before they left. Onyeka sat inside the cabin, alone, his forehead against the glass. Desmond found her on deck. "He is not talking. Give him time." "He has had 3 days of time." Renske turned. Desmond's jaw was tight, his hands shoved into his coat pockets. He looked the way she felt, strung out on too little sleep and too much hope. "He is about to walk into a building and convince strangers he is worth hiring," she said. "I would not be talking either." Desmond said nothing. They stood together as the spit shrank behind them, Harrowgate's roofline dissolving into the haze. The mainland arrived too fast. Port Townsend materialized through the thinning fog in sharp lines and primary colors, a waterfront of painted storefronts and clean sidewalks. The air smelled different here, diesel and sart, and something green that had not been rotting long enough. Onyeka stepped off the ferry like a man walking into enemy territory. Renske watched him take in the town, the people moving too fast, the cars, the signs with prices he could not afford. His shoulders crept up, his hands found his pockets. "Which way?" he asked. Desmond consulted his phone. 12 blocks, we have an hour." They walked in a triangle. On one side, it looked like a group of strangers, a man in a charcoal suit, a woman in a worn jacket, a teenager in a borrowed shirt and shoes stuffed with newspaper. But Renske felt the shape of them, the way Onyeka kept adjusting his pace to match theirs, the way Desmond slowed without looking back, the way she herself fell into the gap between them as if she had always been there. The town was too bright. Buildings caught the morning light and threw it back, hard and indifferent. People passed without nodding. A woman with a briefcase walked straight through their triangle, and Onyeka flinched. "Almost there," Desmond said. They stopped outside a low brick building with a sign that read, "North Sound Cooperative Corporate Offices." Onyeka stared at the door. "I should go in alone." "Are you sure?" Renske asked. "No, but I should still do it alone." Renske wanted to argue. She wanted to walk him in, shake the interviewer's hand, explain that this boy was worth more than any number on a page. But she had spent her whole life doing exactly that, filling the silences, carrying the weight, making herself indispensable to people who were learning to walk. She stepped back. Desmond stepped forward. "One thing." Onyeka looked at him. "Before you go in, open the paper." Onyeka's hand went to his pocket. He pulled out Nell's folded paper, still sealed, still unread. "Now?" "Now." Onyeka broke the fold. Inside was a drawing. Renske leaned in to see it. A boy in a white shirt stood at the door of a house with an open threshold. Behind him, a girl with her hand on her brother's shoulder. A woman in an apron. A man in a charcoal suit. A woman with her hair tied back. All of them waiting. The caption read, "We will still be here when you come back." Onyeka's hand trembled once, then stilled. He folded the paper carefully, returned it to his pocket, and nodded. He walked to the door. His hand found the handle, and stopped. Renske saw it happen in slow motion, the way his shoulders locked, the way his breath caught, the way he stood at the threshold without crossing it. He was going to run. She could feel it in every line of his body, the same tension she had seen at the Cannery, the same readiness to flee before the door could close on him. Desmond stepped forward. "Onyeka." Onyeka did not turn. "Onyeka, look at me." Slowly, Onyeka turned. Desmond stood on the sidewalk, hands at his sides, No clipboard, no folder, nothing to hide behind. I was 17 once, in a building just like this, and I did not go in. Onyeka's jaw tightened. I stood at the door for 20 minutes. Then I walked away. I spent the next 14 years telling myself it was because I was smart enough to know when a door was not for me. But the truth was simpler. He paused. I was too afraid to find out whether I could walk through it. The silence stretched. "The paper is right," Desmond said. "We will be here when you come back, whether you get the job or not, whether you walk through that door or not. But you will not know which one it is until you open it." Onyeka looked at the door, then at Desmond, then at Renske. She did not say anything. She just stood there, where she had promised to be, and let him see that she was not going anywhere. Onyeka turned back to the door. His hand found the handle again, and this time, he opened it. The door swung inward, swallowing him into a hallway of fluorescent light and polished floors. Renske did not breathe until it closed behind him. Desmond let out a long, slow exhale beside her. 14 years, she said. "What?" "You told him you did not go in. That means you eventually did." Desmond was quiet for a moment. "I did, the next day, and the woman behind the desk told me the position was filled." Renske looked at him. "But you went back." "I went back." She let that sit between them. "He might get the job," she said. "Or he might not, but he went in." He went in. They stood together on the sidewalk, a man and a woman in front of a brick building in a town that did not know them, waiting for a boy who had just walked through the door neither of them had been brave enough to open at his age. And for a moment, that was enough. The sun climbed higher, people walked past, a bell chimed somewhere, and Onyeka stayed inside. Renske's phone buzzed in her pocket. She pulled it out. New message, unknown number. She opened it. One line. "Tell Onyeka the replication office just requested his county file. They want to interview him before the pilot decision is final." Renske's blood went cold. She held the phone out to Desmond. He read it in silence. Then he looked at her, and she saw the same fear she felt, the same understanding, the same terrible knowledge sinking in. The state was not just coming for Harrowgate. They were coming for Onyeka. Chapter 70. The text stayed open in Renske's hand. 3 lines, 23 words, enough to turn the morning inside out. Desmond was still reading over her shoulder, his breath a steady weight against her hair. She felt the exact moment he finished, the way his chest stopped moving, the way the air between them turned dense and wrong. They cannot interview him without a guardian present. He is 18 in 6 weeks. 6 weeks is not today. She looked at the building, at the door that had swallowed Onyeka, at the fluorescent hum behind the glass. The text had come from a number she did not recognize. No signature, no context, just the fact, delivered like a blade slipped between ribs. "Who sent this?" "I do not know." "Someone who knows what the replication office is doing." Renske pocketed the phone. Her hand felt cold. The plastic watch on her wrist had not moved in hours, the second hand frozen somewhere between 11 and 12. Another cheap mechanism that had given up when she needed it most. "We tell him after," she said, "not before. He needs to walk into that room thinking about the job, not about the state." Desmond did not argue. They stood together on the sidewalk, 2 people holding a secret that would detonate the moment Onyeka walked back out that door. The minutes stretched. 15, 20, 25. People passed. A woman with a dog, a delivery driver with a hand truck, someone unlocking a bicycle from a rack across the street. The world kept moving while Renske stood frozen in a patch of sun that felt too bright for the weight she was carrying. The building door opened. Onyeka stepped out. He looked at them. His face gave nothing away. "Desmond." Desmond straightened. "Before I go in, I need to ask you something." Renun's stomach tightened. Onyeka walked toward them, stopped 3 feet away, and pulled the folded paper from his pocket, Nell's drawing, the open door, the waiting figures, the caption that had nearly broken him on the sidewalk. "You said you went back the next day, to the door you walked away from." Desmond nodded. "Did they remember you, the people inside?" "They did." "Did it matter?" Desmond was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was lower than Renske had ever heard it. I do not know if it mattered to them. It mattered to me. Onyeka looked at the drawing, then at Desmond, then at the building behind him. I am going in now. He turned. Desmond stepped forward. Onyeka. Onyeka stopped. Courage is not the absence of the exit plan. It is staying long enough to see whether the room can hold you. Onyeka did not turn around, but he did not walk away either. You have one, he said. An exit plan. Everyone should. I do not. Desmond's voice dropped lower still. Yes, you do. You have a return ticket with no date. You have a house full of people who will still be here when you come back. You have a drawing in your pocket that proves someone saw you walk through a door before you even knew you would reach it. He paused. That is an exit plan. The good kind. The kind that lets you go knowing there is a place to land. Onyeka stood still for 3 heartbeats. Then he walked through the door. This time, he did not stop at the threshold. This time, the door swung shut behind him with a soft click, and Renske watched through the glass as he crossed the lobby, spoke to a receptionist, and disappeared through an inner door into a hallway she could not see. She let out a breath she did not know she had been holding. Desmond was watching the same spot. He is going to get the job, he said. You do not know that. I know what it looks like when someone decides they are worth fighting for. Renske looked at him. He was not looking at her. He was still watching the door, but his eyes were somewhere else, somewhere older, somewhere that still smelled like a bus station in a town he had left and returned to and left again. You said you used to think surviving meant never needing a return path. He did not answer right away. I did. And now? He turned to face her. Now I know that the people who make it are the ones who learn to keep a door open behind them. Not because they plan to run, because knowing they can makes it easier to stay. Renske felt something shift in her chest, a small, quiet loosening, like a knot she had been carrying so long she had forgotten it was there. My mother used to say the strongest people never look back. She was wrong. I know. They stood in the sun, 2 people who had spent their whole lives learning to be alone, learning to be enough, learning to need no one. And now here they were, waiting for a boy who had just walked through a door neither of them had been brave enough to open, holding a secret that could destroy everything they had built. Renske's phone buzzed again. She pulled it out. Same number. They just called the front desk. His file is already on the interviewer's table. Renske showed Desmond. He read it. His jaw tightened. We have maybe 40 minutes before he comes back out. 40 minutes to figure out how to tell him the state is building a case against him. Or to decide if we tell him at all. Renske looked at the building, at the glass, at the hallway where Onyeka had disappeared. We tell him, she said. We tell him everything, and then we figure out what comes next. Desmond nodded. They waited. The sun climbed higher, and somewhere inside that building, a boy in a white shirt and borrowed shoes was answering questions that would decide his future, while a replication office he had never met was already writing his name into a file Renske could not reach. She did not look away from the door. She did not let herself, because if she did, she might see the shadow moving behind the glass on the 2nd floor, the silhouette that had been standing there for the last 10 minutes, watching them with the stillness of someone who already knew how this story ended. Chapter 71. The door opened. Onyeka stepped out, blinking, the mainland sun hitting him full in the face, and for a moment he just stood there on the concrete with his hands hanging at his sides, like he had forgotten what to do with them. Renske pushed off the wall. Onyeka looked at her, looked at Desmond, opened his mouth, closed it. They asked for references. His voice came out flat, bewildered, like he was reporting a fact he had not yet processed. They asked for references. They said they would call before the end of the week. Renske felt the air leave her chest in a single hard rush. Onyeka? They said I interviewed well. They said the kitchen supervisor position is mine if the background check clears and the references check out. He held up a folded paper. She gave me a packet, with a start date, 2 weeks from Monday. Desmond stepped forward. That is excellent news. It is. Onyeka said it like he was testing the shape of the words. I got the job. He said it again, slower. I got the job. Renske crossed the pavement and stopped in front of him. She did not grab his shoulders. She did not pull him into a hug. She just stood there, close enough to see the tremor in his jaw, the way his hands were still slightly open, still waiting for something to hold. "Look at me." He did. "You walked through that door. You sat in that room. You answered their questions, and they chose you." "They chose me?" "Yes." He looked down at the packet in his hands. "The start date is 2 weeks. I know. That means I leave in 2 weeks. Renske felt the words land somewhere below her ribs, sharp and clean, like a blade she had been expecting. "Yes." Onyenka looked up. "Then what?" "I do not know." He stared at her. Then something in his face cracked, just slightly, a hairline fracture in the composure he had been holding since breakfast. "I got the job," he said, and his voice broke on the last word. "So why does it feel like I am already gone?" Renske's throat closed. Desmond spoke from behind her. "Because you are afraid success means you stop needing us." Onyenka did not deny it. "Is it true?" Renske stepped closer. "No." She said it flat, firm, the same voice she used when a child asked if the floor would hold. "No. You get to have both. You get to leave and come back. You get to be someone who can run a kitchen and still need a place to land. They are not opposites." Onyenka looked at the packet. "They are not opposites," he repeated, like he was trying to remember a line in a script. "Say it again." "They are not opposites." One more time. Then he exhaled, a slow, shaky breath that seemed to carry something older than the interview, older than the ferry ride, older than the morning. "I am going to call Mrs. Abra." "Good. I am going to tell her I got the job." "She will be proud of you." Onyenka looked down at the packet again. Then he looked past Renske, at Desmond standing in the sun with his hands in his pockets and his gray eyes fixed on the boy who had just done what he had not managed at 17. "Thank you," Onyenka said. Desmond nodded. "You did the work." "That is not what I am thanking you for." Desmond went very still. Onyenka held his gaze. "You told me the door would still be open. You did not have to say that. You did not have to give me the ticket. You did not have to tell me about the bus voucher." He paused. "But you did." Desmond's jaw tightened. "You are welcome." Onyenka nodded once. Then he pulled out his phone and walked a few paces away, pressing it to his ear, his voice low and steady as he started talking. Renske let herself breathe. Desmond did not move. "He is going to be fine," Renske said. "I know. You sound like you are trying to convince yourself." He turned to look at her. "I am watching a boy walk through a door I walked away from. It feels different than I thought it would." "How does it feel?" He considered the question. "Like I might have been wrong about what courage looks like." Renske looked at him. "Or maybe you were just 17, and 17 is allowed to be scared." Desmond's mouth moved, not quite a smile, something softer. "Maybe." Onia finished his call and walked back, the packet clutched against his chest. "Mrs. Barbara said she is making a cake. She said if I do not come home on the next ferry, she will send Juniper to collect me." "She would." She said she put my name on the pantry clipboard, next to kitchen assistant, permanent. Renske felt something crack open in her chest. "That is your place now, if you want it." Onyenka looked at the building behind him, then at the ferry terminal, then at the 2 people standing on the pavement who had spent the last hour waiting for him to come back out. "I want it." "Then let us go home." They walked toward the ferry terminal together, Onyenka in the middle, Desmond a half step behind, Renske matching his pace without thinking about it. The sun was high now, the fog had burned off, and for a few blocks, walking through a town that belonged to neither of them, they were just 3 people heading toward the water. Then Renske's phone buzzed. She pulled it out. Central office. She read the message standing still, the pavement suddenly too solid under her feet. "Revisions to the pilot proposal have been drafted based on your preliminary framework. Please review and confirm by end of day. We have scheduled the resident interview for Tuesday at 10 a.m. The replication office will conduct it on site with Onyenka Duru." She read it twice. The third time, she read it aloud. Onyenka stopped walking. "They are coming here." Yes. For me. Yes. Desmond took the phone from Renske's hand and read the message himself. When he looked up, his face was unreadable. They scheduled it. Before we even agreed. They are assuming consent. They are assuming victory. Onyeka looked at the packet in his hands, then at the ferry, then back at Renske. I am not letting them use me to hurt the house. Renske opened her mouth. But Onyeka was already walking toward the terminal, his back straight, his borrowed shoes hitting the concrete like a man who had stopped running. Renske watched him go. Desmond stood beside her. They are going to try to take him apart. I know. On Tuesday. I know. The ferry horn sounded across the water, and Renske realized, standing there in the bright, wrong sun, that they had exactly 3 days before the state put Onyeka Duru in a room with people whose job was to find reasons to send him away. 3 days, and no more time to wait. Chapter 72. The ferry lurched away from the dock, salt spray sheeting across the window as the mainland slid into gray. Onyeka had claimed the bench seat by the starboard window, his borrowed shoes propped on his satchel, the job packet open on his knee. He stared at it without reading. His eyelids dropped once, twice, then stayed down, his head tilting against the glass until his breathing evened out. Renske watched the pulse in his throat slow. Desmond sat across the aisle, one arm stretched along the back of his seat, his gray eyes fixed on nothing. The cabin smelled of diesel and wet wool. They had 3 days. Renske counted them on her fingers. Tuesday was a deadline masquerading as an interview. Wednesday was a question she could not answer yet. Thursday was the state's scheduled response to their framework, assuming the review panel even convened before then. Her cracked plastic watch read 2:47. The ferry shuddered through a swell, and Onyeka did not stir. Let him sleep, Desmond said, his voice low. I was not going to wake him. You were going to start planning. Renske looked at him. He has a job now, a real one, benefits, housing assistance, and they are going to put him in a room with people whose job is to find reasons to disqualify him. And you think planning will stop them? I think not planning guarantees they win. Desmond shifted in his seat, his hand dropping to rest on the vinyl beside him. Not quite toward her, not quite away. We have a framework. We have 4 conditions. We have a deputy director who agreed to convene a panel. That is more than we had this morning. It is not enough. No, but it is something. The ferry pitched again, and Renske braced her hand against the window frame. Through the glass, the water turned gray and white, the mainland fading to a smear of green and brown behind them. Onyeka murmured something in his sleep, his fingers twitching against the packet. Renske looked at him, at the borrowed shoes, at the borrowed shirt, at the boy who had walked into a room she had been told he could not enter and walked out holding an offer. Desmond. If they take this from him, they will not. You do not know that. He turned to look at her fully. His gray eyes were steady, but something behind them was not hard. Something softer, more exposed than she had seen before. I know that I will stop them, however I have to. The words sat between them, heavier than the diesel air. The ferry horn sounded. Onyeka stirred, blinked, and sat up slowly. His eyes found the packet, then the window, then the thinning fog beyond it. Are we close? 20 minutes, Desmond said. Onyeka nodded, rubbed his face, and leaned forward to read the job packet again, his lips moving silently over the terms. Renske watched him. 3 days, and then they would find out whether the state's machine could be stopped by something as flimsy as a framework, a promise, and a boy who had finally learned to walk through doors instead of away from them. The ferry docked at 3:15. The fog had lifted enough to reveal Harrowgate's roof peak above the tree line, the weather-beaten shingles catching the pale afternoon light. The dock was empty, except for Mrs. Arbor's truck, its engine idling, a paper bag on the passenger seat. Renske stepped onto the planks first, her legs adjusting to solid ground. Onyeka followed, the packet clutched against his chest. Desmond came last, scanning the dock with the practiced vigilance of someone who had learned to read threat in stillness. You two waiting for an invitation? Mrs. Achterberg called from the truck window. There is mail, a lot of it, and the East Wing toilet is making a noise I do not like. Renske felt the familiarity settle around her like a coat. Home. They walked up the gravel path, the house growing larger with every step. The front porch was empty. The door was unlocked. The smell of bread and salt and damp wood hit Renske as she crossed the threshold. The stack of envelopes sat on the hall table, held down by a jar of dried lavender. Mrs. Ababra had not opened them. Renske picked up the first one. State Department of Children, Youth, and Families. Return address, Central Office. She opened it. The second was from the Replication Office, printed on heavy bond paper with a formal letterhead. She opened that one too. The third was addressed to Onyeka Duru, private and confidential, the stamp reading Office and Transitional Services. She handed it to him without reading it. Onyeka took it, his face unreadable. Desmond stood in the doorway watching. What did they say? Renske read the first page twice before answering. The Central Office has accepted our preliminary framework. They are scheduling a formal review for next Thursday. That is good. It is conditional. They want a site visit before the review, and they want to interview every resident over 12. Desmond's jaw tightened. And the second one? Renske looked down at the Replication Office letter. It was shorter, and it was not addressed to her. Dear Mr. Duru, we are writing to confirm your interview with the Replication Office, scheduled for Tuesday, March 14th at 10:00 a.m. This interview will take place at Harrowgate Home and will be conducted by our senior assessor, Dr. Patricia Kellerman. Please bring any documentation you wish to present regarding your history at Harrowgate Home, your current employment status, and your plans for post-majority transition. Failure to appear will be noted in your permanent file and may affect future eligibility for state-supported programs. Onyeka read it standing still. Then he folded it, slid it into his pocket, and looked at Renske. They are not letting me choose. No. They are coming here to take my testimony and use it against you. That is what it looks like. Onyeka nodded slowly. Then he smiled. It was not a happy smile. It was the smile of someone who had been underestimated before and had learned to use it. Then I will give them testimony. I will tell them exactly what this house is, and what it means, and why they cannot replicate it. Renske stared at him. Onyeka, I'm not a child they can frighten into silence. I am a legal adult in 11 days, and I have a job offer, and I have a place that put my name on a pantry clipboard. He looked at Desmond. And I have a return ticket. Desmond did not speak, but something shifted in his face, something like pride. Renske looked at the stack of envelopes still on the table, at the boy who had stopped running, at the man who had taught him how, at the house that held them both, and she realized, standing in the front hall with bread and lavender and the weight of 3 days bearing down on them, that they were not waiting for the state anymore. They were ready. The ferry horn sounded again, distant through the trees, and somewhere in the second-floor window, a shadow moved. Chapter 73. Renske read the letter again, the words settling into something heavier than paper could hold. Provisional support contingent upon data-sharing protocols, training documentation, and exploratory intake growth not to exceed 15% of current capacity during the pilot evaluation period. Not an ultimatum, a net. Desmond took it from her hands, read it twice, and set it on the hall table beside the jar of lavender. They want everything, he said. Our schedules, our staffing ratios, our repair timelines, our incident reports, and they want permission to study how we make decisions. That is not what it says. That is what it means. Data sharing is not a handshake, Renske. It is an audit trail. Once they have our numbers, they can compare us to every other facility in the state and decide exactly where we fall short. Onyeka stood in the doorway, the job packet still pressed against his chest. You are talking like they already won. Desmond looked at him. I am talking like someone who has read enough contracts to know what the small print does not say. Renske picked up the letter again. The language was careful, collaborative even. Exploratory intake growth was phrased as a question, not a mandate. Provisional support meant the state would cover the first phase of repairs without requiring a full commitment to the 50-resident model. It was not the trap she had expected. It was something worse. It was an offer that looked reasonable enough to accept and structured enough to bind them. There is a third page, she said. Desmond took the letter back, flipped to the final sheet. His face did not change, but his jaw tightened. Training documentation must be submitted within 30 days. If we fail to produce replicable protocols, the provisional status converts to a standard licensing review with no grandfathering provisions. Meaning if they tried to meet the terms and failed, they lost everything. No second chance, no fallback to their current certification. Onyeka set his packet down and walked to the table. He looked at the pages spread across the wood. "Let me see it." Desmond handed him the letter. Onyeka read it standing still, the way he read everything, with the careful attention of someone who had learned that adults hid the real meaning in the middle paragraphs. "The exploratory intake is capped at 6 new residents," he said, "not 15%. 6. They want us to take 6 more kids before we prove the model works." Renske had missed that. She took the letter back and found the line, buried in subsection C of the growth parameters. Initial intake increase not to exceed 6 residents, approx 15% of current capacity, for the duration of the pilot evaluation period, with further growth contingent upon successful completion of Phase 2 benchmarks. 6 more children. In a house where the East Wing foundation was cracking and the boiler was held together by Juniper's prayers, Desmond met her eyes. "You see it now. I see a number we can fight." 6 is not the problem. The precedent is the problem. They want us to normalize expansion before we know if the house can hold what it already carries. Renske looked at the pages, at the careful language, at the trap that did not look like a trap until you read the fine print, and then she looked at Onyeka, who was watching her with the steady gaze of someone who had already decided what he would do. "What do you think?" she asked. Onyeka did not hesitate. "I think they wrote this assuming we would say yes because we are desperate, and I think they are right enough that we have to be careful." "Meaning?" "Meaning we take the provisional support. We fix the roof and the boiler and the foundation. We document everything. And when they come back with the next phase, we negotiate from a position where we are not one leak away from collapse." Desmond started to speak, then stopped. He looked at Onyeka the way he had looked at him on the ferry, with something shifting behind his eyes. "That is good strategy. I learned from watching both of you." Renske felt the corner of her mouth lift. "Then we agree. We accept the provisional terms, and we draft a response that clarifies our boundaries before they set them for us." "And we bring it to the house," Desmond said. Renske looked at him. "The children said they wanted input. This is the first decision that affects their future. We bring it to the house." Onyeka nodded slowly. "Mrs. Barbara will want to see the numbers. Pilar will want to read every word. Tobin will draw what happens if we say yes and what happens if we say no, and Nell will tell us which drawing is true." Renske looked at the stack of envelopes on the table, at the jar of lavender holding them down, at the boy who had stopped running and the man who had taught him how. "Then we bring it to the house." She folded the letter and slid it into her pocket. The house gathered in the common room at 7. Mrs. Barbara had made soup. Deshawn had pulled chairs into a loose circle. Pilar sat cross-legged on the floor with her sketchbook open, pencil already moving. Tobin and Nell sat together on the window seat, Nell's hand on her brother's shoulder. Renske stood in the center of the room and read the letter aloud. When she finished, no one spoke. Pilar's pencil kept moving. Mrs. Barbara set the ladle down. Deshawn leaned forward, his elbows on his knees. "So they want to study us like we are a science experiment," he said. "Like we are a model they can copy," Renske said. "And they are willing to pay for the repairs to do it. And if we do not let them, then the provisional support goes away, and we are back to the standard licensing review with no guarantee of renewal." Tobin looked up from his index cards. "How many new kids?" 6, to start. "That is not enough to break the East Wing, but it is enough to test us," Nell said. "They want to see if we can handle growth without falling apart." Pilar stopped drawing. "Then we show them we can, and when they come back asking for more, we show them the line." Mrs. Abra nodded once. "The children have spoken." Renske looked around the room, at the faces watching her, at the house that had held them all. "Then we accept the terms. We send the response tomorrow morning, and we start documenting everything." The room exhaled. Deshawn pushed his chair back, Marisol started ladling soup into bowls. Pilar kept drawing. And Renske felt something settle in her chest that she had not felt since she stepped off the last ferry into freezing fog. Not certainty, not safety, but something close enough to hope. Desmond found her in the kitchen at 9, after the children had eaten and the dishes were drying and the house had settled into its evening rhythm. The response should go out on the morning ferry. I know. Mrs. Abra is drafting a cover letter that includes a line about the children's input being part of the decision-making process. She wants the state to see it. Renske turned from the window. That is good. Desmond did not move. It is good, he said, but it is not enough. What else? He stepped closer. Thursday, the site visit, the interviews. The replication office wants to talk to every resident over 12. That includes Onyeka, and we do not know what they will ask him. He will tell them the truth. The truth is what they will use against us. Renske looked at him. Then we make sure the truth is enough. Desmond held her gaze, and for a long moment, neither of them spoke. The ferry horn sounded through the dark, distant and low, and somewhere in the second-floor window, the shadow moved again. Chapter 74. The common room had not stopped humming since Renske finished reading. Pilar's pencil moved in short, furious strokes. Deshawn leaned forward with his elbows on his knees. Tobin had his index cards spread across the window seat in a grid only he understood. Nell watched the room like she was counting every face. Mrs. Arbra stood at the edge of the circle, her ladle still, her eyes tracking the children the way she tracked a boiling pot. Pilar stopped drawing. Write this down. Renske pulled the legal pad from her bag. Models are useful when they remember children are not prototypes. The room went still. Pilar kept her eyes on her sketchbook. We are not the thing they test until it works. We are the thing that already works. If they copy us wrong, that is their problem. But they do not get to break what we built to see how it was put together. Mrs. Arbra nodded once. That goes in the cover letter. Tobin cleared his throat. Everyone looked at him. I want a rule. What kind of rule? Renske asked. He looked down at his index cards. A rule that says no one here gets made easier to move than to know. Nell's hand tightened on his shoulder. Explain it, she said softly. Tobin did not look up. When the state makes their plans, they think about how many beds, how many staff hours, how much it costs to move a child from one place to another. They do not think about how long it takes to know someone, what they like, what they are afraid of, what makes them laugh when they think no one is watching. He looked at Renske. So if they make a model of us, they have to promise they will never build a place where it is faster to send a kid away than to learn their name. The silence stretched. Desmond broke it. That is the best condition we have heard all night. Tobin looked at him, uncertain. Write it down, Desmond said. Renske wrote. Deshawn shifted in his chair. I want a number. What number? Renske asked. How many adults per kid? Minimum. So if the state tries to expand us into some factory model, they have to keep the ratio that makes this place work. That is already in our draft, Desmond said. 1 adult per 4 residents during waking hours, 1 per 8 overnight. Make it 1 per 4 overnight too. That is not sustainable. Neither is a kid who cannot find an adult when they are scared. Desmond looked at Deshawn for a long moment, then he nodded. I will run the numbers. Marisol spoke from the kitchen doorway. I want a clause about being heard. She wiped her hands on her jeans. Not just resident input, a real mechanism. If we say something is wrong, they have to listen before they decide, not after. Mrs. Achterberg looked at Renske. That goes in the governance section, Renske wrote. Nell pulled her hand off Tobin's shoulder. I want the door. What door? Renske asked. Any door. Every door. The rule that says you can leave and come back. That you do not have to stay gone just because you walked out. She looked at Onyeka, who sat against the wall with his arms crossed. He has a return ticket. Everyone should have one. Onyeka's jaw tightened. Pilar's pencil stopped. And a place to come back to. She looked at Renske. If someone leaves and comes back, the house has to have room for them, physically, legally, not just sentimentally. Mrs. Achterberg set the ladle down. Put a number on it. Renske looked up. A reserved bed, 10% of capacity minimum, held for residents in transition. That way no one comes back to a full house. Desmond calculated silently. That reduces our functional capacity to 36 before the new 6 arrive. And the state can decide if they want a model or a waiting list, Mrs. Achterberg said. Desmond looked at Renske. Renske wrote. Marisol came fully into the room. On the cover letter, say this, she straightened. The children of Harrowgate Home are not the product. The children are the authors. Any replication framework that treats residents as outputs instead of participants will be rejected by the residents themselves. Pilar's pencil moved faster. That is good. It is true. Renske looked around the room. At Deshawn's crossed arms, at Marisol's clenched jaw, at Pilar's bleeding pencil lines, at the twins, pressed together like they were holding each other against a tide. Anything else? Tobin lifted one of his index cards. Say the East Wing Foundation needs to be fixed before any new residents arrive. Not after, not pending, before. Mrs. Achterberg nodded. That is a hard boundary. Desmond looked at Renske. It is. Renske wrote it. The room exhaled. Mrs. Achterberg picked up her ladle again. Then we have our terms. Concrete needs, non-negotiable boundaries, and a list of what cannot be optimized away. She looked at the children. The house has answered. Pilar closed her sketchbook. Now we send it. Renske folded the legal pad. First ferry tomorrow morning. I will take it, Mrs. Achterberg said. No! Everyone looked at Desmond. If the state sees Mrs. Achterberg at the door every time, they will know she is the one we send for important things. We need to vary the messengers, make them think the terms could come from anywhere in the house. Pilar smiled. That is strategic. I have been known to be. Flenge looked at him. Then who takes it? Desmond looked at the twins. Tobin went still. Nell looked at her brother. Then she nodded. We will. Mrs. Achterberg frowned. The ferry is not a game. We all know the route, Nell said. We have been twice. The ticket operator knows us. We will hand the envelope to the clerk. He will put it in the morning pouch. Renske opened her mouth, closed it. Are you sure? Tobin picked up his index cards. We are. Renske looked at Desmond. Desmond looked at the twins. Then he nodded. Then it is decided. The children dispersed slowly. Deshawn pushed chairs back. Marisol started ladling soup into bowls. Pilar stayed on the floor, drawing, her pencil moving in sharp, shut-in lines. Renske stood in the center of the room. The legal pad in her hands felt heavier than paper. Mrs. Achterberg appeared at her elbow. Let me see what you have. Renske handed it over. Mrs. Achterberg read. Her expression did not change. Then she looked up. This is good. It is. But good does not mean safe. Renske met her eyes. No, it does not. Mrs. Achterberg handed the pad back. Then we make sure the house is ready for what comes after. She turned and walked toward the kitchen. Renske stayed in the center of the room. The ferry horn sounded through the dark. And in the second-floor window, the shadow was gone. Where it had stood, a single piece of paper was taped to the glass. White. Folded. Waiting. Chapter 75. The common room was empty when Renske came down at dawn. The folded papers still waited in the second-floor window. She stood at the base of the stairs and looked up at it, white against gray glass, taped from the outside. That meant someone had climbed the porch roof in the dark, pressed it there, and left before the house stirred. Mrs. Achterberg's footsteps crossed the kitchen behind her. Did you read it? Not yet. Then you are waiting for something. Renske did not answer. The phone rang. She crossed to the hall table and picked up before the second ring. Renske Okorafor. Good morning. Mikael Quaid's voice, clipped and professional, but there was something underneath it, a loosening she had not heard before. I need reference details on Onyenka Duru's interview process. Renske's hand tightened on the receiver. His interview was yesterday. Cannery Co-op, kitchen supervisor position. I know. They called county licensing this morning for a clearance check. The request crossed my desk. She waited. Mikael paused. Standard procedure would route that to the replication office. I routed it to myself instead. Thank you. Do not thank me yet. The interview results were favorable. The co-op wants to confirm his references and start date. I am calling because I can give them what they need faster than the replication team can block it. Renske leaned against the wall. And if the replication team finds out you routed around them, then I will explain it as efficiency, which it is. His voice shifted, dropped half a degree in temperature, but the cold was not aimed at her. Central Office is watching Harrowgate closely, more closely than I have seen them watch any rural facility in 10 years. Because we survived. Because you survived and made it look replicable. That is politically useful. Functioning examples are ammunition for budget negotiations. They want to use you. And if we refuse to be used, then they will try to dismantle the example so no one else can cite it. Renske closed her eyes. That is not a threat, Renske. That is a description of how the system works. She opened them. I know. I will send the reference clearance to the co-op by noon. Onyeka's start date will hold. But Tuesday's interview with Dr. Kellerman will still happen, and the site visit Thursday will still proceed. And the interviewers will still try to use him against us. Unless you prepare him to be unusable. Renske looked at the folded paper in the window. He is already prepared. Good. A beat. Then Mikhail's voice softened, barely, like a door opened a crack and held. He deserves this job. Tell him I said that. I will. You have 48 hours before Kellerman arrives. Use them. The line went dead. Renske lowered the receiver. Desmond stood in the kitchen doorway, coffee in hand, watching her. Mikhail? Reference clearance. Onyeka's job is secure. He nodded. And the rest? She looked at the folded paper again. 48 hours before the replication office comes for him. Desmond followed her gaze. Then we have 48 hours to know what that paper says, or who left it. Same question. They crossed the hall together. Renske climbed the first 3 stairs, then stopped. The paper was taped to the glass at eye level, folded once, no seal, no writing on the outside. Whoever left it had wanted it visible, not hidden, wanted them to find it, to wonder, to come up and read. She reached the second-floor landing. The hall was empty. The door to the east wing stood ajar. The window at the end of the hall faced the gray morning, and the paper waited against it, white and still. Renske crossed to it. Her fingers touched the tape. Cold. The glass was cold. The tape had been pressed hard enough to hold against wind. She peeled it free, unfolded. The handwriting was small, precise, in ink that had bled slightly at the edges of each letter, as if written in a hurry or on damp paper. The house keeps records the state cannot access. Look where the foundation meets the boiler room wall. 3rd floor, east side, behind the loose baseboard. Someone who knows where the house keeps its debts. No signature, no date. Renske read it twice. Desmond reached the top of the stairs. What does it say? She handed him the paper. He read it. His jaw tightened. 3rd floor, east side. Behind the loose baseboard. That is the room. The sealed room. Next to it, the storage closet we wedged shut. Renske looked at the paper again. Someone inside this house knows about the sealed room, knew we found it, knew we wedged it shut. Or someone outside the house who has been watching. She thought of the shadow, the silhouette in the 2nd floor window, the stillness of someone who already knew how the story ended. Then they want us to find whatever is behind that baseboard? Desmond folded the paper carefully. And if it is a trap, then we spring it together. She turned toward the east wing stairs. Desmond followed. Behind them, the morning ferry horn sounded through the fog, and the house settled into its familiar creaks and groans. But on the 2nd floor landing, where the paper had been taped to the glass, a thin smear of rust-colored residue remained on the window, shaped like the edge of a hand that had pressed hard enough to leave its mark. Chapter 76. The baseboard gave with a scrape against the floorboards, nails pulling free of wood that had not been touched in years. Renske knelt on the dusty planking, Desmond beside her, the flashlight beam cutting a narrow cone across the 3rd floor wall where the foundation met the boiler room below. Behind the board, a gap, deep enough to hold more than dust. Renske reached in. Her fingers brushed paper, then metal. She pulled out a flat tin box, rusted at the corners, the lid sealed with tape gone brittle and yellow. Desmond took it, worked the tape loose with care, lifted the lid. Inside, a stack of documents, notarized statements, handwritten letters. A photograph of children lined up on the Harrowgate porch, faces smudged by time, the porch railing still straight in the years before rot. Renske lifted the top sheet. The letterhead read, Tillicum Spit Trust, Estate of Elias Harrowgate. This is legal, she said. Old legal. Desmond's jaw tightened. He took the next page, read in silence, then handed it to her. It was a trust document, dated 15 years ago. It created a standing fund for any resident who aged out of Harrowgate, designed to cover security deposits, first month's rent, emergency travel, and a return option. The fund was seeded with enough capital to sustain 40 years. The trustees were named Mrs. Idioman Abara, Pendleton, and one other name scratched out so hard the pen had torn through. Someone voided this, Renske said, or replaced it. Desmond's voice was flat. The state never knew it existed. Elias wanted kids to have a way back, and someone buried it. Renske looked at the photograph again. The children's faces. One of them might have been Desmond. Might have been someone the trust was supposed to catch, who fell through anyway. She closed the box. We need to show this to Pendleton and Onyeka. Yes, they stood. The floor creaked beneath them. The house seemed to hold its breath, as though it had been waiting for this moment longer than either of them had been alive. They found Onyeka in the kitchen, standing over a legal pad with a pen in his hand, Marisol and Pilar flanking him at the table. Tobin and Nell sat on the window seat, watching the gray water beyond the glass. Renske set the tin box on the counter. Onyeka looked up. What's that? Something that changes your options. She told him what they had found. The trust, the scratched-out name, the possibility that Harrowgate had always intended to keep its children after they left. Onyeka listened without moving. When she finished, he said, So someone killed it, and now the state is trying to use me as leverage to make this place into something Elias never wanted. Maybe. Desmond pulled out a chair. Or maybe we revive it. How? Pendleton, the island bars, and a stain-connected plan that does not depend on the state's permission. Onyeka's pen moved. He wrote something on the legal pad, then pushed it across the table. Renske read it. Return access. Key. Weekly dinner. Contact list. No permission needed to walk back through the door. That's what I want, Onyeka said. Written down, signed, so no one can scratch my name out. Renske looked at Desmond. He nodded. They wrote it together. Onyeka's hand steady as he added his own conditions. The open-ended return ticket, a key to the house, Mrs. Abra's phone number on speed dial, and a clause that silence from either side would not be read as surrender. If he did not call for 6 months, they would call him. If they did not answer, he would keep trying. Renske signed first, then Desmond, then Onyeka. Slow, deliberate, pressing the pen into the paper as though leaving a mark that could not be erased. Pilar slid the pad toward herself, read it, and looked up at Renske. What about the rest of us? The question hung. Tobin climbed off the window seat, walked to the table, and stood beside Onyeka. When I age out, he said, will there be a paper for me too? Nell followed, then Marisol. Then, from the doorway, Deshawn, arms crossed. Renske looked at the faces around the table. 40 children. Each one would leave someday. Each one needed to know the door would still open. Yes, she said. Every one of you. Desmond pulled another legal pad from the drawer. Then we write them now. The kitchen filled with the scratch of pens, the murmur of children dictating their own terms, the quiet certainty of a house learning to promise again. Outside, the fog thinned. The ferry horn sounded, and on the second-floor window, the rust-colored residue of the hand that had pressed hard enough to leave its mark began to glow, faint and rhythmic, like a heartbeat finding its way through glass. Chapter 77. The kitchen clock said 9:47. The legal pads were stacked, the last signature dried, and the children had finally drifted toward their rooms in ones and twos, carrying their own papers like talismans against the dark. Renske stood at the counter with a cold cup of coffee she had not touched in 20 minutes. The tin box sat open beside her. The trust document. The photograph of children who had grown up and left, and maybe never come back. She heard him before he spoke. The weight of his step, The pause at the doorway. "You should sleep," Desmond said. "So should you." He did not argue. He crossed the kitchen instead, pulled out the chair across from her and sat. The wood creaked under him. The house settled around them, pipes ticking, wind pressing against the windows, the faint hum of the restored boiler working in the basement. Renske looked at him. His sleeves were rolled to his elbows, his hands resting flat on the table, palms down. The notch through his right eyebrow caught the light. "I keep thinking about that photograph," she said. "Those kids. How many of them had papers like Onion's? How many walked off this island with nothing but a bus voucher?" Desmond's jaw tightened. "Too many." Elias tried. She tapped the trust document. He tried to give them away back, and someone buried it. We dug it up. We don't know if it can still work. The funding might be gone. The accounts might have been drained years ago. Then we refill them. She looked at him. "That is not a small thing to promise." "No." His gray eyes held hers. "It is not." The silence stretched. The fog pressed against the window, thick and patient, softening the world outside into a blur of gray and gold from the porch light. Desmond did not look away. "I have spent 17 years building a life I could walk away from," he said. "Every job, every city, every room I rented. I kept them light, easy to leave. I told myself that was freedom." Renske's chest tightened. "It was not freedom," he said. "It was waiting." "For what?" "For a reason to stay." His voice dropped. The words came slower, each one deliberate, as though he was pulling them from somewhere deep. "I found it," he said. "Not the house, not the will, not the deadline or the inspection or the trust fund. You." Renske's breath caught. "I want a life with you inside this loud, difficult place," Desmond said. "Not because the claws trapped us here, not because we have 40 children watching, because choosing it with you feels like the first thing I have ever done that was not an escape plan." She could not speak. He waited. The kitchen held its breath. The kettle on the stove, the stacked legal pads, the open tin box with its buried promises. Everything in the room seemed to pause, watching her. Renske set down the cold coffee. She walked around the table, and she did not think about whether she deserved this, whether she had earned it, whether she was useful enough to be kept. She just moved. She leaned into him. His arms came up around her, steady and sure, and she pressed her face into the collar of his shirt and felt him exhale like he had been holding that breath for years. "I do not know how to let someone carry anything for me," she said into his shoulder. "I know. I am going to be bad at this. I know that too." She pulled back just enough to look at him. His hand came up, fingers brushing the hair from her face, and his thumb traced the curve of her jaw with a tenderness that made her chest ache. "I am not going anywhere," he said. "Not because the will says so, because I choose to stay, every day, until you believe it." She opened her mouth to answer. A door slammed somewhere in the house, footsteps pounded down the hall, and then Oyeka's voice, raw and laughing, cut through the quiet like a blade through fog. "I got it! They called! I got the job!" The cheers that followed were not polite. They were loud, ragged, and collective, feet hammering the stairs, voices overlapping, Pilar's whoop, Tobin's startled laugh, Nell's sharp cry of triumph. Renske stepped back from Desmond. Her hand found his, held. "Come on," she said. "He is going to want witnesses." Desmond's mouth curved. "He has 40 of them." They walked out together, hands still linked, into the hall where the children had already gathered in a loose, jubilant knot around Onyeka, who stood with his phone pressed to his ear and his free hand punching the air. Mrs. Abra appeared from the pantry, flour on her apron, and she did not ask what had happened. She just opened her arms. Onyeka ended the call and walked into them. The kitchen door swung shut behind Renske and Desmond, and the noise swallowed them, bright and irreverent and alive. Pilar was already sketching the scene. Tobin was counting something on his fingers. Nell had her arm around her brother's shoulders. Renske turned to Desmond. His eyes were on her, not the celebration. She squeezed his hand once. He squeezed back. And in the center of the chaos, with 40 children filling the hall with their voices, Renske let herself believe that this was not borrowed time. It was home. Above them, on the second-floor landing, the shadow by the window shifted. Someone was watching. Someone had been watching for a long time. The rust-colored glow on the glass pulsed once, steady and held. Chapter 78. On the second floor, 60 hands found rhythm. The song came from nowhere and everywhere. Marisol starting it in the kitchen, Pilar catching it on the stairs, Tobin's thin voice threading through the chorus. 40 children packed the hallway outside Onyeka's room, and Renske stood at the edge of them, Desmond's hand still in hers, watching the noise crest and break over the boy who had just claimed his future. Onyeka stood in the center, Mrs. Ibarra's arms still around him, his phone pressed against his chest. His face was wet. "I told them yes," he said. The cheer doubled. Pilar whipped from the staircase landing, her sketchbook sliding down her arm as she pumped both fists. Nell spun Tobin in a tight circle, and he let her, laughing, breathless. Deshawn leaned against the doorframe with his arms crossed, but his jaw working hard, and Marisol pressed both hands to her mouth. Renske did not move. She stood in the hallway, Desmond beside her, and she watched Onyeka accept the congratulations like a boy learning to hold something precious without crushing it. He caught her eye over the heads of the children. His chin lifted once. She nodded back. Mrs. Achterberg released him and turned toward the kitchen. "This calls for a proper meal. Not the emergency rice I was planning. Real food." "I will help," Marisol said, already following. "I will supervise," Deshawn added, and the hallway laughed. The crowd began to dissolve into smaller clusters, the celebration spreading through the house like light through a cracked window. Pilar cornered Onyeka by the stairs, her pencil already moving, demanding to know exactly what he would wear on his first day. Renske turned to Desmond. His gray eyes were soft in the dim hall light. "He did it." "He did," she said. "We should call Pendleton. Let him know the trust might need a lawyer's hands to wake it up." Desmond's mouth curved. "Tomorrow. Tonight, we let him have this." She wanted to argue. The instinct rose automatic, the need to plan, to secure, to make sure nothing slipped while they were celebrating. But she felt his thumb press into the side of her hand, and she let the instinct pass. "Tomorrow," she said. The celebration stretched late into the night. Mrs. Abra produced a stew from somewhere, bread that had been saved for an occasion, and a jar of preserved plums that Pilar claimed had been hidden since winter. The children ate in shifts, the older ones letting the younger ones go first, a choreography of care that Renske had not taught them. She watched from the kitchen doorway. Onyeka sat at the long table with Tobin on one side and Nell on the other, the twins flanking him like guards. Tobin asked him about the job, about the cannery co-op, about whether he would live in town or on the water. Nell listened, her hand on his wrist, holding him there. "I start 3 weeks from Monday," Onyeka said. "But I told them I needed 1 more week here, my last full week on the island." Nell's hand tightened. "And they said yes?" "They said yes." Tobin exhaled. "That is a long time. A whole week." 7 days, Onyeka said. "I plan to spend all of them making sure you remember how to find me." Desmond appeared at Renske's shoulder. "They are already learning to do that without maps." She looked at him. "You taught them." "Some of them. The important ones." He did not argue. His hand found the small of her back, rested there, and she let it. At 11:47 p.m., the house quieted. The younger children had been sent to bed, protesting, led by Deshawn and Marisol with firmness and patience. Blah had retreated to her corner of the common room, sketching by lamplight. The twins had fallen asleep on the couch, Nell's head on Tobin's shoulder, their breathing synchronized. Renske sat at the kitchen table with the tin box open before her. Desmond had gone to check the east wing door and the foundation crack. Onyeka was on the porch, alone, his phone dark in his hand. She heard the footsteps before he reached the door. "Can I sit?" She gestured to the chair across from her. Onyeka sat. He looked at the trust documents, at the photograph of the children on the porch, at her. "I do not know how to thank you," he said. "You do not have to." "That is not an answer." She set down her coffee. "You are right. It is not." She leaned forward. You earned this. The interview, the job, the offer. I just watched. You kept the house open. We all kept the house open. He was quiet for a long moment. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out the folded paper, Nell's drawing, worn at the edges from being carried. He laid it on the table between them. I opened it on the ferry, he said, before the fog turned us back. Renske looked at the drawing, the open door, the figures waiting at the table, the threshold boy gesturing forward. I did not understand it then, Onyeka said. I think I do now. She waited. It is not about the house, he said. It is about knowing you can come back, that there will be someone here when you do. Tobin told her what to draw, Renske said. Nell does not see things. He does. Onyeka's jaw tightened. I know. They sat in the silence, the tin box between them, the drawing between them, the week ahead between them. I am going to spend this week making sure I deserve to come back, Onyeka said. You already do. I want to earn it anyway. Renske reached across the table and took his hand. Then we will help you. At 12:03 a.m., Desmond returned from the east wing with a flashlight and a grim expression. The foundation crack had not worsened, but the damp patch in the boiler room had spread another inch. He said nothing about it to the children. Renske met him in the hallway. Penlight? 3 inches. He rubbed his face. Juniper can brace it before the new residents arrive. We have time. Barely. We always have barely. He almost smiled. That is the Harrowgate way. She took his hand, and they walked back to the kitchen together. The email arrived at 12:17 a.m. Renske heard her phone buzz on the table, the sound cutting through the quiet of the kitchen where she and Desmond sat across from each other. The tin box closed, the drawing folded, the coffee cold. She picked up the phone. The sender was Deputy Director Okonkwo. She read the message once, then again. Desmond watched her face. What is it? Renske set the phone down, screen facing him. The email was brief, clinical, and devastating. Provisional acceptance of Harrowgate Home's terms. Pilot designation deferred pending summer site development framework. Notify central office by Friday 5 p.m. with letter of intent. It was signed with Okonkwo's name, but below it, a single line of text that had been added by another hand. We will build the model together, or we will watch it burn. Desmond's face went still. The informant, Renske said. The one who has been texting me. They added that line. He picked up the phone and read it again. They are inside central office, and they are telling us the stakes. On the second floor, the rust-colored glow on the window pulsed once. Steady. Waiting. Chapter 79. The rain had stopped sometime in the hour before dawn, leaving the world rinsed and expectant. Light fell through the east windows in long, clean planes, catching the dust motes that hung in the air like slow gold. Renske stood in the kitchen doorway and watched. Mrs. Barbara had the stove going, soup stock simmering, onions softening in oil. The smell drifted through the hall, warm and grounding. Onyeka sat at the table with the trust document spread before him, a pen in his hand, annotating margins in his careful script. Good morning, Renske said. He looked up. I could not sleep. Neither could I. She crossed to the coffee pot, poured, and leaned against the counter. Onyeka watched her with the same assessing look he had worn the night before, the one that said he was still learning to trust the shape of things. You are different, he said. Am I? Calmer. He set the pen down. Before, you looked like you were waiting for something to collapse. Now you look like you were already inside the door. Renske felt the words land somewhere deep, in the place she had spent years keeping closed. Maybe I am. She left him to his documents and walked the hall. The staircase had been repaired. Juniper had come at dawn, her truck rattling up the drive with treated lumber and a box of screws. She was still there, crouched at the base of the third-floor landing, testing the new riser with her full weight. It held. Solid, Juniper said without looking up. This one will hold for 20 years, even with 40 kids running up and down. Thank you. Juniper stood, brushed sawdust from her knees. Do not thank me, thank the house. It decided to cooperate this time. Renske climbed past her, up to the third floor, where the sealed room's window was still wedged shut with the splinter of trim. She pressed her palm flat against the wood. The scraping had not returned. Whatever had been inside waiting had gone quiet. Not gone, she knew. Quiet. The difference mattered. She walked back down past the second-floor landing, where the rust-colored glow on the window had dimmed to a faint amber sheen, barely visible in the morning light. She touched the glass with her fingertips. It was warm. The rest of the house was waking. She heard Deshawn's voice from the common room, assigning tasks with the authority of someone who had been running routines longer than any adult. The tiny thud of small feet overhead, water running in the bathroom, the low murmur of Mrs. Abra's voice singing something in Igbo as she stirred the pot. Renske stopped in the common room doorway. The ceiling crack had been patched, plastered, sanded. The dark gap that had once looked like a wound was now a clean seam, visible only if you knew where to look. Pilar had drawn something over it, a thin line of blue that wound through the white like a thread. "River," Pilar said from her corner. "The house has veins. That one carries water, not secrets." Renske nodded. "It looks good." "It looks lived in." Pilar did not look up from her sketchbook. "That is better." In the east wing, the damp patch in the boiler room had been braced, the foundation crack sealed with epoxy and steel straps. Juniper had worked through the night, and the smell of fresh concrete still hung in the air. When Renske pressed her hand to the wall, it was dry. She walked back to the front hall and found Desmond on the porch. He stood with his back to her, looking out at the yard where the fog had finally lifted, revealing the roofline of the cannery in the distance, the ferry dock, the gray water of the spit. The air smelled of salt and wet earth and something green pushing through. She stepped out and stood beside him. "The crack in the foundation," she said. "Repaired." "I know." "Juniper said it will hold." "She said the same to me at 3 a.m. He glanced at her. "I could not sleep either." Renske looked at his hands, resting on the porch railing, the same hands that had balanced ledgers and drawn closure plans, the same hands that had held hers in the kitchen, that had written agreements for 40 children, that had taken her mother's cracked watch from her wrist 3 nights ago and repaired the strap without a word. She kept wearing the watch. The cracks were still there. He had not erased them. "Desmond," he turned, "I want to tell you something, and I need you to hear it without arguing." His mouth quirked. "That is a challenging request." "I know." She took a breath. "I have been carrying this house like it was my debt to pay. Like if I stopped working, stopped bleeding, stopped proving I was useful, I would wake up and find myself back where I started. Alone. Unclaimed." He did not interrupt. "But I walked through the house this morning, and I saw the patches, the repairs, the children running their own routines." She looked at him. "I did not do any of that alone. Onyeka negotiated his own terms. Mrs. Opera called in debts I did not know existed. Juniper braced the foundation. You wrote agreements for 40 children. You stopped a dissolution plan and stayed because you chose to." "Yes," he said quietly. "I do not know how to be someone who lets things be carried for her." Her voice cracked, just barely on a last word, "but I am learning." Desmond reached over and took her hand. The touch was simple, no demand, no rescue. Just his palm against hers, fingers threading through, the warmth of someone who had chosen to stand beside her. "You do not have to be good at it tonight," he said. "You just have to keep showing up." She turned her hand over and held his. Behind them, inside, the house was filling with noise. Marisol had started a song in the kitchen, something fast and funny that had the younger children laughing. Pilar's voice cut through, arguing about cards. Mrs. Achterberg's laugh, low and warm, answered something Renske could not hear. The house sounded alive. "Desmond." "Yes." She looked at him. At the notch through his eyebrow, the gray eyes that had softened since the day she met him. "I am ready to call this home." He did not answer with words. He pulled her close, one hand at the small of her back, and pressed his mouth to her forehead. She felt his breath steady against her hair, felt the rhythm of his heartbeat through his shirt. "Good," he said, "because I already call it mine." They stood on the porch as the morning brightened, the ferry horn sounding in the distance, the children's voices rising and falling behind them. Harrowgate was scarred, legal, noisy, and alive. In the second-floor window, the rust-colored glow pulsed once, steady, and held. Chapter 80. Renske let herself stay in the circle of his arms a moment longer, feeling the steady rhythm of his heartbeat through his shirt, the warmth of his palm against her back. The ferry horn sounded again, closer now, and the morning light had shifted from gray to pale gold. She pulled back just far enough to look at him. "There is something I have not said." "Then say it." She took a breath. "I have spent every day of my adult life trying to earn the right to stay somewhere. Every placement, every job, every child I fought for. I thought if I just gayed enough, bled enough, carried enough, someone would finally let me belong." "You were wrong," he said quietly. Not a judgment, a fact. "I was wrong." She held his gaze. "I was wrong because you cannot earn belonging. You can only let people choose you, and I have been too afraid to let anyone close enough to make that choice." Desmond did not look away. "And now?" "Now I am saying yes." Her voice cracked on the word. "To this house, to you, to a future that will keep asking hard things without requiring my ruin in return." He raised his free hand and touched her face, his thumb brushing the curve of her cheek. The gesture was simple, unhurried, as if he had all the time in the world to learn the shape of her. "Say it again," he said. "Yes." He kissed her. It was not the explosive, desperate kiss of the porch that first night, when everything had felt suspended between survival and collapse. This was different. This was deliberate. A slow, certain press of his mouth to hers, one hand at her jaw, the other still holding her hand at the small of her back, as if he had already decided and was only showing her the shape of his choice. When they broke apart, the ferry horn had faded, and the children's voices inside had risen to a pitch that sounded like an argument over cards. Desmond's mouth curved. "We should go in before Pilar starts taking bets on how long we stayed out here." "She already has." "You talked to her?" "I do not have to." Renske took his hand and stepped toward the door. "She is 14. She knows everything." They walked inside together, their fingers still laced. The front hall was chaos. Marisol had organized the younger children into a game that involved leaping across the floorboards without touching the gaps, and Tobin stood by the stairs with his index cards, tracking something on paper. Nell leaned over his shoulder, and Pilar sat in the corner with her sketchbook, pretending not to watch the doorway. Mrs. Ibarra emerged from the kitchen with a tray of teacups, took one look at Renske and Desmond's linked hands, and said nothing. She did not need to. Her face carried the satisfaction of someone who had watched a pot come to a slow, necessary boil. "The ferry will be here in 40 minutes, she said, setting the tray on the hall table. "Onyeka wants to go to the mainland and file something at the county clerk's office. He says it is about the trust." Renske looked at Desmond. "Did you know about this?" "No, but I answer they still be going up required by my slews." They found Onyeka in the kitchen, the rusted tin box open on the table, its contents spread across the surface in neat rows. He had annotated the trust document in pencil, adding dates and names in margins that had been bare for 15 years. "The scratched-out trustee," he said without looking up. "I think I know who it was." Renske sat across from him. Desmond stayed standing, one hand still loosely holding hers. "Tell us." Onyeka pushed the document toward her. A corner of the paper had been lifted, revealing a faint impression beneath the hole where the pen had torn through. Not enough to read the name, but enough to see that someone had pressed hard enough to leave a shadow. "There is a man named Colm Sheehan," Onyeka said. "He worked for the county for 30 years, retired the same year this trust was voided and disappeared. No forwarding address, no obituary, no record of death. He just stopped existing on paper." Renske studied the indentation. The pressure marks formed a pattern she could almost read. An initial, a surname, something with an S. "How do you know this?" "Myersol's cousin works in county records. I called her last night." Onyeka met her eyes. "Sheehan was the third trustee, and he was the one who buried the trust." "Can you prove it?" I can try, but I need to get to the county clerk before they close for the weekend. The ferry leaves in 40 minutes. Desmond released Renske's hand and reached for his coat. I will go with him. Once the lookton. You do not have to. He asked for proof. I know how to find it. Desmond's gray eyes held hers, and I told you I would refill those accounts. I need to know how much was taken before I can put it back. She wanted to argue. The instinct rose in her throat, automatic, protective, the old need to handle everything herself so no one else could drop the weight. But she swallowed it. Then go. Desmond paused, something flickering across his face. Surprise, maybe, or gratitude. I will be back on the evening ferry. I know. He turned to Onyeka. Bring the document. Onyeka folded the trust papers into his jacket and stood. At the door, he looked back at Renske. You look different, he said. Calmer. She thought of what he had said that morning, about being already inside the door, about knowing you could come back. I am learning. Onyeka nodded once, then followed Desmond out. The kitchen felt suddenly quieter without them. Renske sat alone at the table, listening to the house settle around her. Mrs. Achterberg's voice rose from the hall, directing someone to the pantry. Pilar laughed. Tobin counted something aloud. She pressed her palm flat against the table's worn wood. The surface was scarred with decades of meals, homework, arguments, celebrations, rings from hot mugs, gouges from knives. A burn mark near the edge that looked like it had been there since before she arrived. The house was not fixed. It would never be fixed. Not in the way a new building could be. Everything that held it together was patched, braced, layered over older damage. The same was true of her. She heard Mrs. Achterberg's footsteps approach. You are still sitting, Mrs. Achterberg observed, stepping into the kitchen. That is new. I am still sitting. Good. The bread will be ready in 10 minutes. Stay until it is. Renske did not argue. She stayed, and when the bread came out of the oven, warm and dense and golden, she ate a piece with butter, while Marisol taught the younger children a song about a fairy that never stopped running. Nell's voice rose above the others, clear and unafraid. Pilar sketched the scene, her pencil moving fast. Through the window, the fog had burned off completely, revealing the bright line of the water, the dock, the mainland beyond. The house was scarred, noisy, and alive. In the second-floor window, the rust-colored glow pulsed once, steady, and held. The glass was warm to the touch, and beneath the warmth, a faint rhythm beat like something waiting.